This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Augustus Minsk. Thank you for asking for help. I can't cross to a plane in the Copperloo sector. Thank you, brother. This was the last sentence He Shuhan heard before his eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, the computer desk and chair along with other furniture in the room were gone. Instead, there was a mahogany round table carved with pastoral scenery and horseback hunting scenes. The table was filled with gold and silver cups, and the light emitted by 2 golden candelabra and crystal chandeliers complemented each other. He Shuhan sat on a finely crafted chair. On the table in front of him were folded white tablecloths, a glass of sparkling rose wine and mushroom risotto, and on the beautifully decorated plates were cut, grilled steaks with sauce, and a small poultry cooked to a slick finish. What luxurious furniture and furnishings this was! The floor was covered with colorful carpets of various sizes, all made of the finest materials, and with meticulous craftsmanship. Velvet, damask and silk hung from the walls, and on them hung several portraits of family ancestors with gold ribbons. Guardian of Korhol. Imperial Wolves. Minsk family. Augustus, you know how much effort your mother put into this dinner. Don't ruin it. The stern male voice brought He Shuhan back to reality from his trance. He looked up at the other side of the table. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with dark gray hair, gray sideburns and beard. His sideburns were gray, and he spoke with a strange accent. But it didn't seem awkward. He Shuhan quickly realized that this was not Chinese but English. But suddenly, English was as familiar to him as his mother tongue. He Shuhan took a glance and immediately lowered his head, picked up the knife and fork, and naturally dealt with the food on the plate. Obviously, in the eyes of others, he must have been in a daze for a long time, feeling the fragrance between his teeth. He Shuhan knew that if all this was true, then thanks to a mouthful of poisonous milk from a certain Sudong old immortal, he really traveled to the Copperloo Star Zone. At present, it seems that this is at least a decent middle-class family. When he lowered his head to enjoy the food, He Shuhan behaved elegantly and self-controlled, and his movements of holding the knife and fork were skillful and without error. He did not use the corner of his eyes to look at the other family members sitting at the table, but tried his best to recall the memories of this body after the crossing. Fortunately, although it was not complete, he still found some buried memories in a short time and had a basic understanding of his current identity. Augustus Minsk, a member of the Minsk family, an elder family on Korhol 4, one of the 13 core planets in the territory of the Terran Federation. This is an ancient and prominent family. The founder and several generations of ancestors of the family have led the first colonists to overcome difficulties and build their homes in this beautiful world for hundreds of years. Augustus is the second son in the family, and his name comes from his grandfather. Augustus' father, Angus Minsk, is the current owner of the Minsk family's various properties. He is also a member of the Korhol Parliament, enjoying high prestige in the political arena and millions of loyal followers among the people. His mother is a strong and beautiful Korhol woman. Like other wives of nobles and upper-class people on Korhol 4, Catherine Minsk is good at taking care of housework, likes cooking and studying recipes, and is also the main funder of many charities. Augustus also has an older brother Arcturus Minsk, who is the Colonel Commander of the 33rd Ground Assault Division of the Federation Marine Corps, and a 16-year-old sister Dorothy Minsk. And he just graduated from Stilling College in the capital city of Korhol 4 this year and just turned 18. It is the age of youth and recklessness. Compared with his outstanding brother and lovely sister, Augustus made his parents worry a lot, and his record at Stilling College was full of bad deeds. Skipping classes, teasing the old-fashioned headmaster, beating up the corrupt principal, holding a magnetic suspension motorcycle race in the academy, illegally modifying the IA advertising robot at the school gate, and having a barbecue at the graduation ceremony. This young and flamboyant nobleman shows his disregard for secular rules and authority. Augustus, we have been at war with Comorian for 2 years, and the situation is still unclear. The federal government of Tarsonis has lowered the minimum age for conscription several times. The UNN and Global News Network, which are controlled by the corrupt federal creation families, are vague about the casualty figures, but they are promoting honor and sacrifice. Father Angus' voice once again awakened Augustus from his memories. He seemed to be trying to create some topics to talk about with his rebellious son. The atmosphere of today's family dinner was very different from the family dinners that Augustus remembered in the past, which were polite, but also warm and harmonious. In the past, Angus never brought political and business matters to the table because the little Dorothy at home always had endless things to say. At this time, even Augustus, who was always restless, would patiently listen to her talk about her friends at school and the imaginative fairy tales she had woven. Augustus sensed something was wrong. When he looked up at his father's eyes and pretended to listen to him, he noticed that his mother and sister were also unhappy. In Augustus' memory, he had almost never seen his mother cry, and that was usually when they were separated from each other. Augustus immediately searched for information about the war his father mentioned in his mind. He keenly realized that this matter should be related to him. This was a full-scale war between the Terran Federation and its human regime, the Comorian Federation, which originated from the same source in the Copperloo sector. The two sides fought for precious crystal mine resources and colonies. So far, the war has affected more than a dozen marginal colonies with hundreds of millions of people. And millions of soldiers, miners and civilians have died. There is no sign of the total war coming to an end. Both the Terran Federation and the Comorian have declared that they are in an absolute advantage. Only senior federal officials, like Angus, know that both sides have won and lost, and can be said to be evenly matched. The war has evolved from the initial local exchanges of fire to mutual bombardment between fleets. And even nuclear weapons are not hesitated to be used. In order to win, the federal government is sending young people who are kept in the dark to the battlefield like a meat grinder. As a politician, Angus only shows his anger when he criticizes corruption and argues for the interests of potential vote holders. The reason why he is so emotional today is that his second son is desperate to join the Federation Marine Corps like his brother. And tomorrow is when Augustus will leave for the boot camp. The Mengsk family has been trying to get Korhal to break away from the rule of the Terran Federation and achieve independence as an independent dominion rather than a colony. As a result, the Mengsk family and the federal government have an irreconcilable conflict. Augustus's joining the federal army is undoubtedly a betrayal of his father's cause. The recruit training camp is far away in a remote colony several light years away from Korhal, which is at least a distant world that can only be reached by a spacecraft equipped with a warp engine and capable of long-distance jumps. Angus's second son is also leaving him. This is not just as simple as the possibility of losing his heir. He loves each of his children deeply. This is the last time I tell you how cruel war is. It is not the childish games you played before. Have pity on your family. When you made such a cold and heartless decision, your mother almost cried to death. Angus continued as Augustus recalled all this. Beyond the wall we erected for you is a cruel world. And the battlefield is hell in the cruel world. It's all because you are used to a comfortable life. And you do whatever you want without any scruples. God, I wish you could show even a little regret. Augustus was shocked. You are crazy. You have a rich and unrestrained life as a nobleman. But you want to be a good brother of $50. Chapter 2 Family Korhal World. After the family dinner, Augustus returned to his room from the restaurant on the pretext of needing to rest early. The manor house built on the cliff by the Mengsk family has hundreds of beautifully decorated rooms. Corridors with mahogany floors and stairs covered with expensive carpets connect the various halls and floors together, and are maintained daily by more male servants, maids and gardeners than rooms. Augustus shuttled through the corridors with golden-framed portraits of the ancestors of the Mengsk family on the walls according to his memory. He climbed the cherrywood stairs to enter the floor with bedrooms and paper libraries, and finally stopped in front of a room with a bronze plaque with the word O nailed to the door with golden rivets. Below the bronze plaque was a poster of the Terran Federation Marine Corps. The background of the poster was the surface of the moon, which was covered with craters, and above it was the dark deep space. Several handsome and beautiful Federation officers, male and female, were standing on a high sand dune. They were standing together with a formulaic smile, each holding a flag fluttering in the wind. It was a fake and ridiculous show. Even if it was a composite picture, it would be 10,000 times more real than this. This was the original Augustus's evaluation of this poster. But despite this, he still put it on the door, just to prove to his father his determination to join the army. Next to Augustus' room are the bedrooms of Arcturus and Dorothy. The former's room door is only engraved with a similar bronze plate with the English letters AR, and the latter has an abstract purple pony painted on her door. There are no door handles or key chains on all the doors, where the handle should have been. There are square grooves about 2 inches long and 1 inch deep. Standing at the door, Augustus thought carefully for a moment. Then he extended his right index finger and inserted it into the groove. The nameplate with English letters immediately turned over, and a small round camera protruded from the door and projected a holographic projection screen with a bright blue background in front of him. The screen flashed with the following words: facial recognition completed. Fingerprint recognition completed. Iris recognition completed. Genetic recognition completed. Records uploaded. 24-hour genetic database refreshed. Unlocked. Time March 25th. 2488 AD. 2237. This is the world of StarCraft. A future world in the 25th century. Modern people may not have any advantages here. Augustus pushed open the automatically unlocked door and walked into the bedroom. He turned on the ceiling lamp. The soft white light passed through the hollow ceiling with white patterns and immediately illuminated the entire bedroom. The furnishings in the bedroom were not luxurious. There was a bronze-framed lattice window on the wall opposite the door. Through the glass of the window, you can see the huge courtyard of the holiday villa. In the courtyard are lush gardens and gardens under the lights. These evergreen plants are full of vitality, and the fragrance of flowers is intoxicating. The fine gravel roads separate the green world and lead to the building where servants and guards live. Outside the fence, the wider and straighter asphalt road leads directly to the landing pad, where the cold gray near-Earth spacecraft is parked, and the underground garage filled with various suspended cars and armored vehicles. On the other two walls, there is a single bed and a bookshelf full of books. Next to the bookshelf are some guns, including handicraft-like muzzle-loading guns, colonial-era semi-automatic weapons, and the latest electromagnetic guns. The original Augustus loved guns very much, not just for collection, but also for skillful use. This is one of the reasons why Augustus wanted to join the army. If his brother Arcturus wanted to be an explorer, then Augustus' dream was to become a general who traveled across the galaxy. Augustus lay in bed and began to think about everything he would face in the future. Augustus Mengsk did not exist in the original story. The Angus family originally had only one son and one daughter, and no second son. Rather than saying that he replaced Augustus, it is better to say that this character exists because of his own time travel. The identity of a noble can at least bring some advantages to Augustus. In the cruel world view of StarCraft, traveling through time with such an identity at such a time is not the worst. Since Arcturus, the eldest son of the Mengsk family, has joined the Federation Marine Corps and has not returned to Korhal for more than 8 years. Augustus' parents also have many disagreements on the education of their only remaining son. Angus did not want all his sons to join the army, so Augustus eventually failed to complete his studies at the Steeling Military Academy and had to transfer to a family-funded university. After Augustus joined the army without telling his parents, he could only start as a recruit. The Terran Federation implements a recruitment system and does not force soldiers from all walks of life. However, after signing up and passing a series of enlistment tests, refusing to serve in the military will be considered a deserter. Due to the decreasing number of enlistments, this provision was not written into federal law until the past 2 years. The good news is that it is now 2488, and there are still more than a decade before humans first come into contact with the other two alien races in the StarCraft worldview, the Protoss and the Zerg. Augustus will not encounter any incredible monsters for the time being, not considering the butterfly effect of the time traveler that causes the first contact between humans and alien races to be brought forward. Augustus will not encounter Zerg or Protoss before he fulfills his military service contract and successfully retires. Moreover, his brother Arcturus is now a colonel in the Federation Army. In the email he sent last week, he bluntly stated that Augustus would be transferred to his own unit after the recruit training is completed. Augustus sighed, stood up and walked to a floor-length mirror, looking at his appearance after traveling through time for the first time. Augustus' handsome face was reflected in the mirror, which was one of the proofs that he had the noblest and oldest bloodline of the Terran people. Like all the men in the Mengsk family, Augustus was very handsome. He had high cheekbones, a nose with a hawk-like curve, a pair of bright and sharp cold gray eyes, and a fluffy dark gray short hair that was neatly groomed. Normal. Ordinary. Okay. Mengsk. Augustus whispered this ancient and noble surname. In the factories, affiliated cities, and towns built by the Mengsk family on Korhal, they were like real royal family. However, Augustus remembered very clearly that in the background of the game, because his father Angus deliberately rebelled and wanted to lead Korhal to overthrow the rule of the Terran Federation. All the Mengsk family members except the eldest son Arcturus were later assassinated by 3 ghost agents of the Terran Federation. As for the specific time, Augustus was not clear. By then, would he be able to prevent the tragedy from happening? Of course. As a time traveler, Augustus also had reasons to ignore these things and hide far away. Dong dong. At this time, Augustus suddenly heard the sound of the doorbell ringing, and the information processor behind the door showed that the person outside was his sister Dorothy. Augustus hesitated for a moment, walked over and opened the fingerprint lock on the door. A girl with a silver-gray ponytail walked in. She was wearing a lavender home dress, and a pair of bright cold gray eyes flickered. Her expression was so helpless, and her sad eyes instantly clenched Augustus' heart. In an instant, many memories flashed through Augustus' mind like an electric current. Compared with the eldest son in the family, Arcturus, who was already 28 years old, the age difference between him and his sister was not that big. Augustus spent a happy childhood with Dorothy, watching her grow from a little kid dragging a pony doll to a graceful young girl. Augustus. Dorothy walked towards Augustus with her head down, and suddenly hit him in the stomach with a headbutt. They said you might die. I promise you, I won't die, Augustus said. You must write me a letter every week from now on. Dorothy looked up, and a layer of mist covered her beautiful cold gray eyes. Augustus could not find any reason to refuse his sister. Okay, he said. Chapter 3 Space Marines. The Minx family's escort convoy with the golden wolf head emblem passed through the magnificent walls left over from the colonial era and entered the city of Sterling, the capital of Korhal, and drove along the wide circular driveway to the recruitment center set up by the Terran Federation Space Marines in the city. The sky was immediately covered by the shadows of high-rise buildings and the flash of glass. The convoy, composed of Vulture motorcycles and armored vehicles, seemed to be traveling in a canyon crack made of steel and glass. The number of cars that touched the ground and cars that float in the lane gradually increased, and the traffic was endless and bustling. Augustus's expression remained calm, but he was amazed at the city's sense of technology and prosperity. It was morning in Stilling, and the sidewalks on both sides of the road were full of people in formal suits and work clothes, as well as IA cleaning robots and sales robots. In Stilling, when the sun rose, countless people were busy running for their dreams and families. This was the life of countless ordinary people who supported this prosperous world. A holographic projection screen on a skyscraper belonging to the UNN Global News Network was playing dazzling luxury goods advertisements, ranging from art treasures made of gold, silver and rare materials to long dresses endorsed by celebrities. The armored vehicle slowed down when passing Stilling College, and Angus deliberately asked the driver to slow down. The Dean of Studies and the Dean and Vice Dean of Stilling College have wanted to expel you many times, saying that you disrupted the teaching order and violated the school rules and regulations. Angus looked out the window at the marble walls and majestic gates of Stilling covered with dark purple vines. When the crowd near the college looked at the armored car, Angus waved his hand with a politician's signature smile on his face. Those teachers had nothing to teach me a long time ago. Augustus recalled his usual rhetoric in the past and pretended to be indifferent and disdainful. It's just a waste of life to stay in their classes for graduation. And didn't you expel those co-directors and deans? After nearly 200 years and more than a dozen generations of accumulation, the Minx family's businesses spread across Stilling and other prosperous cities in Korhal. Angus is also the main investor in Stilling College, Korhal's most prestigious institution of higher learning. In fact, those teachers and administrators are just working for him. That's all because these people are glamorous on the surface, but secretly pocketing their own money and taking bribes. Angus said, no matter what, I hope that your time at the college will be a good memory in your life. So Augustus turned his head and looked at Stilling College. On the green lawn behind the gray railings, with the gray granite clock tower, the statues of historical greats, the fountain and the flower beds, the young and beautiful first-year students in slim dresses were practicing elegant light swordsmanship under the guidance of the swordsmanship teacher. Their steps were light, and their moves were gorgeous. Augustus was not good at swordsmanship, but his brother, the eldest son of the Minx family, Arcturus Minx, loved cold weapons. Arcturus always does his best in what he loves. He is a swordsman who became famous at a young age. He learned swordsmanship not to kill the enemy, but to hone his will. The first-year students seem elegant, but they can only get a weak evaluation from their brothers. After lingering on the girl's snow-white thighs for a while, Augustus retracted his gaze in time. It's not too bad, Augustus said. Protect yourself. Suddenly, Angus said something that had nothing to do with the previous topic, but he changed his words and said, limited by experience. Young people always have to take some detours. But one day, you will finally get back on the right track. The Mengsk family is born to accomplish great things. Augustus nodded in response. Not far from the academy is the federal government's recruitment center in Stilling City, located in the best area of Queens. The recruitment center is a cold alloy steel structure. A red and blue flag flutters in the wind on the top of the recruitment center. On the bright red flag, there is a diagonal cross composed of blue diagonal lines, and the diagonal cross is dotted with many white star symbols. Standing at the arched door of the recruitment center were 2 federal soldiers wearing light blue power armor and holding rifles. They were better known as Federal Marines. The chest, back, shoulders, upper arms, forearms, thighs, calves and buttocks of the 2 Federal Marines were covered with extremely thick exoskeleton armor, with larger foot contact area, anti-fall boots with ground-gripping claws, and orange matte helmets. These exoskeleton armor parts were connected by screws, capacitive servos and tactile feedback systems, with built-in life support devices, and servo motor groups that allowed Marines wearing power armor to pick up heavier weapons, such as AGR Gauss rifles, CMC 200 power armor. Before the Kylian War, this model of power armor was hailed as a groundbreaking advancement in Terran military industry. This reliable individual armor is still very popular among Federation soldiers even today, when CMC 300 came out and shined. Of course, in some more remote colonized planets and fringe worlds, the sheriffs there are still using some older power armor models and gunpowder weapons from centuries ago. When wearing power armor, the height of Federation soldiers is far beyond the average height of normal Korhal men, a full 8 feet tall, and much more sturdy. In front of the 6-foot-tall Augustus, they were like giants. The convoy slowly stopped, and teams of security personnel wearing dark brown uniforms and holding plasma rifles filed down from the armored vehicles, shouting away the crowd and setting up cordons. Field, the captain of the Mengsk family's guard, rolled down from a Vulture motorcycle and personally opened the door for Angus and his family. Just as Augustus was about to get off the car, a pair of soft little hands held Augustus' face from behind. The little girl stood behind the back of Augustus' seat, bent down and buried her face between her brother's right half of his face and shoulder. "Augustus," Dorothy whispered, "you promised to write to me." Augustus' collar was soaked by Dorothy's tears in a few seconds. The little girl must have cried silently for a long time, with tears all over her face. But he just looked at the scenery outside the window and didn't notice it at all. A heavy sadness filled Augustus' heart. Although he had no feelings for his family in the new world as a time traveler, the memories of the past still deeply affected him. Augustus knew he couldn't ignore the crying of this little girl. She was the apple of the Mengsk family's eye. "I will, little one." Augustus followed his brother Arcturus's way of addressing his little sister. "I will send you an email every week." Augustus stood up, leaned over and kissed Dorothy's smooth forehead. Then he smiled with a gentle expression. But this smile that once fascinated many lovely girls in Stilling Academy soon froze, and Augustus saw his mother with a distorted face, about to collapse. "Augustus, my child." Catherine suddenly hugged Augustus, her shoulders twitching constantly, and she was almost speechless. "Thinking back to the first time I saw you, it seemed like a lifetime ago." The mother's emotion stabilized a little, from crying to sobbing with a trembling voice. "You must be strong and know how to respect everyone who will fight alongside you in the future. Maybe one day, you will become the leader of these people and lead them to the end of the Star Sea, to a place where we can no longer see. But remember, Korhal will always be your home. Forgive your father. We will always love you." Chapter 4 Guild War. Augustus got off the armored vehicle, hugged his family members one by one, and swore to them that he would return alive. Then he waved goodbye until the Mengsk family's convoy gradually went away. After the convoy became a string of black dots in the distance, Augustus dragged the suitcase with a genetic identification locked to the bronze gate of the recruitment center. "Sir, I guess you must be here to join the glorious Federal Marine Corps." One of the Federal Marines looked at Augustus with a formal smile on his face. "We fight for the Federation," another soldier said. "Yes, I have passed all the tests and qualifications, and today is the day for new recruits to report. Where can I see the recruiter?" Augustus frowned. The bronze door of the recruitment center was open, and the lobby was decorated as magnificently as an opera house. But there was no one. Years of war have dragged the Terran Federation into a quagmire. The economy is sluggish. The living standards of citizens are declining rapidly, and the military participation rate has dropped to the lowest point, especially in Khar, which has always longed for independence and is extremely hostile to the federal government. It is generally believed that only hopeless social dregs, homeless vagrants, and criminals will join the Federal Marine Corps. From now on, we are comrades. The Marine said, turn left and go to the 4th room after entering the door. The commander is waiting for you. Augustus nodded and was about to leave. The 2 Marines looked at a young man who was walking hurriedly behind him and said, Sir, I guess you must be here to join the glorious Federal Marine Corps. We fight for the Federation. This made Augustus feel a little strange. Not only did the 2 people say the same thing, but even their tone was exactly the same as before. This weird feeling never went away, as if they were NPCs in the game, and they would only speak according to a preset program. Augustus hoped that this was just his illusion. According to the soldier's words, Augustus walked through the gate and the front hall into a long corridor and met his recruiting officer at the recruitment office numbered 404. The recruiter, wearing a dark blue uniform and a golden medal of bravery on his chest, was a young officer. His rank on his chest indicated that he was a lieutenant. The lieutenant had a pair of cold blue eyes and neat short golden hair, with a barely noticeable scar at the corner of his eye. The federal officer had been staring at Augustus since he entered the room. After taking the file bag with the federal emblem on the cover, the lieutenant flipped through it and put it away. The second son of the famous Senator Angus Mengsk, a top student at Steel Academy. In Korhal, you have obtained a pass to enter government departments, major intergalactic companies, and super enterprises. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a noble like you join the army. Korhal is not like Tarsonis. There are very few nobles who follow the ancient tradition of sending their family members to join the army. What made you willing to give up your bright future and choose to become an ordinary Marine? He looked at Augustus and asked. To protect all mankind. Augustus shrugged and said, Mr. Augustus Mengsk, I promise that you will never regret joining the Federation Marine Corps. For a long time, we have been traveling in the vast sea of stars, exploring one unknown and mysterious world after another. We fight alien beasts, Comorians and Umagins, protecting the people of the marginal colonies and their precious private property. The officer nodded, approving Augustus's answer. It's a romantic and glorious profession. Unfortunately, when it comes to killing people, it's neither glorious nor romantic. Augustus paused and said. The officer smiled and didn't argue. But then his expression gradually became serious. He cleared his throat and said, Listen, kid. The Federal Marine Corps adheres to 3 principles: strength, pride, and discipline. We fight to protect the interests of all Terrans. Normally, the Marines would follow the colonial fleet. But after the shameless Comorians tore up the trade agreement, we had to turn to fighting their army organized by miners and farmers. We will definitely win this just war. Augustus showed an awkward but decent smile. He knew how this war happened. Although the Comorians were the first to provoke the war, the Terrans were not necessarily victims who had to take up arms to resist. In fact, the fuse of the war originated from the overbearing behavior of the Terran Federation. The federal parliament had instructed the Marines to seize the crystal deposits discovered by the Comorian exploration team and the private mines far away from their home planet. A large number of Comorian mine owners and exploration team members will be sent to the court of the Federation planet, tried according to the laws of the Federation, and then sent to prison on trumped-up charges. Then, those mineral veins were assigned to the names of the ancient creation families and new nobles in the federal parliament. Okay, let's go to the helipad on the top floor. You will be transported by the latest APOD-33 transport ship, which is equipped with a curvature engine and can reach the planet where the boot camp is located in just a few days. The lieutenant looked at his watch. Depart on time at 2 p.m. Your ship is the 089 ship of this model. The ground crew and mechanics call it the Dove of Peace. Look carefully. No one will show you the way. When Augustus walked into the terminal, there were only dozens of recruits who had not yet changed into military uniforms and were dressed in a variety of different clothes. The only thing they have in common is a young and energetic face. Augustus walked and observed the clothes and demeanor of these people calmly. After all, these people may become his comrades in the future. Most people were leaning over and staring at the integrated personal terminal similar to a mobile phone, spending the boring time waiting for the spacecraft to take off on virtual games, e-novels, and virtual songstresses. Augustus even recognized a middle school classmate among them, but he did not say hello to him. Augustus could tell at a glance that the others were from the bottom of society. Losers in life, or children of losers. These people were wearing the cheapest industrial fiber products, without a single piece of electronic equipment on their bodies. And most of them had depressed faces and dull eyes. Soldiers, assemble immediately and enter the boarding platform from Channel 4. Just as Augustus was about to find a place to sit down, a rough man's voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Follow the instructions on the platform to find your spaceship. Don't run around. Otherwise, the guards will blow up your heads. Didn't you say 2 o'clock? There was a commotion in the hall. Some people rolled up their sleeves and repeatedly checked their mechanical watches in disbelief. The tile floor of the waiting hall suddenly rang with the uncomfortable sound of shoes rubbing against each other. Augustus walked quickly through the passage to the landing platform. As soon as he walked out of the passage, the roar of the spaceship engine, the strong wind, and the smell of engine oil baked in the sun immediately hit him head-on. As he ran towards his spaceship, Augustus caught a glimpse of many old antique spaceships that were about to be scrapped and several scarred Galaxy jumpers. His original memory told Augustus that the Terran Federation was still using old transport ships from decades ago to transport soldiers. As long as these ships did not crash or lose some key parts during the flight, they would never be retired. His father, Angus, had mentioned the corruption of the Tarsones Terran Federation Council countless times. The assets controlled by the Creation families, who controlled the entire Federation through the Council, were enough to fill the Andorian Trench in Korhal. But they still greedily exploited the people. Fortunately, Augustus did not have to worry about his spaceship disintegrating on the spot after entering the sub-jump channel. As his recruiting officer said, the spaceships that transported the recruits were brand new and shiny. At least they looked much safer than scrap copper and rotten iron. Chapter 5 Recruit Training Camp. From the perspective of the Augustus nobles, the passenger cabin of this transport ship can only be described as simple. The not-so-wide cabin was filled with recruits from all over Kar. The young people in the capital, Stealing City, always had an indescribable sense of superiority in their every move. The recruits in the ocean city of Aurora had an indelible salty smell. Wolf was an industrial city that rose up based on the mines. The men who came out of there were all big and strong. Although he is the son of a senator, Augustus has not received any special treatment in the army. Although Angus Mengsk has great influence in the political circles of Korhal, the federal government will never let him interfere in military affairs. After all, Angus can be said to have single-handedly provoked the enthusiasm of the Korhal people for rebellion and independence. In this case, Augustus should worry about whether he will be targeted in the army. As for naked persecution or taking the opportunity to kill Augustus, the federal government should not do so for the time being. Nowadays, people are talking about Angus Mengsk's hypocrisy on major social platforms, at gatherings of old nobles and famous entrepreneurs, and in the salons of noble ladies. In public occasions and speeches, Angus denounced the corruption of the Terran Federation government at the top of his voice, calling on the Korhal people to resist the brutal rule and exploitation, but secretly sent both of his sons to the Federation Marine Corps. People think that Angus is obviously making preparations for both sides, inciting the emotions of the people and promoting his company's products to make amazing profits, while at the same time expressing loyalty to the Federation and leaving a way out for himself. This is also the reason why Angus was furious about Augustus joining the army. His 2 sons, not to mention wanting to be his successors, not only did they not support his career, but they also did some rebellious things that made his blood pressure soar. From the fact that Arcturus Mengsk, the eldest son and heir of the Mengsk family, was not excluded but also rose step by step in the army, it can be seen that the Terran Federation government was happy to use this as material to attack his father. After everyone boarded the transport ship, a recruiting sergeant walked into the cabin and boarded the cabin ladder. Boys, in the recruit training camp on Tullises 2, you will become the bravest warriors in the entire galaxy. The recruiting sergeant grinned and looked at the excited new recruits and reservists. The glorious and great military camp is waiting for you. Tullises 2? Isn't it a war zone? The recruit training camp should be on an unaffected planet. A recruit who was dressed decently screamed. Shut up, you piece of shit. The recruiting sergeant's face changed, and he immediately uttered a bunch of extremely vulgar and uncultured words that Augustus thought were extremely bad, including many marginal world lingo that he couldn't understand at all. Listen, girls. The sergeant pointed at the recruit's freckled nose and said, the generals in the command system unanimously agree that actual combat should also be part of the training of new recruits. When you live to retire, run to your mother's arms and cry. The army wants real warriors, not fucking losers. It seems that the situation on the front line has become so urgent, with serious casualties and insufficient manpower, which forces the army to send untrained recruits to the war zone in advance to maintain their control and military deterrence in the war zone. When the ship's engine roared deafeningly, Augustus thought about this and strapped himself into the uncomfortable acceleration seat with a safety belt like other nervous recruits to prevent himself from breaking his neck by banging his head against the bulkhead when the ship made an interstellar jump. The last aboard were 2 jump engine technicians. The Peace Dove transport ship retracted its spiral staircase, cargo hold and landing gear. The 4 giant downward-facing air jets on the side and tail of the ship gushed out hot and bright light, sending the Peace Dove to an altitude of 4,000 feet. Then the jet further folded and rotated, facing the rear, and the transport ship carrying Augustus soon turned into a light spot deep into deep space. This transport ship capable of deep space travel was manufactured by the interstellar port of the Bennett Group and could carry about 3,000 soldiers and matching weapons and supplies. Now Augustus guessed that there were at least 5,000 people on it, because some unlucky guys were tied to the aisle at his feet. After a dizzying feeling of weightlessness, the Dove of Peace entered a stable sub-jump orbital operation state. After confirming that there were no officers around, Augustus started chatting with the new recruits around him. During this time, Augustus concealed his noble identity very well, and the clothes he wore were only the cheapest ones in his wardrobe. But others could still judge that his family was either rich or noble by his clothes. Just that pair of brand-name shoes was worth at least 200 credit coins. And this was only the price in the Stilling black market. After getting it to the store in the slums and repackaging it, the price would be several times higher. This amount of money was enough for an ordinary slum family to buy food for 2 weeks. If Augustus walked in the streets of the slums, or even ordinary residential areas wearing this, some desperate people would knock him unconscious and drag him into a dark alley. And they would not even leave him a pair of underwear. Augustus, who had never been in contact with the civilian class, was not clear about all this. But he still made up a lifelike identity to make the surrounding recruits believe it. They all believed that Augustus was the child of a merchant family that once had some assets, but was on the verge of bankruptcy due to war and asset taxes. Augustus' handsome appearance and gentle and humorous conversation quickly established him as the center of this temporary small circle. He only briefly talked about the opportunity of his enlistment, and everyone told him about their experience of enlistment and everything they knew. Some of them were attracted by the recruitment advertisements and their respective documentary propaganda and yearned for military life. Some were the children of miners on the marginal planet. His parents died at the hands of the Comorians. This year, he just passed the minimum age for enlistment. Someone was a gangster who lived in the Victoria Street of Stilling and made a living by smuggling before joining the army. He joined the army just because his daughter was seriously ill, in order to get the federal enlistment fee of $5,000, monthly salary and soldier allowance. Before joining the army, this evil street gang leader had already written a suicide note. Since then, Augustus has a general understanding of the life of the civilian class in the Terran Federation. It cannot be said that the people are living in poverty, but at least the lives of most people are guaranteed. But as the war continued, the federal government increased various taxes and raised the rates of consumption tax, income tax and other basic tax items. Corrupt officials and the founding families and big chaebols who secretly controlled the federal world exploited and made a fortune in the name of war. And more fathers and mothers could only work hard to earn more bread to fill their children's stomachs. As for the generous enlistment fees and the temptation of fame and fortune of the Federal Marine Corps, more people who had nowhere else to go chose to join the army. Then Augustus played a poker game with other recruits that they had never heard of, and won a lot of money from these unlucky guys. Time passed quietly with Augustus' hearty laughter and others' frustrated curses. At 4 a.m. local time, the Peace Dove exited the hyperspace jump orbit and entered the double orbit of a dark green gas giant companion planet, landing in the Starship port of the Federation Interstellar Supply Station on its 7th satellite. Before the maintenance technicians filled the fuel tanks of the Peace Dove and repainted the wings, the caring captain and sergeant major allowed the recruits to stay in the bars and restaurants of the supply port and hoped that they would spend all the salary that had not yet been pocketed. Augustus returned all the money he won, and used part of the 60,000 credit coins given by his mother before leaving to treat all the recruits in his cabin to a big meal. Chapter 6 Tullius. This is Tullises 2. A hell on earth. A place abandoned by God. And the worst war ruins in the entire Copperloose sector. But bad boys. If you like fighting, then congratulations. You have come to the right place. In a frontline fortress called Tullises Main Force on the northern hemisphere of Tullises 2, Augustus was standing on the fixed platform of the fortress's huge underground hangar. And together with other recruits, who had just walked towards the Peace Dove transport ship, he was inspected and lectured by a non-commissioned officer. About 200 recruits stood in front of the sergeant, with their feet apart and their hands behind their backs, looking straight ahead without moving. As recruits, the reason why they could stand so neatly was because the sergeant was constantly using his steel-hard elbows and pointed leather boots to gently help them correct their standing posture. At the same time, transport planes were still landing on the runway, one after another, almost without interruption. The underground hangar was wider than any 21st century airport Augustus had ever seen. At the end of the steel platform was a densely packed, ant-like dome-shaped building at the end of the field of vision. All the buildings are square and have precise corners, which is the standard architectural style of the Federal Marine Corps. The building materials of the buildings are all from a monopoly interstellar construction company. The modular assembly line building modules can be airdropped to the front line by large low-orbit transport ships with great efficiency. And then the space construction vehicles of the Airborne Engineering Corps will tightly assemble the modules together. It only takes one day for a planetary fortress and its several-mile-long affiliated industrial buildings and high-energy gas refineries to rise up under the eyes of the Comorians. At ease. Look up. The sergeant was a short woman with a serious expression and short brown hair. She was only about 5.5 feet tall. Just a little taller than Peter, the shortest man in this temporary training company. No one dared to look down on this sergeant. When she walked past them, the soldiers all tightened their buttocks. Augustus had already changed into the training uniform issued to him like other soldiers. This dark brown camouflage vest designed for the sandy terrain of Tullises was known for its reliability and wear resistance. Soldiers were required to tuck into Tarsoni's paratrooper trousers tied with nylon belts. The recruits wore matching sandy brown combat boots and long-brimmed flat caps. Augustus was the only recruit who was not criticized or beaten by the sergeants, probably because of his standard standing posture like a benchmark and his natural military aura. He seemed to be born to be a soldier. At the same time, everyone also received an M1 backpack, 2 electromagnetic grenades, Gauss grenades, Pig handheld personal information collection system terminal, water bottle and Marine Corps rations, including energy bars that can provide a lot of energy and protein in a short time, liquid food like mashed potatoes, and other easy-to-store biscuits and pies. These equipment weighing dozens of kilograms were hung on the soldiers' bodies and in the large B-2 backpacks. Augustus believed that their first training project after the sergeant finished the lecture was a 10-kilometer cross-country run. The recruit sergeant was not responsible for their recruit training. Her task was only to temporarily gather these recruits, who were like headless flies when they were freed from their shackles, and tell them everything they were about to face. After that, the recruits from Corhole 4 will be reorganized and trained together with the recruits from Tarsoni's, Antigua, Shiloh, Tyrador 3, 8, 9 and Mars Sara. Due to the growing rebellion of Kar, even though the Terran Federation government is still accepting Kar soldiers, they are still cautious to avoid putting all Kar soldiers into the same battalion or even company and platoon, so as to prevent them from forming independent groups. The Terran Federation Marine Security Department has always believed that the Kar revolutionaries are, or have already infiltrated the Great Federation Marine Corps combat sequence. Although they have never obtained solid evidence, the Terran Federation Marine Corps has always been synonymous with bravery. Major Maybe Ka, who is in charge of recruit training, believes that we should build the recruit training camp on the front line to adapt to this special period. We also believe that the soldiers who graduate here will be better than those in other training camps. Although they were trying to hold back the discomfort, no one raised inappropriate questions or sneered. The 12-week military training will train you to be the best warriors in the entire Terran Federation. Here, you must learn how to use your guns and armor. Otherwise the Comorians will use it for you. You must also memorize every rule and regulation of the Federation Marine Corps and implement them meticulously. Remember the authority of your superiors. If you can't do it, then you should at least remember the whistle of the military police, the sergeant said. The recruits laughed, but the laughter stopped like a duck being strangled under the sergeant's frozen expression. The Comorians are destroying our planet. Their galaxy excavators are plundering all the resources on it and transporting them back to their home planet Moria. The Comorians are the most notorious mineral locusts in this galaxy. Their despicable, greedy and corrupt guild government intends to seize all the resources they can see in the copperless sector. The sergeant looked from head to head at each person as if they had a dozen lice. I know that food rationing and fuel rationing are the norm on your planet. And it's all due to those Kalmorian bastards. I think you need to know that if the Confederation Marines are defeated, the guild government of Moria will ride on the heads of all Terrans. And your parents and children will be reduced to labor in the mines and personal slaves of the guild overlords. She said. The Comorians worship blood and are obsessed with following ancient traditions in an almost rigid way. Under the rule of the Comorian Federation, the Terrans will undoubtedly become lowly fourth-class citizens. Augustus noticed a wave of uneasy agitation around him, at least in the eyes of many Terrans. The imminent resource shortage, deflation and high unemployment rate in the Terran Federation are all caused by the Comorians, not by the initiators of the war, and the nobles and tycoons who pounced on the giant Terran Federation to suck blood. Just as the recruits were indignant, a group of dejected recruits walked past Augustus. There were about 30 of them, 2 of whom were carrying a bloody stretcher. The soldier on the stretcher was obviously a recruit as well. He had not yet changed his clothes, and was still wearing the clothes he wore before joining the army. The medic covered the recruit's face with a white blanket. Seeing all this, the recruits realized sadly that someone had died on the first day of enlistment. The spaceship carrying them to land encountered a formation of 3 Comorian hellhounds. In the eyes of those aerial wolves, even the transport ship with the strongest armor was a piece of fat meat. These recruits did not have the courage to ask why the Federation's Avengers did not escort the transport ships. Even though these fighters were about to be replaced by the latest Mirage fighters, they still had considerable mobility and firepower advantages against the Comorian hellhounds. Augustus noticed a black-haired young man among them. Among these low-spirited recruits, the young man did not stand out in terms of appearance or figure. Although they were all unranked recruits, they looked like a leader. The recruits followed him instead of the corporal, who led the way. They looked at each other quickly, and then withdrew their gazes at the same speed. Chapter 7 New Recruit Renault. On the first day, the hellish training that Augustus had imagined did not come as expected. In fact, they arrived at 8 p.m. local time on Tullises II. At this time, the huge underground hangar was full of spaceships and warships taking off and landing, and troop transport trucks were carrying hundreds of new recruits to the ground military camp with an increasing slope. The Goliath armed robots, which were several people tall, were like steel giants. Even if they were far away from the AVE-5 arc tank group on the move, the deafening roar could make the eardrums of the new recruits whir. Everything was running in an orderly manner amid the noise. Before Augustus found his own unit, the considerate sergeants asked Augustus and his comrades to lick the flight deck clean, which was soiled by their new boots before going to bed. When the recruits finally made the sergeants feel that the flight deck was really cleaner than their shiny leather boots that they had polished countless times, Augustus got a detailed paper list of the platoons of each company in the recruit training camp. The list was specially marked at the end as being randomly sorted by the intelligent adjutant in the Federal Marine Corps Security Data Network. But it was somewhat ambiguous. However, powerful families or sons of generals do not need to operate in this regard, because their children will never start from private soldiers. Usually, after the children of nobles have been gilded in the top universities or senior military academies in Tarsones, they will directly get the rank of second lieutenant. And if the descendants of the Tarsones Genesis family want to join the army, they will undoubtedly have to start from a higher level. Many heirs of Tarsones' great families follow the old colonial tradition of joining the Federation Marine Corps to forge their strong and courageous character. However, in the aggressive era of the prospectors, that is, the first 50 or even the first 100 years after the colony motherships from Earth landed on Tarsones, this tradition of noble heirs having to join the army was gradually forgotten. Only those original founding families, who always wanted to show off their noble bloodline, still follow this tradition. But the heirs and noble children mostly work in civilian jobs far away from the front lines and danger. The most famous of them is the Duke family of Tarsones. Almost every generation of the Duke family has a general. Augustus realized that the nobles of Korhol were different from the oldest elder families of Tarsones. They could cover the sky with 4 hands on Korhol, while the old nobles of Tarsones controlled the 13 main star worlds of the Federation, including Korhol, and more marginal worlds. Angus Minsk's private armed forces could not be a match for the Federation Marine Corps. And the Marine Corps, a terrible war machine, would only obey the orders of the federal government and the elder families of Tarsones that he wanted to resist and overthrow. Slogans and political propaganda alone cannot overthrow the corrupt federal government, which may be the reason why Angus ultimately failed. However, Augustus, who was worried about his situation, was soon attracted by a name on the list, James Eugene Rayner. D Company, 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad. Same name? Augustus couldn't help but associate this name with a man with many names in the StarCraft game. It's possible. It's now 2488. More than a decade before the start of Wings of Liberty. At this time, the protagonist of the game, Jim Raynor, is probably just a young boy. Fortunately, Augustus didn't need to think too much. He could tell the truth from the false immediately, after receiving his own bedding from the quartermaster, other standard daily necessities including sonic toothbrush and sonic razor, and a titanium alloy short blade saber. Augustus boarded a military bus heading to the ground modular military camp. The soldiers' dormitory in the recruit training camp is incredibly spacious, with solid platinum steel alloy plates on the walls and non-slip solid wood texture tiles on the floor. The wide rectangular dormitory is equipped with 6 camp beds of about 7 feet long and 5 feet wide, as well as a separate sonic shower room, toilet, and even a holographic projector. This is inconsistent with the rumors on the Federal News Network, which said that the Federal Marines were short of supplies on the front line and the recruits had to sleep in the stables and cowsheds of local farmers. In the UNN report, a veteran claimed in an interview that the accommodation conditions of the Federal Marines were only slightly worse than the luxurious villas in Tarsones. Each recruit is assigned a robot servant, lives a regular life, and only needs to complete 2 hours of training every day, just like punching in at work. Even though he had expected it, Augustus still suspected that his father Angus secretly donated money to the Federal Marines on Ulysses II in exchange for such preferential treatment. But the Federal Marine system probably did not dare to accept donations from a revolutionary. Augustus was the last to arrive at the dormitory. He first dropped his backpack and went into the shower room to wash and tidy up his appearance before preparing to get to know his comrades, who would fight side by side with him in the future. When Augustus walked out of the shower room, the noisy recruit dormitory immediately became quiet. Just when Augustus was quite satisfied with this, an inappropriate voice appeared. "Look, a beautiful playboy. I bet the villains of C Company will fight for his ass." A red-haired recruit who was lying on the bed in a pair of slippers shouted loudly, and immediately sat up straight to prepare for a fight. But no matter what, when they target you, as a recruit sergeant, I will at least fight to protect your asshole. Augustus stared into the deep blue eyes of the red-haired recruit. Although he was also a new recruit on his first day in the camp, Augustus had already served as the squad leader of this recruit class as a recruit sergeant. This phenomenon was actually not common, and Augustus was only informed when he received the class list. Even if he used his toes to think, Augustus could guess that this was undoubtedly due to his brother, who was the commander of the Ground Assault Division. Arcturus Mengsk could have used some means to make the officers of the training camp conduct secret operations. Of course, Arcturus himself may not know this. After all, there are many people who are willing to please this talented general with a bright future. The highest-ranking officer in the boot camp is only a major, and Arcturus is now a colonel. Once the war is over, he will be able to become a general immediately after accumulating many military merits. Augustus was able to get the position of acting corporal not because he was handsome, but purely because he had a backer. No matter what Augustus thought before, he now thinks it is quite good. Some of the tough recruits would naturally feel dissatisfied that someone was a head taller than them for no reason. But compared with the rights that Augustus actually got, this was just a minor trouble. "Sergeant Mengsk, don't mind. Hank's way of greeting is different. I believe he is just jealous of your splendid beauty." Before the atmosphere got worse, another recruit with short black hair made a smooth move. This black-haired recruit had a pair of sharp brown eyes and a high nose. Compared with the fair-skinned Augustus, his skin was darker and drier, but he also had the collagen that young people should have. Augustus only estimated that he was only 1 or 2 years older than himself, judging from the faint smell of engine oil on the recruit's body. He should have been an apprentice in a private mechanical repair shop before joining the army. They did not remember the fleeting glance they had at each other in the underground hangar. Many people's earliest impression of this character was the bald man driving a Vulture car in the StarCraft 1 era. And even Jim Raynor was already middle-aged at that time. In comparison, The image of the Ranger leader with wrinkles on his face and a neatly trimmed beard in StarCraft may second be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Jim Raynor is one of the most impressive and famous races in StarCraft. His story can be said to connect the eras of StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. Nice to meet you. I'm Jim Raynor. And that idiot is Honik Hank. Raynor smiled kindly. And then he pointed to other people. This is Tom Omo, my elementary school classmate. Several of us are from Shiloh. You may not have heard of it, but I dare say that Shiloh is very good. Then, this is Connor Ward, Xander Marks, Amy Brandon. Chapter 8 D Company's 2nd Platoon 1st Squad. Augustus's squad is a full squad, with a total of 12 people. In wartime, a fully reorganized Terran Federation Marine Corps squad will have 3 fire teams of 4 people, and more elite troops will be equipped with single-person shoulder-mounted rockets and plasma flamethrowers to provide the necessary heavy fire support as a powerful battlefield fulcrum. In the period when there were abundant manpower and medical personnel, the Federation Interstellar Marine Corps Command believed that a standard Federation fire support squad should be equipped with an additional medic or professional medical personnel. However, this situation was quite rare during the Kylian War. I am Augustus Minsk, and my hometown is Korhal 4. A garden like a fairyland in a dream. Augustus stretched out his hand and shook Raynor's rough hand. Welcome to my home in Korhal. Unlike Jim Raynor, the commander of the rebels in Augustus' memory, this Raynor was full of youthful vigor and drive, which was why he couldn't recognize him at first. In the game, Raynor's beard and whiskers were neatly trimmed. His forehead was covered with knife-like wrinkles, and he was weathered and wrinkled. At that time, Jim Raynor was the core of the Rangers. Most of the time, Raynor was always positive, but sometimes, he would be depressed and frustrated. Augustus wrote down the names of everyone in the class, and their corresponding appearances and birthplaces. 4 of the 11 people were of Korhal descent, 2 of whom played cards with Augustus on the Peace Dove transport ship, and the other 2 were his high school classmates. This should of course be attributed to Augustus's good luck. A prominent family background is undoubtedly crucial for a time traveler. Don't go against me. A recruit sergeant is not a dormitory manager, and I will not use military rules and regulations to restrict your freedom. Then Augustus looked at Honik Hank, who had been looking like a troublemaker. I am Augustus Minsk. I am only responsible for leading the 2nd Platoon and the 1st Squad to win in all training subjects during the 12 weeks of the boot camp. If necessary, I will lead you to kick the instructor's ass. Everyone looked at Augustus unconsciously, shocked by his confidence. It was obvious that this Minsk knew exactly what he wanted and what he should do, and would put it into practice without hesitation. Then, under the slightly odd gaze of all the recruits, Augustus skillfully took out a few decks of playing cards from his backpack. It's still early. Do you want to play cards? To everyone's surprise, after hearing this, Honik Hank, who was originally aggressive and wanted to fight at any time, completely forgot what he had said and jumped up first. Great. I like playing cards. The card game lasted until nearly 12 o'clock. Honik, who was penniless and had lost all his clothes, had already lost his 3rd pair of underwear and was holding the last one tightly in his hand. Renaud and Augustus each had a pair of lace pants in front of them. Young people from various main star worlds and colonies in the Federation sat on beds and chairs playing cards. The dormitory of the 2nd row and the 1st class was full of cheers, boos and Honik's wailing. It's not that Augustus and Renaud are good at playing cards. It's just that Harnack's cards are always terrible. And he is just unlucky. Soon Harnack lost the underwear in his hand. So he untied his belt and prepared to take off the one on his body. For the first time, Renaud's face showed a look of fear, and Augustus's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He immediately stood up and tried to stop the red-haired recruit who was taking off his pants. At this moment, the seemingly indestructible platinum steel wall behind him suddenly burst open, and a group of human soldiers wearing dark black armor and holding electromagnetic rifles rushed in, raising their guns and pointing them at the confused recruits. Honik pulled up his underwear in horror. Even so, half of his buttocks were still exposed. What are you looking at? You perverts! Compared to Honik, the reactions of others were more normal. Most of them were so scared that they sat down or stood still, like frozen hairtails, while others instinctively lay on the ground to find shelter. Although he was really scared, Augustus still sat there with an unchanged expression. At the first moment, Augustus recognized the guild emblem on these black-armored soldiers. Toby Industries. A dark green ring with a hexagram symbol engraved in the center. This is Gamorrean's Ripper Corps, composed of the strongest and bravest warriors in the Union. Their position on the battlefield is equivalent to the most ordinary Marines in the Federation Marine Corps, and they are the most solid cornerstone of each Union army. It is simply a fantasy that they can appear in the boot camp at this time. As far as Augustus knows, the Turris' main base where he is located is one of the most solid military fortresses in the Terran Federation, and has the largest known underground airport on the planet. In addition to the recruits and the engineering corps, there are 2 main battalions and a Goliath armed robot company stationed inside the fortress. Tens of thousands of engineers, mechanics and other logistics personnel maintain the operation of this huge fortress. If Gamorrean wants to capture this fortress, he must mobilize at least a division-level main force and a large number of artillery regiments, armor brigades, and air force units to cooperate in the attack. And this scale of troop mobilization cannot be silent, even if Gamorrean's commander uses mysterious means to let his troops avoid orbital probes, thermal imaging sensors, ground vibration sensors, scouts and outposts. When the real battle begins, they will fight against the main federal forces outside the fortress, not the recruit training camp in the center. The most obvious loophole was the way they appeared. It was absolutely impossible to smash the pre-steel wall with a single electromagnetic gun. Not to mention, the other side of the wall was actually the second-class dormitory next to them. And when Augustus looked out from the crack in the wall, he only saw a bright red desert. This is a holographic projection, guys. Almost at the same time when the Gamorrean Ripper appeared, Augustus calmly said to the panicked recruits, "Highly realistic holographic projections are expensive luxury items for the common people, but they are just a common part of the Minsk family's daily life." Augustus's intuition tells him that when something is too absurd to be true, he has to construct the truth himself through the known clues. Everyone sit down. Let's continue playing cards. These 2 sentences immediately calmed the recruits in the class. At this time, most people have not been able to react, but at this moment, they have the illusion that Augustus will definitely not be wrong. As soon as the words fell, ice blue flames emerged from the muzzles of the Union standard electromagnetic rifles in the hands of the Gamorrean soldiers. Augustus seemed to be able to feel the bullet piercing his chest. But this was obviously not real. The new recruit Tom Omo was so scared that he sat on the ground. Honik turned his head to look at him, as if he was trying to see if he was scared to the point of peeing his pants. After that, these Gamorrean soldiers did not continue to shoot, but suddenly turned into black data points and condensed into a uniformed non-commissioned officer. The face of this sergeant may have been deliberately synthesized by artificial intelligence. It is ordinary and has no characteristics. I am the mechanical Sergeant Tavis. From today on, I will help you with training. Remember, the enemy will appear in front of you at any time and any place, even in the rear base. You must always be vigilant. The holographic projection portrait said, "Don't let me catch you, you piece of shit." Honik looked at him and made a contemptuous gesture without disguising. Then he felt unsatisfied and gave a middle finger again. Cultural heritage passed down from the Earth era to the present. New soldier Honik Hank. Your name has been recorded by the Central Security Bureau. This is the first warning. You should show due respect to your superiors. The holographic projection's expressionless face in every sense spoke. Be careful, Renault. They must have installed this advanced projector in every corner. As Honik cursed under his breath, Augustus looked at Jim Renault sitting next to him. This must have cost a lot of taxpayers' money. I'm sure my farm also contributed to this money. Renault laughed. Chapter 9 New Soldier. Afterwards, the first squad of the 2nd platoon of D Company was still playing cards. After Honik lost all his shirts, trousers, belts, crash car models, and various styles of underwear, and was ready to gamble his next month's salary to continue playing cards, Augustus asked all the new recruits in the squad to go to bed in time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and except for Honik, who had no sleep, the new recruits went to bed obediently. Augustus didn't care about Honik, forcing him to sleep, and rested as usual, because he was the last one to arrive at the dormitory. Augustus had no bed to choose from, and the only one left for him was the lower bunk closest to the door. I want to remind you, Harnack, the wake-up call will sound at 6 o'clock on time. Before lying down and closing his eyes to sleep, Augustus said to Harnack, who was still sitting on the stool with his back to him, looking thoughtful. Augustus' unusual calmness and calm temperament today undoubtedly left a deep impression on Harnack. On the marginal agricultural planet Shiloh, Honeck was used to seeing farmers, homeless people, and hooligans, but he had never met anyone like him. So even though the red-haired boy still felt resistant to Augustus' orders, he would listen to them, and at least think about whether he should listen to Augustus. After thinking that not sleeping would do him no good, Honeck returned to his bed with a curse. Shit! The wake-up call sounded on time, and the mechanical Sergeant Tavis, who was synthesized by holographic images, kicked open every dormitory door on time. At this time, the recruits of the 1st Squad of the 2nd Platoon of D Company began to regret last night's revelry. The first subject for recruits of the Terran Federation is ideological education. Augustus and his class must arrive at the millstone-shaped central square of the main base of Tullises at 6:30. About 7,000 recruits formed a strict square in the central square. Major Maybe Kaw, the commander of the recruit training camp, gave a speech to all the recruits, instilling the values of Terran Federation soldiers and the central idea of maintaining the Federation's rule in this star region. Major Maybe Kaw finally emphasized the discipline and regulations of the Federation Marine Corps and required everyone to recite them by heart. Augustus also learned that the elimination rate of new recruits at the Tullises main base has been maintained below 5%. But no one knows where those eliminated new recruits eventually went. Major Mibika's 1-hour pre-training speech was extremely long. Except for Augustus, almost no one was interested in the Major's speech. The new recruits of the 2nd Platoon and the 1st Squad, including Jim Raynor, were drowsy. During this period, Augustus firmly memorized every military rule and discipline, and seriously thought about which of them must be followed and which can be ignored, and which loopholes can be exploited. After the lecture, Augustus's D Company regrouped and, under the leadership of a sergeant platoon leader, went to a cross-country training ground in the base for standard physical training. The training included basic Q posture, 8-minute 2-kilometer running, and multiple sets of pull-ups and other bent body stretching. Augustus was then told that more systematic firearms and CMC power armor training would not begin until the 3rd week. In the afternoon, Virtual Sergeant Tavis announced that the recruit training originally scheduled for 12 weeks would be shortened to 9 weeks, and the recruits would be able to touch guns by the next week at the latest. This means that the war on Tullises II has further escalated, and the front line urgently needs to replenish troops. Augustus is more worried that the shortened training time will lead to a decline in the combat capability of the soldiers. But since the combat command is not worried, he has no choice. In the training camp, only the platoon and company level officers are formal officers, and the squad leaders are all recruits. Maybe the combat department wants to train some reserve officers in advance, but it is more likely that there are not enough qualified officers. As a new soldier, Augustus needs to implement the orders of his superior officers and strictly manage his soldiers to ensure that they will not fall behind in training. What makes Augustus satisfied is that the new soldiers in the 1st class are quite good. At least their physical strength is not a problem. The soldiers from Shiloh are basically farmers, high school graduates, and truck drivers. The new soldiers from Antigua, Brossus, and Teledor also have strong bodies. Only Benjamin Crandall from the self-cultivating planet Halshin was a monk in the local church before. But in fact he is tall and mighty, the tallest one among them, 6 feet and 5 inches tall. In Harnack's words, he looked quite capable. The 2 high school classmates from Augustus' hometown, Kurt Josephine and Alan Runstein, who were really holding him back were the 2. Augustus had attended the best aristocratic schools in Stilling since he was a child, and his classmates were of course all descendants of aristocrats who were pampered, even though not all things had to be done by servants. His physical fitness was much worse than that of others who had been crawling in the mud and streets since they were young. In fact, Augustus's friendship with them was very limited. In the past, he was always surrounded by a group of villains and frivolous idlers, while Josephine and Runstein were a different group from him. But no matter what, this special relationship on the battlefield undoubtedly made them feel close to Augustus. Whenever Augustus issued training orders or had any new proposals, these new recruits of Korhul would always respond to him at the first time. This was crucial for Augustus to establish prestige in his class, making his future plan to form his own team possible. There are currently 2 main groups in the small 2nd row and 1st squad. One is led by Augustus's Korhul people, and the other is led by Jim Raynor Shiloh people. Augustus believes that this part of the gap will soon disappear, and he will establish the initial trust with the soldiers in his squad in the boot camp. Once they embark on the war, The battlefield friendship of life and death will eventually make them closely connected. Throughout the whole day, Mechanical Sergeant Tavis will appear in front of the recruits at any time and in any way to correct their standing and training postures. Many people were covered in dust and had weak legs and feet because of the sudden appearance and crushing of the Kelmerian tanks or the bullets and rockets flying from unknown directions. But it didn't take long for the recruits to become numb to it. After all, these things couldn't be real. Another major training subject for the recruits was to fight against the Kelmerian troops that could appear at any time. During the time in the boot camp, they had to overcome their fear of the battlefield and the enemy. Among these Kelmerian troops that suddenly appeared, there were both fully armed Rippers and Kelmerian Labor Auxiliary Corps who had no protection at all, only wearing khaki work clothes, wearing steel helmets, carrying electromagnetic rifles and ammunition bags. If the Kelmorians have any ability that is famous throughout the universe, it is to remove some parts from seemingly incomplete objects or machines and piece them together into something that can barely be used. Augustus was told that some notorious Kelmorian special forces should be paid special attention to, such as the Moria Sentinels, the Kalani Spirit Guards, the Three-Headed Hydra, the Sea Dragon, the Assault Troopers, the Guild Guards, and the Brutus Brotherhood, the holographic projection simulation army that can cover a quarter of the entire base area has actually appeared. What Augustus and his new recruits have to do during this period is to familiarize themselves with the combat mode of the Kelmorian regular army, and at the same time remember the badges and combat habits of all the well-known combat units of the Kelmorian. For example, the fighting style of the three-headed snake is just like a group of hyenas pouncing on their prey. They often appear in deserts and desertified grasslands without cover, riding assault reconnaissance vehicles to hunt the isolated and helpless Terran Federation army. The logo is dark green, with a three-headed snake pattern, with its upper body erected to make a deterrent gesture. The Guild Guards are composed of the most brave warriors from various guilds in Kelmorian. They are widely known for their absolute loyalty to the guild and their unique practice of still following the tradition of listing cold weapons and revolvers as their main combat weapons. Some military experts of the Terran Federation believe that the spiritual symbolism of the Guild Guards is far greater than its significance in the real level. Usually, they only appear as a guard of honor when Moria holds ancestor sacrifice ceremonies. The emblem is a sword and shield pattern with a pure white background and amber outlines. Chapter 10 First Week. The first week of the boot camp is all about physical fitness and formation training, interspersed with a small amount of individual weapon training, including the use of battlefield compasses, multispectral night vision devices, portable personal information processors, battlefield medical kits, and three-dimensional map imaging devices. From the wake-up call at 6 a.m. to returning to the dormitory at 9:30 p.m. The training camp schedule is very full, and Augustus can't find time to rest at all. After the training every day, even these energetic young people are exhausted. Since the first day, it is difficult for them to cheer up and play cards or brag all night. Even so, Augustus still found a loophole on the last night of the first training week. Although the time available to recruits in boot camp is never more than 3 hours, Augustus still found an opportunity to take his squad to the barracks for dinner. According to Augustus, among the several platoons in D Company, he was the only one who insisted on doing this. He insisted on building a solid and reliable friendship with each of his subordinates, remembering everyone's personality and strengths, even the insignificant personal habits. The Marine Corps Infantry regulations prohibit soldiers from drinking alcohol during any service time except for vacation. So the military bar in the base is prohibited from selling alcoholic beverages. Despite this, Augustus still got 20 bottles of No. 8 whiskey and other alcoholic beverages produced in recent years from the bartender at the price of 150 credit coins per bottle. This is at least 5 times the market price. Jim Raynor was surprised by Augustus's generosity. In Shiloh, that is equivalent to 3 days' salary for an ordinary agricultural robot repairman or a skilled worker working in a gas refinery. Augustus's manners and his concept of money all pointed to the same thing. He must be a descendant of a noble in Korhal. And he must be a wealthy noble who controls at least one pillar industry or is involved in politics. Raynor and the others in the class did not ask any more questions. Augustus made it clear that he did not want to mention his family. So, the topic was immediately dropped and no one mentioned it again. If the new recruits in Augustus' class really looked up the status of the surname Mengsk in Korhal, they would be able to more or less understand how prominent their squad leader's family background was. But they didn't really care. No one here cares how rich you are or how noble your family is. On the battlefield, even a billionaire's head can be smashed with a rifle, but if they can all live to the day of honorable retirement, they may have the opportunity to find a stable job in Augustus's family business to support their family. And that's all there is to life. In the Terran Federation, where the economy is in recession, order is in turmoil, and people's lives are becoming increasingly precarious. Expecting more will only make people feel deeply painful, while others were munching on fries, fried steaks, and golden stewed potatoes at the bar. Every recruit in the first class was sighing about how good it felt to have a rich person in the class, and at the same time mercilessly criticized the daily meals of the Marine Corps. The food rations of the Federal Marine Corps have always been called fast-eating shit. They must provide soldiers with the fastest absorbed protein and carbohydrates in the shortest time. And the taste and appearance are not taken into consideration at all. At the main base of Tullius, Augustus ate the most liquid food similar to mashed potatoes and sweetener sticks. Usually, if you need to add food, you have to buy it at your own expense. But the supplies in the base are quite scarce, and only officers can afford fresh vegetables and meat. However, Major McKeeby believes that there is no need to improve the food standards in the boot camp, because the Federal UF series of individual rations contain all the nutrients needed by soldiers. And eating these individual rations is even healthier and more nutritious than their daily diet. In this regard, Recruit Honeck gave a sharp evaluation. The Major must have never eaten shit. Due to the ban, everyone was restrained when drinking. Only Pastor Benjamin had never drunk alcohol and didn't want to try it. Most people tried number 8 whiskey for the first time, including Augustus and Raynor. This is a distilled liquor with a concentration of more than 40 degrees. In the fringe world, whiskey imported from the core planet via interstellar docking ships can even be considered a high-end liquor. Augustus couldn't bribe Tavis, the virtual mechanical sergeant who managed the dormitory access control, so they still had to return to the dormitory before 10:30. The atmosphere at the party table was very lively. The recruits drank whiskey, beer and cocktails while cursing the rations and the training camp commander, until a recruit named Connor Ward got drunk and suddenly started sobbing. Connor Ward was an outlier in the 2nd platoon and 1st squad. He had short light blonde hair, light blue eyes, dark and healthy chocolate skin, and a tall and strong figure. Although he was only 23 years old, his melancholy eyes and often sad expression made him look much older than young people like Augustus. Ward never smiled, and he didn't even talk much. This character was obviously not his old self. Augustus once noticed that he was silently looking at his family photo. It was a river with blue and lush green. Connor was hugging a beautiful woman, and 3 blonde children were standing at his feet. His smile was bright and sunny, as if he was another person, a happy husband and father. When Ward cried and told everyone how his wife and lovely children were killed by the Comorians, the sadness and pain revealed in the photo became deeper. A Kelmorian assault company attacked the defenseless Richtdorf on the planet of Teledor III in the 2nd year of the Guild War. This was supposed to be an operation aimed at destroying local military facilities. But the mining area, gas refineries, and even underground transportation pipeline nodes, where a large number of civilians and workers lived and worked, were attacked. Ward worked in one of the gas refineries. His wife warned him before the attack that he should flee their house and hide in the open. But he believed that the Kelmorians would never penetrate into the core world of the Federation. Moria is far from the Teledor system. Before the disaster, all men and women said, "We are still far from war." The Comorians were merciless. They used incendiary bombs and laser weapons, turning all the factories into bright pillars of fire, hundreds of feet high, dust columns made of dust, glass, and people rose up. The earth-penetrating missiles penetrated deep into the mines, and hundreds of workers were killed by shock, scalded by the scorching air, and buried by the collapsed pits. The entire gas refinery was ablaze, engulfing the residential area where the workers' families lived, including Ward's wife and 2 young children. Ward only had time to rescue his youngest daughter. His little girl didn't survive. Comorian fighters swooped down and strafed unarmed civilians, and the laser beam hit Ward's 2-year-old daughter, who was shattered before his eyes. Ward's alcohol tolerance was a problem. He couldn't hold his liquor and got drunk easily. Perhaps he had been suppressed for too long and needed to vent. So he cried for a long time until Augustus and Raynor carried him back. After that, Augustus decided not to let Connor drink unless necessary, and to observe and record his suicidal tendencies. On the battlefield, This would probably kill all of them. Chapter 11 CMC Power Armor. In the third week, Augustus class began to formally learn how to operate and use CMC 200 power armor. To be honest, the first attempt made them feel extremely disappointed. The power armor used for training was all old models eliminated from the battlefield. The surface of the armor was covered with scratches and traces left by shrapnel. The armor in some places was seriously damaged, and the internal servo and padding were covered with a layer of frost-like ash. The damage of armor was so common that the recruits could give some understanding to the phenomenon that some armor was missing arms and legs. These tattered power armors are very different from the shiny steel armors on the recruitment posters, as if they were antiques from centuries ago. After receiving the power armor, Augustus had to clean the oil and ash inside, and use perfume to cover up the foot odor and sweat odor left by the previous user. If this is disgusting enough, someone also found hard vomit and other indescribable objects in his helmet. The power armor of the Federal Marine Corps is maintained by a dedicated armor technician, usually one armor technician and 2 assistants for each platoon. The main force and special tactical teams will be equipped with more professional technicians, but there is only one technician squad in the entire boot camp. Armor and weapon maintenance is a compulsory subject for recruits, even if all they can actually do is polish and oil the armor. The first thing Augustus learned was that he had to build a good relationship with the armor technicians in the team. On the battlefield, power armor is the only guarantee of the life of the Marines, and no one wants it to have problems. If there is only one technician in his unit, and there is a conflict between them, then no one will know whether the life support system of his power armor will suddenly fail. Or, to put it more simply, there is an electromagnetic grenade in the battery unit of the power armor. Compared with the latest experimental special purpose armor such as the 230, 230FX series and 250E, and the CMC 300 that will be mass-produced by the Marine Corps in the future, the stability of the cold fusion filter used to power the servo system of the CMC 200 is very problematic, with a failure rate fluctuating around an astonishing 0.9%. For the unlucky old man who is trapped in this iron prison because of the shutdown of the armor power system on the battlefield, such a failure rate is a nightmare that will happen 100%. This power armor still has many defects of the old times, such as the gaps between the armor plates, which are fatal flaws. The joints between the 2 pieces of armor at the knee lack strong protection, and the several-inch thick cables of the servo system and the Marines' environmental combat suits cannot resist bullets accelerated to supersonic speeds, as long as the angle is right. Broken shrapnel and bullets deflected by the armor may penetrate the joints from above and cut the Marines' legs in half. At the same time, the cooling tower on the back of the CMC 200 for heat dissipation still uses mid-century technology, which makes its working efficiency far behind the latest products of Tarsoni's Brubac military-industrial enterprise. Despite these flaws, power armor is still a revolutionary weapon of war. Its strong armor can ignore all light weapons' firepower. Rifles and shotguns of all calibers in the Earth era can only leave scratches on the armor. They can also resist chemical, biological weapons, and nuclear radiation. People must deal with these iron cans like tanks and heavy armored vehicles, using anti-tank guns and heavy weapons to smash the relatively fragile helmets of Marines and blow up their skulls. In the territory of the Terran Federation, local armed groups in the marginal areas usually still use weapons that their grandfathers used for hunting, and even the most powerful automatic rifles are not enough to penetrate the armor of the Marines. In the logs of local security officers, a company of Federal Marines can easily defeat a large-scale rebel army, and it is a one-sided massacre. Marines have become the most common combat force in the Science Star Zone, and it will be the next century before the power armor technology flows into the hands of private armed forces or mercenaries and pirates. In 2488, such a technological barrier was enough for the Terran Federation to suppress the Comorian army that lacked power armor and gain an advantage in the war. Before contacting these power armors, the training camp sergeant would give each recruit a power armor training manual. The compiler of the training manual was an army general. At the beginning, the general kindly told the recruits that operating the CMC series power armor would not be much more difficult than using their father's exoskeleton harvesting robot. However, every recruit seemed to have returned to infancy when they first put on the iron armor and lost the ability to walk. The uncoordinated beginners couldn't even crawl on the ground, and even the best recruits could only stagger a few steps. Of course, it won't take long for the recruits to adapt to this change. The CMC Power Armor has a complete set of built-in skeletons like spines, which can bear the burden of the armor itself for the Marines, so that they will not be crushed by their own gravity. The use of ceramic composite armor makes the weight of the power armor itself lighter. Even the heaviest full-body plate armor of the Middle Ages on Earth is no heavier than these power armors powered by fusion energy. The tactile feedback system inside the power armor ensures that the Marines can operate flexibly. It can accurately transmit the Marines' movements and other operations to the entire power armor through the servo system embedded under each piece of armor and connected by cables, so that the Marines will not be dislocated or sprained due to the lack of coordination between the various parts of the power armor and the human body. Marines must go through continuous training to make the power armor truly become a part of their bodies, so that the hundreds of pounds of armor can be used as easily as skin. This is not an easy task for federal recruits who have just come into contact with these new toys. But fortunately, they still have a full 8 weeks to learn how to operate the power armor skillfully, according to experience and data. Even the dumbest recruits can make the armor a part of their bodies within 2 weeks. The training manual and the virtual sergeant in charge of recruit training all emphasize the same point. If you can't make the power armor become your external organ, your third and fourth hands and feet in a short period of time, it will become your grave. Augustus had never touched a harvester robot, and his only impression of the Terran Marines' power armor in the Copperless sector came from Tychus in the StarCraft II Wings of Liberty CG. Like all other recruits, Augustus acted like a drunk duck when he first put on the power armor. Although Augustus did not believe that the veterans were born to operate the power armor, they were still scolded by the instructor who supervised them. My 80-year-old grandmother can dance ballet in this. In the eyes of the instructors, the ugly behavior of the recruits is as incredible as a newborn fish that can't swim. In the face of their roars, any complaint will be regarded as a provocation to the superiors. The only words the recruits can say are yes, sir. Yes, sir. If the yes, sir is not roared loudly enough, and the pronunciation is not strong and full, then they will be immediately questioned by the instructors for not being spirited enough. Why can't I hear the voices of you maggots? At this time, Augustus and his comrades could only answer in unison over and over again, we love the Marine Corps. Being a soldier is the most glorious. We are weapons of war. We pray for death. We long for war. In the next 3 weeks, the first thing the recruits do every day when they get up is to quickly tidy up their housework. And then, they will board the military transport truck with their personal information cards, with their personal numbers. Then the military transport truck will send the recruits to the power armor assembly platform in the barracks. And the modularly programmed robotic arms will assemble the armor piece by piece. The training will last all day, until the recruits are too tired to move or Colonel Mibica makes a surprise inspection of the Marine Corps' ideological teaching results. They can get a short break. Chapter 12 Week 5. Augustus boarded the T-338 assembly platform of the 24th Barracks of the training camp, surrounded by 4 concave curved walls and a bronze air valve. The mechanical arms surrounded him and assembled the power armor parts in an orderly manner. The whole process took less than 24 seconds. Just like the assembly line in a factory producing cans. When the Marines need to take off the power armor to rest, the disassembly process is the opposite. In battles and protracted battles far away from the base and barracks, the Marines cannot remove the armor by themselves, and the time spent with this iron skin may last for months. The armor has a specially designed internal circulation system, so the wearer does not have to worry about going to the toilet. However, the designers are indifferent to another vital physiological need of Marines. That is, tickling. Augustus seemed to be able to feel the infinite energy contained in the fusion reactor located in the chest of the armor. This controllable, small-scale nuclear fusion technology was still a product of science fiction and movies in his time. He only needs to raise his hand slightly, and the servo system will respond immediately. He can lift a Gauss rifle with one hand with almost no effort. When the wearer runs, he will not feel tired even if he runs 20 kilometers. At first, in the CMC 100 and even earlier Unit 01 era, mechanics would use a crane to stuff test trainees into armor weighing hundreds of pounds. At that time, power armor was more like a Gundam that used gas-fueled thrusters on the back to achieve high-speed maneuvers. After the initial implementation of this technology, it encountered many insurmountable technical bottlenecks, and more than 20 drivers died during the period. Both the basic theory and the experimental level were stuck in bottlenecks. So scientists and engineers pessimistically estimated that humans would not be able to produce safe and reliable power armor within 200 years. until the epoch-making servo system and the Blackdeck small cold fusion reactor were publicly introduced. The Comorian power armor was still in the period of poor imitation. All the available Comorian power armor came from battlefield spoils and unknown smuggled goods. There were rumors that some of the creation families in Tarsones were secretly selling the military supplies they transferred from the gray area to the Comorians at a high price. And then these false, treasonous remarks quickly disappeared. The transport platform then sent Augustus to the transfer platform on the lower level of the barracks. While the platform was moving, 2 other mechanical arms hung a shiny E9 electromagnetic rifle and 2 high-explosive pulse grenades on his back and waist respectively. The transfer platform was full of nearly 200 new recruits from D Company. They had been repaired and painted by themselves, and the repainted power armor was much brighter than when they first received it. Augustus followed the blue steel torrent to a downward telescopic step on the transfer platform. The 4 flag bearers in the front carried a brand new federal red and blue flag. Each Marine in front of him had his own number on the back of his helmet, usually the first letter of the battalion, company, platoon, and squad plus the personal ID number in the database. At the end of the stairs, there is a heavy airlock door that slowly opens with a roar of high-pressure gas. The light outside is dazzling, as if it comes from heaven. Many Marines can feel a strong sense of mission and honor when they walk out of the barracks. Just as the Marine Corps Recruiting Propaganda Department said, they are really invincible. Augustus believes that there is a lack of awareness of being cannon fodder. The barracks were built in the superstructure area of the Tullises main base, above the ground. Therefore, when Augustus walked out of the barracks, he saw the pure blue sky of the planet, a warm, golden sun shining on the earth, and a faint smell of rust in the wind. A few dozen yards away from Augustus, 2 Goliath-armed robots walked step by step towards a heavy transport plane that was landing. The hum of Goliath's servo motor and the roar of the spacecraft engine were transmitted to his ears through the sound collection device on his mask. Augustus opened the HUD display panel on the mask and called up the built-in computer interface. At this time, the temperature and humidity data inside the base were displayed in the lower right corner. The time was 7 a.m. on May 4th, 2488. He can use the built-in computer to activate other functions of the power armor, such as infrared night vision, thermal imaging, and assisted aiming on the mask. Augustus can also activate the stimulant unit through the control panel. The stimulant syringe will complete the injection in an instant under the action of pressure. Military stimulants are a mixture of synthetic adrenaline, endorphins, and a mental enhancement drug. Soldiers injected with the drug will greatly improve their speed and reaction ability, eliminate fatigue, and restore the user to the best condition in a very short time. The side effects of this stimulant are also quite alarming, because its raw materials are highly addictive. Marines are also prone to drug dependence. The duration of stimulants can reach 3 to 6 hours. The side effects of long-term use will include, but are not limited to, insomnia, weight loss, mania/mild mania, convulsions, paranoia, hallucinations, internal bleeding, and brain necrosis. The military regulations clearly limit the use of stimulants. No more than 5 times in the same period of combat. Marines often fall into great pain after 5 consecutive injections of stimulants. However, no one would worry about such a problem in war. Whether it is an ordinary Federal Marine or a battle-hardened general, they all hold the same view: the more you fight, the longer you live. These operations on the face display are completed by the hands in the armor. The sliding and tapping of the fingers can be transmitted to the display page through the tactile feedback system, just like remote control. The back of the CMC 200 power armor also has a set of built-in water tanks that can store 2 to 4 gallons of pure water. When Augustus needs to replenish water, he can operate the control panel on the headset to drink water through a hose extending from the back of the armor. This is designed for the combat needs of Marines in extremely harsh areas. In hot lava worlds such as Char and Redstone, liquid water exposed to the outside world will evaporate in a few seconds and escape into the thin atmosphere. This water is independent of the liquid cooling device and the life circulation system, although the chief designer believes that this is unnecessary. Market researchers believe that this can make Marines believe that the water they drink does not come from urine and bile. Assemble. Line up. Augustus heard the voice of the commander of the D Company of the recruit training camp in the communication channel inside the helmet. He stood still, and all the recruits of the first squad of the 2nd platoon gathered towards him at this time. In just a few seconds, the originally chaotic team of recruits was condensed into a regular queue. March. I say, boss, the game is over. How many points do you think Jim can get in the shooting subject today? Honik suddenly said in the communication channel of the first class. 3 points. No more. A bottle of 78 port wine. Produced by the summer estate of Car Santiago. Augustus replied. Jim Raynor's performance, when he first came into contact with shooting, made it difficult for people to associate him with the future Ranger commander. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as terrible. Without wearing power armor, he could shoot off target even at a distance of 10 yards. According to Honik, he can shoot better than Raynor with his eyes closed. Today will definitely be better than yesterday. My father always says. Raynor hasn't finished speaking yet. And the channel burst into laughter. Full of joy. He usually uses the excuse that he has never touched a Gauss gun. But today no one can bear to laugh until he finishes. Sooner or later, you will look at my godlike shooting skills with new eyes. Chapter 13 Graduation and Letter. T-54 Shooting Range. Tulisi's main base. 8:35 a.m. June 5th. About 400 yards in front of the 12 recruits of the first squad of the 2nd platoon of D Company standing in a row was a team of Camorrian Rippers running. This was obviously their virtual projection. Extremely real. Starting with Augustus on the far left. The fully armed Marines raised their Gauss rifles and began to aim. Since it is now the period when new weapons are gradually equipped to the troops for comprehensive renewal. The firearms in their hands include both old E7 and E9 rifles and C14 rifles. Nevertheless, these guns all use Gauss technology, which uses electromagnetic induction coils to accelerate magnetic projectiles to supersonic speeds, achieving long-range precision shooting. In addition to the well-known 8mm solid steel nails, the Gauss series rifles can also use hollow-point bullets, depleted uranium bullets, and incendiary bullets of the same caliber. Unlike the fixed-caliber gunpowder guns of the Earth era, the Gauss rifle can cut a person without armor protection in half with just one shot. Marine recruits can fire 20 to 30 rounds per second and thousands of rounds per minute. The ammunition is stored in the shoulders of the power armor, so they can quickly replace and replenish ammunition by holding the Gauss rifle on their shoulders. This means that when they are in fortresses and bunkers, they don't have to worry too much about the hit rate when they have enough ammunition. And when facing most enemies of the Terran Federation, only one shot is enough to kill. But the Marines' bullets are not unlimited. Only lunatics and war maniacs can remain absolutely calm on the battlefield. Even after 9 to 12 weeks of recruit training, soldiers will panic and shoot in advance after entering the battlefield, so that they will use up their bullets when the real enemy appears in the effective shooting range. The capacitor system added to the new C14 effectively avoids this problem, although its controlled burst mode has caused the real tough guys in the Federal Marines to criticize it, claiming that any shooting that cannot empty the magazine within 10 seconds is shooting with a slingshot. The first squad shooting ended in half a minute, during which time they fired enough bullets to wipe out a squad of Calmerian Labor Auxiliary Army. The holographic projection showed that all the Calmerian Rippers fell before the shooting stopped. Well done, Jim. You've improved so fast. Tassinese Xander Marks praised. You really don't make me happy. Jim Raynor seemed uninterested in this, and his extremely low hit rate was only covered up during group shooting, although his shooting skills were indeed much better. In fact, Raynor thought that the hit rate was not important at all, and maintaining absolute fire suppression was the top priority. When the commander gave the order, all they had to do was to shoot desperately in the direction indicated. Line up, the commander of D Company said in the company's communication channel. Is that all? I haven't fought enough. The complaints of the recruits came one after another in the channel of the first squad. It's time to call it a day. I'm so hungry that I can eat a Shiloh buffalo. Honik Hank has always been an exception. He lacks passion for everything except fighting and playing cards. He only wants to eat. I have received a notice. Brothers, we can prepare for the graduation ceremony. Augustus said in the communication channel at the right time. The next is free time. Take a cold shower and start the formation rehearsal for the graduation parade at 1 p.m. Woohoo! With a cheer from Honik, the first squad was disbanded on the spot. As if it was a signal, the strict formation of the other 4 squads in the 2nd platoon disappeared without a trace. Faced with a group of recruits who were about to graduate, their platoon leader was helpless. Renault and Augustus walked side by side towards the dormitory. During these days in the boot camp, they became good friends. Augustus did not have the arrogance common among nobles, but he was undoubtedly a core figure wherever he went. In the past, Renaud always doubted the noble class, which he knew little about, and believed that the blood of ancient heroes would not have much effect on those vampires. But Augustus gradually made him believe that at least not all nobles were federal parasites, as his father said. Augustus had a sense of justice that Renaud admired. When he just wanted to leave the small place of Shiloh to see the real world, Augustus gave up his comfortable life and joined the army to save the people of the Federation who were in dire straits. If it weren't for this, Raynor couldn't imagine why a noble would step onto a battlefield of blood and fire. Besides idealists and patriots, who else could join the Federal Marines for a noble goal at this time? The young Jim Raynor joined the army with a sense of justice and mission to protect and save. He was not experienced enough in dealing with things and couldn't imagine that in addition to patriots who volunteered to defend their country and ambitious young people who wanted to make achievements, there were also young people like Augustus who joined the army purely because of their yearning for war and adventure. The original Augustus was just a simple war maniac and crazy adventurer. Augustus himself did not express his views on politics and war. He was quite cautious in this regard. The so-called sense of justice was completely made up by Renaud himself. Augustus never thought that he was a noble person. At most, he could be considered upright. So far, Augustus just wants to survive in the army. Of course, it would be best if he could get a position with his own ability. Augustus will fight for his superior and the Terran Federation until he retires safely. Making friends with Raynor is not to take advantage of the so-called protagonist halo and curry favor with the thighs. In fact, few people around this guy have a good ending in the end. In a sense, being Raynor's good brother is also a very dangerous job. But since they are all in the same class, Augustus himself is his superior, and they may have to fight together in the future. Try to avoid rifts between comrades and enhance the cohesion of this small group on the battlefield. This can at least allow them to live longer. Now that the signal shielding of the base has been lifted, we can send emails home, Augustus said as he walked. And at this moment, his attention was focused on the personal terminal in his hand. Intergalactic information communication must be translated by the Star Information Transfer Station, and the signal must be enhanced and then sent again at warp speed to maintain the integrity and timeliness of the information. If I don't pay more, under normal circumstances, my parents will not be able to see my information until several weeks later. The young Renaud was cursing. Yes, time is money. Augustus checked the letters he had already edited on his personal terminal. There were 10 letters in total, and the recipients were Catherine Mengsk and Dorothy Mengsk. Most of these letters were sent to his sister Dorothy, but they rarely mentioned what Augustus saw and heard in the boot camp. Instead, they spent more time describing the starry sky above the camp and the scenery of Tullises, which was completely different from Korhal, but still very beautiful. As for the letter to his mother, Augustus's words were much more serious, reporting good news, but not bad news, because he knew that his father Angus would definitely read the letter, even though he was not among the recipients, and even though he was too busy to spare even a minute. I heard that there is a cross-galaxy holographic projection device in the base, and you may be able to directly video call your family there, Renaud added, if you don't care about money. Oh, I know. Augustus shrugged, but I think the holographic projection signal is very unstable, and the delay is also terrible. Then Augustus sent out all the emails. Emails were instant messaging services, which meant that even if the letters were several light years away, they could be delivered on the same day. Renaud saw a series of shocking bill figures pop up on Augustus' personal terminal screen, and he didn't continue to think about whether this could buy a nice farm in Shiloh. Chapter 14 Holiday. The review ceremony that afternoon went smoothly. Major Mimica of the recruit training camp and Lieutenant General Anderson, whose troops were resting at the main base of Tullises, attended the review ceremony. Augustus and his class graduated on schedule, and the officers of the training camp and the virtual Sergeant Tavis gave them high praise. All the recruits in the training camp got the holiday they wanted. Before being assigned to the frontline troops, they had 2 days of rest. From then on, Augustus would only have the opportunity to apply for such a long vacation when the troops were changing guard. The curfew was lifted after 6 p.m., and almost all the new recruits were rushing to the Alpha Gate, which was closest to them, while Augustus's squad followed him out of the base through the Beta Gate, which had fewer people. Outside the base, there was a free-fire zone with a depth of 100 yards, which was filled with trigger mines. On the high steel walls of the base, the heavy machine guns, Automatic machine guns and electromagnetic artillery of the Federal Marines were constantly monitoring the area. The wars in the 25th century were not completely different from those hundreds of years ago. On the ground, the Army still pursued the strategy of heavy artillery fire coverage and tank and infantry advancement. Landmines have not left the stage of history. Instead, they have been replaced by smart induction mines with more powerful power and more sensitive triggering mechanisms. Augustus and his soldiers followed the bustling crowd across the free shooting zone. The night sky was exceptionally pure at this time. 2 jade-like moons hung above their heads, making the night of Tullises brighter than that of the Earth. There is another moon on the other side of Tullises. The tidal influence of this planet is far greater than that of ordinary solid planets. Augustus soon arrived at Braddock, the nearest town to the base. This was the nearest town to them, and the nearest settlement was 20 miles away. Tullises too was previously a colony of the Terran Federation, so most of the residents here are closer to the Federation Army. But this proportion is actually far less optimistic than the Tullises Command Center and the Operations Command imagined. A considerable number of local residents still lost their homes due to the war and became Comorian slaves, anarchists and desperate interstellar refugees. Even in the area controlled by the Marines, Federal soldiers must be careful of the black guns that may come out from any corner. Braddock Town is built on a desert oasis. Most of the buildings are square dark brown alloy buildings. The materials of these buildings were delivered from orbit by the Interstellar Freight Company decades ago. Such young colonies are more common in the pioneering era. The residents here have survived for more than 2 generations. This town is not without buildings of other styles. Its only church is magnificent, with both the Romanesque architectural style of the Earth-era arches and columns and the gorgeousness of Rococo. The sword-shaped cross on the church spire indicates that most of the residents here are Christians. The streets of the town are clean and tidy, and 2 rows of well-maintained street lamps emit bright light. Augustus rarely sees locals except for the Marines, who walk in groups of 3 or 2. At the end of the road, it is a completely different scene. There are department stores, clothing stores, and tobacco shops. The most numerous are bars and strip clubs. Out of fear of war and the army, the locals hate these impetuous boys and are afraid that they will cause trouble. But in the past 2 years, these soldiers who had just received their salaries had money in their pockets and were eager to spend. Always spent lavishly. The resulting industrial chain greatly improved the town's economy and gradually replaced the tobacco planting industry as the local economic pillar. When Augustus passed those places with bright lights and wine, he had to frown and avoid the women who rushed towards him. The girls wearing flesh-colored, backless and waist-exposed clothes seemed to be wearing only a piece of cloth. Augustus rarely looked a little embarrassed. He had never seen such a scene before. What made Augustus feel a little relieved was that there were no minors among these girls. They are great. Harnack did not hide his desire for them. This is not allowed in the laws of Shiloh. Jim Raynor was still an innocent 18-year-old youth. Although life in the military camp taught him dirty words and some bad habits, he was still not used to these things. Come on, Jim. You don't understand the good of women. Kurt Josephine, a new recruit of the Khazars, put his arm around Raynor's shoulders, with a meaningful smile on his face. As a steel noble, the handsome Josephine is already a veteran in the love field. He has been with many women, but that is why he joined the army after graduation, to avoid the limelight. Augustus still hasn't figured out what stupid things Josephine did that forced her to run to such a hellish place. Maybe things like getting the daughter of the chairman of the Universal Enterprise pregnant would not appear in major newspapers and news websites. So he has no idea what happened. Harnack followed Josephine and wanted to drag Omo, Renault's hometown friend, to the strip club. The latter was very resistant and blushed. Isn't this bad? Renault looked at Omo. At this time, the revolving lantern-like lamps at the entrance of the strip club projected a dark red light and shadows similar to a naked woman on the ground at the entrance. The decoration of the entire club had strong sexual implications. Under such circumstances, the scene was once very chaotic. I heard that Comorian spies often mix in there. Hank, if you want to die in the girl's bed, don't drag Omo. Augustus called Harnack's last name, which made the other party immediately understand that he should stop, and now was not the time to make trouble. Okay. Harnack let go of Renault, spread his hands and said, "Boss, don't tell me you just don't like the old women here." After that, Harnack and Josephine hugged the girls on the street, and several recruits behind Augustus stretched their necks and were eager to try. But just because Augustus didn't seem to like the place, they finally suppressed the heat in their hearts. Augustus noted the location and name of this place, and continued to move forward. His goal was the largest bar in the area. Just ignore them? Renaud followed with mixed feelings. He had to admit that his will might not be as strong as he thought. Those beautiful girls left a deep impression on him. Renaud was ashamed to admit that he blushed just now. Josephine is sensible. As for Honeck, well, I am indeed not very reassured. But perhaps only real villains can thrive in a place full of filth and dirt. Augustus answered. Why don't you follow? He asked Renaud again. I'm only 18 years old. God, what would my mother think if she knew? I really don't want to disappoint her, Renaud said embarrassedly. Maybe one day, someone like you will become a generation of love saint. Ha ha. Augustus looked at Renaud and laughed. The recruits behind him seemed to have heard some big joke. For a while, everyone was laughing at Renaud. Go to hell. Renaud could only curse. Just like that, this group of recruits wearing maroon uniforms, black caps, and shiny leather boots walked into a bar called Bloody Mary. According to the hygiene and military regulations, their leather jackets and trousers with wide pockets were ironed straight with sonic irons. And there were 2 white trouser lines about 1/4 of an inch wide on the trousers extending from top to bottom to the trouser legs. The uniform and neat dress made these recruits look less like a mob. Chapter 15 Bloody Mary Bar. Like other bars in Braddock, Bloody Mary Bar was packed with Marine recruits. The bar had soft solid wood floors, which were full of traces of smoke and fire, and some places would creak when stepped on. The walls with wood-textured wallpaper were hung with some huge beast heads and furs, and next to these trophies were some rusty cold weapons and wooden-handled revolvers. Unlike the military bar, the radio in Bloody Mary kept playing fast-paced metal music, local rap, and a whole section of meaningless noise, which made the bar very noisy, and even the voices could not be heard clearly. The gorgeous laser lights turned Bloody Mary into a colorful world. The smell of alcohol and cigarettes made people dizzy. Young people were easily infected by such an atmosphere. They shouted at the top of their lungs, drank heavily, and reveled. The frenzy reached a climax when several tall bar girls appeared. They danced passionately on a stage made of iron frames and curtains. The girls took off their few clothes while dancing passionately. Augustus just noticed that they were almost naked. They threw their close-fitting silk clothes into the crowd under the stage, which immediately attracted an unbearable scramble. Some people were willing to fight to the death for these palm-sized clothes. Augustus, Renaud, and others found a long table for 10 people, sat down, and started ordering wine and food. Compared to those wanton women who made Renaud and others stare with wide eyes, blushing and reluctant to look away, Augustus was more interested in the menu. The owner of the bar may be very fond of the works of ancient Shakespeare on earth. There is a line of Shakespeare's poem at the end of each page of the menu. The dishes here are much more than those in the army. In addition to fried foods, there are many other dishes, such as beef pies, potato cakes, and vegetable salads. Some of the dishes sound unheard of just by their names, such as canned alien starfish, grilled Umogen beetle larvae, and ice char volcano slugs. Augustus noticed that although this is a distant world 60,000 light-years away from Earth, and it has been nearly 200 years since the first colony mothership from Earth arrived in Tarsones, humans and the culture of Earth civilization are still inextricably linked. The host computer of the colony mothership stores all the wisdom of human civilization, science, art, music, and other most precious spiritual wealth of mankind are completely preserved. So the humans of this era still understand some ancient literature. As for those ancient great men, many books on mythology, religion, and history are still circulating in the human world of the Copperloo sector. Therefore, the names of people, cities, and planets can still be found in the mythological systems of Nordic and Greek mythology. Of course, this is the customary practice of those upper-class people who claim to be aristocrats. In the fringe galaxies, people who only care about survival don't care whether the names of the places where they live have any historical meanings. And the main livestock widely raised on Earth, such as cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, are also available in the Copperloo sector. The hibernation cabins of the colony mothership store embryos and living bodies of tens of millions of Earth life forms and plant seeds, so that after the spacecraft lands, the colonists can breed livestock and open up farms in the unknown new world. Therefore, it is not unbelievable to eat grilled steak and drink beer brewed from barley in the Copperloo sector. Augustus ordered a fried chicken and beer. The scantily clad waiter really looked at him a few more times and made provocative gestures. The soldiers next to him immediately started to make a noise. Would you like one? Here are morphine. Crabs and mice. My God. Baby. You are so handsome. The waiter had long pink wavy hair and a pretty good chest. When she leaned over to ask Augustus, her face was almost touching him. We don't need drugs, ma'am. And if you don't mind, I suggest you stay away from those things. Augustus noticed that she was a little off. Her eyes were blurry, and she was in a state of extreme excitement. What's the matter? Sir? Stay tonight to join the party? It's going to be a beautiful night. We also need a few beautiful girls for Bloody Mary. Augustus didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. And he also knew what to do to ignite the enthusiasm of a group of LSPs. Sure enough, the rest of his class shifted their attention and started cheering. The waiter turned and left. Her waist twisted intentionally, and there were many whistles around, and people reached out to touch her buttocks from time to time. How many people were forced to come here because of the war? Renaud, who was sitting next to Augustus, suddenly asked in a low voice. In this noisy environment, Renaud's voice was like a grain of sand falling into the sea, and it was drowned before it caused any waves. She was wearing heavy makeup, and her actual age was actually much younger. There are more than 30 bars in Braddock, and there may be 1,000 streetwalkers and strippers. Augustus said, the nearest city to here has become a ruin 2 years ago, and 1 million people have lost their homes and jobs. But the Federation and Comorian do not intend to resettle these people, so they can only flee desperately. You know, it's a long way from hell to here, even if you take the magnetic rail train. This is really hell on earth. Renaud's voice became dull. But if you've been to Tarsones, you'll know it's even more prosperous than before the war started. Augustus drank a glass of number 8 whiskey and said with emotion, those bastards. Renaud thought of his family's farm that was on the verge of bankruptcy due to the war, which made him feel worse. He couldn't imagine how terrible it would be if Shiloh became a war zone. While the Edge world was devastated by war, the nobles of Tarsones were busy filling their pockets. Soon they didn't have to think about these troubles, because before Augustus's girl came, another group of federal soldiers rushed into the Bloody Mary bar. About 40 or 50 people. Unlike Augustus's maroon uniform, these soldiers all wore white stand-up collar uniforms, with black space environment tights underneath. The badge on the right chest of the uniform was a regular triangle with a golden eagle in the center. Fleet? The gray-haired and blue-eyed Lundstein looked at those people. One of the businesses of Lundstein's family business provided fuel and replacement parts for the fleet. Such badges were very familiar to him. Hey, I don't like those fleet soldiers. There are not only new recruits in the bar, but also many engineers working in the base, and some veteran Marines and sergeants drinking here. When they saw the fleet soldiers, they immediately murmured in dissatisfaction, look at them. They are so weak. How can they fight? The lively atmosphere suddenly stagnated. The Marine Corps and the fleet have always been at odds. The two branches of the military have always disliked each other since their establishment and enjoyed making fun of each other. Who knows which fleet has been in the high-altitude orbit of Turrisus recently? Augustus asked, looking at their insignia. They should be from Alpha Squadron. According to the publicly available logs of Turrisus 2, the only battlecruiser that could possibly be in synchronous orbit is the Otto von Bismarck, which is a Behemoth-class ship. Runstein said after thinking for a while. Chapter 16, The Battle Between the Marines and the Fleet. The Marines of the Tullis's main base, and the fleet soldiers of the Alpha Squadron stared at each other for a few seconds. Then the leading Marine Sergeant Major waved his hand, and led his men to find a few empty seats to sit down. Before they sat down, a fleet soldier stumbled as he walked towards his chosen seat. In fact, there were no Marines around him, and there were only his own people within 3 yards. But this directly became the fuse. The Marines tripped me. At this time, another fleet soldier, who was standing firmly, suddenly shouted loudly, beat them. The Marines also cheered, and a technical sergeant rushed forward. The two groups of people suddenly fought together. For a moment, about 60 Marines in maroon and brown uniforms, and fleet soldiers in black uniforms fought together. Food, wine and everything on the table were knocked to the ground. The bartender at the front desk looked at this scene calmly. Obviously, such things happen here from time to time. The wood-grain-painted tables and chairs are actually alloy castings, firmly embedded in the steel bars under the floor with screws and nuts. Even if a group of bulls are fighting for mates here, they can't shake them. Gentlemen, officers, please stop. the boss shouted while wiping the crystal wine glass in his hand. His pale face was trembling due to the excessive intake of chemical hallucinogens. The sheriff and the military police are on their way. But no one listened to him. The fight was getting more and more intense. The people fighting each other were like ink dripped into a petri dish. Like dominoes collapsing. Spreading rapidly in the bar that was not very spacious. Even those who didn't want to get involved were dragged in. And the soldiers who were embracing each other overturned table after table of food. When the beer bottles thrown randomly hit the heads of innocent people and their own comrades, the situation immediately became out of control. Everything on the table was overturned to the ground. The broken pieces of vases and glasses sparkled under the gorgeous lights. And the women began to scream and cry. It seemed like just a moment. When Augustus and others came to their senses, they were already involved. Tom Omo, a childhood friend of Renault, was the first to be affected. A red-eyed fleet soldier threw a plate of leftover fried chicken on his face. Before Omo could react, the other party hit him to the ground with a heavy punch and beat him up. The one who knocked Omo down was a veteran of the fleet. Omo, who had just graduated from the boot camp, was no match for him. Who can help me? Alan Runstein, Lee Pachinian and Ilya Kulovsky, who were beside Omo, immediately rushed up. Ilya kicked the fleet soldier in the shoulder. And then the four of them, including Omo, started a righteous beating. The situation doesn't seem good. Renault looked around and began to look for other exits from the bar. But at this time, they were surrounded by soldiers fighting each other. There was no way to escape. And they had to avoid flying bottles and other messy things. At this time, it was impossible to stay out of it. In a blink of an eye, there were soldiers fighting everywhere. Even in this era when interstellar immigration has become sparse and common, and the home world of mankind is getting wider and wider, the contradictions between the military branches are still irreconcilable. They don't have as many people as we do. Augustus stood up and said to Renault, I just roughly counted. The Marines have at least 200 people. Several times the fleet. Let's go. We will break out from the front. Before Renault could answer, Augustus climbed onto the table with his chair. And his voice even drowned out the soldiers' curses and screams, Marines! Follow me! For a moment, everyone in the bar looked up at him. But most of them were at a loss because they didn't know Augustus. After Augustus jumped off the table, Harnack grabbed the bottle and rushed out first, followed by Renault. The other members of the first squad of the second platoon of D Company moved closer to Augustus. And several Marines, who were close, also gathered together. The first opponent Harnack encountered was a corporal, who was over 7 feet tall. In the bar, his height was enough to stand out from the crowd. And he was a head taller than everyone else. The corporal pounced on Harnack like a running, angry brown bear. The latter cleverly bent down to avoid the pounce, and then punched the opponent's soft abdomen. Obviously, the opponent was just a show-off, kneeling on the ground and vomiting after a few punches, while Harnack was the most enthusiastic hooligan in his hometown. Then Harnack used the same method to knock down 2 other fleet soldiers, and Renault and others also killed several. At this time, the bar was in chaos. Every soldier fought on his own, and a dozen Marines, who were close together, immediately became a force that could not be ignored. Augustus led his men to drag those wearing fleet uniforms out of the crowd and beat them up until they lost the ability to stand, and then threw them to the ground. The more they resisted, the harder they were beaten. The fleet had fewer soldiers than the Marines, and every time Augustus and his companions killed a fleet soldier, more Marines would join them. No one could stop Augustus on his way to the main entrance of the hotel. And by the time he reached the door, there were already about 30 or 40 people gathered around him. And a bunch of Marines and fleet soldiers were lying on the ground. Today is the first day of graduation for new recruits. The fleet has just arrived in Tullises recently. When they were picking fights, they didn't notice that there were many more Marines in the bar than before. And they didn't expect the other side to be so united. But no matter what, the fleet was defeated in today's conflict. This bar has an average of 1 conflict every week, and it has to be renovated every half a month. But no one has ever taken the lead in organizing or leading it. The participants in the fights are all from different battalions, companies and departments, with no cohesion at all. After the fight, everyone goes back to their own homes and finds their own mothers. In the past, the battle was always fierce, and the military police arrived before the victory was decided. The fleet suffered a great loss this time. When Augustus stood at the door of the Bloody Mary bar and looked back inside, The Marines following him gathered around him consciously or unconsciously. At a certain moment, the only sound in the bar was the music, and everyone looked at Augustus' cold gray eyes. If Augustus gave an order like a commander at this time, many people would execute it without hesitation. This peace did not last long. Soon, Augustus heard the harsh whistle of the gendarmerie. "What are you waiting for? Run!" As soon as Augustus finished speaking, the sound of dozens of pairs of leather boots stepping on the stone floor came from the street. And there was even the sound of the engine of a military reconnaissance vehicle. Gang fighting is actually not a big deal in the Marine Corps. At most, they will be locked up for a day or two. But no one is willing to surrender. In a flash, the Marines and fleet soldiers in the bar ran away. As for those who couldn't even get up or fainted, they could only think that they were unlucky. Augustus. Well done. Renaud did not forget to praise Augustus while running away. Fleet bastards. I've been fed up with them for a long time. Good job. Following this, there were continuous cheers. Augustus, who was running in the front, looked back and found that there were people behind him, including the fleet soldiers of Alpha Squadron. At least half of the people in the bar followed him. Don't all follow me. Run separately. Chapter 17, Vulture Car. The soldiers following Augustus suddenly became more sober after hearing his words. So many people were running wildly on the street like a drill, as if they were afraid that the military police would not know they were here. So every 10 steps, a group of people would turn into another street or alley. These people were active soldiers who were very familiar with Braddock Town and knew where to run. The remaining 20 or so recruits were completely in the dark. The recruits could only continue to follow Augustus, hoping that Augustus could lead them to escape the pursuit of the military police. Augustus was also in Braddock for the first time. He realized that the best thing for him to do was to run along the main road, because they didn't know where the side roads and alleys would lead to. But unless Augustus could outrun the car, they would be caught up sooner or later. I have an idea. Renaud, who was following closely behind Augustus, suddenly said, "If you have an idea, tell me." Honik on the other side shouted with rapid breathing. "Those gendarmes came by car," Renaud said. "I bet the car is parked in front of the bar right now, and they are busy arresting people inside and have no time to care about those cars." Augustus stopped walking, and the people behind him stopped in confusion. During this period, no one crossed him and continued to run. "Follow me." Augustus turned left at the T-shaped intersection in front and walked into a dark and deep alley with no lights. The alley was so narrow that it was difficult for two recruits to walk side by side. Although the recruits behind Augustus didn't know what he was going to do, they still followed Augustus closely after a few seconds of hesitation. No one asked them why they did this. They just followed him. In fact, they had only run more than 100 meters at this time, and it wouldn't take long for them to return to the door of the bar. But going back at this time would only run into the pursuers. Augustus asked everyone to keep quiet. So the recruits, who were full of alcohol, all crowded in the alley and didn't move. There was no light here, and the alley walls were covered with blue prefabricated panels to block the rain. Even the moonlight at night could not shine in here. The recruits waited anxiously for 2 or 3 minutes until they heard the sound of the military police reconnaissance car approaching from afar and then quickly leaving. "Everyone get out. Run back," Augustus shouted again in a low voice after the engine sound completely disappeared. A group of people rushed out of the alley again and ran in the original direction. At this time, the recruits' steps were no longer as chaotic and disorderly as when they had just escaped from the bar, but they still looked like a group of cockroaches running around. At this time, 2 military police wearing red shoulder straps were standing at the door of the bar. They looked at more than 20 soldiers in the uniforms of Marine recruits running past them in astonishment, but they wondered if they were dazzled. Augustus found the military police's vehicles in a simple awning outside the Bloody Mary bar. Most of the vehicles had driven away, but there were still 5 Vulture vehicles and a battlefield assault vehicle with a standard load of 900 pounds. The military police probably didn't expect that the recruits who had escaped would suddenly come back, and there was no one guarding these ownerless vehicles. The battlefield assault vehicle still uses 4 wheels to drive close to the ground, while the Vulture vehicle is a hover vehicle, shaped like a sharp 3-edged thorn. The Vulture vehicle is suspended a few inches above the ground by magnetic levitation. With the addition of plasma thrusters, these Thunder vehicles can reach speeds of 200 to 300 miles per hour on the battlefield. The Army's Vulture vehicle is far wilder than the modified motorcycle Augustus drove at the Hashill Spirit Academy. And more dangerous and exciting than the custom-made hover bikes that all the noble children on the racing field are proud of. Due to the lack of armor, the Vulture is usually used as a scout vehicle. But in the hands of the Marines, they can always be used in a variety of ways. And all kinds of strange illegal modifications have emerged. I want the gray green one. Renault chose a Vulture. I have been driving a harvester on the farm in my hometown for half my life. So driving this should not be difficult. What do you say, brothers? Who wants to sit in the passenger seat? I'm afraid you will have to sit 3 in the car. And we have too many people. Augustus said to him. Reno, Runstein, Omo and Benjamin will drive. A Vulture can accommodate 3 people, which is the maximum load-bearing capacity. The rest of us will ride in the assault vehicle. Brandon, this car is yours. I can't drive a Vulture. Tom Omo blushed. He had driven a harvester and a freight truck. But he had never tried the real man bumper car modified with a magnetic suspension motorcycle in the underground racing field in Shiloh like Reno. I don't have confidence. I'm glad you had the courage to speak up. Otherwise someone would be in trouble. Augustus nodded at him. And everyone else laughed at his joke. So no one had time to laugh at Omo. I'll do it. I've driven something similar before. It was a glorious time. A recruit with some gray hair on his temple said calmly amid the laughter. Augustus didn't recognize him. He was from another recruit company. Hurry up and get in the car. They will react soon. Augustus interrupted everyone's laughter and boarded a Vulture car with a bright red shell and a blue driver's seat. Others immediately followed suit. Connor Ward sat in the seat behind Augustus. The Vulture was originally a single-person armed vehicle, and the seat was limited to 2 people. Ilya Kolovsky could only lie on the hood to ensure that he would not be thrown away. Augustus got out of the car and used a restraint stretch belt found on the seat to tie him and the Vulture tightly together. The Vulture sank a little due to the unbearable weight, and the control panel under the windshield flashed red and issued an unsettling alarm. Augustus didn't care. He called up the 3-dimensional map of the town and asked the smart computer to list several routes back to the fortress. Then, Augustus started the engine and fumbled to open the jet valve of the plasma thruster. The Vulture car under his crotch immediately flew out. The Vulture car reached a speed of 200 miles per hour in a very short time and continued to accelerate. Augustus's Vulture car was like a jet fighter flying off the ground, speeding on the not-so-wide streets of Braddock Town at a terrifying speed. Ward held Augustus' waist, his face livid, as if he had lost the ability to breathe. Kolovsky, who was usually the bravest in the class, was hung on the hood, and it seemed that he would be thrown out in the next second, which forced him to let out a sharp, distorted scream similar to that of a woman, and thought he was on the way to heaven. Only Augustus was calm, because once he grasped the steering handle, driving the Vulture car seemed to be his instinct. Out of interest, Augustus started driving a suspended racing car when he was a child. Now every racing car he puts in the private garage under the family skyscraper is not comparable to the toys of ordinary racing enthusiasts. At night in Braddock, almost all the townspeople heard a series of creaking sounds. This was not the sound of the Vulture's engine, but the sound of its chassis scraping against the ground due to excessive load, causing sparks to splash. The sheriff's old motorcycle had no way to deal with these speeding gangs. Oh who? Hanak screamed excitedly. Chapter 18 Horace Warfield. Chapter 18 Horace Warfield. The late-night racing gangs in Braddock were finally punished. The military police responded quickly and efficiently set up checkpoints at the 4 gates of Tullises. Despite this, when Augustus and a group of Marines walked in with a swagger, they almost got away with it. Augustus was not until he was put in a detention room that he learned from a military policeman that in order to catch the fish that slipped through the net, every bar in Braddock had a military personal information collection terminal at the door and inside, and everyone's facial recognition features would be recorded. In fact, every soldier in the Bloody Mary bar could not escape from the beginning. But at least this experience was enough for Augustus and his racing gang to brag to others. Because of stealing the Vulture car, Augustus and others' imprisonment was extended to 1 week. However, Augustus knew that the military police could only detain them for 2 more days at most, and the frontline troops, who were in urgent need of new recruits, would not let them take another 5 days of comfortable vacation. Max, move your feet. Augustus and the other 9 people in his class were locked in the same crowded cell, and could only sleep on the cement floor covered with hardwood boards. And they were not really on vacation after all. They had no food to eat, and no place to bathe the whole night. and could only sleep in wet clothes. If that was the case, it would be fine. But the second row and the first shift had to share the same uncovered flush toilet. You can't blame me for this. You have to ask the jailers why they don't make it more spacious. Xander Max retorted in a louder voice. I don't care whose responsibility it is. Move away. Benjamin Crandall's face was livid. He was sandwiched between Xander Max, Tom Omo and Ilya Kulovsky, and his body, which was much taller and stronger than the others, could not move. Although Benjamin was once a monk in his hometown monastery, his temper was much worse than others. Damn it. We are not prisoners, Allen Runstein complained. Augustus was awakened by the noise and looked at the time on his watch. If you want to pee, hurry up. The visitors will come in soon. Don't be naked in front of the guests. If you want to poop, hold it. Renault added, gentlemen, hold it steady when you pee. Don't pee on the ground. The solitary confinement room was originally an armory. Now the weapons and armored vehicles inside have been emptied. Metal baffles are used to separate the rooms into open compartments to detain unruly soldiers and criminals. Above Augustus and others is the high support dome of the armory. The only light source here is the sunlight coming in through the vents and windows. And the emergency lights in the solitary confinement room will only be turned on under specific circumstances. There is a 3-foot-wide fingerprint door on each of the south and north walls. The top third of the fingerprint door is highly transparent tempered glass, which means that you can see everything from the outside. But it is the same from the inside. When Augustus looked towards the fingerprint door in the south, he suddenly saw a swaying figure. A military policeman in black uniform. Is it Hank and Josephine? Jim Raynor beside Augustus also noticed it. But he obviously didn't believe his own statement, based on my understanding of the two of them. They must be drunk now. They won't know that we were wiped out by the military police until we return to the barracks tonight. And then we have to continue to make up for our sleep without any care. The fingerprint door was opened. But the person who came in was not the military policeman, but an officer in a Marine uniform. The silver vertical bar on his shoulder indicated that he was a lieutenant. The lieutenant had a sharp, thin and dark face, with marks left by wind, sun and extreme environment. He had a short mustache, a crew cut and black hair. Are you Augustus Minsk? The lieutenant pursed his wide lips and stared into Augustus' cold gray eyes. This soldier had the cold and seriousness that could only be tempered by real experience of war and death. Although Augustus concluded that this officer was no more than 30 years old, he was far from the playfulness and frivolity of young people. I am. Augustus stared at the lieutenant without giving in. I am Horace Warfield, the commander of the 1st Company, 5th Battalion, 14th Brigade, 33rd Ground Assault Division. The lieutenant's iron-like face actually showed a smile, but it was fleeting. This name reminded Augustus of the old general of the Terran Empire, who died in the heart of the Swarm campaign in the game. He tried to connect the image in his memory with the young officer, but soon gave up. It's the division of Arcturus. Augustus suddenly thought of something. Yes, it's your brother. Warfield nodded and continued, according to the reinforcement notice issued by the Divisional Command Center. From today on, your recruit platoon will be affiliated with the 33rd Assault Division. Sir, I think this means that the military police at the main base of Tullises will no longer be able to detain us, Augustus said. So I came here early in the morning to pick him up. Warfield no longer gave Augustus a good look. Boy, this is not a glorious thing. At least I wrote 4 self-criticisms. Augustus spread his hands. Then Augustus woke up a few guys who were still sleeping soundly and followed Warfield out of the prison cell. Although they didn't know what happened. The few recruits who were still confused were overjoyed that they were released. Facing Lieutenant Warfield with a serious expression, the recruits were very tactful and didn't ask if they could continue their vacation. Warfield's Sabre command car was parked at the door of the armory. Although the car was spacious enough, it was still a bit difficult to squeeze in 10 people, including one of Warfield's adjutants. Fortunately, Honik Hank was not around, so no one would complain. You drive to the Starship launch port. I heard from the military police that you are a good driver, said Warfield to Augustus. I would be happy to try the command car. Sir. Augustus got in the car with ease and without hesitation. Driving this type of car is a piece of cake for him. And the satellite navigation that has been set up will tell him where the destination is. If you are not afraid that I will drive it into a ditch. You'd better not do that. Warfield, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, said with a smile. Perhaps because Warfield was a recruit under Augustus's brother Arcturus Minsk, and the initial impression was quite good. He behaved quite easily in front of Augustus. I remember the last time Arcturus wrote to me. The address was still on the planet Oniru Sigma. When the car started, Augustus talked about his brother. That was last month. Warfield replied, the Comorians have withdrawn from the Sigma system. So we were ordered to come here to reinforce them. This is a good sign. The Comorians are about to be finished. Augustus said as he drove. I hope the war will be over by next year at the latest. Warfield said. I think it's not difficult to achieve. Augustus nodded. Neither of them spoke anymore. And Augustus drove the command vehicle to the boarding platform of the main base of Tullius. Along the way, he saw many transport trucks full of soldiers, and a company after company of Goliath armed robots. Augustus was very unfamiliar with the numbers and insignia of these troops. At the same time, as far as their eyes could see, an extremely magnificent battle cruiser was slowly sailing out of the clouds, casting a huge, moving shadow at the end of the horizon. Sir, my 2 soldiers are still in Braddock. At this time, Augustus remembered the 2 guys he had almost forgotten. Specific location? Warfield frowned. Augustus said the name of a strip club. Chapter 19, 33rd Ground Assault Division Empire. The 33rd Ground Assault Division belongs to the 4th Army of the Oniru Sigma Legion, an army known for its blitzkrieg and unstoppable assault. Its predecessor was a ground assault unit in the Sigma system. After a 2-year tug-of-war with the Comorian army, this assault unit was continuously broken up, reorganized and expanded while retaining its number. It now has 5 army brigades, 2 armored regiments and an engineering regiment. The commander of this ground assault division is Arcturus Minsk, the first heir of the Karamsk family. 10 years ago, the eldest son of the Minsk family was still an unknown private soldier. The unit that Arcturus first commanded was named the Imperial Squad. Similarly, this tradition continues to this day. Another name for the 33rd Ground Assault Division is the Imperial Assault Division, and its emblem is the Sigma Wolf on a red background. The brigade station where Augustus is located is quite far away from the main base of Tullius, and it takes 4 hours to arrive by transport plane. In fact, Warfield didn't have to come here in person. He didn't have to think about who gave the order. At 14:45 Northern Hemisphere Standard Time on Tullius 2, Augustus and the recruits of the 2nd Platoon boarded an APOD 4-engine low-ground heavy transport aircraft. This type of transport aircraft is more than enough to carry a platoon of soldiers who are not wearing power armor. But they can only squeeze into 2 crew cabins, and the remaining space is filled with supply boxes and ammunition. When the transport aircraft slowly took off, the bulkhead of the transport aircraft was fully enclosed, without portholes, and all the recruits could only rely on personal terminals and chat to pass the time. Honik Hank and Kurt Josephine sat across from Augustus with their heads down, in stark contrast to the gloating expressions on the faces of Reno and others. Augustus could almost imagine the bewildered expressions on their faces when they were dragged out of bed by Warfield's adjutant, when they were holding their baby or sleeping soundly. Someone suddenly rushed in and told them that their vacation had ended early. This was not the worst. When the decent Warfield heard that they were in and out of such a place, his face was quite unpleasant, and he clearly told them not to think about such things during their service. But the good news is that because a new war is approaching, the entire boot camp vacation has been cancelled. Fortunately, these 2 people don't care about anything. In less than 5 minutes, they put this matter behind their minds, and then began to compete with each other, boasting to Augustus and others about their heroic deeds last night. Then Renault also told the people in the 2nd squad about his driving the Vulture car, which soon developed into the whole platoon listening to the bragging of the 1st squad. During the flight, Augustus could only browse the pre-downloaded official website of the Federal Marine Corps, which was full of battle reports on the exchange between the Terran Federal Marine Corps and the Orbital Fleet and the Comorian. From the small desert town on the edge world to the contact between the scouts of both sides to the large city, and even the struggle for the planet. Considering this is a public website, it's full of reports of the Federation troops beating the shit out of the Comorians. Some irresponsible holographic news websites and paper newspapers often reprint reports indiscriminately for the sake of clicks and sales. In this case, appropriate exaggeration is allowed. Even the UNN Global News Network, which is considered the most authoritative and credible, is no exception. The Federal Army was unstoppable and won a great victory. Comorian lost his weapons and retreated step by step. Most people in the Terran Federation believe that it is only a matter of time before the Federation army wins this war. The only problem is that they all hope that this time will not be too long. Otherwise, the increasingly heavy taxes will crush most hard-working people. Augustus found some reports about Tullises too. Even by paying attention to the date and the number of troops deployed by both sides, he can find that the intensity of the war is gradually escalating. The arrival of the 33rd Ground Assault Division and other planetary troops also proves that the balance of power between the Terran Federation and the Gamorreans on Tullises is about to be broken. At present, the Terran Federation is still continuously sending large numbers of troops to this planet. It can be foreseen that the Combat Command of the Federation Marine Corps is planning a decisive battle that will determine the ownership of the entire planet. These are not what the officers in the boot camp will tell them. The non-commissioned officers will only say that although the Gamorreans are fierce and cunning, the Marines are enough to deal with them. Sweat more during training, and you will bleed less on the battlefield. The future war on Tullises II is both a danger and an opportunity for Augustus. Whether in the game or in the current StarCraft world, living Marines are the least valuable. But if Augustus can get promoted and become a senior non-commissioned officer or commander, it will also be of great benefit to his future life. Rather than praying like a coward that the shells will not fall on him all day long and leaving his life and death to fate, Augustus would rather accumulate reputation and military merits from scratch. If he is lucky enough, Augustus may get a few medals in battle and become a non-commissioned officer before the end of the war. If everything goes well, Augustus will retire according to the demobilization process and return to Korhol to inherit the family business. He will persuade his father to give up the idea of rebelling against the Terran Federation and be a nobleman in peace. Augustus lacks the ambition and control that the Mengsk family seems to be born with. After all, revolution and salvation have never been related to him. He has long passed the age of dreaming of the world and becoming a savior. At first, the transport plane flew quite smoothly. But in the second half, everyone felt strong air turbulence, and Augustus had to put down his personal terminal and hold the handrail tightly. Then Warfield told him through the loudspeaker that at least 2 Gamorrean Hellhound formations were chasing them. But please be patient. Gamorrean Hellfire fleets rarely dare to go deep into our control area. But there are always exceptions, the lieutenant said. Most of the recruits were in a panic because the transport ship had begun to roll over and rotate, constantly turning to avoid the missile lock. All the recruits could only pray that the Gamorrean Hellhounds could not catch up with their prey, although they all knew it was only a matter of time. For a while, the transport plane continued to make various difficult and large-angle evasive maneuvers. Augustus felt dizzy and upside down, which was much more exciting than the suspended roller coaster at the Stilling Center amusement park. We are going to be finished. Tom Omo held his face and said, "Mom. Forgive me. Mom. Oh. This pilot's flying skills are really bad." Although Renault has never flown a spaceship, it doesn't stop him from saying bad things. At this time, Harnack was cheering and shouting. Josephine was shouting and cheering. Ward was expressionless. Xander was pale. And Benjamin kept praying. There was another more violent shaking. And Augustus's seat was shaking violently. If they were not tied tightly to the seats by the seat belts, they would have been thrown against the cabin wall and smashed into a bloody mess. The warning lights above their heads also changed from soft blue to flashing red. "We were hit." Lieutenant Warfield's voice was a little louder, but he was still calm. The transport plane turned over, and the recruits saw the rotating cabin top. Augustus felt that he was falling. Chapter 20 Pride of Pak. The tail of the APOD-4 engine near-ground transport aircraft was trailing black smoke. Although the pilot tried his best to control the balance of the spacecraft, the transport aircraft still tilted towards the ground thousands of feet away like a rag falling from the sky. And gravity was pulling it towards death. "We are about to land. Hold on tight," Warfield said in the loudspeaker. At the last moment, the transport aircraft finally regained its balance. After gliding smoothly for dozens of seconds, the passengers welcomed the first impact. The belly of the spacecraft landed first. Augustus felt as if he had hit a hard granite head-on, and his internal organs were squeezed into a ball. For a moment, the fear of death occupied Augustus' heart. The transport plane slid on the ground, jumping high and falling heavily every time it encountered a small hard protrusion. Augustus was completely speechless, unable to even shout. He just felt that his bones were about to fall apart. After several minutes or even longer, the transport plane stopped. Fortunately, they did not hit the ridge or any other obstacles that were enough to finish everyone off. The alarm sounded endlessly, and the warning light flashed a dangerous red light. In the dizziness, Augustus saw a pair of hands reaching out to him. "We have to leave quickly." That was Renault's voice. "This ship is a sitting duck on the ground. Damn it. Where are our military aircraft? Are they all pigs?" Augustus quickly regained consciousness. He unbuckled his seat belt and stood up with Renault's shoulder. The situation was a bit bad. There was bright red blood flowing on the floor of the cabin. Augustus looked around. Some people had already struggled to stand up, but more people were still slumped in their seats. "Wake them all up," Augustus said loudly. "The Cimmerian is right above our heads. If the heat-seeking missiles are launched, we will all go to hell." He saw that Honik and Xander had stood up. "Hank, take a few people to open the cargo bay and take out all the weapons. Max, you and the others wake up everyone here. Open the hatch and take everyone who is still alive out. Quickly. Those who don't want to die. Move now. Olmo, go to the communication cabin to find the radio transceiver terminal." Since they were all new recruits, the officers of the training camp also stayed in the main base of Tullius. Everyone was panicked and didn't know how to deal with it. After all, the instructors of the new recruit training camp had never taught them how to deal with such a situation. At this time, no one except Augustus stood up to command these new recruits. Even if the people in other classes were not very familiar with him, they had no time to question him at the critical moment of life and death. "Jim, Benjamin, come with me to find Warfield." After saying that, Augustus squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the cab. Warfield had not spoken until now, which made Augustus suspect that he might have met with an accident. Both of them followed Augustus in silence. The hatch of the cab was originally firmly locked, but now it was bent and damaged due to the impact. At Augustus's signal, Benjamin hit the hatch with his shoulder again and again, and the hatch was severely damaged. After Augustus' heart beat nervously for a few times, the hatch was knocked open. As soon as he stepped into the cab, Augustus stepped into a pool of blood, which made his heart sink to the bottom immediately. The glass window of the cab was full of spider web-like cracks. The driver was Warfield's adjutant. His chest was pierced by several pieces of broken glass, and he had no breath. The adjutant was also a young man not much older than Augustus. He had brown curly hair that was obviously well-groomed, but still messy, and bright dark brown eyes. The rank on the shoulder strap showed that he was a staff sergeant. Before he stopped breathing, the staff officer kept his lips tightly closed and stared into the distance. "He's dead?" Renault's face was ugly. It was the first time they had seen such a bloody scene. "The lieutenant is still alive." Benjamin saw that Warfield was still breathing. There was a cut on his forehead, and blood was flowing down in a stream. But he didn't wake up for a while. "Carry him out." Augustus took off the electromagnetic pistol worn by the staff sergeant's waist while talking to Benjamin. Augustus had no time to close the dead man's eyes to express his condolences, and he would never risk the delay to collect his body. The Cimmerian fighter plane must be hovering over their heads at this moment. "Go!" Raynor helped Benjamin lift Warfield onto his shoulders. When they returned to the crew cabin where the recruits were, only Harnack and Runstein were left. They each carried two C-14 electromagnetics and held an State Route 8 shotgun in their hands. As soon as Augustus came out, Honik handed him an electromagnetic rifle and said, "Two unlucky guys in the 3rd squad broke their legs, and another guy had a big hole in his stomach. God knows what happened." "What exactly happened?" Augustus took the gun and ran to the open hatch, asking as he ran. But this obviously involved Honik's blind spot in knowledge, and he stammered and couldn't speak. It was a penetrating wound. He was hit by fragments from the engine explosion. "We carried him out on a simple stretcher." Lundstein answered for Harnack. He spoke clearly and without panic. "There are several M1 medical kits in the cargo hold. I tried to stop the bleeding with nanocoagulants, but the effect was not very good. The wound was too big. If he can't be sent to a field hospital or an air medical ship, he can only wait to die." Augustus walked out of the transport plane and found that their landing site was a city ruins, and under his feet was an 8-lane SkyTrain circular track. This circular track is located in the air more than 1,000 feet above the ground, shuttling between hundreds of towering skyscrapers and sky towers. Looking up, it seems that the clouds are within reach, and below are ant-like houses and countless highways, ramps and bridges. It was daytime. The weather was clear, and Augustus could clearly see a towering white sky tower not far from them. The Sky Tower was magnificent, with a huge, slowly rotating gear surrounding its hexagonal tower. A huge metal billboard hung on the Sky Tower, which read, "Welcome to the Pride of Poker. Salute to courage, to pilots, and to the Terran Federation." Because of the war, almost all the glass on it was broken, and the white wall was also covered with black marks of burning flames and scratches of laser beams plowing through the wall. There were no lights on any of the floors. From his angle, he could only see black holes where windows should have been. Some of the windows were filled with cables, desks, and other large, damaged electronic equipment. The recruits who had escaped from the transport plane gathered a few dozen yards outside the spacecraft. Some of them crawled on the ground and stared at the sky nervously, while others looked at Augustus. Disperse. Disperse in groups of 5. Augustus walked towards them. But most people did not immediately obey his order. Who are you? Where is Lieutenant Warfield? A new soldier looked at Augustus. He is still in a coma. According to the battlefield rules, the highest ranking officer will take over the command here. Augustus walked straight to the wounded on the stretcher. I am the new soldier, Sergeant Augustus. And you are not even a private. If you don't want to obey my orders, then come up with a better plan. Are you not afraid of death? Move. The Comorian Hellhound's ground-to-ground high-explosive missiles can kill all of us in an instant. At this time, Renault shouted loudly. The questioning recruit was speechless, and the rest of them followed Augustus' instructions. Augustus walked to the stretcher where the injured recruit was lying, and Xander, Olmo and Ward half knelt beside the stretcher. The wounded soldier was very calm. The painkillers and sedatives had taken effect. His waist was wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, and his light blue eyes looked at the sky melancholy. Chapter 21 Skitran Track Base Station. We can't abandon him, Xander said to Augustus. I will never abandon any of my comrades. Augustus knelt on one knee beside the wounded and said to him, You will definitely survive. Sir, I am about to die. The wounded's voice was unusually weak and calm. Although I don't know much, he seems to have lost too much blood. We should find a place to give him a blood transfusion. Olmo gave his advice cautiously. I know about this. Tell me something useful. Renault stood up and looked around. I brought a radio device. Olmo whispered to Renault. Don't tell me you took the wrong one. Renault knew his childhood friend very well. Although Olmo was not a clumsy fool, he often made a mess of things. There was only this one in there. But I don't know if it was used to transmit radio signals. There was no word on it, Olmo said, as he took out a black electronic device from his wide backpack, which looked like a radio. It looks like an improved old model, and it's an antique from the colonial era, so it should be useful. You did a good job, Olmo. Augustus took Olmo's backpack and began to debug the device. When Augustus was very young, influenced by his family and his interests, he liked to study electronic devices and smartphones. Although he was not an expert in this field, it was not difficult for him to use such radio equipment. A triple encrypted signal will be sent directly to the nearest command center. Augustus quickly edited and sent a message for help. This is the APOD 13044 engine Possum transport plane. We have been shot down, and the commander, Lieutenant Warfield, is injured. We need all the support we can get. We need medics. There are seriously injured people here. The moment Augustus confirmed the information and sent it, 2 Comorian fighters appeared. This sharp-edged fighter seemed like a blade cutting through the sky. The 2 Hellhound fighters swooped down from the clouds toward the Terran Federation soldiers on the train tracks, firing from 200 feet away. Augustus seemed to be able to hear the sound of the Hellhound fighters' rocket pods opening fire in a dispersed manner. Be careful of the rockets. While Augustus was concentrating on debugging the dangerous equipment, Renault took over Augustus's command. He himself was extremely strategically intelligent, and this talent was clearly evident when he was young. If Augustus was not here, then he would be the only one who could command this new recruit unit at this moment. At the same time, even though they knew they couldn't shoot down the fighter plane, the recruits on the train tracks began to run around and fire at the Hellfire. Several recruits tried their best to hold up a shoulder-mounted individual rocket launcher. This rocket launcher was obviously designed for Marines wearing power armor. Ordinary soldiers needed several people to barely operate and aim. As if frightened by the Federal soldiers on the ground, the Hellhound fighter suddenly turned from a diving posture and took off again after drawing an arc. Then, amid the cheers of the Federal recruits, 2 Terran Federation Avenger fighters rose from under the train tracks and passed over their heads at a phantom speed, chasing the Comorian fighters that were speeding away. Did you see that? They are so cool. Raynor whistled. Where are we going now? Or should we wait for reinforcements here? Xander asked Augustus. From the current point of view, waiting here is not the best option. Augustus glanced at the injured soldier, staring at his increasingly distracted eyes. And then he looked at a mileage sign beside the track. We are only 1 mile away from the nearest suspension train base station, which can provide effective cover. It would be great if we could find the patrol car used by the Railway Track Administration to clean up the track garbage. This should be a war zone or an area where the two armies have been fighting over and over again. No one can guarantee that there will not be a sudden appearance of the Comorian team. We must act quickly. This place is too empty and wide. And there is no cover. This damn place is so far away from the ground. There is really no way to go up to the sky, and no door to the ground. Renault also said worriedly. Time passed by minute, and the Federal soldiers, who had been scattered, gathered towards Augustus again. More and more recruits in maroon uniforms were looking at Augustus, waiting for his orders. In this silent silence, everyone was looking forward to Augustus speaking, bringing any news of the rescue team, or giving orders. Augustus looked at them, and realized that these young soldiers placed their hopes on him. Benjamin, who was carrying Warfield, was still trying to wake up the sleepy lieutenant. But there was not even a single injection of medicine in the medical box that could be used. So he could only put the lieutenant on a stretcher. Assemble, Augustus said, as he put the backpack containing the radio equipment on his shoulders. Now there were 4 reorganized squads of nearly 50 people who obeyed his command. And they would live or die according to his orders. We will go east along this track, under the organization of Augustus and Renault. This isolated and unmanned recruit platoon formed 2 columns in an orderly manner and began to run along the circular track. Since they had 4 stretchers and several heavy weapons, and they also needed to take care of the seriously injured, Augustus, who was at the front, deliberately controlled the speed while considering maintaining the formation. The high-altitude train track fell silent again. The lighting and warning lights on both sides of the track were dimmed, and from time to time there was a whistling wind, and several Federal leaflets and notices blown by the wind swirled under their feet. Augustus and the recruits walked between 2 maglev tracks. Since the maglev train had stopped running long ago, they did not have to worry about being crushed into meat paste by the speeding train. The 1-mile journey was not difficult for Augustus and his companions, who had undergone high-intensity weight-bearing running training every day during the boot camp. They soon arrived at the nearest train rail transit base station. The transportation base station is a steel tower that supports the aerial train track network. Dozens of trains or motor vehicle tracks of different heights and sizes pass through the tower's solid steel frame structure, forming an intricate and spectacular transportation network. The high-altitude circular track where Augustus was located was the highest one. At the top of the steel tower, they stopped on the track inside the tower and boarded the reinforced concrete platform built on a steel frame structure. Behind the platform was the train waiting hall and the maintenance technician's lounge. 2 vertically downward aerial elevators could reach the ground from the top of the tower. An empty platform and a scrap takeoff and landing signal tower showed that this place could also be used as a helipad. Out of caution and the knowledge Augustus learned in the boot camp, he sent 2 recruits carrying radio walkie-talkies to act as scouts. The 2 recruits were both warriors in his class. The brave and fearless Honik Hank and the calm and composed Amy Brandon. This was because Augustus knew his own people better, and also to take care of the emotions of other classes. After receiving the report from the scout, Augustus led the people into the platform and placed the wounded in the empty waiting room. In the maintenance machine behind the waiting room, Augustus found several nearly scrap trucks, a space station transport barge with its engine removed and only an empty shell left, and rusty chairs that filled most of the warehouse. The truck could still be driven, but there was not much fuel left in the fuel tank, so it could not go far at all. Augustus checked the various equipment of the elevator and found that it had been damaged for a long time. Chapter 22 Comorian Assault Cavalry. While resending the location coordinates and waiting for the response from the command center, Augustus sent 4 soldiers carrying communication equipment and telescopes to the 2 entrances and exits on the east and west sides of the train track. One backpack that Honik brought out from the cargo warehouse was filled with radio walkie-talkies, and the other contained a high-power telescope. The sentry's post was selected in advance by Augustus and Renault. It was located between steel frames, street lights and metal garbage, and was hidden enough, however, before Augustus could rest for long. A few minutes later, the sentry on the side of the platform reported bad news. A Comorian force in a light reconnaissance vehicle was approaching quickly, and the deadhead flag flying on its vehicle indicated that they were the notorious Wasteland Wolf Pack Comorian assault cavalry. "How far are they from you? Can you count how many vehicles there are?" Augustus asked the sentry he sent out. "A soldier from the 2nd squad of recruits." "I don't know. Maybe 2,000 yards. They have 4 reconnaissance vehicles or more." The sentry spoke very quickly, and Augustus knew that he was very nervous. Even so, the soldier still held his post and waited for the order to evacuate the sentry post. "Have they slowed down?" Augustus asked. "I don't think so. They may still be speeding up." The sentry replied. "Evacuate there. Take everything with you. Don't leave anything behind." Augustus ordered, when evacuating, "Pay attention to concealment, and don't let the Comorians find you." "Yes, sir," the sentry replied. Augustus had previously arranged everyone in the same empty waiting hall with a U-shaped corridor. During this period, he also appointed temporary squad leaders for the 2nd to 4th squads of recruits. "Assemble. An enemy assault cavalry squad is approaching, and they will not exceed 20 people. Pick up your weapons and report to your squad leader," Augustus said as he walked into the hall. "This is really a ghost." Renault's eyes widened. The most terrible thing now is that these recruits have just walked out of the boot camp and have no power armor on them. The other soldiers had the same expression. They had never expected that their first battle would be against the old Comorian troops. That being said, the recruits were not desperate, except for the fear of the first real battle with the enemy. The Comorian assault cavalry were mainly active on the planet Reading III. They were neither part of the traditional army, nor the Marines or the fleet, but a true cavalry unit. The assault cavalry rode on the fastest reconnaissance vehicles of Comorian, and often raided the outposts and settlements of the Terran Federation at a ghostly speed on the sparse grasslands of Reading III, and then retreated at the same speed. Although in all the records of the Terran Federation, the assault cavalry is not a unit that excels in frontal assault and siege warfare, and they are definitely not the most feared by the Federation army among the Comorian regular army. But the assault cavalry is definitely the most troublesome for the Federation command. The assault cavalry never participates in large-scale legionary combat, but only performs reconnaissance and sabotage missions, coming and going without a trace, as smooth as a loach. It is rumored that some of the assault cavalry on Reading III will also take on mercenary work in a private capacity, and when the salary is not enough, they will also become colonial bandits or interstellar pirates. The almost omnipresent assault cavalry often appeared behind the federal defense line, becoming a nightmare for logistics troops, artillery troops, and hospitals. The instructor who explained this unit to the recruits contemptuously called it flies buzzing on corpses and maggots on dead bodies. It was dead in one swipe, but it was disgusting. The instructors have been instilling this point in the recruits. That is, although the assault cavalry is notorious, its combat effectiveness is not that high, and it is not unbeatable. Are those bastards heading towards us? Renault held an E9 electromagnetic rifle and loaded bullets. "I don't know, but judging from the direction they are traveling, they will definitely pass by the base station where we are," Augustus said. "Why are we so unlucky?" almost spoke out Augustus's thoughts. At this time, everyone has assembled, in addition to leaving 2 people to take care of the wounded. Augustus currently has 38 people to dispatch. I remember Instructor Tavis said that a small team of Comorian assault cavalry usually does not have too many people. In order to increase their speed, they would not wear heavy power armor, nor carry heavy weapons. Augustus said, "The assault cavalry is not good at dealing with sieges and encounters, and I believe they also lack the courage and determination to fight to the death." Augustus already had a plan in mind. They would definitely not be able to escape now, and with the combat style of the assault cavalry, they would never take the initiative to attack unless they had an absolute advantage in manpower. The best and most likely scenario is that they may not know that a transport ship full of Tyranid soldiers has made an emergency landing here. The recruits have plenty of weapons and manpower. Taking advantage of the height difference between the platform and the track, they can launch an ambush from a high position, and perhaps catch the assault cavalry off guard. This is the order. The 1st squad will be deployed on the left platform, the 3rd squad on the right platform. The 2nd squad will be the reserve of the 1st squad, and the 4th squad will be the reserve of the 3rd squad. Use chairs, tables, and scrap trucks to build a shelter on the edge of the platform. Augustus's order was concise and clear. Once they drive into the tower base station, Open fire immediately upon my command. The soldiers immediately took action and followed Augustus's order completely without any hesitation. At this time, the sentinel sent by Augustus had also returned, and they brought back worse news. Needless to say, Augustus had also heard the engine sound of the reconnaissance vehicle. Augustus immediately ran into the bunker of the first squad with Renault, took out a military telescope that Honeck had found in the transport plane, and looked in the direction of the sound. For Kelmorian reconnaissance vehicles have entered his field of vision. These reconnaissance vehicles are four-wheeled vehicles that are close to the ground, not hovering vehicles, and look very similar to jeeps. The coating of the reconnaissance vehicles is a dark camouflage close to the city ruins. On the high-flying flag, in addition to the KM logo representing the Kelmorian Federation, there is also a thin and shriveled dead head with only skin and bones. The deep eye sockets of the dead head are dotted with red pigment, and the background color of the flag is dark blue, symbolizing the turbid atmosphere of Moria due to high industrialization. Augustus' heart suddenly skipped a beat. Behind these reconnaissance vehicles, there was a truck. He couldn't be sure whether it was a troop carrier or an ordinary truck, because it was obviously a large tonnage civilian truck modified by the assault cavalry. The assault cavalry seemed unaware that a group of fully armed Terran Federation soldiers were waiting for them. There was no sign of slowing down. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to pass through the base station in 1 or 2 minutes. Augustus estimated that the reconnaissance vehicles were only 150 yards away from the entrance of the base station at most. At this time, Augustus raised his right hand and made a silent gesture. Then, he took an E9 rifle from Renault. The anti-touch safety was already on, and he immediately entered a focused aiming state. The first reconnaissance vehicle roared into the base station, with a light machine gun mounted on it. An assault trooper wearing black goggles and painted on his face stood on a raised seat and stared at the suddenly appeared bunker with doubts. The next moment, before the assault trooper could scream, Augustus had already fired. Fire! The butt of the gun hit Augustus' shoulder heavily. Dozens of electromagnetic rifles and shotguns fired at the same time, and the red-gold flames flooded the first assault cavalry reconnaissance vehicle. The assault cavalry holding the machine gun was hit by dozens of bullets and torn into a pile of rotten meat by steel nails and shotguns. The assault cavalry driving the car was also hit. The unarmored reconnaissance vehicle instantly became riddled with holes and stopped in the middle of the road while spinning wildly. The reconnaissance vehicle behind hurriedly turned, but hit the baffle beside the train track when avoiding it. The vehicles behind hurriedly braked and began to fight back. But at this time several squads had formed a crossfire network from a high position, with almost no blind spots. These assault cavalrymen became live targets in the blink of an eye. And the recruits lacked combat experience after all. They continued to shoot for dozens of seconds until all the bullets in the magazine were used up. Even Augustus's shouting had no effect, and his voice was completely drowned out by the sound of gunfire. When the recruits came to their senses, the assault cavalrymen had been shot to pieces, just like the shooting training in the boot camp. Even Augustus was surprised at their great success. Even in his opinion, this was a self-defense counterattack force to start, in order to escape the fate of being massacred by the Comorians and to protect himself. He had to command the inexperienced recruits to take the lead. Chapter 23 Crystal Mine. Although it seemed a bit redundant, Augustus still issued a ceasefire order again after the gunfire completely stopped. Augustus took Renault and several first-class soldiers to the train track. The assault cavalry reconnaissance vehicles that were pierced were full of unrecognizable body parts and meat. It was the first time for these recruits to see such a bloody scene. Even Augustus, who was mentally prepared, looked very unhappy. This is a beautiful ambush. Renault felt his stomach churning. Go see what's in that truck. Augustus endured the psychological and physical discomfort and checked the damage to the reconnaissance vehicle. Then he realized that unless they could find water to clean the debris and repair the damaged engine and fuel tank, these vehicles would be useless. The driver of the truck at the end of the assault cavalry convoy was also hit by a stray bullet and broke into several pieces. Augustus walked to the end of the truck and fired at the car with Renault and several other soldiers. After 2 magazines were emptied, he opened the door of the car under the cover of others. How many boxes? Renault slowly put down the electromagnetic rifle in his hand and checked one of the metal boxes with Augustus. There were 5 such giant metal cargo boxes, printed with KM flag patterns, about 8 1/3 feet long and 5 feet wide, and when lying on the ground, they could reach Augustus' waist. In addition to the combination lock, each metal cargo box also had a fingerprint lock and a gene lock. It was extremely strong and heavy. Augustus and Renault spent half a day trying but couldn't move any of the containers. It's a safe. A top priority government strategic material. Augustus found a few lines of words on the metal shipping box. From Rafin Brothers Mine. Sent to a starport on the Moria satellite Brutus. I guess it's gold. Or something else valuable. Those Comorians never do anything without profit. Renault said. Rafin Brothers Mine. I saw this place name on the news. These should be Adian crystals. Boxes of Adian crystals. Augustus's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. That's much more valuable than gold. Renault and the other recruits looked at each other and smiled happily. But they still didn't know what they got. All of these are worth about 2 million federal credits. Augustus sat down on the metal shipping box full of crystals after saying that. Holy shit! Renault and the recruits exclaimed and cheered. And Honik and Josephine hugged each other directly. Much happier than when they just knew they had one. In the world of StarCraft, high-purity crystal ore is not only a hard currency more precious than gold, but also the cornerstone of the development of Terran human industry and technology. The smelted crystal minerals are high-quality raw materials for casting weapons, building chariots, spaceships, and interstellar battleships. These precious and expensive crystal mines are the most important minerals in the entire Copperloo sector and even the Milky Way, and are strategic resources that all human regimes attach great importance to. The war between the Terran Federation and the Comorian Federation broke out precisely for the competition for these resources. But we can't get the money. Augustus looked at the soldiers who were excited and said, pouring cold water on them. We have no way to sell these crystals, so we can only hand them over to our superiors. Then, if the officers who manage the captured materials can find their conscience and write us a report, each of us may get a little bonus. If it is filled with cash, we will make a fortune. The cheers disappeared in an instant, and the soldiers' enthusiasm for these cargo boxes immediately decreased significantly. Ah, those good-for-nothing should really give you a medal. Augustus, Renault joked, we not only killed a squad of assault cavalry, but also sent them a large sum of money. That's what they should do. Augustus joked. This truck should still be usable. In my opinion, it should be no problem to carry 30 people. Renault withdrew his eyes from the boxes. Like many recruits, he had the idea of taking these crystals for himself when Augustus said that number. But almost at the same time, he hated his greed from the bottom of his heart. Renault couldn't help thinking that if he could get this money, his family's farm would be able to repay the debts signed due to the high fuel prices and pay for the business license that the Terran federal government forced all farmers to buy. After paying all the taxes, the Renault family can still live a stable and wealthy life. But that was just a thought. Old Renault had told Renault the meaning of justice countless times. His mother taught others from a young age that they should rely on their own hard-working hands to get what they deserve. With Augustus as an example, the soldiers did not behave too badly. Let's go and see if those reconnaissance vehicles can still be driven. If not, we will put more people on board. If the command center still has no information, we must leave here as soon as possible. After saying this, Augustus walked out of the carriage and called the other soldiers on the platform to get off. Although the soldiers on the platform hesitated because of the bloody and flying limbs, they looked at Augustus and finally walked down, picking up the wreckage of the assault cavalry with a grim face, cleaning up the weapons on the ground, and the vehicles covered with wreckage and blood. The temporary squad leaders of each squad came to report the casualties to Augustus. This was obviously an extremely successful victory, because after the battle, this platoon of recruits did not even have a minor injury or a scratch. At this time, Olmo rushed down from the platform on one side and ran towards Augustus. Before that, Augustus arranged for him to take care of the wounded and pay attention to the messages on the radio transceiver. Augustus could only pray in his heart that Olmo brought good news. The Poke Pride Command Center sent a message 5 minutes ago. The closest to us is a scout company, and their number is 3423. The command center said that the company will arrive in 15 minutes at the earliest. Olmo ran to Augustus and said breathlessly, "Thank God." Renault breathed a sigh of relief. "How is the seriously injured soldier?" "Lieutenant Warfield," Augustus asked. "Lieutenant Warfield is still the same. Unconscious, but still breathing." Olmo's face fell. "The seriously injured soldier is dying. He fainted several times. I'm worried that he won't wake up next time. Jim, you come to clean up the mess and rearrange the sentry post. After Augustus gave his instructions to Renaud, he followed Omo back to the waiting hall where the wounded were placed. There was only Xander left, and a pile of medical bags and boxes that were turned upside down. Squad leader, I can't save him. Xander's eyes were wet. He knelt in front of the seriously injured man lying on the stretcher and wiped his eyes uncontrollably. You are not a doctor or a savior. You tried your best. Xander. It was the damn Comorians who took him away. Not you. Augustus knelt on one knee beside the soldier who had closed his eyes. His young face still so calm. What did he say in the last moments? I want to know his wish. He said he was going to die. He said he was turning into a snowflake. And the wind from his hometown took him away. Xander cried while speaking. He was so kind and emotional that he could not bear the pain of losing his comrade. Even though they had never spoken before today. Xander Max was born in the slums of Tarsones City and grew up there. Because he had never been to school since he was a child. He was considered semi-illiterate. But even so, Xander did not become more and more indifferent like other people in the slums. On the contrary, he still loved this world. Augustus' noble classmates often called people in the slums untouchables. But he never thought so. He believed that birth could never determine the various virtues a person possessed. Chapter 24. Promoted to Lance Corporal. Venetian District. Pride of Pac. June 11, 2488. The base of the 5th Battalion. 4th Brigade. 33rd Ground Assault Division of the Terran Federation. It had been a few days since Augustus first came to this ruined city. Although there were some setbacks in the process. He and his comrades were finally alive. Lieutenant Warfield was sent to the Pride of Pac Officers Hospital. And no new news has been received so far. The commander of the Imperial Reconnaissance Company that came to rescue was very surprised. As a new recruit who had never had combat experience, Augustus could lead a new recruit platoon that had also never been on the battlefield to defeat a Comorian assault cavalry squad. In the commander's view, it was God's blessing that the new recruits did not collapse and disband on the spot when they encountered the enemy without anyone in charge. The commander of the reconnaissance company gave a high evaluation of Augustus's ability to respond on the spot, and said that he would report it truthfully, and the Marine Corps Command would be happy to give him a Medal of Honor. The recruit platoon where Augustus was originally located was originally going to be reorganized by the Military Affairs Department and incorporated into various companies of the 5th Battalion. But in the end, it was changed to retain the organization and incorporated into the 3rd Platoon of the 1st Company of Warfield, which had the most serious casualties. And the organization was still the 1st Combat Squad. His platoon leader was a young 2nd Lieutenant named Reagan Stryker. A thin, black-haired man who was efficient, and also an old subordinate of Warfield. Years of war had led to a serious shortage of junior non-commissioned officers who had received officer education and professional training. So Augustus, who had been a recruit sergeant, was appointed as the squad leader of the 1st Squad. A week later, Warfield would select officers or directly promote a group of non-commissioned officers from privates, 1st class to serve as squad leaders of these recruit squads. In the next few days, Augustus was busy writing a report on his experience of commanding a platoon of new recruits to defeat the Assault Rangers. This performance report would eventually be submitted to a 2nd-class sergeant major in the 5th Battalion to fill his empty resume as a new recruit. His company stayed at the base to rest during this period and did not perform any military missions. This period of time was very peaceful for the soldiers, except for the occasional Avengers and bomber groups flying over the base and heading to the distance. There was no sound of gunfire near the base. During this period, Augustus and his comrades received training from Lieutenant Reagan, the leader of the 3rd Platoon, aimed at improving their combat capabilities. During the training, Lieutenant Reagan also told the new recruits about the history and glorious achievements of the 33rd Ground Assault Division. When Reagan praised their division commander Arcturus Mengsk with respect as a fair, upright, selfless and fearless outstanding commander and strategic great man, Augustus felt very embarrassed no matter what identity or angle he looked at this matter from. Overall, Reagan was a very easygoing person. He was an excellent Marine officer who could not only execute his superior's orders meticulously and tirelessly, but also had a humorous and friendly manner and could get along well with his soldiers. Augustus got along well with Reagan, and they soon became good friends. The only problem was that the lieutenant seemed to be quite concerned about his last name, Mengsk. However, Augustus's comfortable life in the barracks changed on June 11th, because Lieutenant Warfield was discharged from the hospital and returned to the command sequence. Warfield called Augustus to his company office that afternoon and handed him a dark green military badge with 3 vertically arranged reverse V signs. Congratulations. You are now a Lance Corporal. Sergeant Minsk. This is your new ID card. Warfield also handed Augustus a bronze medal and a golden wheat ribbon. The medal was beautifully carved with a profile of an eagle head with sharp eyes, and the words Medal of Honor were written in small English letters. In the Federal Army's promotion system, this Medal of Honor is usually awarded to officers who are brave in combat and are about to be promoted. In some cases, this medal can also offset the merit or test points required for a promotion. Augustus noticed that the large wound on Warfield's head had scabbed over, but he was still energetic and his eyes were bright. There were not many documents on the lieutenant's desk, but it was full of disassembled pistol and rifle parts. Behind Warfield stood a young soldier carrying a slender rifle, with dazzling golden hair, narrow chin, thin lips, and a larger distance between his eyes than normal people, which made him look uncoordinated. In addition, the sniper badge on his chest and his eagle-like sharp blue eyes were impressive. Lieutenant, I am relieved to see that you are safe and sound. Augustus said a few polite words when he received the rank badge and medal. Thanks to you. Warfield smiled with relief and praised them generously. Without your command, how could those recruits become such vicious wolves? You saved me and everyone in the entire recruit platoon. This is a miracle, and the staff highly praises your heroic deeds. For a newly graduated recruit, it is rare to be able to organize a platoon of recruits without letting them collapse and flee or surrender collectively in the absence of a commander. Augustus Minsk has already possessed the most important qualities as a sergeant or even an officer commander. In the process of leading the second platoon of recruits to finally defeat the Comorian Assault Cavalry Squadron, every order he gave was by no means redundant. Augustus Minsk's genius, military talent, and strategic foresight have already been shown in this operation. Augustus could hear that this should be the report in his own comments given to him by a Marine Corps staff officer, and Warfield just repeated it directly. You deserve it. Warfield looked at Augustus and said, as for the batch of Adian crystals you seized, our supply sergeant is still evaluating the value, and the bonus will be included in the salary of all recruits next month. The 33rd Ground Assault Division is different from other troops. There will never be officers who embezzle money. Thank you for everything you have done for me. As Augustus's expression showed, he was indeed very happy. Originally, he thought that under normal procedures, it would take at least 3 months for him to be promoted from a private first class to a private first class. By the way, your brother, Colonel Arcturus Minsk, will arrive at Tullises II next week. Warfield seemed to have suddenly remembered something and said to Augustus. Augustus did not react to this, but nodded calmly. Then I would like to introduce you to the new member of your class, Private Rick Kidd, who is a recruit of the same period as you. In this period, he is the best recruit sniper. Warfield looked at the recruit next to him at this time. Take him to report to your superiors. Now we are comrades in arms. Augustus shook hands with Rick Kidd. On the way back to the dormitory of the first squad, Rick seemed a little reserved and taciturn, and only answered a few words when Augustus asked him questions. Augustus was carefully reading Rick's recruit resume, the training camp instructor's recommendation letter, and a paper P1 document. All these materials pointed to the same point. That is, although the recruit Rick had never touched a firearm before joining the army, and did not show sniping talent in the first 2 weeks. After receiving such training, Rick obtained the sniper badge in just 8 weeks in the boot camp. Before this, only 2 people in the previous boot camps had received such an honor, and both of them graduated from the only sniper academy in Tarsones without exception. Chapter 25 Psychic. As for why Rick Kidd, as a sniper, joined an ordinary Marine Corps class, this is understandable. Although the Federal Marine Corps usually forms a special tactical team around snipers to perform more secret missions, Rick, as a new recruit, obviously lacks qualifications. Only after accumulating a certain amount of practical experience and military merits to prove his ability, and obtaining the Marine Corps Sniper Qualification Certificate, can Rick form or join a special tactical team on his own. Among all Rick's comments and reports, Augustus was most concerned about several comments made by the training camp instructor Sergeant Peters. He has a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes, extraordinary hand-eye coordination, and an extremely rare X-factor. Regarding the X-factor in the comments, Sergeant Peters gave a very detailed note in brackets. This kind of talent is extremely rare in our tribe. Usually only one in about 1,000 to 10,000 people. The X-Factor's ability in sniping is specifically manifested as having some kind of inexplicable sniping intuition. Some snipers with this talent even claim that the passage of time will slow down significantly in the first 2 to 3 seconds when they pull the trigger, which is obviously related to supernatural phenomena. We don't know much about this talent, but geneticists believe that this special ability hidden in some humans is related to some kind of psychic power. It is certain that the part crossed out by the signature pen has launched a research project on psychic power long before the military. In some remote areas that are too far away from the core world to communicate with the civilized world, the locals call psychic power witchcraft. And there are countless religious beliefs based on this, and new gods and religions that are born out of it. At present, we can confirm that the new recruit Rick Kidd is a rare psychic. Combined with Augustus's past understanding of StarCraft, Rick's psychic ability should not be strong. In his impression, only those with PSI psychic level set by the federal government level 5 or above have telepathic ability. Rick, no doubt it's offensive. I want to confirm. As a psychic, can you read minds? Of course. The more official name should be telepathy. Augustus turned his head to look at Rick, who was confused by his words. In other words, can you hear the inner voice of others and understand their thoughts? Why do you ask that? Of course I can't. Rick was stunned for a few seconds, and thought seriously for a while before answering. He already knew the contents of the report, so he was not surprised by what Augustus said. Oh, about your P1 report mentioning psychic power. I heard that psychics can read minds, and know what others are thinking even if they don't speak. Augustus said. I really can't do that. Rick shook his head. Do you care about this? Yes, but I don't hate psychic power and psychics. Augustus said frankly. I'm just not used to someone who can read my thoughts at any time staying around me. It makes me feel uncomfortable. At least, if you are reading my thoughts, at least let me know it. I can understand that privacy of thought is also very important to humans. Rick tried to look at the problem from Augustus' perspective, and found that he couldn't stand such telepaths either. If there is no privacy between people, it is really terrible. Your psychic level is not very high, so you don't show many supernatural abilities. Augustus put all the materials back into the bag. I heard that some powerful psychics are like living gods. They can see the deepest filth in your heart at a glance, control your thoughts, enslave your soul, or directly detonate your head. That sounds like magic. Rick showed a puzzled look, but the education I received since childhood told me that the laws of the universe, science, and physics support the operation of this world. During this period, human psychics represented by ghost agents in the original game had not yet appeared in the public's field of vision, so it was not surprising that Rick did not know much about it. Psychic potential is common among the human race in the Copperloo sector, and all research related to psychic power seems to prove that this potential is inherited from their ancestors. Moreover, psychic power seems to be evidence of the continuous evolution of human beings, and is slowly being strengthened with the reproduction of each generation. However, so far, overly powerful psychics often cannot control their overly powerful psychic power due to mental problems when they are young, thus hurting themselves or others. A considerable number of psychics die prematurely in childhood. Rick's psychic power is quite standard, not too powerful, but it can also possess some special abilities that ordinary people do not have. You're right. Augustus spread his hands, took out his personal terminal, and pulled out a group photo of the first squad at the graduation of the boot camp. Ready to end the previous topic, let's not talk about this. You are a new member. Let me introduce you to the people in the first squad of the third row, lest you not know their bad habits and cause trouble later. Okay. Rick nodded. I am the temporary squad leader, Augustus Minsk, Coral, and the other 4. My family is considered a noble family. Augustus pointed at himself, and then at his personal terminal. The one with messy red hair, and a mouth that stretches to the back of his head when he smiles is Honic Hank. But don't look at that. You'd better not mess with him. This is Jim Raynor, a black-haired boy with a buzz cut. He looks a little too serious in front of the camera, but he's actually trying to hold back his laughter. He's a very easygoing guy. Tom Omo is the youngest among us. Although he's shy and clumsy, he's a boy with a great personality. He often talks in his sleep at night, and talks about his dream, which is to protect his fellow villagers. Xander Max. Look, although he is small, his chin is very long. I always say that he looks like an alien. He likes grenades, explosions and smoke. Look, He doesn't even pinch his cigarette, but when facing the camera. This dark brown-haired child loves to laugh. And his smile is really sunny. He is a good boy. And he can never refuse others' help. Oh! His name is Amy Brandon. And we all call him Little Amy. Augustus held a personal terminal and introduced each member of his class to Rick with a smile. Connor Ward and Benjamin Crandall are the biggest guys here. They both have bad tempers and don't like to laugh. However, when Ward gets angry, he will sulk by himself. And Crandall will beat up the person who angered him. He is a monk. And he always prays and says hallelujah before taking action. Augustus said, Kay Josephine's current flat head is not bad. When he was in high school, he had long pink hair and braided it. This bastard is a playboy. A dandy. A scumbag. No matter what you say to him, he will smile when he sees you. Not angry or upset. I have never seen Josephine angry. Augustus looked at Rick while talking. If the other party didn't want to listen and felt annoyed, he would stop talking. Rick smiled back reflexively when Augustus looked at him. And Augustus thought he was willing to listen to his nagging. Although Alan Runstein's family is a noble family. 3 generations ago, they were all artists, painters and musicians. He is the one who looks most like an aristocrat among us. Ilya Kolovsky was born in the frozen world of Brassus. In the local area, his name means the hand of God. He is the best drinker of strong alcohol in our class, and the bravest soldier. I can't believe that such a good guy would get carsick. And only on motorcycles. Augustus said. Chapter 26 The Bennett Family. Lee Patchinson. He used to work at Wolf Industries. After the war, the economy was in a depression, and the company laid off employees. So he joined the army. Lee is a very serious person no matter what he does. And he never slacks off. Well, if you meet him, you will definitely remember his pair of black eyes, as deep as the deep sky. Rick stared at Augustus. At a certain moment, he felt that Augustus seemed to be the elder brother of these people. And he knew his subordinates like brothers who grew up together. Augustus would be upset about their bad habits and proud of their strengths. And that photo was a family portrait. In the boot camp, few people in the same class were willing to talk to Rick because he didn't like to communicate with others and was not humorous enough. Most importantly, his smile always looked fake. Although Rick corrected his smile in the mirror countless times in the boot camp to make it more natural, it did not make him more popular. Rick was once a member of the founding family of Tarsones. He grew up in a materially rich, but extremely closed environment. In Tarsones, where there are still huge slums, Rick's life is simply a paradise in the eyes of the lower class, who can't even survive. But in Rick's heart, everything has its price. From childhood to adulthood, Rick has never walked out of the Bennett Sky Tower, a few hundred floors high owned by his family in the center of Tarsones. The people Rick has seen the most are his nanny, housekeeper and maid. From economics, politics, art, management, history, aristocratic etiquette, there is a whole team of private teachers responsible for his education. In addition, Rick also has to learn aerospace, starship manufacturing, interstellar port management, and other knowledge closely related to his family's business. When Rick was 5 years old, his father gave him a homework assignment: which items in the cost items of the interstellar barge transportation network should be cut to provide profits? Rick's answer was people. His parents never let anyone other than family members and servants have close contact with their sons. This is certainly to expose their children to the public as little as possible and reduce the risk of them being kidnapped. However, Rick knew that they just wanted to ensure that this son, who had excellent genes from both families, could become the heir they wanted without any interference from the outside world. Rick didn't like politics. He was well aware of the intrigues between the creation families. All the creation families were both friends and enemies. They would form alliances for interests and power, and would also fight for greater power and interests. The leaders of the creation families were the monarchs of the business empires, and their families were the royal courts in these empires. As the economic and political center of the Terran Federation, Tarsones has absorbed nutrients from other planets for its own growth through commodity dumping, land annexation, economic sanctions, and other means in recent decades. The Terran Federation is like a pressure cooker placed on a raging fire. Hundreds of planets such as Korhol 4 and Tyrusus 2 are thrown into the pot and cooked until the flesh and bones are separated, until all the nutrients are precipitated, leaving only white bones. This life, like a prince in the palace, made Rick feel truly empty. For 18 years, His life had always remained the same, with no difference from day to day. Every day he looked down at the prosperous Tarsones from the top floor of the Bennett Sky Tower, watching hundreds of skyscrapers and sky towers cut the deep blue sky of Tarsones into jagged shapes. But like all cities in the Terran Federation, behind the magnificent skyscrapers were miles of slums, and below the glorious and beautiful buildings was gray, with rivers formed by industrial wastewater, piles of discarded parts, and garbage discarded by the upper class. People who can't see the sun live in shacks made of old metal. This most miserable hell on earth in the Terran Federation walks on the edge of law and morality. Rick knows that slums are where poor people live, and how painful their lives are. But those are so unreal to him. Just like the prosperous Tarsones outside the window. He can't touch it. If Rick is the only heir in the family, then he asks himself, maybe he can endure this kind of life. Because sooner or later, he will take charge of the Bennett family and gain freedom sooner or later. But he has a sister who is far more outstanding than him, and is good at managing enterprises. She has been determined to be the heir of the family. Rick's future life has been dark since then. He will not get any starports and space stations under the name of the enterprise or family to avoid the dispersion of family assets and rights. After his father decided to let Rick marry a noble lady from another family to achieve a political marriage. Although the noble lady looked pretty and charming only from photos and portraits, Rick, who was unwilling to be bound, resolutely ran away from home, concealed the surname of the Bennett family of the Tarsones creation family, and joined the Marine Corps under an assumed name, determined to pursue his own future. Why are you looking so sad? Smile. Augustus saw that Rick's face looked a little strange. Rick knew that his smile must have been ugly. From now on, the first squad of the 3rd platoon will be your home. Augustus said, we are all your brothers and sisters. After Rick Kidd was assigned to the 1st squad, the squad had 13 people, which exceeded the standard number of staff. The sniper badge on Rick's body and the slender and graceful FN-92 Bosun sniper rifle on his shoulder made the soldiers in the 1st squad, especially Renault, envious. But Rick still seemed quite restrained in front of everyone. After spending some time together, although Rick didn't want to discuss his family, Harnack still concluded that he came from a noble or wealthy family because he didn't even know how to say a loud swear word. After learning that Augustus had been promoted to Lance Corporal, although everyone in the class was mentally prepared, they were still ecstatic. Lance Corporal is a transitional rank from soldiers to non-commissioned officers, which means that Augustus will be promoted to corporal at the same speed. After the surprise, there was an uncontrollable pride. In the more than 2 months of getting along in the boot camp, they have regarded Augustus as a real one of their own. There is no doubt that Augustus has become the soul of this combat squad. That night, Augustus originally wanted to take his squad out for a big meal like he did in the boot camp to celebrate his promotion. But unfortunately, the 5th Battalion's base only had a supply station and a military canteen that were airdropped. The camp's cooking squad could only cook a few dishes: stewed potatoes, vegetable soup, and boiled pork sausage. Even such Marines can't always eat such food. In many cases, they can only eat instant hot food or sweetener bars. After the training ended at 8 p.m., when everyone else was busy doing their own things, playing cards or reading e-books, Augustus was seriously writing a letter to his sister and mother. Since leaving Corel, Augustus always took time to write letters every week. As in the past, in Dorothy's letters, Augustus never talked about the cruelty of the battlefield or politics, but mostly talked about the beautiful starry sky outside Corel and the customs of the people near the station. In the letter to his mother, Augustus would ask about the recent situation at home as usual, and occasionally asked about his father and his revolutionary cause. Augustus knew that such a letter would make his father and mother happy. Chapter 27, Lone Town. Before June 20th, Augustus's first company of Warfield was performing rather boring tasks. They stayed in the barracks for 2 days for training, and the rest of the time, they were assigned to escort supplies from the Pride of Poker starport. For a whole week, Augustus's squad followed the container trucks around the ring road. At this time, more than a week had passed since Augustus was promoted to a Lance Corporal and temporarily served as the squad leader of the 1st squad of the 3rd platoon. The Military Affairs Department had not yet selected a non-commissioned officer to serve as a squad leader, so he was still the acting squad leader. As far as Augustus knew, the squad leaders of other recruits who came to the company together were now served by veterans of the 1st company. Augustus soon realized that before he was promoted to corporal and became a formal squad leader, a new successor might never come. During the escort of supplies, although the attacks of the Comorians never occurred, Augustus was always on guard against surprise attacks from the enemy. Augustus and others' daily lives were monotonous. From the moment they opened their eyes in the morning, they had to put on power armor and board the troop transport armored vehicle. Then, the Marines spent most of the day in armored vehicles. During this period, the Pride of Pak was in a sparse and ordinary calm. The Comorian and Terran Federation armies were still confronting each other at the Paddock River in the city center. But the frontline garrisons did not fire a single shot. Only the artillery units of both sides would regularly fire at the enemy positions. And the buildings and fortifications within the range had long been razed to the ground. In the past year, there has never been a large-scale battle of more than 10,000 people on Tyrosus II. Both sides occupy half of the land on this planet, and they seem to be satisfied with this. However, Augustus knew that this delicate balance was like a thin ice hanging on a candle flame, and it would be broken by one of the parties sooner or later. What Augustus was most worried about now was that if both sides regarded the Pride of Pak as a breakthrough point, the 33rd Ground Assault Division, at the center of the war, would face a brutal war. Perhaps the task of escorting the transport convoy and transporting supplies had made the young and energetic recruits tired. So on the morning of June 20th, when Lieutenant Reagan, the leader of the 3rd Platoon, told them that their first company was about to go to a small town called Rune to perform combat missions. Except for Augustus and Omo, everyone started cheering. Lieutenant Reagan could only sigh. The first battle that Augustus led these new recruits to win was too easy. So they still did not take the war seriously. Perhaps only after witnessing the death of their comrades, and after their relatives and comrades left them forever, could they become mature. At about noon that day, Augustus led the first squad into the barracks with the giant wolf emblem engraved on the wall. It was the first time for them to use the power armor of the 33rd Ground Assault Division. Since this unit had been serving and fighting in the snowy silver world of Sigma, their armor was painted silver gray to match the environment. Like other people's power armor, Augustus' armor chest also had a creeping gray wolf. This power armor was still the old CMC 200, and some traces of use could be seen inside it. But overall it was much better than those in the boot camp. According to the newly issued supplement to the Class 1 Weapon Management Regulations of the 33rd Ground Assault Division, each member of the Augustus class also received an additional Gauss rifle grenade launcher. In addition, the supply sergeant at the armory also gave them an additional Hellfire flamethrower and a matching parallel double-barreled liquid oil tank, a brand new CMC 230XF heavy power armor, a 7-foot-long single-person rocket launcher, and 2 large bundles of rockets. And several people were given a Honey Whisperer heavy machine gun and 4 boxes of ammunition filled with bullet chains. Augustus noticed that all squads of Warfield's company, including the medical soldiers, had completed the re-equipment. It was obvious that the upper commander of the 33rd Ground Assault Division intended to reorganize the entire 1st Company into the main assault company. Warfield's company has always been known as the Iron Company. It has always been at the forefront of the charge. And after several fierce battles, it often loses more than half of its troops. It is understandable that the 1st Company has received such honors. Even other brother companies think they deserve better equipment, because this also means that the battalion commander has more sufficient reasons to deploy them in the most dangerous places instead of others. Although these weapons should be legally owned by professional sergeants, who have undergone professional training, it is obviously unrealistic to dismantle a full combat squad and send a group of people for training during the war. After discussing with Raynor, Augustus decided to give the rocket launcher to Ward, the heavy machine gun to the tall Benjamin, and Omo to carry the ammunition box as his deputy. The flamethrower was given to Harnack, just because Harnack himself said that he liked playing with fire when he was a child. And it happened that no one else wanted to use this dangerous and difficult to operate weapon. Then Augustus divided the first squad into 3 fire teams, each with Harnack and others who had changed their equipment as the core. Augustus led the first team, whose members were machine gunner Benjamin Crandall, Deputy Tom Omo, Rifleman Kurt Josephine, and Sniper Rick Kidd. The second team was led by Raynor, with flamethrower Harnack Hank, Rifleman Ilya Kulovsky, and Amy Brandon. The third team was led by Aaron Runstein, with Rocketeer Connor Ward, Grenadiers Xander Max, and Lee Pachinian. Augustus, I think we are still short of a medic. After the weapons were distributed, Renault said to Augustus, Our personnel and weapons are already infinitely close to a standard special tactics and mission team. So you should be content. Augustus' face was full of red. Usually we call these special teams the elite of the elite. In any case, these good things will never be given to the new recruits, who have only been in the army for a few months. Sooner or later, we will become the elite of the elite, Raynor said. When the first shift of Marines put on new equipment and boarded an APOD-46 transport plane, Augustus believed that they were all completely renewed. The biggest change was for Honeck. He was now wearing CMC 230XF power armor, which was the famous Firebat armor. This power armor was developed and launched by Prokion Industries. Compared with other models from CMC 200 to CMC 300, the Firebat power armor uses thicker and stronger fine steel armor, and the surface of the armor has a special heat-resistant coating to withstand the hot high-temperature ion flow released by the Hellfire flamethrower. The additional steel plates and heat insulation make the Firebat armor heavier and larger than ordinary power armor. The red paint makes the Firebat look more dangerous, and the chest and crotch armor are painted with the emblems of Prokion Industries and the 33rd Ground Assault Division. The Firebat armor of the 33rd Ground Assault Division was repainted silver gray, looking like a large silver giant. After some additional modifications to Ward's power armor, the armor plates on his shoulders were replaced with a larger and flatter model for installing a fixed straight rocket launcher. A more accurate HUD missile targeting eyepiece was installed on his helmet visor, and a belt with 12 automatic targeting rockets and a sharp bayonet was tied to Ward's waist. On the way to the destination, Augustus used the HUD display on his power armor shield to browse the mission briefing. The latest mission briefing showed that their destination, the small town of Lune, was 15 miles away from the central city of Poker Pride. Before the war broke out, the permanent population was about 5,000, but now it has been reduced to 2,000. This town is still under the control of the Terran Federation Army, but that area is located in the lower reaches of the Paddock River that flows through the Pride of Poker City, and only a Federal Army battalion is stationed there. The Army battalion is simply unable to monitor the defense depth of more than 10 miles in real time, so there are often scouts of the Comorian people entering the Federal control area through the Paddock River. The briefing describes this mission very briefly. According to reliable intelligence, this town called Rune has surrendered to the Comorian, and the mission of the Warfield Company is to regain control of this town and execute all the townspeople. Seeing this, Augustus couldn't help but open his eyes wide. That's right. It's execution, not arrest. Chapter 28 Traitor. Central Block, Lune Town. Local time 1412. 1/3 of the buildings in this colonial-style town are buried by thorns, creepers and stem thatch. The colonial dome houses and square, angular prefabricated template buildings in the central block stand in front of Augustus and others at regular intervals. Antennas and solar panels are installed on the roofs of these houses to receive signals and store energy. Like many towns in Tyrosus too, the appearance of each house in Lone Town is highly similar. Straight roads divide the town into equal areas. It is a typical colonial town grid style. Even outsiders find it difficult to get lost in it. This kind of grid town is often seen in young colonies. There are a few open trucks and coal trucks parked on the streets. Public facilities such as streetlights, signs and benches have become dilapidated due to lack of maintenance and repair. In addition, Augustus can't see a single person. The streets and squares are empty. That's not right. I thought they would welcome us like heroes. This scene made Honeck complain. If you come to them with a truckload of food and fuel, I bet you'll be a hero to the whole town. And maybe this place will be renamed Hankton, Renault said in the communication channel. Sounds good. Honeck obviously took it seriously. This is a difficult situation. Respected Honeck Hankton. Intelligence says that this whole town is full of rebels, Augustus said. Then tell them to make way for Captain Hank. Hank said nonchalantly. Assemble at the central square. At this time, Captain Warfield ordered in the communication channel, follow your squad leader and comrades. Be careful of the ground and behind you. The central square of Lune Town is the only open space in the town. Just a piece of open space marked out with lime powder, with an area roughly equivalent to a football field. The lawn in the central square was uncut, and the lush native plants of Tyrosus too had taken over the entire open space, with some emerald green multi-segmented insects visible. In the center of the green space was a solitary flagpole, on which hung a tattered federal flag. The entire 1st Company was deployed in the central square of Lune Town, with the 3rd and 2nd rows where Augustus was located. deployed directly below the flagpole, standing behind Warfield, facing the street north of the square. They were arranged in 4 columns, with the first row deployed on the right wing in the same formation, and the 4th row behind the left of the 3rd row. Fellow citizens of Loon, I am Lieutenant Warfield of the Space Marine Corps. The lieutenant held a radio in his hand, which could be directly connected to the loudspeaker of the Loon Town radio station. Someone told the Marines that there are Comorian spies here, who spread lies and deceive the citizens of the Terran Federation. Warfield said, in order to maintain the purity of the town of Loon and ensure that it remains loyal to the Terran Federation. As the Supreme Commander of the region, I have obtained an arrest warrant from the planetary governor. I have the authority to order everyone in this town to gather at the central square now and accept our investigation. Those who are found innocent will be released immediately. But if you refuse to come to the central square to accept the investigation, then, I'm sorry, I will arrest you all. Within 15 minutes. I give you 15 minutes. Whether you are male or female, old or young. I don't require you to be on time. But unless you are missing limbs, 15 minutes is enough for you to walk from one end of this town to the other. Don't carry any weapons, or we have the right to open fire first. Lieutenant, our order is to execute the insurgents, not arrest them. In the communication channel of Squad Leader Platoon Leader Company Commander Augustus Platoon Leader Reagan said, no one should be executed if it's up to me. Warfield said, I will never kill here unless I have to. After Warfield finished speaking, the entire communication channel of the first company fell into absolute silence. His words were also transmitted to the ears of more than 200 people in the company through the public channel just now, clearly conveying his characterization of this mission. Augustus stood behind Warfield, next to Reno and Harnack. The HUD display system on his mask had been switched to thermal display mode, allowing him to see the red figures hiding in the houses and basements. Through scanning, the 3D real-time models of several residential houses were displayed in the upper right corner of the screen, and a drop-down status bar displayed the wind speed, humidity, and temperature. A few minutes later, more and more figures appeared on Augustus HUD screen. The townspeople of Lone drove cars close to the ground or rode maglev bicycles, walking towards the central square in 2s and 3s. The breathing in the public channel gradually became heavier, and Augustus could not help but tighten his grip on the Gauss rifle in his hand. Most of the townspeople who came were holding various weapons, such as mining picks, shovels, engineer shovels, gunpowder automatic rifles from the last century, shotguns, and bolt-action hunting rifles. Only a few people were holding electromagnetic or laser weapons. Augustus guessed that they were the organizers and leaders among these people. These townspeople of Lone, who were obviously coming with bad intentions, surrounded the square with modified private cars and tractors used for farming. Augustus roughly counted them and felt that the number of people had exceeded 300 and was still increasing. Warfield first watched all this with an expressionless face, and then he closed the mask on his power armor, including Augustus's power armor. The masks of all the power armors of the 33rd Ground Assault Division were painted with gray-white paint, with the sharp snout of the wolf head, the white fur on the cheeks, the oblique triangle eyes, and the pointed ears. But Augustus always felt that if he could restrain himself from imagining it as a husky, it would still be quite majestic and domineering. I want to speak to your commander. After the number of the gathered people exceeded 500, about 400 yards in front of Augustus, an elected representative stood out from the crowd. I am the commander. Warfield replied in the coldest and most inhuman tone of his life. Let those people put down their guns. I swear I will forgive them. This is your last chance. We will never lay down our weapons to defend freedom. The mustached Tulsi man walked up to Warfield and said without giving in, listen, you can't do this. Decades ago, it was my father and our ancestors who came here to snatch land from wild beasts and poisonous insects, flatten the land, build houses, and reclaim wasteland. All of this today is due to the efforts of several generations of us. The Tulsis man said, and what has the federal government done for us? They only ask us to pay taxes, and taxes, but they don't even help us build roads. When cheap industrial products from Tarsonis flooded into the Tulsis market, the governor's office and the federal government Market Supervision Bureau remained indifferent from beginning to end, watching the disaster happen. When local factories declared bankruptcy and countless workers lost their jobs, the government hypocritically announced the Tulsi Economic Assistance Plan, which was already too late. If that's all, we haven't seen a penny of the money from the subsidy plan. At this time, there was a response from the crowd, while Warfield and the soldiers could only remain silent. When the war came, the Marines not only failed to protect us, but also sent our children to the battlefield. The mustache man became more and more excited. And finally he raised his arms and shouted, "We don't need the Terran Federation. Nor do we need the Comorians. Lone Town belongs to everyone who lives here. I demand that you leave here immediately. Otherwise my townspeople and I will open fire." This idiot. He had persuaded me. If he had been more polite in his request for us to leave, maybe Warfield would have just walked away. In the communication channel of the first squad, Renault was furious. He doesn't really think that the fire pokers in the hands of these mud guys can penetrate my knight armor. Does he? No way. No way. Josephine, who was born into an aristocratic family in the class, would not empathize with what he just said like Renault. She just thought it was ridiculous that these people dared to threaten the Marines. Chapter 29 Bloody Suppression. The number of townspeople who have gathered has reached 700 to 800. Several times that of the first company. But with the cold weapons they have for chopping wood and turning the soil, and the hot weapons of the last century, they could only deal with the federal sheriff and local police. Compared with the nobles on the main planet of the Terran Empire, and the civil servants in the office buildings, the people in the colonies have honed their tenacity and fearlessness in the struggle with nature. Information here is blocked. And the power of power armor and the federal government's massacre policy against the revolutionaries are not known to the ignorant villagers in the remote areas. So, you are a revolutionary? And all you want is to get Rune Town out of the control of the federal government? Or to get more autonomy? Warfield's face was twitching. He didn't want to shoot civilians. The representative of Rune Town shook his head. "We are not revolutionaries. We just want freedom. Listen, I sympathize with your experience. But as a Marine who eats government food, I have sworn to protect every citizen of the Federation, and will eliminate all rebels who intend to split the Federation," Warfield said. "I give you my last warning with my remaining kindness and patience. Put down your weapons, or we will open fire. Think about your family and friends, and you will know how stupid your behavior is." At this time, under the order of Lieutenant Warfield, the first company formed 4 closed hollow squares in parallel, with each squad as a horizontal plane and each platoon as a unit. In the middle are soldiers carrying rockets and heavy machine gunners. In the Middle Ages of Earth, this formation was used to deal with cavalry. Now the commander of this unit uses it to deal with the situation of being attacked from both sides. Suddenly, with a shout, the crowd rushed towards the first company. They seemed to be sure that the federal army would not dare to shoot them for the crime of massacring civilians, and completely forgot that they could be considered as armed thugs and terrorists. In Augustus's class, Tom Omo, who had never seen such a big scene, shook his hands so hard that the people around him thought he was going to shoot. "Don't wet your pants, Omo," said Kurt Josephine, the rifleman standing next to him. "You're the one who peed your pants." Omo tried to boost his morale with the dirty words he learned from Harnack, but he always lacked confidence and didn't speak with such vigor, so it was a bit like a lamb bleating fiercely. "Josephine, stop talking," Augustus said. 10 seconds later, among the townspeople who were still walking towards the center of the square, the closest to Augustus was less than 200 yards away. At this distance, with the help of the automatic aiming system of the helmet, even Renault would not miss. "What the hell are they doing? This isn't a demonstration. And we're not the police with sticks and stun guns," Reno said in the channel. "Do they really think we'll just turn around and run? Maybe it'll work for the sheriff. But if that happens, we'll be the ones to lose our heads when we go back. Enough. Get back. We'll really shoot." At this time, as the moving crowd got closer and closer, Xander Max's voice became more and more shrill. Nearly 1,000 residents of Lone Town armed with various weapons surrounded the central square, and more than 200 guns were pointed at Augustus and his comrades. The Marines remained unmoved, and raised their guns in unison to aim at the townspeople. Now they just had to wait and see which side would retreat first or fire the first shot. Augustus held the Gauss rifle firmly in his hand. If these people attacked him and his comrades recklessly, he would definitely shoot without hesitation. Both sides stopped talking, and the atmosphere in the entire central square was so tense that it seemed to be stagnant. Suddenly, Augustus also felt that those people had gone crazy. Several modified trucks rushed straight towards the Marines in the central square from the streets and behind the houses. The townspeople immediately spread out to both sides as if they had practiced in advance, leaving a passage for the trucks. The external frames of the front cabs of the trucks were reinforced with stronger pre-steel, and the copper-colored pre-steel tubes and plates were welded to the original more fragile aluminum frames with a melting gun. On some trucks with more crude and wild modifications, the steel tubes and plates were directly tied to the original frames with thick iron wires. The ordinary glass windows should have been replaced, because there were always one or two pieces of glass that did not match the size of the window frames. These pre-steel pipes and plates are covered with deep red rust and brass-colored oil stains, as if they were just dug out of a garbage dump. The front of each truck is pierced with dozens of spikes and blades made from discarded metal strips. The same design can be seen all over the trucks, and there are inharmonious extra parts everywhere, which are forcibly spliced together without regard for the overall beauty and symmetry. There is a spike erected on each axle. At first glance, these violent trucks look like violent metal hedgehogs. If this still didn't make the Marines realize the danger of these monsters, the Comorian cutter electromagnetic cannons mounted on the front and roof of the truck bed were enough to show that the other party had bad intentions. Next to each electromagnetic cannon sat 4 or 5 operators wearing miners' helmets or wide-brimmed caps, each holding a Comorian standard electromagnetic gun. There were 3 modified trucks in total, speeding from the east, west and south of the central square. After the modified trucks passed the crowd, the townspeople ran and charged behind the trucks, shooting with their simple weapons. Some of them were not the first to touch a gun, and they shot very accurately, so much so that 2 or 3 bullets hit Augustus's power armor. Augustus just calmly watched the small caliber bullets bounce high after hitting the breastplate, only scratching off a little of the silver-gray new paint. Damn it. It's Comorian's car. This is indeed something they can do. Warfield immediately gave orders on the communication channel. Fire! Soldiers! Use up all the bullets in your hands. Shoot! Shoot at your enemies! Instantly, everyone started pulling the trigger and shooting. There was a modified truck right in front of Augustus. If it was not stopped, it would rush into the hollow square of the Marines in a dozen seconds at its speed. At the same time, the electromagnetic cannon on the truck opened fire, but the operator was not accurate, and the landing points of several shells were ridiculously crooked. One of the electromagnetic shells landed more than 100 yards away from Augustus, and the spreading light blue pulse wave immediately flattened the land at the landing point, creating a crater several dozen feet wide. In a flash, Augustus made what he thought was the most correct choice. He avoided other parts of the armored vehicle and only aimed at the right front wheel. Augustus turned on the capacitor safety and fired high-frequency bursts at the fastest speed. The butt of the Gauss rifle hit his armored shoulder armor again and again due to the recoil. At the same time, at least 5 people in the first squad, including Augustus, took the same approach. Although the fender of the truck was also modified, it still could not withstand the Gauss rifle, and the tire was blown up in an instant. The truck lost control immediately, but still plunged into the midst of the Marines. Fortunately, Augustus and the others reacted in time and began to run and dodge when they were shot. The tires of the other 2 trucks were blown up in the same way by the other squads. One of the trucks rushed into the Marines, who were dispersing their formations. The truck weighing dozens of tons crushed a soldier who failed to dodge and fell to the ground. A tooth-grinding metal scraping sound and desperate wails were heard in the communication channel. Chapter 30: The Executioner of the Federation. The surviving electromagnetic gunners on the truck held electromagnetic rifles and fired at the wreckage of the truck. But as soon as they showed their heads, they were killed one by Rick Kidd, a sniper in Augustus's squad, using a Bosun sniper rifle, forcing the remaining people to raise their electromagnetic rifles above their heads with both hands and shoot randomly without a target. Soon, with a deafening roar and a sharp sonic boom, the truck in front of Augustus was hit by Ward's rocket, and the fuel tank was immediately ignited, and a fire was burning around the truck. Several people who were ignited by the flames jumped, shouted, cried, stood or lay still, and then their bodies melted like candles. At this time, the townspeople of Loon Town holding various weapons also stood a few hundred yards away and shot at Augustus, while other townspeople who only had axes, power pliers, and other weapons tried to close the distance between themselves and the Marines. Augustus and others turned their guns to the townspeople who had already started charging. Only then did he notice that these people were hiding weapons that were far more dangerous than gunpowder shotguns and hoes and pickaxes. Bundles of electromagnetic grenades were carried on their waists. And these electromagnetic grenades were likely from the local military factory built by Comorian. These people were obviously commanded when they charged. And the distance between them was very wide. However, there should be no soldiers from the Comorian regular army among them. As shown before, they really lack electromagnetic weapons that can penetrate power armor. Several heavy machine guns of the Marines began to roar, and the continuous flames from the muzzles seemed like the lanterns of the Grim Reaper's parade. Just a few hundred yards away from Augustus, a barrage of spikes raised a blood mist in the crowd. The people in the front were torn apart by steel spikes accelerated to supersonic speed by electromagnetic coils. Their bodies turned into pieces of meat in a few seconds. The remains of limbs and meat were thrown high into the air and fell like rain. Like a punctured balloon. The people standing behind him seemed like scarecrows swept down by the strong wind. Like rag dolls nailed to the ground by spikes. Including the town representative who stood up earlier. More than 200 people standing in front of Augustus fell down before he emptied all the spikes in the magazine. Augustus saw that the people who were shot were cut in half by the steel spikes. The power of a steel nail was enough to penetrate 4 or 5 people in a straight line. Embed into the body of the last person and push him more than 10 meters away. Since ordinary people would have no chance of survival if hit in the torso or head by spikes. And only a few people had time to scream and wail during this process. The only sounds heard on the battlefield were the firing sounds of machine guns and electromagnetic guns, and the thunderous roars of rockets. When Augustus finished the first round of shooting and changed the magazine, the townspeople collapsed in less than 10 seconds from the start of the shooting to the end of the shooting. Cease fire. Cease fire, Warfield ordered. At this time, the townspeople who entered the square fell in a pool of blood, and most of the bodies were broken into pieces. Some people who were still alive wailed and gradually lost their breath. Other townspeople who had not yet rushed into the central square and could walk ran away in the blink of an eye, looking at those people groaning in pain. Although Augustus reminded himself in his heart that these were a group of thugs who wanted to kill him, and he was just following the orders of the chief. It did not make him feel better. The federal government is used to using bloody massacres to suppress insurgents and revolutionaries, using blood and fear to maintain the stability of the regime. And the executors of its tyranny are not federal police and local security forces, but real troops. Warfield immediately issued an order, chase. The first row will go to occupy the central gas refinery in Loon Town. The fourth row will chase north along Cairns Road. And the second row will chase south along Newland Road. Expel everyone and drive them out of the house. The medics stayed. The 3 platoons immediately followed the platoon leader's orders and ran in different directions. The 3rd platoon is under my direct command, Warfield said at last. Yes, sir. Augustus platoon leader Reagan immediately responded. Warfield led the first squad of the 3rd platoon to quickly run to a heavy truck that had overturned on its side, leaving the other squads on guard. This was the only one of the 3 trucks that was not hit by rocket fire because there was a Marine under the truck. It was a rifleman from the 2nd squad. The life monitoring system inside his power armor showed that the soldier was still alive. But they couldn't move the truck. The container-like cargo box of the truck was filled with steel and alloy scraps collected by the people of Loon Town. The power armor's enhanced strength was not enough to turn them into supermen. We have to find a crane. Augustus tried to push the truck and said, "It's too late to transfer it from the engineering corps of Pox Pride." Warfield glanced at Augustus and made a prompt decision. Explosives. Unload the fuel tank and choose the D7 type explosives with the smallest power. Augustus understood and turned to Xander. Xander was an art lover. His backpack contained the most complete and largest number of blasting explosives in the first squad. Then the first squad placed the explosives with a clear division of labor under Warfield's command. The location and amount were also decided by him personally. After the explosion, the connection between the truck compartment and the front of the truck was blown open. Due to the different power of the explosives in several locations, the compartment pressing on the Marine fell to one side accurately. Augustus, Renault and others worked together to pull him out. The Marine's power armor was severely damaged, with many dents on the armor. Augustus guessed that he might have fainted because of the impact, because there was no response in the communication channel. "Are you okay, Private?" Warfield knocked on the Marine's helmet, and seeing no response, he pressed a button under the soldier's helmet mask, and the mask slowly opened. He was a young man with a bruised face and a swollen nose. It can be seen that his injuries were not serious, mostly soft tissue contusions, and the corner of his right eye was bleeding uncontrollably. He may have had a slight concussion, and he was drowsy. A medic in power armor walked over, half knelt on the ground, opened the soldier's eyelids, and observed his pupils. The paint color of the medic's power armor was the same as Augustus and others. Only a red cross mark was sprayed on the right shoulder of the armor to distinguish it. And he was carrying a D1 backpack on his back, which was larger than the infantry M2 backpack. When Augustus looked at the medic, he was rummaging through his backpack, looking for a medical laser nail gun to suture the wound. My equipment is not enough to deal with this situation. I must send him to the nearest medical station. The medic used a weakened laser beam to treat the wounded, while opening his mask and speaking to Warfield. He was a pale young man with an ordinary appearance. The nearest medical station is in Poker's Pride. I will immediately request a transport plane from the command center. At this time, Warfield looked at the people of Lune, who were still lying in a pool of blood. Some of the wounded were still wailing weakly. Augustus, take your people and bring the injured locals with you. Most of the bodies of the residents of Lune Town in the central square were broken into pieces. Many people were broken into several pieces, with blue-black intestines, internal organs, bones, and meat on the ground. Only those whose legs were shot were still alive. Even though Augustus had emphasized that the Marines would treat them, these townspeople still tried to shoot at them, forcing a group of soldiers to shoot back. Don't they want to live? Josephine asked in confusion on the communication channel while receiving the wounded. Maybe they just think that there is something more important than staying alive. Augustus answered. Renaud and Augustus looked at each other, and inexplicable emotion surged in their hearts. About an hour later, when the transport plane arrived in Lone Town, other troops of the 1st Company had already controlled the town hall, church and station of Lone Town, defeated the townspeople who tried to fight back, and forced them to flee their homes. In the air filled with the smell of blood, a brand new red and blue flag of the Terran Federation was raised on the flagpole in the central square. Chapter 31 Engineering Corps. 2 days later, after completing the mission in Lune Town and returning to the 5th Battalion of Poker Pride, the first class had rested for a while, and Augustus's mood was different from before. Augustus thought that his service in the Federal Army would never be too long. As soon as the war was over, he would leave. On this day, at 6 o'clock in the morning of June 22nd, Augustus woke up on time as usual, woke up the soldiers in the class, and asked them to get dressed immediately and go to the cafeteria of the camp to have breakfast. At this time, there were 2 silver moons in the sky, and the outline of another moon and a brighter sun appeared on the horizon. The company dormitory became noisy, and sleepy Marines squeezed into the narrow corridor and swarmed to the army canteen. Augustus got a toast and fried pork sausage in the canteen, sat at the alloy template table, and chatted with Renaud across from him, talking about some reports on the corruption inside the federal government disclosed by UNN Global News Network, while Honeck and Josephine were talking loudly about vulgar jokes. Does anyone know where we are going today? I didn't read the mission briefing. Private Xander was holding a piece of bread, while Honeck on his left was wolfing it down. The central city of Poker's Pride, specifically 8 miles northwest of our battalion. Josephine chewed the bread without any of the reserve and elegance of a noble, looking like a starving ghost. Guess what? There is an engineering team working there, and the higher-ups sent us there to be their nannies, because it's very close to the Comorian doghouse. As he was talking, Josephine swallowed another whole roasted pig intestine, which almost choked him. He couldn't help but pinch his neck and roll his eyes. He grabbed the bowl of porridge next to him and started to drink it. So, when the assembly call sounded, Honeck and Josephine were pinching each other's necks. Take your M2 backpacks and gather at the A2-7 military camp square. As everyone was laughing, several non-commissioned officers came in and shouted, regardless of whether they had finished eating or not. All the soldiers did it. Augustus led the first squad into the barracks and armory with the Sigma Grey Wolf emblem engraved on the wall, and put on their power armor, since it was not too far from the central city, and the 33rd Ground Assault Division had arrived in Tulisi's less than a week ago. There were few transport planes available for them to fly in the atmosphere. The 1st Company took the heavy trucks lent to them by the Poker's Pride Army Logistics Support Transport Corps to the destination, and other trucks were fully loaded with bullets, grenades, and explosives. Each truck could only carry 6 to 8 heavily armored Marines at most. Augustus, Renault and several other soldiers from the first squad sat in the truck bed, and the entrance and exit of the truck bed were sealed with a pair of heavy windproof curtains. After the windproof curtains were folded, they could see outside the truck. There were dozens of similar trucks behind their truck. At first, the convoy drove to the north of the base on a straight urban road in Pak's Pride. Although there were occasional craters on the road, it was still relatively flat. Once the convoy entered the city center, the speed immediately slowed down, because this section of the city was once the main battlefield of the war between the Federation and Comorian, and it changed hands repeatedly between the two sides in a few months. Today, the entire city center has become a ruin full of huge craters, barbed wire, abandoned war vehicles and tanks, and the skyscrapers stand silently, like the tombstones of this once prosperous city. About 2 miles after leaving the station, Augustus saw a different scene. A large number of ragged refugees were staggering along the road. The number of people in these groups ranged from dozens to hundreds. In just 10 minutes, Augustus had seen thousands of them. People with dull expressions carried bags on their backs, push carts and worn-out suitcases, on which sat silent children or various metal garbage, most of which were robot or car parts. These people were called scavengers by the local garrison of Tulises. With the tacit approval of the local garrison, they made a living by entering the city to search for valuable garbage or other things abandoned in it. The city of Pak's Pride, where Augustus's 4th Brigade was stationed, originally belonged to the Terran Federation. It was once a large city with 2 million Terran people, and the industrial areas and farms outside the city were home to more workers and farmers. But after becoming a strategic location, the city has become the main battlefield. In the part of the city controlled by Comorian, all the city residents have become miners and laborers serving large factories. They are whipped and enslaved by Comorian supervisors and have to work endlessly until they die of exhaustion to produce more weapons and supplies for the war. The Terran Federation forcibly drove all the people in the area under its control to the lower city and suburbs far away from the war zone, but refused to provide living security for the war refugees. Augustus truck past the group of staggering refugees and drove for a few miles, finally turning beside a long river flowing east-west, and drove west along the asphalt road that was pitted by artillery fire. To the north of the convoy was the rippling Paddock River. This river, which was more than 1,000 miles long, looked like a golden ribbon in the bright morning sun. The Paddock River, which flows through the center of Pak's Pride, divides this magnificent city into 2 parts. The widest part of the river in the center of the city is 5 miles. Before being involved in the war, there were 3 sky train tracks and more than 10 steel bridges connecting the north and south parts of the city into a whole. Hundreds of artificial canals dug based on the Paddock River, and its tributaries have added a unique charm to the city like a water city. The intricate canal network has made Pak's Pride's barge transportation industry increasingly prosperous. During its heyday, the slow-flowing artificial canals of Pak's Pride were not only home to large cargo ships, but also luxury yachts for the upper class and retro sailboats using modern technology. On both sides of the river were towering skyscrapers, office buildings, squares and parks. Due to the pollution from the prosperous refineries and crystal or purification plants, the sky of Pak's Pride was always filled with thick fog-like crystal dust, and the blue canal network was filled with endless, sparkling crystal clouds. Since more than 20 years ago, music, etiquette, and literary works from the medieval Earth era have become the favorites of the upper class of Pak's Pride to show off their elegant taste and ancient family history. The rich sit on expensive and fashionable yachts and cruise ships, listening to the music handed down from the medieval Earth while enjoying the beautiful scenery. While the libertines seek pleasure, time seems to have returned to London in the Victorian era of ancient Earth, and the rich sit on their boats to tour the Thames. The prosperous cities of the past can only be found in documentaries and postcards, and most of the canals are now dry due to siltation. When the rainy season comes, the swollen river water will refill the river channel and cause floods. Some blocked, yet to dry artificial canals have become stinking ditches, with garbage floating on the dark green river surface. When the convoy arrived at the destination, the engineering company was clearing the rubble in an area marked out by a cordon, using a molten welding torch to splice together prefabricated modular alloy steel building panels to build military camps, supply stations, garages and armories. The area where they worked was about 2 miles away from the Paddock River. The division of labor within the engineering company was very clear. While some people drove engineering vehicles to build the new military camp, other engineers were busy setting up scaffolding, building water towers and engines, constructing septic tanks and laying electrical wires and water pipes underground. Rows of barracks and camp signal control lights rose from the ground at an astonishing speed. Chapter 32 Boundary River. Augustus noticed that these engineers in orange-gray engineering uniforms were still very young. Some marks on the uniforms indicated that they were just soldiers temporarily recruited by the Interstellar Marines. These conscripts are usually refugees. If the war goes well, the service time of these conscripts will not exceed 2 years. Now the bridges and trains on the Paddock River have been cut off by Comorian. The Seven Sisters Bridge, which is famous throughout the colonial world, has either been blown up and the main body of the bridge has sunk to the bottom of the river, or it has been submerged in the surging river due to the sudden rise in water levels during the rainy season. In an area of about 1 mile near the riverbanks on both sides, all buildings, lighthouses, piers and green belts have been razed to the ground, replaced by rubble, glass and dust blown by the wind. On the south bank of the Paddock River, there are 2 brigades of the Federation Space Marine Corps, an Army division, 2 artillery regiments, a tank armored division and 3 Avengers. To the north is a Comorian Ripper Corps. The land on the opposite bank is full of bunkers and sandbag bunkers built by Comorian construction workers relying on the original buildings. After entering the construction site, Captain Warfield arranged tasks for each squad through the platoon leaders, including details on where each person in each squad should be at what time, what task this person should complete, and who should be responsible for supervising him. Augustus's squad's task was to patrol the area about a mile near the construction site as a scout to guard against agents infiltrating from Comorian. Every 15 minutes, he had to report to the platoon leader through the communication system inside the power armor. For the rest of the day, Augustus's first shift was on patrol. The patrol area was a city ruin, with broken walls, collapsed walls, cracked bricks and stones, and twisted underground water pipes exposed to the scorching sun. This area was once the most prosperous commercial district in the city center, with tall buildings and magnificent and gorgeous Rococo-style luxury villas of the rich. Now only a few of the most tenacious buildings remain here, and the best preserved is a statue of the goddess Europa with only half of its body left. During the mission, Augustus did not see anyone except his fellow squads. When patrolling near the Paddock River, he turned to observe the Paddock River and the Comorian positions on the other side of the river with a telescope. Today, the Paddock River is still very clear, as pure as the glacial lake at its source. But the picturesque riverbanks and rippling river surface are no longer there. What remains in front of the world are only ruins and the angry and roaring river of sorrow. In this situation, Augustus and others can no longer see the Paddock Sister Bridge River section that once attracted countless tourists as a tourist destination. Occasionally, they could hear the sound of fighter planes passing over their heads. The river was wide, and the low-power telescope was not enough for Augustus to see the fortifications and firing points of the Comorian army on the other side of the river. On the other side was the fully armed Comorian Ripper Corps. In the past 3 years, they had already built arc-shaped fortresses and walls along the river. Inside the dozens of feet-high walls were missile towers, land defense guns, and pop-up machine guns. The Comorians focused on building a military fortress on the north bank that was built in the section where the flow was slow and easy to cross the river, making it an impregnable military fortress. Augustus often stared at the Paddock River, thinking about how he would cross the turbulent river if he commanded an army, and how he would send his troops to the other side to end the war. When he patrolled near the Paddock River for the 4th time, night had fallen and the sun sank into the earth. Warfield ordered Augustus to return to the new military camp under construction. At this time, the blood-red light of the sunset had disappeared, and the black skyscrapers cut the horizon covered by the moonlight into jagged shapes. Across the river, on the north bank of the Paddock River, hundreds of beams of light from the Comorians' laser searchlights swept across the river in the sky, and flares occasionally streaked across the sky. A few miles away from Augustus's class, an artillery position of the Terran Federation began firing, and hundreds of bright ice-blue spots fell on the opposite bank. The electromagnetic pulse waves generated by the explosion lit up a night sky. After returning to the construction site, Warfield immediately asked Augustus to go to a garage that had been built with pre-placed pre-steel plates, and his troops were directly commanded by the company headquarters. Augustus originally thought that there was a task that had to be explained in person, or that an officers' meeting was to be held. But he soon discovered that other officers stayed at their posts. After meeting Warfield, the other party did not keep him in suspense, Your brother arrived at Tullis 2 yesterday. And the division headquarters is not far from here. Just now, he told me on the phone that he hadn't seen his brother for 7 or 8 years. And asked me to take you to see him. Actus? Ah. That's great. I really want to see him sooner. Augustus did not want to meet his brother. Then Warfield ordered his new adjutant, a gunnery sergeant, to temporarily lead the first company and let them continue with the established tasks. This time Augustus drove again. And he and Warfield had a very good relationship now. Because of his brother's relationship, Warfield actually regarded Augustus as his younger brother. And he also liked the young man's strength and courage. In Warfield's view, Augustus was very smart. And the most valuable thing was that he used this intelligence in the right way. And his considerate and caring character was indeed very likable. In some ways, Augustus is very similar to his brother. An hour later, Augustus drove Warfield's Saber command vehicle into a cluster of skyscrapers with dozens or hundreds of floors. Outside the skyscrapers are lower buildings with a wide view. This area used to be the largest stadium in Poker Pride, next to the amusement park, zoo and civic square. About a regiment of engineers are using space construction engineering vehicles to build rows of orderly modular camp dormitories on the flattened open ground. The Saber command vehicle drove into the middle of the skyscrapers. And there was still a tall building with lights on in the middle of this tall building area. Although the skyscraper was not brightly lit, some floors with intact glass could see bright lights. This meant that there should be a gas generator in the underground garage of the skyscraper. And the laid wires were buried underground. Outside the skyscraper, there were roadblocks and checkpoints within 500 yards. And at least a platoon of Marines from the 33rd Ground Assault Division were guarding the skyscraper. All the Marines were silent, holding Gauss rifles and looking straight ahead. Some scratches could be vaguely seen on the silver gray power armor of these Marines, like scars left after the long scratches deep enough to see the bones scabbed over. Those were the marks left by the new paint coating applied over and over again to try to cover up the wounds after the power armor was severely damaged and repaired. Although this obviously violated Article 144 of the Power Armor Modification and Maintenance Regulations. Some people's power armor had other exquisite or sloppy private graffiti and spray paint in addition to the original logo of the 33rd Ground Assault Division. Usually some parts of the wolf's body, a claw, an eye or a fang. Some people's graffiti is more wild, with white-haired wolves and skeletons or naked beauties. This means that these people are either veterans who left these marks to show that they have experienced many battles, or they are local planetary guards who can't even meet the supply of power armor and can only patch up for another 3 years. These marginal world garrisons often call themselves stepmothers, or both. These guards have no rank marks on their power armor. They stand like statues, like stone lions in front of a temple. Chapter 33 Arcturus Minsk. The skyscraper that temporarily served as the temporary headquarters of the 33rd Ground Assault Division originally belonged to the UNN Global News Network. About 1,000 people once worked in this towering building. But now it is deserted and silent like a ghost town. The elevator in the UNN branch building has long stopped running. Augustus and Warfield can only take the stairs to the 42nd floor, which makes Augustus start to wonder if his brother has some kind of bad taste. After climbing the stairs obediently, Augustus finally reached the top floor, judging from the signs that had not been erased. This floor was the editor-in-chief's office of the local station. The guard at the staircase checked Augustus and others' ID information cards and completed retinal scans before letting them in. There were no guards guarding the door of the division commander's office. And there was an oil painting of a lion hanging on the door. Arcturus had always liked this kind of earth creature that only existed in literary works and film and television works, and had always longed to defeat this mighty beast one day. After carefully checking whether his uniform was neat and smooth, Warfield knocked on the door solemnly. "Come in." Arcturus' voice was very similar to Augustus's. Most of the time, it was magnetic, gentle and calm, and could make people feel close to it in an instant. "Aren't you going in?" Augustus looked at Warfield, who stepped aside. "This is a private conversation between you," Warfield said seriously. "Okay," Augustus thought to himself. "Since you are not going to meet Arcturus, why bother to smooth out the wrinkles on your uniform meticulously?" When Augustus pushed the door open, his brother Arcturus Minsk was standing in front of a huge glass window with his back to him, looking at the Pride Epoch in the dark. Arcturus was wearing a dark brown officer's coat, and the shoulders of the coat were covered with tasseled copper epaulets. Although it was a temporary building, The furnishings in the office still made it clear at a glance that this was the residence of a noble. Arcturus' desk was made of expensive Chaucera sunwood. The tabletop, which retained the original wood texture, was only painted with a layer of antiseptic and dehumidifying varnish. Countless small sun patterns several feet long were clustered together, which was extremely beautiful. There were piles of documents and books on the table. Augustus noticed the only upright wooden framed photo on the table. It was a photo of Arcturus himself, his sister Dorothy, and his mother when he was 20 years old. Augustus did not recognize himself in the photo for a moment, because standing between his mother and brother were two little girls who looked very similar, wearing silver twin ponytails and white long skirts. Augustus thought that he must destroy this photo one day. The tiled floor was covered with a carpet, on which was embroidered with gold thread the star map of the Terran Federation in the Copperloo sector. Next to the desk were two wine cabinets with gin locks, which were filled with wine, whiskey and ale produced by the Federation from core planets, autonomous territories to fringe planets. This was obviously due to the Minx family's consistent preference for alcoholic beverages. The wall opposite the office chair was hung with beast heads and hunting rifles, and on the other wall was a separate portrait of Augustus' mother, Catherine Minsk. This is a painting of Catherine by an artist in the 25th century using the art style of the Renaissance period on the medieval Earth. The artist seems to have referred to the painting of the Virgin Mary, and portrayed Catherine in a red evening dress as extremely sacred and radiant. Augustus, my brother, come here. Let me see you. Actors turned around immediately after hearing the sound of the door opening. The lines seemed to be cut by a knife and an axe, and the face carefully carved by the Greek sculptor was filled with a smile from the heart. Augustus felt that his brother's smile was genuine, although Arcturus himself never admitted it. His father's habits and style of doing things as a politician had repeatedly influenced him. People always say that politicians have 1,000 different masks, and this is true for Arcturus. So Augustus's tense shoulders relaxed, and he walked towards Arcturus without any defense, just like in his memory. I heard that you defeated a team of Comorian shock cavalry on the first day of graduating from boot camp. Arcturus was taller than Augustus, and compared to Augustus, who was only in his early 18s, the 28-year-old had broader shoulders. Colonel Arcturus was a man with a strong back and a firm body, and when he looked at others calmly, there was a sense of oppression without anger. Ha. Guess what I said to the staff officer who reported this to me? I said that this is how the Minx family should be. Arcturus patted Augustus's shoulder vigorously, and looked at Augustus with satisfaction, as he stood still like an iron tower in the wind. My luck is always good. Augustus also smiled and said, the group of Comorians just happened to break into our resting place. Then I have to admit that your luck is really good. Actor's cold gray eyes were bright, as if they were flashing. Since he joined the army, he has not returned to Korhol to see his family for 7 or 8 years. Even if he did, it was only a brief intergalactic video call with a very unstable picture signal. Only rarely. The supply fleet that travels between Char, Sigma, and Tarsones every 2 years will deliver supplies to the fringe systems and give the soldiers letters from home, recent photos of their families, and quarantined hometown specialties. Arcturus' father Angus never wrote to him. Only Catherine and her younger brothers and sisters always sent things and wrote letters to the eldest son of the family. When he was young, Augustus regarded his brother, a soldier, as an idol, and he respected and loved his heroic brother. Although he became more and more rebellious as he grew up, he would still send his brother some local specialties year after year, such as the cold weapons forged by the Stilling Master Craftsman Guild for the nobles and the rich, and the King No. 7 whiskey produced in Pasha, the central city of the Kar-4 subcontinent. Augustus always asked about Arcturus' military life in emails, looking forward to exciting adventures and glorious stories. And Arcturus' most recent impression of his brother was Augustus when he was 14 years old. At that time, Augustus looked like a rebellious teenager, with long hair tied in a ponytail, pierced ears and tattoos. In the end, Angus personally dragged Augustus to the best laser cosmetic surgery shop in Stilling to repair the ear holes and remove the tattoos. The most advanced laser cosmetic surgery technology can perform plastic surgery without invasiveness or sequelae, so others can't see any marks on Augustus' ears. In the end, only Augustus' hair was spared, but he cut it off himself soon after because some people always thought he was a girl. Arcturus was very happy that Augustus had lost his youthful impetuousness and became calm and self-sustaining. He was originally worried about his brother. How is Mom? Arcturus pulled 2 chairs over and sat down with Augustus, chatting with him about family matters naturally. Mom is fine, Augustus said, after Dorothy turned 16. Mom took the lead in establishing more than a dozen charitable foundations and orphanages in Stilling. Mom is admired in Carr. She is very busy every day, but also very fulfilled. What about Dorothy? She no longer writes to me. Actors nodded, but then said sadly, her schedule at the academy is always very full. In addition to classes, she also has to learn etiquette, dancing and court swordsmanship. Augustus said, Dorothy is a big girl now. She is as beautiful and charming as her mother. Yes, Dorothy has grown up. Arcturus paused and said, when Arcturus was still studying in Quirrell, Dorothy and Augustus were still children, playing on his lap. Does she have many suitors? Chapter 34 Conversation between brothers. Suitors? Augustus' memory flashed with some bruised young nobles of Quirrell. They should all go to hell. As Augustus spoke, such a scene emerged in his mind. At Dorothy's 16th birthday dinner, half of the celebrities in Stilling attended the grand banquet, and their sons and daughters all dressed up. There were so many nobles holding flowers and wanting to meet Dorothy that they could line up from the Minsk Sky Tower to the door of the Palatine Council Hall. From the young noble heir, who had just come of age, to the youngest senator of Quirrell, everyone was blocked from Dorothy's sight by Augustus and his father. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone wanted to dance with Miss Dorothy, the protagonist of the birthday party. But in the end, it was Augustus who danced with Dorothy. Dorothy is still young. She doesn't understand the ugly and dark hearts of those aristocratic scums with fat brains. Actors took a cup of black tea from the table, drank a sip and said, without any malice, those deformed children of inbreeding really make me sick. They only know politics, power and fame and sex transactions. And they plan to use a political marriage to tie their family to the Minsk family. As long as we are alive, Dorothy will never become a victim of politics and power. She will be happy forever. You should really go back to your hometown to see Dorothy. She is no longer the little girl you remember. Augustus smiled and said, Dorothy is very opinionated, which is very much like her mother. Dorothy likes reading, economics, politics, classical culture, and even galactic heroic epics. In terms of corporate management and business decision-making, Dorothy has shown much higher talent than you and me. Dorothy should inherit the Minsk family. And we just want to break away from our father's control, explore the unknown world above the stars, or establish great achievements in the army. Arcturus pointed at himself and then at Augustus. But I am worried that Dorothy will be under too much pressure. After all, she is just a girl. If that's the case, I think I will go back to help her. Augustus said his true thoughts. Compared with the battlefield, he would rather stay in the safety of Quirrell. Arcturus was obviously surprised. This was not the Augustus he had imagined. In the nearly 10 years since Arcturus joined the army, Augustus had written to him 3 times a month. So many emails in his email box that he could not finish reading them all. In these letters, Augustus expressed his longing for his brother's free and easy military life without exception, complaining about his father's tyranny and the boredom and depression of being trapped under the small blue sky of Carr. Young Augustus longed to become a marshal who could lead the Space Marines to adventure around, open up colonies, and fight against strange alien creatures. Augustus had sworn no less than 10 times that once he could leave Quirrell without his father's control, he would never go back. Although Arcturus had explained to Augustus countless times that the life of the Marines was actually extremely boring, Augustus never changed his mind. No matter what, I will always support you. Arcturus nodded and said. Nevertheless, Arcturus was still happy for Augustus's change, because no matter how much he believed in his brother's ability, there was no guarantee that Augustus would be unscathed on the battlefield. Selfishly speaking, Arcturus would rather his brothers and sisters stay in an absolutely safe place than break their young wings for their dreams. But I'm still worried. Arcturus's frowned eyebrows revealed his inner worries. You know what that bastard Angus is doing. He dreams of overthrowing the government of the Terran Federation and is putting it into practice. With the secret funding of the Umojan Council, the rebel forces controlled by Angus have destroyed the outpost factories of the Edge colonies and instigated so many demonstrations in recent years that the Federal Council of Tarsones is terrified. What exactly does he want to do? If this continues, it is only a matter of time before a full-scale war breaks out between Quirrell IV and the federal government of Tarsones. The Federal Council will never sit idly by and watch Quirrell escape from their control. Once they admit that a planet can declare independence from the only government, other planets will follow suit. Then the Federation would send the Marines. And perhaps Quirrell could hold out for a while with the help of Umojan. But the Federation Council still has a large fleet that can destroy the defenses of an entire planet from high orbit. Actor said. Angus never thought that if he failed, his family would be sent to the guillotine. Angus is playing with fire. How many innocent people have lost their lives because of his justice when his rebels organize terrorist activities against military facilities and companies in which the Tarsoni's founding family has a stake? Do those workers, those ordinary soldiers, really deserve to die? I don't care about Angus and his revolutionary cause. He deserves it no matter what the outcome is. But what about Dorothy and Mom? We can't lose them. I'll try my best to convince my father. Augustus was not very confident in what he said. You can't convince a stubborn old wolf. Actor snorted. Augustus sighed softly. And both sides were silent, as if they were deeply touched by the stubbornness of old Mengsk. After a while, Arcturus skipped the topic and talked about his plan. Augustus, I will probably be discharged before the end of the war. Maybe early next year. Maybe this year. Before that, I hope you can become an officer. Why? Augustus looked at Arcturus. Actors, who had been promoted to colonel during the Kylian War, was almost certain to become a general after the war. He had more medals and honors than others in their lifetime. After the victory of the war, glory, fame, power and wealth will come one after another. I'm tired of this kind of life. Actor said frankly. The freshness and excitement that the Marine Corps brought me have long been worn out. Now I want to regain my original dream and become an interstellar adventurer and explorer. I already have some startup capital. Of course, it's not from Angus. I have planned to buy MRI monitors, drilling rigs, space engineering vehicles and spacecraft. I am also going to hire some people. But I have to borrow the money. Then, I estimate that it will take several to 10 years to find a crystal vein that will make me rich. Augustus immediately showed a stunned expression. He remembered that his brother was the emperor who abolished the Terran federal government and established the Terran Empire through an uprising in the future. In the game, Arcturus Mengsk, the founder of the Terran Empire, is an interstellar hero, a sophisticated and ruthless politician and conspirator. And now, the future emperor of the empire tells his younger brother that he is not interested in anything and just wants to go mining with a helmet. If you don't have enough funds, go to your mother. Augustus quickly accepted this fact. No, I just want to prove that we can do well without relying on the power of the family, Arcturus said. Augustus was silent, because of his rebellious attitude towards his father. Arcturus at this time extremely hated revolution and politics. He just wanted to take risks, explore new mineral veins in the unknown edge of the universe to become a wealthy mine owner, and become a rich man through his own efforts rather than inheriting the industry of his father and family. When I'm not with you, be careful of those who have ulterior motives. After a moment of silence, Arcturus said to Augustus earnestly, except the people of the Mengsk family. Except ourselves. No one is worthy of our trust. You are the wolf of House Mengsk. You must be ruthless. Augustus nodded seriously. Well, I almost forgot. Get your people ready quickly. But don't mention this to anyone else. Actors finally said, after tomorrow, the 6th operation plan of the Tullis' army and Marine Corps High Command will no longer be a secret. We will launch a general attack on the Comorians on the other side of the Pride of Pok, forcing them to fight a decisive battle here. Chapter 35 Battle of Pok Pride. When Augustus returned to the first squad, Renault and his squad were resting in the tent of the Engineer Corps, using a charcoal stove dug out from the ruins and a well-preserved wok to heat up individual rations and sweet pies. The atmosphere in the tent was very lively, and Honnick's unique and arrogant laughter could be heard even from a distance. It was only after Augustus entered that he found out that the new recruit's salary for last month had been received, just as Warfield had agreed. Everyone in the class received an extra 8,000 credits as compensation for the Adine crystals they handed over after defeating the Comorian assault cavalry last time, which meant that everyone became rich in the barracks. Poor country boys like Reno, Omo, Xander and Honnick were all ecstatic, but they all used the money in different ways. Reno and Omo sent the money to their parents to ease the financial burden on their families. Xander was born in the slums and had no relatives, so he chose to save it, while Honnick planned to use it all to treat his brothers to a feast or go to the bar. The surprise did not end there. Augustus' platoon leader, Lieutenant Reagan, was also in the tent. Reagan told Augustus that he had been promoted to corporal. And now there was an equilateral triangle under the 3 inverted V patterns on his shoulders. From that day on, Augustus officially served as the squad leader of the 1st Squad of the 3rd Platoon of the 1st Company of the 5th Battalion. Everyone was very happy that day. Even the usually taciturn Ward and the new sniper Rick Kidd showed happy smiles. "Boss, what did Warfield ask you to do?" After chatting for a while, Renault remembered this. "Oh, I went to the division headquarters with him." Augustus found a folding chair and sat down. "What are you going there for?" Renault thought, "Are you going to be transferred to the division headquarters as a staff officer soon?" Hearing Renault say this, everyone's faces that seemed to be shining with joy suddenly dimmed. "How is this possible? How can I be a staff officer?" Augustus shook his head and found it funny. "Don't you know yet?" Reagan, who was sitting on the ground, said in confusion. "Augustus is the younger brother of our division commander." "Are you saying that the division commander's last name is also Minsk?" Honik's mouth was wide open enough to fit several eggs. "Hank, you idiot. You don't even know who the commander of our division is or what his name is." Renault laughed. And it was unknown what he was happy about. Although Renault didn't know what his division commander's name was, it didn't stop him from laughing at Honik. Awesome. Almo thought he should say something. But after saying it, he felt redundant. This matter seemed to have nothing to do with Augustus's ability. "Yeah, the squad leader is awesome," Amy Brendan said with a smile. "So we have a backer?" Josephine seemed to be very concerned about this matter. "You actually hid such an important thing from us." Xander was frustrated, including the platoon leader, Lieutenant Reagan. Everyone in the class was very curious about this matter, and Augustus answered all the questions he knew. Although Augustus did not mention the status and power of the Minsk family on Korhol 4, everyone had already reached a consensus that Augustus's family must be very rich. However, soon, the class lost interest in Augustus's family composition and the status of his family on Korhol 4, and turned to discuss other things. Augustus was also happy with this, and he really didn't want to say too much on this issue. After a while, the topic gradually turned to the bar, and which bar girl had the most explosive body. Just as platoon leader Reagan was about to leave, Augustus decided to talk to his men and Reagan about what Arcturus said about the general attack on Porco's Pride. Anyway, all the troops stationed in Porco's Pride should know about this by tomorrow at the latest. Actors told me that we are about to go to war with the Comorians on the other side of Porco's Pride. Augustus looked at Reagan and his men. "You saw today. The Paddock River is extremely wide. This is equivalent to us swimming to the other side of the river in iron sheets and plugging the holes of the Comorians' guns with our flesh and blood." As Augustus said, if the Federal Army wants to launch a general offensive in Porco's Pride, they must first cross a turbulent and wide river, and after landing, they must brave the hail of bullets to smash the city defense walls and the concrete fortresses wrapped in a layer of iron sheets and pre-steel plates. And then, they can confront the Comorian rippers hiding in them, under the anti-aircraft fire blockade on the other side. Most of the transport ships of the Federal Airborne Division will be shot down before landing, and the bomber fleet will also be greatly restricted. Therefore, the Federal Army only had 2 options: to build a pontoon bridge under the Comorian close-in defense guns and machine guns, or to force a crossing with a large number of ferries and assault boats. But now is the flood season, and the water level of the Paddock River at this time of year is the highest and the fastest in the year. In this case, the Comorians on the north bank are like guarding a natural barrier. It can be predicted that the Federal Army will suffer huge casualties in this upcoming war. The people in the tent stopped talking, and after reacting, their performances were also different. Everyone knows that wars will kill people. The only difference is who will die, or if you are destined not to live to the day of retirement, then when, where, and how will you die? Renault couldn't laugh anymore. He lowered his head, probably thinking of his family. Honik and others just stared at Augustus, as if they didn't understand what was going on. Ward, who hated the Comorians to the core, had a tense face. In order to take care of his comrades' emotions, he didn't show his abnormal joy. At this time, Olmo had taken out a piece of paper and silently wrote his 3rd suicide note to his family. "Anyway, it will be used eventually," he whispered. "I'm not surprised," Reagan said. "The higher-ups have transferred an entire Onuru Sigma Corps, plus the local army. Nearly 100,000 people are stationed in Porco's Pride. This is not to let us come here to eat empty salaries and travel. The generals are not that kind. The Comorian have been entrenched here for so long. And there are only 20,000 or 30,000 people. Why should we be afraid to fight? He said sarcastically. No matter how powerful the Comorian artillery and machine guns are, the lives of the Marines are not as valuable as their bullets. But you don't have to be too scared. The fleet will definitely join the battle. As far as I know. Alpha Squadron, Delta Squadron and more than a dozen air wings from Tarsones have arrived in Turisis. And the pressure on the ground forces will be much lighter. Reagan looked at everyone and said, "What a joke." Honeck never knew what fear was. Honeck jumped up like a cricket that was provoked. Yes, we are never afraid. We are only afraid when we have no money. Renault was no longer sad at this time. He looked up at Honeck, who jumped up and grinned. Will the war start tomorrow? Omo asked, putting the written suicide note in his pocket. Not so soon, Augustus said. From the distribution of documents to various troops, the division of various divisions to various generals, to the completion of offensive preparations by all troops and logistics. It takes time, Reagan said as he opened the curtain of the tent and waved to Augustus and others. I will keep this matter confidential, so as not to be accused of leaking confidential information. The prison food of the Marine Central Security Bureau is not very delicious, he said. I'm going back to work. Ah, don't rest one by one. After dinner, go out and continue to stand guard. Chapter 36, Crossing the River. As Reagan said, 1 week after the offensive preparatory order of the Poker's Pride Campaign Command Post was issued, in early July, Augustus's 33rd Ground Assault Division 4th Brigade officially set out. Augustus was only a corporal, and he was not qualified to know more details about the battle. Even the platoon leader Reagan was told that he could only understand the part about his own troops in the June 23, 2488 offensive pre-order. That is, Arcturus Minsk's 33rd Ground Assault Division 2nd and 4th Brigades set out from the lower city of Poker's Pride 7 days later 1 a.m. on July 1st. Cross the river from the ferry of Yesha town, 20 miles from Poker's Pride in the lower reaches of the Paddock River, and go around to the town of Valinor in the eastern part of Poker's Pride, which is actually controlled by Comorian, and launch the attack at 1 a.m. on the second day, July 2nd. The 7th and 8th Avenger wings of Alpha Squadron and the 1st Bomber Wing will provide fire support for the attacking forces. In the early morning of July 1st, Augustus and his squad had already put on power armor and were ready to go. Due to insufficient vehicles, the 4th Brigade and its brother brigades had to march quickly to the ferry of Yesha town. Augustus' squad, wearing CMC power armor, lined up in 4 columns and followed the 3rd platoon leader Reagan on a dusty dirt road. In front of them was the 4th squad of the 2nd platoon, and behind them was the 2nd squad of the 3rd platoon. The distance between the squads was about 40 yards. The sound of the power boots stepping on the ground was like a dull drum, like the sound of a metal giant running on the ground. Whether Augustus looked forward or backward, the helmets that kept rising and falling and the shoulders with wolf head emblems were endless. A silver-gray torrent was advancing tirelessly on the dark green land of Tulisis at an average speed of 5 miles per hour. At this time, Augustus couldn't help but think that if a ground assault division with a number of 20,000 to 30,000 people were fully equipped with power armor, the military expenditure paid by the Terran Federation would be beyond his imagination. This can also indirectly prove why even with the size of the Terran Federation, the people would feel deeply overwhelmed if so many planets with tens of billions of people had to share the burden of the same war. As Augustus and others ran, large trailers and self-propelled artillery vehicles loaded with arc tanks and Goliath-armed robots rumbled past from time to time. Whenever a trailer loaded with tanks and walking mechs passed by the soldiers, the tank soldiers and mech drivers on it would wave to the soldiers. At the same time, there was always an Avengers team of about 45 fighters in the sky to escort the marching army. While following the troops, Augustus was still thinking about what the other parts of the offensive pre-order should be. From the deployment of the 2nd and 4th Brigades, it is clear that the Supreme Command did not stick to launching an attack from the front of the Paddock River, but chose to launch an attack from the flank of the Pride of Pok in the Comorian control. But the troops that were detoured to the flank were obviously more than just these 2 brigades. Such a mobilization was obviously very powerful, and it was impossible for Comorians not to notice the large-scale mobilization of the Federal Army. If the purpose of the Supreme Command was to let these troops launch a surprise attack, it would probably not have much effect, unless these Comorians were blind and deaf. Just as they were thinking, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the top of Augustus and others' heads. Some people stopped and looked up at the sky, causing the officers to roar. The communication channel of Augustus's class was filled with exclamations full of dirty words. Above them, a spindle-shaped space station was falling. This huge space station released extremely bright light while still in the atmosphere. From the position of Augustus and others, it was a huge fireball falling rapidly from the sky. With a loud bang, the huge fireball fell into the jungle far away from the army. It seems that the battle in the synchronous orbit of Tauruses has come to an end. The vanguard of the 4th Brigade and the 2nd Battalion in the middle had already arrived at Yesha town and crossed the Paddock River through the ferry to the other side. When the Comorian reconnaissance plane finally arrived, and when Augustus's squad stepped onto the land on the north bank of the Paddock River on an open steamer converted from a civilian ship, the reconnaissance plane had already been driven away by the Federation's Avenger fighter. The width of the river section at the Yesha town ferry is narrower than the section that flows through the center of Pox Pride. The other side of the river is an undeveloped land, and the height of the wormwood is even higher than the knees of Augustus in power armor. The waterlogged wormwood on the river bank was very slippery, so Augustus had to use the hook-shaped retractable nails on his power boots to nail himself into the mud to avoid slipping and rolling into the river. Before the 5th Battalion, a poor guy from the 3rd Battalion fell into the Paddock River because he fell on the river bank. Now a dozen local fishermen were driving boats to fish him out. Not only that, this guy was nailed to the pillar of shame. Every time a unit passed by this ferry, the sergeant guarding the ferry would use this as an example to remind the later ones to be careful. After crossing the Paddock River, the battalions of the 4th Brigade continued to advance northward. The green vegetation on the north bank was more abundant and denser than that on the south bank, and the Marines sometimes had to advance in the jungle as tall as a man. Fortunately, each of them was a giant with a height far exceeding that of an ordinary person in power armor, so they would not lose sight of the person in front. At this time, the sun had just risen in the sky, and sporadic gunshots were heard from time to time in the distance. Augustus estimated that the vanguard troops had collided with the Comorian scout troops. Augustus had never seen even a single Comorian, and he always kept an eye on the sky and his feet, guarding against mines and sudden bombers. But so far, everything was going well. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the 5th Battalion, where Augustus was, walked out of the jungle. Outside the jungle was an undulating open area, and the vague shadows of some houses could be seen in the distance. In the northeast of the jungle, at 2 o'clock where Augustus was, there were several high grounds connected by trenches. Near the high ground was a small village, and more than a dozen wooden houses were burning. As Augustus stepped out of the jungle, the vanguard in front of him exchanged fire with the Comorian army. There was a Comorian artillery position at 10 o'clock, and shells whizzed over the heads of Augustus and others. One of the shells landed not far to the right of Augustus, and a mud column composed of mud, grass roots, and shrapnel rose from the ground like a fountain. Large pieces of mud fell within 100 yards, and finally left a crater about 20 to 26 feet in diameter and about 10 feet deep. The shock wave nearly knocked Augustus, who was wearing a power armor, to the ground. Some reflected shrapnel swept across his abdominal armor and shoulder armor, creating finger-deep dents. The squads where the shells landed immediately scattered and fell to the ground, while Augustus jumped directly into the previous crater. "What is our mission?" Augustus asked in the squad platoon communication channel. "Our target is the Z-103 Highland at 2 o'clock. Platoon leader Reagan shouted in the communication channel. "Run and shoot." Chapter 37 Comorian Labor Auxiliary Army. Augustus ordered his men to advance in 3 4-man fire teams, and then he held the Gauss rifle in his hand and followed the Marines in front to start charging. In front of him, at least hundreds of silver-gray armored 4th Brigade Marines were running forward at the same time. Several Avenger fighters of the Federal Air Force flew hundreds of feet above their heads, and the missiles mounted under the wings fell on the distant Comorian positions in a few seconds with dense smoke trails, setting off a series of dazzling orange-red light spots. Just to the left of Augustus, an artillery position was still firing at this place. Several electromagnetic shells landed in the middle of a platoon in front of him, bringing up several bloody limbs and broken arms or helmets with skin and bones. But when Augustus stepped over a Marine who fell to the ground, a deafening explosion came from the direction of the shells, under the concentrated attack of the Federal Bomber Group. This Comorian artillery position immediately silenced, because the warnings issued by the Terran Federation scouts and reconnaissance aircraft were not passed on to the commander of the 4th Brigade in time. Everyone thought they were just heading towards an undefended town. Many people even naively thought that the local residents had already boiled hot water in the destination town of Valinor, and they were just waiting to enjoy the local food. Then, they would sleep in the comfortable wooden houses for the whole afternoon, so as to launch the attack in the early morning of the next day. Unexpectedly, there were only a group of crazy Comorians in Valinor. The command system of the Marine Corps was somewhat chaotic at the beginning, but soon, each battalion and company knew which position they should capture, or provide cover for that brother unit and friendly forces. Where are those damn Comorians? Don't let me catch them, Renault asked as he ran in the first squad's communication channel. I'm going to smash their heads, Ward screamed in the communication channel. What happened? The mission briefing clearly said that there should be no Comorians here, Olmo said. But now there are. Tom. Augustus said, follow me. Follow your team leader. In front of us, there are 2 battalions of nearly 1,000 people. When they rush to the high ground, we just need to go up and congratulate them. Don't rush too far forward. This will not do any good to you or any of your comrades. Do you understand? Yes. Squad leader. No problem. Boss. A positive answer came from the communication channel. The soldiers of the first squad followed their squad leader closely. It turned out that what Augustus said was not wrong. As early as when their squad was still trekking in the jungle, a battalion of the vanguard of the 4th Brigade had already launched an attack on the Z-103 Highland. When they rushed to the foot of the hill, the red and blue flag of the Federation had already been raised. Lieutenant Reagan was not far from Augustus at that time, with the 2nd squad of the 3rd platoon. So the 3rd platoon quickly assembled under the hill, and under the order of the platoon leader, the troops bypassed the Z-103 hill and headed northeast to the town of Arino. At this time, several positions built by the Comorian relying on the hill had been captured by the Federal Marines, and a part of the Comorian army evacuated the hill at the last moment and fled to the town behind the hill. At this time, Augustus's task became to chase these fleeing enemy troops. The 3rd platoon entered the town of Valinor along a country gravel road that was only 10 feet wide. On the way, they also did not see any Comorians, but they caught up with squads and platoons of the Federal Marines one after another. Augustus only saw a few Comorians' corpses. This was also the first time he saw Comorians' regular army other than the assault cavalry, rather than the holographic projection in the boot camp. Unlike the CMC-200 power armor that the Federation Army uses, just as the Comorians use whatever materials they can find to build heavy chariots and tanks. Almost no 2 of their armor and weapons are exactly the same. Among these Comorians, only the tallest, strongest and most brave wear power armor that is highly similar to CMC power armor. At first glance, the Comorian power armor is no different from Augustus's, except that a layer of black paint is applied on the original paint. The violent transformation of the Comorian style is almost all over the whole body of this armor. For example, the one in front of Augustus has sharp copper nails on every part of the power armor. 2 sharpened Tulisi's hunter daggers are welded directly on his shoulder armor. The black armor is painted with messy graffiti with white paint. Augustus can only recognize the unique emblem of the Comorian Ripper that he learned in the boot camp, a spiked hexagonal hammer that broke through the window with glass shards. The rest were even stranger, with animals and symbols of unknown meaning. Augustus guessed that this was the emblem of the family or guild of this Comorian warrior, and Augustus knew that those who were qualified to wear power armor were at least elite veterans or foremen of the Comorian guild or above. As for the other Comorian warriors, their equipment was much more shabby. More than half of the soldiers only wore blue-green woolen uniforms and used smaller Comorian electromagnetic rifles as weapons. Some people wore suspenders and jumpsuits, and this multi-pocket uniform was obviously more like work clothes than military uniforms. Others were more luxuriously equipped, wearing round helmets with a ridge in the center and goggles, with 2 capital letters KM arranged vertically from top to bottom on the helmets. In addition to the uniforms, these soldiers also wore crude armor made of kinetic armor plates and thick leather pads. This armor is far inferior to the Federal CMC series armor that can provide power, and the armor coverage rate is also very low. The better ones can cover the calves and forearms, and the worse ones only cover the part from the torso to the thighs. The proportion of this kind of soldiers in the Comorian army is much higher than that of the Rippers, who can wear power armor. They were just miners in the factories of various guild mines before they took up arms and set foot on the battlefield to fight the Federal Army. After the outbreak of the Kylian War, these people were recruited by the guild government. This is the Comorian Labor Auxiliary Army composed of a group of miners. They lack armor, but have a tenacious will. Augustus's squad moved forward, and they saw more corpses on the road, including some federal soldiers killed by mines. The fighting in Valinor has subsided. Burnt houses can be seen everywhere. Federal soldiers are dragging the bodies of Comorians to the center of town, loading them onto trucks, and transporting them to other places for burial. That afternoon, Augustus and the soldiers in his squad squeezed into a house they were assigned to rest, preparing for the general attack tomorrow morning. All the houses were filled with sweaty Marines, and more people had to set up tents in the town. No one knew where the natives of Valinor had gone. Chapter 38 Resocialized Soldiers. At midnight the next day, Augustus and the soldiers of the first squad crawled out of the sheets and blankets on the ground and assembled at the designated location in the town of Valinor. The assembly point of the 5th Battalion was an open area in the center of the town, which was once used as a market by the locals. Augustus's first squad was arranged in 3 rows and 4 lines, standing between the 2nd and 3rd squads in the 3rd row. All the searchlights on the breastplates of the Marines were turned on, and the whole of Valinor was shrouded in bright light. There was only one company of Warfield in this wide area, and the other large open areas were still empty. Half an hour later, a Marine Corps marched into the open area with neat steps and strict formations as if they were participating in a military parade, stopped opposite Augustus and stood facing him. Those Marines also belonged to the 33rd Ground Assault Division. The power armor was painted in the iconic silver gray, but there were no badges or numbers on the armor to indicate which unit they belonged to. The number of this suddenly appearing force was equivalent to that of a battalion. From the time they entered the field to the time they stood in formation, there was only the sound of power boots stepping on the mud, showing amazing discipline. At first, no one in Augustus's army thought there was anything wrong with this army, until 0:45 in the morning, when a commander walked up to the soldiers, shouted out his name and rank, and asked the soldiers to take the oath before the battle. As soon as the last word of the order fell, all the soldiers stood at attention at the same time, put down their Gauss rifles on their shoulders, lowered their helmets, and began to take the oath. Their movements were uniform and amazingly consistent, as if they were one body. We swear here that we have the responsibility to protect the planets and colonies of the Terran Federation and regard it as our innate mission. We will fight all enemies of the Federation, whether they come from within or from outer space. We obey all orders from our superiors as if we obey God's arrangements. We are Marines, and we are always loyal. We will send all enemies of the Terran Federation to hell until it is filled with wailing souls. We will all die, but this is what we pursue. Our sacrifice is for the eternal survival of the Terran Federation. After the oath was completed, all the soldiers closed their helmets at the same time and put their rifles back on their shoulders. There was no verbal communication between them from beginning to end. What a bunch of pathetic people, a platoon leader suddenly said in the commander channel of the 1st squad and above. Resocialized soldiers? The platoon leader of the 2nd platoon said, "So I remember. I have heard of them. These people used to be deserters, political prisoners, murderers, or other social scum. These people don't look like criminals. They are more obedient than a group of chickens." The platoon leader of the 4th platoon was loud. Resocialization. The platoon leader of the 3rd platoon, Reagan, seemed to know more, in layman's terms. It is what you call brainwashing. There are many ways, such as stuffing criminals into a container filled with chemicals, or directly cutting open their brains, removing some unnecessary parts of the cerebral lobe, and then giving you some extra memories. Then these resocialized soldiers will become zombies, who absolutely obey the orders of the Federation. Even if the officers ask them to jump into the lava lake to take a bath, they will not hesitate at all. "Oh my God! This is a crime against humanity," a squad leader exclaimed. Although Augustus did not speak, he was listening carefully. Since entering the boot camp, Augustus has gradually learned some information about resocialized soldiers. The proportion of resocialized soldiers in the 4th Brigade is the lowest in the 33rd Ground Assault Division, so the officers in it are not very familiar with this matter. In other units, such as the 1st and 2nd Brigades, the proportion of resocialized soldiers to the total number of soldiers has reached 1/5. These soldiers are either organized into independent units or scattered into various squads and platoons. In order to win this war, the Federation has already sent brainwashed soldiers to the battlefield at this time, and is systematically preparing to replace ordinary, independent-minded soldiers with resocialized soldiers. These resocialized soldiers are brave and fearless, and do not know what fear is. The will and skills to fight are engraved into their bodies like instincts. It only takes one operation to transform an ordinary person into a killing machine of the federal government. However, these resocialized soldiers also have a fatal flaw. That is, this transformation actually damages their brains. While being deprived of their independent personality, they also lose the ability to think and judge independently. They must be directly ordered by officers who have not been socialized before they know what to do. In general, except for this defect, the resocialized soldiers are absolutely perfect warriors, able to execute all the orders of the commander to the maximum extent, and never make mistakes, never feel fear, and never retreat. Augustus also knew that after the end of the Chilean War, the proportion of these resocialized soldiers would continue to increase. By the time of the first full-scale war between humans and alien races, most of the soldiers in the Federal Army had undergone this transformation. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Warfield's company set off on time and headed towards the eastern city of Poker Pride in the silent night. There were also 4 brother companies and 2 battalions of resocialized soldiers. On Augustus' HUD display screen, the city was named Dunlin District. Before its fall, Dunlin District had the largest assembly factory for magnetic suspension vehicles and IA holographic projectors on Tullises II. These factories were previously owned by the Terra family, the founder family of Tarsones. According to the offensive deployment, Warfield's first company will be one of the first troops in the central force to advance into the city, and 2 other troops will attack from the left and right wings. Before setting off, the Marines turned off the searchlight on their breastplates as ordered and switched the mass display screen to night vision and thermal imaging mode. When approaching the Pride of Poker City, only 2 miles away from the outermost buildings, 2 ARC tanks and a team of 12 fully staffed Goliath armed robots joined Warfield's troops. One of the ARC tanks was in front of Augustus' class, and 2 huge Goliath robots walked with heavy steps on the right. Since there are always 2 moons in the sky of Tullises II, the night of this planet is not very dark when the weather is clear. But tonight, the sky of Pox Pride was covered with dark clouds, with all the federal troops turning off their lights. The army advanced in a pitch-black darkness. At 4 a.m., when Augustus could see the Goddess Lighthouse, the landmark building in the Dunlin district of Pox Pride, with his naked eyes instead of the focusing camera on his helmet, the Comorian defenders in the city fired the first flare. Since the Comorian space station and satellite in the synchronous orbit had been destroyed by the federal fleet, even though the Comorians knew that a large number of federal troops were approaching from the rear, they could not determine the specific time of their attack. But these Comorians obviously did not sleep all night. When dozens of flares lit up the sky, the dense artillery fire from the mortar and electromagnetic gun positions had covered the first resocialized platoon that rushed up. Chapter 39 Attack on Dunlin District. Thousands of feet above the Pride of Poc, the Comorian Hellhound fleet and the Terran Federation's Avengers launched a brutal aerial battle. In the central city, anti-aircraft towers and anti-aircraft guns roared. The city was burning, and the flame shot up into the sky, lighting up the night sky. Augustus and the soldiers in his class followed an AVD ARC tank while running and shooting, praying that the electromagnetic shells of the Comorian Guild-style large-caliber mortar would not fall on themselves and their comrades. According to the offensive deployment, the 10 battalions of the 2nd and 4th Brigades will be divided into 3 routes to launch an attack from the east of Poker's Pride, while the 5th Battalion where Augustus is located will go straight from the middle route and directly into the heart of the enemy's city. Each squad is far apart and scattered on a battle line 700 to 800 yards wide. In front of them is a resocialization company charging at full speed, followed by 3 companies of the resocialization battalion, and behind them are the other companies of the 5th Battalion. In the light of the rising flares, Augustus is getting closer and closer to the positions built by the Comorians at the entrance of the city with sandbags, steel plates, electrified barbed wire and bunkers, which is obviously only the first line of defense of the enemy. Augustus stepped over the bodies of resocialized soldiers lying on the ground one after another until he could see the flashes of electromagnetic guns firing from the enemy positions. About 1,000 yards in front of Augustus, there was a Comorian hemispherical bunker that had been destroyed by an Arclight tank shell. The position piled high with sandbags and scrap metal had long been blown to pieces. Even so, the Comorian soldiers still held their positions, using their various but powerful weapons to fight back against the charging federal army. They brought the laser drills in the mines, and all other dangerous items they could find in the mines, and guilds to the front line. Augustus had to admit that the Comorians who grew up in a competitive guild had a much stronger fighting spirit than many federal soldiers who enlisted. They were born warriors, and were willing to sacrifice everything for the guild and the glory of their family. The arc tank continued to move forward. The turret rotated, and kept firing at the Comorian position. The Goliath-armed robots beside Augustus also opened fire. These 12-foot-tall bipedal walking mechas were like steel giants, and the fine steel shields reflected a cold iron-gray light under the illumination of the searchlight. The 30mm automatic cannons mounted on the two arms of the Goliath mecha rotated and fired thousands of rounds in a few seconds until the barrels glowed red. Then the missile compartments on the shoulders of the Goliath-armed robot rotated and opened, firing a series of ground-to-ground missiles. The fierce firepower created gaps in the Comorians' positions one after another. Augustus and his squad followed the tanks from beginning to end, letting the bullets whiz over his head. Although Warfield's first company was the first to launch the attack, under the command of the company commander, they always maintained their speed and advanced in sync with the tanks. Several minutes had passed since they entered the charging distance. During this time, a shell landed on the tank's armor, but was immediately deflected by the armor. Another shell landed next to Augustus, but failed to hurt him. Augustus remained restrained and calm. He moved forward steadily and shot at the bright spot. The soldiers of the first squad were scattered not far away, with a distance of 20 yards between each person. The closest to Augustus were Rick, the sniper of the first firepower team, and Benjamin, who was holding the Honey Whisperer heavy machine gun. After the first company slowed down, the resocialized soldiers, who were still charging at full speed, passed the first company one by one. The resocialized soldiers did not have the wolf head emblem of the 33rd Ground Assault Division on their power armor and masks, so Augustus could still tell them apart from normal soldiers. There was no doubt that once the commander gave the order to attack, these resocialized soldiers would charge forward consistently, even if they knew they were going to plunge into hell. Squad after squad of resocialized soldiers were knocked down by the Comorians' artillery and bullets in front of Augustus. But more resocialized soldiers rushed forward one after another. They charged forward like robots running according to a fixed program, as if they were born to only know how to move forward. After leaving behind more than 100 corpses, the resocialized soldiers boarded the positions deployed by the Comorians at the entrance of the city. But after that, they still did not stop, but continued to move forward at the same speed, and soon disappeared in the distance that Augustus could see. The Comorian artillery position finally quieted down, and was obviously retreating. At this time, Warfield's first company was nearly 200 yards away from the position. Keep moving forward. Keep your distance from each other, and follow the arc tank closely, Warfield said in the commander's channel. Warfield and his orderly charged forward, and the lieutenant in silver gray power armor was the first to step onto the enemy position, followed by the 1st and 4th platoons. After them, the arc tank in front of Augustus accelerated directly and crashed through the Comorians' temporary position built with sandbags, crushing a pile of bloody corpses and entering the city through the road full of craters. But the war did not end there. Augustus realized that the battle in the city would probably be the most brutal stage. Given the fighting spirit of these Comorian soldiers, they would probably have to engage in brutal street fighting, fighting for the city street by street, building by building, and house by house. Fortunately, compared with the huge area of the city, the Comorian garrison was only 20,000 to 30,000 people, and most of the troops were stationed on the north bank of the Paddock River, the boundary river in the city center. When Augustus followed the tank into the city with tall buildings, it was already dawn, and the sky was still covered with dark clouds. From time to time, a Cerberus or Avenger fighter turned into a bright spot of light falling in the air, and several fighters with black smoke on their wings pierced into skyscrapers like a sword falling from the sky, or crashed into them and turned into a ball of fire. In the eyes of Augustus and others, the city seemed gray. On both sides of the street were burning Comorian chariots. All the windows and doors of the houses were locked, and the windows of the shops on the ground floor of the commercial district were all broken. The goods and tables and chairs were burned in the war, and the walls were pitch black. The streets became dark due to the weather, and the rain had begun to fall. Pattering. Gunshots were heard from other blocks and buildings from time to time. Only an IA holographic projection advertising robot powered by solar cells was still active in this deserted city for several years. This small robot with a plastic shell was only 2 feet tall. It walked in front of Augustus on 2 rusty wheels, and the holographic projection on its forehead monotonously switched advertisements for magnetic suspension bicycles and goddess statue attractions. Sir, welcome to the beautiful Pride of Poker. I will only take a few seconds of your time. Please allow me to introduce you to the Terra 55 commercial magnetic suspension motorcycle. The IA robot was kicked away by Benjamin, a heavy machine gunner next to Augustus, before he finished speaking, because none of them could be sure whether the insidious and cunning Comorians had installed a time bomb in the small body of this robot. Chapter 40. Advancing along the streets. By 8 a.m. the resocialization battalion at the front had advanced several miles toward the city center and had lost contact with other troops in the rear. After entering the city, Warfield's first company chose to join up with several brother companies behind and then lead the advance. Augustus' squad followed an Arclight tank beside them along a 4-lane east-west highway numbered 30, entering the city from the Dunlin City area northeast of Poke's Pride, and then heading west to the command center, an orbital satellite communication base station in the center of the Comorian-controlled area. It was drizzling in the rainy season in the northern hemisphere of Tullius too. A layer of white steam covered the cooling tower behind Augustus's power armor. Rain slid down the top of his mask, and the devastated streets gradually became hazy. Thanks to the resocialized soldiers, Warfield's troops did not encounter any resistance from the Comorians while marching on the highway. Only the destroyed roadblocks and the bodies of the resocialized soldiers and Comorians could reveal what kind of tragic battle had taken place here. With every mile forward, there were more bodies on the road. Rainwater mixed with blood flowed into the unblocked sewers, and some rodent-like creatures drilled into the broken helmet visors and gnawed on human corpses. By paying attention to the number of corpses of resocialized soldiers, Augustus knew that the resocialized battalion that was still charging had lost most of its soldiers. Augustus's squad had not encountered any organized Comorian troops along the way, and tanks could provide them with cover in open areas. Only some Comorian labor auxiliary troops hiding in houses. Sewers and garbage cans suddenly rushed out from their hiding places, tied with explosives and electromagnetic grenades, trying to die together with the tanks of the Federal Army. The road has a wide view, and these Comorian soldiers without any armor on their bodies will be shot by Federal soldiers as soon as they show their heads. Among them, Rick Kidd, a sniper in Augustus's squad, has always had the highest number of kills. His shooting is accurate and deadly, and every shot hits the head. The powerful Bosun sniper rifle is enough to lift the enemy's skull as long as it flies past the enemy's scalp. The good luck ended when they were only about 3 miles away from the city center, since there were a large number of artificially dug canals in the city of Poker Pride. There were rivers blocking each city. On the way out of Dunlin City and into the main city, the Federal Army had to cross dozens of different bridges. Most of the bridges had collapsed, and the traces of human destruction were clearly visible. Only the giant Goliath armed robots could wade through the artificial canals during the flood season. The Federal Army had fewer and fewer options. The disaster happened when crossing the last bridge across the river in Dunlin. At that time, a platoon of Federal Marines and an ARC tank were walking on this white bridge that had not been detected, heading into the distance. Augustus's squad was only 800 yards away from the bridge. At their speed, they would step onto the bridge in less than a minute. Suddenly, with a bang, the ground seemed to move 5 inches horizontally, and the thunderous explosion could be heard from miles away. Augustus's first feeling was that someone slapped his ears. Amid the humming sounds, the wreckage of the middle section of a bridge flew up in front of his eyes, accompanied by twisted human bodies, steel and blood raining down on the water. The shockwave lifted up a wall of earth, and the squad closest to the bridge crashed directly into the extremely dense, horizontally moving air wall. Even the power armor was twisted like a pinch can, and more than 20 people flew sideways, like flies being swatted away. This bridge with gods carved on the white jade railings was once a masterpiece of architects and artists. But now it has become a tomb of death. You idiots. Why don't you wait for the bomb disposal, soldiers? The one who shouted was the commander of the 5th Battalion. He did not use the communication channel, but opened his mask and roared at the Marines, who were about to go up the bridge. Augustus didn't know which unit was on the bridge, but it wasn't necessarily from the 1st Company. Warfield's command with a buzzing sound in the command channel showed that he and the 2nd Platoon were the first to board the bridge and cross the river safely. The explosive device obviously used a time fuse rather than other trigger modes. Augustus naturally fell behind because he had to lead his squad to protect the tanks. But he didn't expect to escape. Now it's good. We have to wait for a long time before we can pass here, Josephine said gloatingly. He had no enthusiasm for war. Unlike Warfield, who had to go to the front line of the war and go deep into the most dangerous areas, Josephine believed in hiding as much as possible and never being the first to stand out. This is not good news. At this time, Augustus's tinnitus had improved a little. He was far less optimistic than Josephine. I have seen before that there is more than one way to cross the river. Of course, this is the closest road to the Comorian command center marked on the satellite map in terms of straight line distance. And it is also the only road that can be used by convoys and tanks. We can still take a detour, but we can only take a small road through the residential areas and commercial streets beside the highway to the other side of the river. Believe me, Josephine, this is much more dangerous than the wide road. Augustus is right. On the road, at least there are tanks following us, and there will be no sudden appearance of the Kelmorian bastards. Ward talks a lot more than others in combat. He will enter the excited state of the Angel of Revenge from the moment he sees the Kelmorians. This is too bad, Omo lamented. The real trouble is coming. Augustus reminded his soldiers, just like I said before the battle, if someone is knocked down, we must bring him back no matter what. So far, Augustus's squad has not suffered any casualties. But now Augustus may have to lead his soldiers into danger. As Augustus guessed, in the absence of Warfield, the commander of the 5th Battalion, a hook-nosed lieutenant colonel, took over the command of Augustus' platoon and ordered them to go north through a deserted commercial area to another bridge to cross the river. Reagan, the platoon leader of the 3rd Platoon, had already crossed the river with Warfield. So the commander of the 1st Squad became the captain of the 4th Company. The tanks could no longer go deep into the narrow residential roads with limited load-bearing capacity. So Augustus could only bite the bullet and lead the people in his squad to follow the 4th Company into a commercial street that was much narrower and longer than the highway. This street was between the 3 attack routes of the 4th Brigade, and no troops had ever gone deep into it, which also meant that there were probably Comorian soldiers who retreated here. Since there were 2 battalions following behind the 5th Battalion, it was impossible for thousands of Marines to just walk slowly through one commercial street after another. So most of them chose a street in platoons and followed the battalion commander's order to detour. Augustus followed 2 squads of the 4th Company of the 5th Battalion into a commercial street numbered A220. Benjamin, a heavy machine gunner from the 1st Fire Group, and Omo, his deputy who was carrying a box of ammunition, followed closely, followed by Renault and Honeck's 2nd Fire Group. Chapter 41 Barricade. On both sides of the A220 commercial street are 2 rows of 10 to 20-story buildings. From the dilapidated billboards, it can be seen that the stores on the first floor of these high-rise buildings mainly operate food, high-end bars, clothing, etc., and the others are banks and hotels. The street is about 60 feet wide, and the ground is paved with marble tiles. Paralyzed cleaning robots and overturned garbage trucks can be seen everywhere on both sides of the road. This north-south commercial street has a safe passage leading to other commercial streets every few hundred yards. All the streets in this commercial area are actually connected. The entire commercial district is made up of rows of neatly laid out high-rise buildings, with a commercial street between every 2 rows of buildings. Relatively speaking, each commercial street is only 1 building away from the adjacent one. Just like walking from the front door to the back door of a bar. The 2 squads in front went straight through the first safe passage to the east. But since there might be Comorian soldiers hiding in the shops and passages on both sides, Augustus took a quick look as he passed by. Then he stopped immediately, raised his Gauss rifle, and aimed it at the passage that was dim due to the lack of light and sunlight, and turned on the power armor and the searchlight on the rifle. Stop! Benjamin Reno and others behind him were puzzled, but they immediately did as he was told. However, when everyone else stopped steadily and stood firm, only Omo behind Benjamin failed to stop and bumped into Benjamin's back with a clanging sound. You idiot! Benjamin turned around and glared at him. This kid just reacts a little slowly. He has been like this since he was a child. Renault came up and helped Omo stand steady. Then Renault and others followed Augustus into the safe passage. Due to the night vision function of the HUD display on the mask and the light of the searchlight, the Marines' vision was not limited by the dimness. Although this was unusual, as they saw, there were 6 Marines standing steadily in the middle of the safe passage. When they saw Augustus and others coming, they didn't say anything, but just turned around and looked at him, as if they had lost their souls. Under the skirt of the Virgin Mary, Benjamin sighed, there are a group of deserters here. Why don't we hide here too? Josephine said something shocking. Who is your commander? Augustus observed these Marines, and found that they did not have the wolf head emblem of the 33rd Ground Assault Division on their shoulders and breastplates. This was exactly the difference in appearance between the resocial soldiers and ordinary soldiers that he had observed before. Combined with the current situation, Augustus seemed to understand something. This is probably a group of resocialized soldiers without a commander. Without receiving any orders, they stayed in place like robots in standby mode. I am Sergeant Augustus Minsk. You can confirm this identity in the ID identity search bar in the mech's built-in computer. After saying this, Augustus lowered his mask so that the Marines could see his face clearly. After staring at Augustus' face for a few seconds and making a beautiful and perfectly compliant military salute, one of the Marines said through the helmet's external speaker, "Report to the commander. Our commander is Lieutenant Jinnid." "Where is Lieutenant Jinnid?" Augustus asked. "He died." The Marine hesitated, as if this was against his basic understanding. So, after losing his superior, should the soldiers obey the command of the only officer at present? Augustus calmly induced the Marine to give the answer he wanted. The Marine hesitated, and he thought for at least 10 seconds, causing the impatient Harnack behind Augustus to mutter impatiently. "Yes, sir. The 312th Battalion, 1st Company, 4th Platoon, 2nd Squad, requests your command." "Very good. Your name, rank, position." Augustus smiled. "Report to the sir. Answer the questions." "Lariat, Private 1st Class." The Marine stood still and said, "Private Lariat, I order you to lead the 2nd Squad to follow me, and be ready to obey my next order at any time." "Yes, sir." The Marines saluted together. "Let's go." Augustus waved his hand, and walked out of the safe passage with the astonished Renault and others. Augustus's squad continued to move along the commercial street, and they soon caught up with the 2 squads in front. This was not because Augustus was eager to catch up with the people in front, but simply because the troops in front encountered a barricade that blocked the entire street and could not move forward, in the same style as the random splicing of Comorian. This barricade was made of 2 double-decker buses, concrete blocks and other waste materials. These discarded materials and steel plates blocked the already narrow street. The lights of the 2 buses were still on, and the engines were humming. It seemed that the barricade had been built just a few hours after the Federal Army entered the city of Pox Pride. About 10 Comorian soldiers hid behind the barricade and fired at the Federal Army. Most of them were ordinary labor auxiliary soldiers. The electromagnetic guns in their hands were not as powerful as the Federal E-Series and C-Series electromagnetic rifles. But some Comorian soldiers had grenade launchers and RPG rocket launchers in their hands. Augustus saw a Marine who was charging was hit by a grenade, and his entire calf was blown off. He fell to the ground and rolled in pain. The 2 squads in front were suppressed by the fierce firepower and could only retreat, leaving behind a few corpses and a wounded man who was wailing for help. So, about 600 yards away from the barricade, Augustus ran into the 2 retreating squads. "You came just in time." The squad leader of one of the squads was relieved when he saw Augustus. He pointed to the barricade in front and said, "I am Corporal Hope. Maybe we can take it together. I don't think it's necessary to make greater sacrifices." Augustus looked forward, and the rangefinder built into the armor was calculating the distance between him and the barricade. This defensive position is meaningless because the entire street is connected. And since this road is blocked, we can go from another street, such as A219 on the left and A221 Commercial Street on the right. Hoppe was speechless for a moment. "What you said makes sense." Hoppe pondered for 2 seconds. But what about those Comorians? Although he didn't know Augustus, the corporal felt that he must have the answer to this question. "Here is my plan," Augustus said. "You and your men will feint in the front, and my squad will attack them from behind." "How to feint?" "We have already lost a lot of people," the corporal asked. "You just show up a few hundred yards away and keep firing to attract their attention." Augustus said, "Do you have any other questions?" Hoppe shrugged. "You have the final say, sir. Since there are no rank insignias on the armor of the Federal Marines, and there are several resocialized soldiers among the people led by Augustus, it can be seen at a glance that there are many more than a full staff squad. In addition, the other party's momentum and confident tone really shocked him. So he naturally thought that Augustus was a lieutenant. "I am not a sir. Like you. I am also a corporal," Augustus said. "Reno." Honeck and others sneered in the communication channel. After Augustus finished speaking, he led the people in his squad and the resocialized soldiers into a department store next to him, passed through the lobby, and entered the A221 shopping street from the other side of the building. Chapter 42 Goliath Armed Robot. As he led his squad forward, Augustus was still the first to rush to the front. Augustus counted the number of stores he passed and estimated the distance as he moved forward. After the pedometer on the HUD screen showed that he had run about 700 yards, he walked into a fashionable clothing store on the left, walked straight through the counters and collapsed hangers, and came to the storefront facing the A220 Commercial Street. At this time, looking back at A220 Commercial Street from the direction they came from, Augustus could see behind the barricade. A dozen Comorian soldiers were facing away from them and shooting at the front with full concentration. Honeck, follow me closely. Xander, prepare grenades. The second fire team will switch to grenades and use them to eliminate Comorian's rippers. Augustus said, Rick, kill the one who is responsible for giving orders. Laird, you and your men will start charging immediately after I give the order. Do you understand? I understand. There was a response from the channel. Just wait and see. Boss. Yes, sir. Follow me. In a few breaths. Augustus was the first to walk out of the store and into the A220 Commercial Street, followed by 18 fully armed Marines. At this time, Augustus was only 100 yards away from the Comorian barricade. The sound of his power boots stepping on the brick floor was still very different from the sound of the electromagnetic gun, which immediately attracted the attention of the enemy. In panic, these people immediately turned around and shot at Augustus's troops. But it was too late. Xander, Augustus shouted. With the power of the power armor servo system, Xander threw two C-54 electromagnetic grenades at the barricade 80 yards away from him. The blue pulse emitted by the grenade detonation blew away several Comorian labor auxiliary soldiers in the blink of an eye, and the flesh and blood fell on their comrades like rain. In the first round of volleys of Augustus and others' Gauss rifles, all the labor auxiliary soldiers without power armor fell down, leaving only two rippers wearing black power armor to fight back. The bullets clanged against Augustus' armor, but they only added more scars to the surface of the armor that did not need to be repaired. With a loud bang, a grenade fired by Raynor hit the abdominal armor of one of the rippers. The grenade exploded against the abdominal armor and instantly tore the steel armor apart. The hot and twisted metal burned and crushed the ripper's stomach. Sniper Rick fired almost at the same time, and a white mark appeared on the helmet of the last ripper. But the impact of the bullet still made him stagger. The second bullet from the bosun's sniper rifle penetrated the helmet, ending his pain in an instant. A soldier of the Labor Auxiliary Army whose legs were blown off by a grenade fell to the ground, screaming and wailing, and blood could not stop flowing from his wounds. The blood loss would take his life in a few minutes. Augustus walked in front of him and frowned at the heart-wrenching wailing and hateful look. Then, he shot through the chest of the Comorian soldier. A huge and hideous wound appeared, and the wailing stopped abruptly. The battle ended in a very short time, and many of Augustus's previous arrangements were not used in time. Then the Corporal Hope came with his soldiers to join Augustus. Keep going, Augustus said to him. I'll listen to you, the corporal said. So, gradually, the troops led by Augustus had exceeded 40 people, almost catching up with the platoon of recruits in the boot camp. Augustus led this mixed force to continue to move north along the A220 Commercial Street. He estimated that there were a large number of Comorian troops hidden in this commercial area, because just 2 minutes later they collided head-on with a Ripper troop. A Comorian Ripper squad also ran fast on the street and appeared almost out of nowhere. The number of people in this Ripper squad was roughly equivalent to a full squad of the Federation Marine Corps, all wearing black CMC power armor. At a distance of about 200 yards, the Rippers and the Federation Army started shooting at each other, neither looking for cover nor lying down to avoid bullets. Just like two teams of line infantry shooting at each other with muskets in the 17th century on medieval Earth, when two teams of soldiers wearing power armor stood on the street and shot at each other. Any shooting skills and tactics were irrelevant. The only thing to compete was whose armor was stronger, and who could stand firmly before the other fell. The bullet bounced off Augustus's chest armor. The clanging sound and the death that could come at any time made his adrenaline rise greatly. The ammunition capacity displayed on the HUD display screen on Augustus's helmet mask dropped from 360 at the beginning to 0 in a few seconds. When he was changing bullets, two people fell down, and 5 or 6 Comorian Rippers were lying down. The Rippers did not retreat. The remaining ones continued to reload at the same frequency as Augustus, then fired and fell silently. Augustus could not imagine what kind of faces were behind those black masks. So far, he had never seen any Comorian retreat or surrender. Report the number of casualties. Augustus naturally took over as the commander of this mixed force, and the other 2 squads seemed happy to follow his command. 1 person was killed in the 4th and 5th squads of the 3rd platoon of the 5th company. Corporal Hope sighed. Augustus looked around to make sure no wounded were left behind. Go see if there are any survivors among the Comorians, Augustus told him. Almost none of the Comorian Rippers who fell to the ground died, because their armor was directly penetrated by bullets. Most of the spikes that killed them were shot into the armor from the seams after rebounding on the ram armor. As long as the rebounding bullet was at the right angle, it was enough to kill a person. After counting the number of people, Augustus walked over the bodies of the Rippers and continued to move forward. According to the satellite map, Augustus's troops were only 500 yards away from the exit of A220 Commercial Street. As long as they walked out of this street, they could walk on an east-west road again and join other troops. But when Augustus and others were getting closer and closer to the exit, and could already see the light at the exit, a huge shadow suddenly rose from their left. To Augustus' left was a building more than 40 stories high. Under the building was a private parking lot, which was connected to the underground through a steep slope. The entrance of this parking lot was obviously widened using explosives. At first it was just a black dot, but soon 2 rows of rising missile launchers appeared in front of Augustus, followed by a T-shaped cockpit that looked like a Comorian tractor head. It was a Comorian Goliath armed robot, a bipedal walking mecha made of steel. Left, Goliath. At the same time, the Marines who reacted immediately turned their guns to shoot, but Goliath fired before them. Before they walked out of the parking lot and onto the street, the 2 35mm machine guns of the Goliath mecha swept across the entire street, and the barrels rotated at a terrifying speed. The flames from the gun barrels were 1 meter long, and the bullets caused 2 rows of craters on the ground that extended forward at a very fast speed. At least 3 people in Augustus's troops were swept down, and he had no time to think about whether there were people from his squad among them. Chapter 43. The suicide note is in my shirt pocket. The Goliath that Augustus encountered was about 15 feet tall. The design concept of comprehensively improving the caliber and ammunition load was reflected in every aspect of the Comorian Goliath mecha. Compared with the Goliath mecha imitated by the Terran Federation, the Comorian Goliath looked much rougher, and some traces of modification using civilian mining mecha parts could be seen on these mechas. The blue and green paint was extremely chaotic, with no regular lines or patterns, as if the 2 colors of paint were simply splashed on the armor surface of the mecha. Behind the cockpit was a tattered flag with the KM logo blurred. But it is undeniable that Comorian was the designer and developer of this powerful all-terrain ground firepower and air defense support walking mecha. And their Goliath was more dangerous than the Federal model produced on the assembly line. At this time, the Goliath mecha was only 11 or 12 yards away from Augustus and others. The huge Comorian Goliath walking mecha walked down the slope step by step onto the A220 Commercial Street. The shoulder-mounted machine gun swept the unsuspecting Federal Marines at a very close distance as the upper cockpit turned left and right. In the blink of an eye, 2 more Marines were hit. The dense spike bullets of the Federal Marines could only make a white mark like raindrops on the armor plate and the cockpit glass. But it was far from enough to injure the steel giant. Ward, aim the rocket at the cockpit, Augustus said in the communication channel, Grenade. At the same time, Ward, who had completed the aiming, fired the first rocket through the individual rocket launcher on his shoulder. The rocket, which can automatically complete the aiming and track the heat source and electromagnetic signal, accurately hit the cockpit of the Goliath. An electromagnetic grenade flew out from the top of Augustus's helmet. An electromagnetic pulse wave with a diameter of about 20 feet spread out at the entrance of the parking lot ramp like a ripple caused by a drop of water falling into the water. The overflowing electric current seemed to be a wandering thunder snake. The chaotic electric pulse caused a group of snowflake-like garbled characters to appear temporarily on Augustus's mask display. But it returned to normal in less than a second. The electromagnetic pulse generated by the grenade caused Goliath to tilt backwards at a considerable arc and fall on his back. Augustus and several Marines around him immediately ran towards the falling Goliath. After a few irregular breaths, he slung his Gauss rifle across his back and climbed to the cockpit of the mecha through the climbing frame outside the Goliath cockpit. At this time, the tempered glass of the cockpit had been shattered by the rocket. The cockpit was very small and could barely accommodate one person. The old leather seat was directly removed from a scrap tractor. There were a bunch of messy buttons and display panels of different sizes on an inner arc-shaped console. Augustus grabbed the driver's neck with one hand, and with the humming sound of the power armor servo system, a bald Comorian man with a black eye mask was pulled out by Augustus. The bald man's face was full of scars left by the adventurer's wind and sun, and his slightly fat body was bleeding from rocket shrapnel and glass fragments. With a bang, the mecha driver was thrown to the ground by Augustus, and then he jumped down and stood in the shadow of the Goliath mecha. Omo and Benjamin were hit. In the communication channel, Xander said in a trembling voice, "Damn it. That bastard was aiming at our machine gunner." "You bastard." Hearing this, Renault rushed up and grabbed the driver, raised his Gauss rifle, and pointed the muzzle at his nose. "I swear I will make you regret coming into this world." In Renault's hometown, Shiloh Centerville, Omo's family and Renault's family are neighbors, and their parents are friends who have known each other for many years. Omo and Renault, who grew up together, have a good relationship like brothers. "Leave him to me." Augustus walked to Renault's side. Renault looked at Augustus. "Augustus, let me finish him off." "I say, leave him to me," Augustus repeated, and no one could see his expression behind the mask. Augustus took the pilot from Renault's hand and lifted him up by the collar with both hands until his eyes were level with his own. Perhaps because he didn't even have the strength to raise his head. The pilot's head was lowered, but he was still breathing. How many Goliaths are there on this street? In this area? And how many people are lying in ambush here? Augustus pulled the driver's face in front of him. "What do you want to know?" "Huh?" The Goliath driver raised his weather-beaten face with all his strength, trembling and cracking his mouth, revealing 2 rows of teeth stained with blood. "The only thing I know, ahem. That is, you are a worthless federal beast." The driver couldn't continue speaking, and Augustus threw him to the ground and stepped on his chest, which was heaving violently. Augustus took off the Gauss rifle from his back, held the barrel and magazine with both hands, and raised them high. Under the powerful power provided by the servo system, he swung it hard at his head. It was like swinging an axe, and blood splattered in an instant. "Augustus." Renault next to him stretched out a hand to Augustus, but quickly put it down. It was not until today that he realized one thing: that Augustus, who had always been gentle, could also be as angry as thunder. Augustus retracted the rifle as fast as he had swung it, and walked back with the blood-stained rifle in his hand. No one noticed that the Goliath driver was slowly opening his right hand and holding a 2-inch plastic-sealed photo of a laughing baby. When Augustus returned to his subordinates, the communication channel was in chaos, and Runstein was injecting sedatives and painkillers into Omo. "Benjamin is dead." Amy Brandon knelt beside Benjamin, who was lying on his back, holding his head in her hands. Augustus felt his heartbeat stop for a few seconds, and he walked straight to Benjamin lying on the ground. Benjamin's power armor was 1 size larger than Augustus's. On his chest armor, with a white cross, there were 3 holes about 2 inches wide, one of which was right above his heart. Perhaps for Benjamin, the pain was probably just a moment. After the machine gun bullet penetrated his chest, his heart was crushed by the high-speed rotation of the bullet, and then stopped beating forever. Benjamin's eyes were closed, and no expression could be seen on his face, as if he was just sleeping. Augustus was silent, reflecting this scene in his heart, and vowed that he would never forget it. "Report the casualties." Augustus retracted his gaze and walked towards Omo, who was not far away from him. "There is 1 person killed and 1 injured in the 4th squad of the 3rd platoon of the 5th company." Corporal Hope then cursed again. "There are no wounded now. 2 people were killed in the 2nd squad of the 4th platoon of the 1st company," said Private First Class Laird of the Resocial Soldier. Augustus knelt on one knee beside Omo, who was lying on the ground. Omo's helmet had been opened by Runstein, and an M2 backpack made of waterproof canvas was covering the pierced abdominal armor. The young man's eyes were fixed on the sky. His mouth opened and closed, trying his best to inhale air into his lungs and making a coughing sound like thick phlegm. Blood was flowing into his lungs with every strong breath. One of his lung lobes was pierced. "Tom, good boy. Don't be afraid. It's no big deal." Augustus's helmet visor slowly moved up so that Omo could see his face. "You will be saved, squad leader." Olmo's voice was hoarse. The suicide note is in my shirt pocket. I told you. It will come in handy. Chapter 44. You must be ruthless. Reno's tears were about to fall. It's just a minor injury. Augustus felt something blocking his throat, making it hurt slightly. We must do something for Tom, Reno said. We have to take him and Benjamin. Before Augustus made a decision, another federal army gradually caught up behind them. They were about a platoon, led by a lieutenant, and judging from the number, they should be the troops of the 2nd Brigade. Who is your commander? The lieutenant walked up to Augustus, and his troops stopped. The lieutenant obviously noticed the Goliath walker lying on the side. I am Corporal Minsk. In any case, as you can see, a medic is needed here, and the sooner the better. Augustus stood up and said to the lieutenant, now you can tell me about the situation here, and it's best to summarize it in 1 or 2 sentences. After a 2-second pause and a few words on the communication channel, the lieutenant said, a Calmerian Goliath attacked us from an underground parking lot in the alley. Augustus said, as you can see, we killed it. Are you commanding these people? Well done. The lieutenant glanced at the Goliath. The Calmerian Goliaths caused us far more damage than their Rippers. No matter how much damage and sacrifice we make, it is worth it. Take your people and follow me. We still have a long way to go to take down the Calmerian Command Center. The city is full of Calmorian bastards, like rats in a sewer. Too many men have died to retake this ruin, to take over this damn sewer, he said. We have no choice but to go this way. Young Sergeant. This is war. As Augustus reported to the lieutenant, medics came out of the company with stretchers. They used laser components to remove Olmo's chest and abdominal armor, and took several minutes to remove other parts. After a simple bandage, they carried the unconscious Olmo onto a stretcher and walked in the direction they came from. As they left, the medics dropped a few more body bags. These bags are made with the latest nanotextile technology and can preserve bodies before recycling. A soft, emotionless female voice came through the loudspeaker. Recycle. What? Renault put away the body bag. Power armor, the medic said. What's his injury? Where are you going? Xander asked after the stretcher. But the medics just shook their heads and didn't answer. After putting Benjamin and other dead Marines into body bags, Augustus led the rest of the group to catch up with the lieutenant's team. No one spoke during this period. Everyone was in a bad mood, especially Raynor. For a long time, he was shaking with sadness. Grief and self-blame were also tormenting Augustus. But this was not enough to defeat him. On the contrary, the pain made his mind clearer and more meticulous than ever before. Gradually, they were getting closer and closer to the exit of A220 Commercial Street. The exit was a central square consisting of large buildings such as a bookstore, an electronics mall, and a department store. In the center of the cobblestone square was a dried-up fountain. As long as they passed through this square, Augustus and others could get back to the road. At this time, the bright light was getting closer and closer to them. In the surrounding streets, the sound of gunfire and artillery became more and more intense. Every federal force that entered the commercial district was ambushed by the Calmorians. The lieutenant of the 2nd Brigade walked in front and was the first to step out of the commercial street. At the exit, the officer waved his hands vigorously before turning around and continuing to move forward. Don't stop, he shouted loudly. But suddenly, without any warning, the officer staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. Almost everyone saw the lieutenant fall down. From Augustus' position, he could just see the bullet hole on his helmet. Sniper, a non-commissioned officer in the lieutenant's platoon shouted, which triggered a series of chain reactions, because they didn't know where the sniper was. The Marines fired at the surrounding shops and high-rise buildings. After the few dozen remaining glass windows in the area were broken, the gunfire stopped. Rick, can we kill him? Augustus asked in the communication channel. Yes, but we must determine the location of the enemy sniper. Rick replied, see those tall buildings in the square? He may be on any floor of any of them. With his gun pointed at the entrance of this street. He may have left there long ago. Or he is still quietly waiting for the next target worthy of his shooting to appear. That shot just now might be the last one. He just wants to let us know that there is a killer staring at our heads. While Augustus was talking to Rick, the squad leaders under the lieutenant were discussing fiercely in their own platoon channel. But they were arguing more about who would command the platoon after the lieutenant died. We can only rush forward with all our strength, Honeck said. If we don't get rid of the sniper, we will die as many times as he can shoot before we rush out of this street, Renault said. How about going around to other streets? Xander said, or we wait for the troops on other streets to get out first. But what if that bastard has already targeted us? As long as he stays there, who knows if his next shot will hit one of our people among hundreds of people? Ward said. Rick, how can we determine the position of the enemy sniper? Augustus asked. I need him to shoot again. Rick had climbed to the top floor of a department store at the exit of the commercial street. He set up a sniper rifle at a window on the top floor and aimed it at the central square. The crosshair moved slowly from left to right at a distance of half an inch per second. Rick's sniper rifle is designed for warriors wearing power armor and is born for sniping. The trigger of the Bosun FN92 is designed as a two-step trigger mode. After the first step is pulled, the second trigger only needs a slight touch to make the firing pin in the chamber bounce up. After hearing Rick's words, Augustus was silent. The most rational thinking told him that they could not stay in this commercial district for too long. Otherwise, who knows if a Ripper troop or a Goliath would suddenly appear next to them. Laird. While the squad leaders were still arguing, Augustus suddenly turned to the resocialized soldiers he had met before. Now, there were only 3 of them left. Without any hesitation or delay, Augustus chose the most effective way to solve the problem at the moment. He wanted these resocialized soldiers to attract enemy snipers to shoot. Benjamin's death and almost serious injury were making Augustus cold. Laird immediately walked to Augustus' side. Rick, you have 3 chances, Augustus said. 1 is enough. Rick said, what are you going to do? You can try to trick him into shooting, but don't take too many risks. From now on, Rick, concentrate on finding the sniper's position and killing him before he escapes. Augustus cut off the communication channel after he finished speaking. Private First Class Laird, come here. At this time, Augustus was very close to Laird, and he found a string of ID numbers in very small fonts on the helmet of the resocialized soldier. After entering this number, Augustus found the following information through the built-in computer. Laird Gain killed 10 adult men, ate 6 of them, and salted the rest. Chapter 45 Fort Howe. This is my order for you, Laird. Augustus pointed to the exit of A220 Commercial Street. Go in that direction. Yes, sir. Laird saluted in a model military salute, turned and ran towards the exit. Augustus watched Laird pass through the first few squads. Amid their astonishment and shouting, this Marine, who was transformed from a murderer into a resocialized soldier, walked out of the entrance with a steady pace. Get ready. Rick. Got it. Minsk. With my sniper badge? I can't miss. Rick Kidd held the sniper rifle tightly. The built-in computer in the armor was calculating the temperature, humidity, altitude and air pressure on the display screen in the eyepiece. And it could also help him calibrate the height and deflection difference. In the time of a heartbeat, Rick pulled the trigger for the first time. At this time, the sound of the outside world, everything seemed to be isolated from it. Now, he had to pay attention to the flash of fire when the sniper rifle on the opposite high-rise building was fired, and then catch the sniper and kill him before he retreated and changed the sniper point again. After Rick focused all his energy on the crosshairs of the scope, a very light golden color appeared in his wide-open eyes, which was one of the characteristics of psychics when they activated their psychic powers. Stronger human psychics can make their eyes glow with the color of molten gold when using psychic powers. At this moment, the speed of the rain falling slowed down. In Rick's world, the flow of time slowed down, as if he was in another deceleration space overlapping with the real world. This made it easier for Rick to seize the opportunity to sniper. With just a slight tremor of his fingers, he could open the skull of every target. So far, Rick has never missed except when interrupted by irresistible external factors. At a certain moment, Rick caught a fleeting flash on an electronic building opposite. In less than a breath, he locked the target, before the sniper in the hooded gray robe pulled away. With a heavy collision between the butt of the gun and the shoulder armor, the flow of time returned to normal. A sense of satisfaction and accomplishment came over Rick, a feeling he had never experienced in the 18 years he had grown up as the heir to the Bennett family. The pleasure of sniping fascinated Rick, and was gradually transforming him into a skilled and ruthless killer. Rick had accepted his new position, and was satisfied with it. I killed him, and I will continue to monitor there while you pass through this square. Rick quickly left his original position. Good. Augustus answered on the other side of the communication channel. when Rick set up his sniper rifle on another floor. He could see a troop in silver gray power armor running across the central square through his eyepiece, and watched the last of them pass through the square entrance and enter the wider Highway 40. Suddenly, Rick began to think about such a question. How did Augustus make the sniper shoot so decisively? But he soon put this question behind him. In Rick's mind, there was nothing that Augustus couldn't do. After Augustus's troops set foot on Highway 40, they gradually joined the companies of the 5th Battalion and other battalions. On this highway, the Federal Army only encountered a small number of Comorian troops and a few tanks. Comorian tanks are not so much tanks as they are tracked heavy armored vehicles converted from mining tractors. These tanks converted from tractors are welded with pre-steel plates, and the steel plates of the skirt armor and the front fenders of the tracks are full of sharp spikes. The styles of the turrets are also varied, with different calibers. Some Comorian tanks even have 2 main guns installed in the front and rear. But the turrets cannot be moved. The tractor engine needs to be cooled by an external water tank. When the engine makes a sound like a giant roaring, bursts of steam will rise from the hood of the tank. The combat style of these Comorian tanks is also extremely wild. Crazy tank drivers are more willing to drive the tanks to rush towards the Federal Marines when there are still a lot of shells left, and crush them to death. However, a small number of tanks were not enough to defeat the Federal Army, and these tanks were quickly destroyed by the Federal anti-tank weapons. The road to the city center was unobstructed, and Augustus's troops followed other companies all the way west. At the same time, the Federal offensive forces in different directions had already entered the city, and the fortresses and defensive positions built by the Comorians around the command center, satellite communication base stations, and heavy factories were also conquered one after another. The fleet battle on the synchronous orbit of Ulysses II also came to an end, under the attack of nearly 10 Leviathan and Behemoth-class battlecruisers of the Alpha and Delta squadrons, as well as their huge fleet composed of assault ships and frigates. The last 3 Comorians battlecruisers jumped out of the synchronous orbit. In deep space, the wreckage of the battleship fell into eternal silence after burning out the last trace of oxygen inside. Thousands of fragmented steel fragments revolved around the planet, and each crushed, melted cabin and deck became a cold grave burying dozens or hundreds of souls. Due to the lack of fleet and air force support, the several armies closest to the Pride of Poker were also fighting with the Federal forces. By 2 p.m., even the toughest war supervisor in the Comorian command center believed that they had already lost. When Augustus's squad arrived at the city center, the few remaining troops of Comorian began to surrender to the Federal forces under the order of the commander. At 1700 hours in the afternoon, the last Comorian troops that were still resisting were defeated by the Federal Army. The 5th Battalion of the 4th Brigade gathered on a helipad at the Comorian command center. Then Augustus and the worried-looking Renault and others sat on the helipad waiting for the arrival of the transport plane. At 1900 hours in the afternoon, a heavy APOD transport plane carrying Augustus's squad flew over the Paddock River back to the 5th Battalion's base. As soon as they got off the transport plane, a second-class sergeant in the camp called Augustus to tell him that Omo had been in a bad condition since he was sent to the Marine Corps Hospital in Poker's Pride. Augustus immediately got on the supply vehicle from the 5th Battalion's base to the hospital with Renault. Along the way, he looked unusually tired and silent. Renault showed much more sadness and pain than Augustus. He didn't even know how to mention this to his family and Omo's parents. Even if Omo survives, he will probably have to rely on artificial organs and mechanical prostheses to live a normal life in the future. To be more realistic, they came here just to see Omo for the last time. Originally, before entering the hospital, Augustus and Renault had adjusted their mentality, thinking that they must not let Omo be affected by their bad mood. But when the nurse pushed the flatbed cart carrying Omo's body past them, both of them couldn't hold back and burst into tears. A week later, Benjamin and Omo's ashes were sent back to their hometown for burial. The 5th Battalion of the 4th Brigade was transferred from Poke's Pride. Augustus' squad followed the company and took the train to Fort Howe, 1,000 miles away. They entered the fortress on the night of arrival to relieve the increasing pressure on the garrison to deal with the increasingly active Comorian Sea Dragon Legion nearby. Chapter 46 Tychus Finley. Dispatching Hall, Fort Howe, July 16th morning. This day was a good day for Private Tychus Finley, because it was the first day he escaped from the hell on earth of our 156th Federal Penitentiary. Tychus was a veteran. He was a staff sergeant, and he was only a few Comorian heads away from being promoted to sergeant. But because he tried to steal a battlefield-captured material, Tychus was not only demoted to the bottom, but also imprisoned. According to Article 2 of Chapter 76 of Part 14 of the Federal Uniform Military Code, Tychus should have been executed immediately. But perhaps the Marine Corps leaders believed that a dead Marine would not be more valuable than a criminal. So he finally survived. During the 3-month forced labor reform, Tychus had to work 16 hours a day in a federal mine, using explosives, carts and hose, the most primitive and dangerous way to mine, or without any protection. Even so, he finally survived and was allowed to rejoin the Marine Corps as a private soldier. A transfer order transferred Tychus and other soldiers who had rejoined the team for various reasons from his original planet Reading 3 to Tyrrus 2 to join the garrison of the Federal Marine Corps' military stronghold, Fort Howe, on the planet, because it is far from the equator and located in the cold zone. The soldiers on duty outside the dispatch hall of Fort Howe all wear gray thick woolen coats, leather earmuffs and long leather boots. The soldiers stationed here are all genuine Marines. They don't need to wear cool power armor or drive retired Goliath mechs to trick those naked boys whose eyes light up when they see mechs into joining the army. Tychus tightened his thin shirt and walked into the crowded dispatch hall. The temperature in the hall was finally higher. But Tychus, who had adapted to the dry and hot climate of Reading 3, was still freezing. The cute layer of fat on his belly could not bring any warmth. After being imprisoned, all of Tychus' personal belongings and equipment were confiscated. Now he was only wearing a shirt and a thin black nylon jacket. His only possessions were a few pairs of underwear and a sonic razor in his handbag. Now, Tychus had to go through the long line of 30 or 40 people in front of him, go to the counter in front of them, and report to the uniformed non-commissioned officer. Then, he could receive a set of thick new clothes and new equipment and report to his new superior. Tychus walked straight past the long queue, ignoring the surprised looks of the people around him, first pushing his belly against the edge of the mahogany table of the counter, and then deftly pushing away the soldier who was talking to the dispatch sergeant at the counter with his fat big butt. He put his elbow on the smooth surface of the counter and pulled out an ID card with identification function from his trouser pocket. "Sergeant, old Tychus has some urgent things to do. I think you could open the door as much as possible." Tychus pushed his ID card in front of the sergeant and calmly handed over a cigar that might not be of such good quality. The soldier who was pushed aside could only be angry, but did not dare to say anything. Compared with his thin body, Tychus was 6.5 feet tall, which could be regarded as a giant. In comparison, he was also terrifyingly large, with a thick layer of fat on his solid muscles. When he walked, he was like a heavy but calm grizzly bear. Tychus had dark brown hair shaved into a flat head, and a layer of deep wrinkles accumulated beside his well-defined facial features. When he frowned his two thick eyebrows or got angry, the wrinkles opened, making him look even more fierce and terrifying. Private, cutting in line is not something a good federal citizen should do. And as an excellent federal Marine, you should abide by Article 43 of the Marine Management Regulations. The sergeant was a young man with brown hair and brown eyes. There was a long dark scar on the back of his neck. More precisely, below his left ear. "What's the matter? You are not my mother." Tychus didn't know that this meant that the other party was a soldier who had undergone socialization transformation. He knew very little about these transformed soldiers. Instead of wasting time on chattering, "You might as well put away this little pink card and insert it where it should be inserted." Seeing that the sergeant didn't take his cigar, Tychus thought that he looked down on the low-quality brand he got in prison. But in that case, he didn't have to pay for an extra cigarette. "Yes, you are right." To Tychus's surprise, the sergeant actually recognized his ridiculous and arrogant logic. "I really shouldn't let the people in the queue behind me wait for a long time. And I am not your mother. And I have no responsibility to educate you." Although the sergeant's voice was calm and serious when he told the second half of the story, Tychus still felt that he was being insulted. But because he didn't want to go to jail again, Tychus had to swallow his anger temporarily. He decided to remember the face of the sergeant first, and then find an opportunity to give him a good lesson when he took a bath in the public bath. Private Tychus Finley, according to the transfer order, to the 1st Squad of the 3rd Platoon of the Garrison Company. Your squad leader is Sergeant Augustus Minsk, the sergeant said while typing on the keyboard. "It sounds like a good name. I hope it's not a foolish one." Tychus grinned and said, "So, Sergeant, where can I get my fluffy bedding, pillow, socks, and a fur coat that won't freeze me to death right now?" The sergeant frowned. as if troubled by this problem that went beyond the fixed process. After his eyes swept across the computer screen, his brows relaxed. You are right. You should indeed get a set of equipment suitable for severe cold regions. I sincerely apologize to you for my mistake. Tychus was speechless for a moment. He had never seen a non-commissioned officer sincerely apologize to a private. In the local Marine Corps of Reading No. 3, where bureaucracy and corporal punishment by officers were prevalent, this usually meant that the other party was going to make things difficult for you. Are all the Tullises so polite? Doesn't this make old Tychus look very uneducated? Go to the No. 7 supply station and give it to the person on duty there. Give it to him, and he will give you what you need. When the sergeant handed Tychus back his ID card, he also gave him an extra chip. That sounds good. Tychus took the ID card and chip, turned around and left, boarded a bus at the door that was heading deep into the Howe Fortress, and finally stopped in front of a flat single-story building. Supply station No. 7 had a silver-gray metal shell, 2 huge turbo fans on the gleaming metal walls, and a metal pipe that went straight to the ground was humming. The gate of the supply station was unattended, and Tychus walked in with a swagger, thinking that he might find an opportunity to appropriate the supplies here in good faith to help those poor girls who had nothing to wear and were naked. The supply station was very spacious. It was a huge warehouse composed of rows of shelves several people high, which were filled with various cardboard boxes and password boxes. About 7 or 8 young soldiers in brown military uniforms were unloading goods in 2s and 3s, counting the goods, and climbing ladders to move the goods onto or off the shelves. At the only counter sat a soldier who was energetic but sometimes a little sad, with short black hair and a neatly groomed uniform. The name on the ID card was James Renault. Good morning. What can I do for you? Said Renault, the acting logistics sergeant. Chapter 47. There is nothing to say. Do I look good, kid? Tychus handed his ID card and chip to Raynor. My equipment was lost when I came here, and they asked me to come here to get some new equipment. Raynor took the chip and inserted it into the slot of the scanner. Then, he glanced at Tychus's wrinkled face before looking at the screen. As required, you should get a new ration, because the latest batch of supply boxes are piled up in the storage unit. We are counting the stored materials and sorting them into categories. This will take quite some time. Please come back to this counter at 1400 hours. Then, are you sure you are not fooling me? Tychus raised his eyebrows and interrupted Raynor. I came all the way from the death desert of Reading 3 to this world of ice and snow, wearing only a pair of underwear. In fact, the indoor temperature here has been maintained at around 20 degrees Celsius. Raynor took out the chip and put it back on the counter. Listen, you may not understand the meaning of these words, or I am too polite, so that you, a yellow-haired boy, can take advantage of it. Tychus placed one hand firmly on the counter, leaned forward, and with the other hand, he grabbed Renault's collar, pulled his face towards him, and stared at his dark brown eyes. This trick worked for Tychus every time. He was tall and fierce. Usually, when dealing with those new recruits, as long as he stared into their eyes, those softies would be scared to pee their pants. And Tychus could tell at a glance that Renault's service time would definitely not exceed 2 years. Maybe the rank of private first class gave him a lot of points, but based on Renault's physique, he was far from being a match for the veteran Tychus. Maybe you should get my equipment ready with your little followers. I don't have time to stay here and stare at the shelves. Excuse me. I don't understand what you mean. Renault looked at Tychus calmly. Because I don't know if what you spewed out of your mouth was shit. Tychus seemed stunned for a moment. He probably didn't expect that Renault was not afraid at all. If what I said is not clear enough. This made Tychus embarrassed. So he grabbed Renault's collar with both hands and lifted him up from the chair with force. Determined to teach this recruit a lesson, find my equipment immediately. Otherwise, I will break every bone in you and twist your head off to use as a urinal. Before that, I will pull the thing off your neck and kick it like a ball. Renault had never given in his life. He held Tychus' wrist and pried the hand that was grabbing his collar away little by little, with a strength that surprised the latter. Tychus realized that he would have to fight today. But it didn't matter. He was usually very measured. He would make Renault feel humiliated and in pain. And the Marine Corps doctor would not find any wounds or bruises on Renault's body that could convict him. Today, you will regret angering Tychus Finley. I will break each of your finger bones and glue them together. Tychus was tired of the boring game of threatening each other with the country boy, when a matter developed to the point where no means other than fists could solve it. He had to let the other party know who had the hardest fist. Tychus Finley, who had just been released from prison, had an angry lion in his heart, and put him down. You lunatic. Just as Tychus was about to lift Reno high above his head and throw it to the storage rack behind the counter like a piece of trash, his temple was suddenly pressed against by a cold gun barrel. A somewhat sharp male voice followed in his ears, sounding like the hooligans and racing gangs he encountered in some colonial towns. Frivolous and arrogant, and always thinking that he was talking in a very arrogant way. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. But the slight click of the safety bolt opening made Tychus retract his contempt, and he immediately put Reno down and pressed him on the chair like putting a rag doll back into a basket. After Raynor had straightened his tangled collar, he leaned back in his chair and looked at Tychus quietly. Raise your hands and squat against the wall, the voice continued. Tychus turned around and saw a young soldier pointing a shotgun at him. The soldier had messy red hair, freckles on his nose, and a cigarette that was about to burn out. Didn't you understand? The red-haired soldier spit the cigarette, but in his mouth on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Raise your hands and turn your back to me. I hate to see your face. Tychus looked at the soldier calmly, unmoved, and convinced that the other party would never dare to shoot. You'd better put your gun down quickly, so that we can finish everything properly. This will be good for both of us before the gendarmerie arrives. What's the situation with that man? Honik. At this time, another person's voice came from the empty hall of the supply station. Tychus immediately looked in the direction of the voice, but saw a sergeant in a brown military uniform and 3 soldiers in the same uniform walking towards here. Among the 3 people behind, one was chewing gum, blowing bubbles out of boredom, with his hands in his trouser pockets. There are thousands of ways to walk, but he chose the most unusual one. This is Josephine. Another person was holding a pen and a receipt list, writing something down while walking. This is Lee Pachinian. Amy Brandon was walking on the right side of the sergeant, holding an E7 Gauss rifle in her hand. Her blue eyes seemed like the sea under the sun. These soldiers all wore flat caps with wolf head emblems, and their uniforms were covered in dust. They had been moving goods at the other end of the warehouse, and Tychus's attention was focused on Raynor. The leading sergeant was a handsome man with cold gray eyes. His originally straight uniform was covered in dust and wrinkles from the work of moving goods, and his face was stained with black oil. However, the rifle emblem on his shoulder, which indicated the combat unit, showed that the other side's troops were definitely not recruits doing odd jobs in the military logistics. The sergeant walked up to Tychus and Harnack, only 1 step away from them. Then he looked at Tychus. Tell me, what's going on? Sir, this matter. The only thing that could make Tychus put down his arrogant attitude was the sergeant badge on the sergeant's chest. One of the survival rules of the Marines is that you must always be respectful to those who have more bars on their shoulders than you or something else. The corporal in the dispatch hall before was just a civilian sitting in an office, not qualified to make Tychus obey. I didn't ask you. The sergeant interrupted Tychus in a calm tone. I want to remind you that I will not look kindly upon those who come into my territory to cause trouble. If my men prove that you are indeed here to cause trouble, I will hand you over to the military police, even if you lick my boots 10,000 times. This decision will not change in the slightest. Tychus understood immediately. Although this sergeant was so young, he definitely looked like a tough guy who would do what he said. Boss, this guy grabbed Jim and was about to beat him up. Thanks to me, the guy didn't get his pants pulled off and spanked. Hannock laughed. Hey, I was just about to beat him down, and it was you who got in the way. Renault also laughed. Look. Augustus turned to Tychus and spread his hands. I think there's nothing to say about this. Chapter 48. It's all a misunderstanding. Hannock. Amy. Send this guy to the military police department. Augustus waved his hand, and the soldier holding the Gauss rifle behind him immediately stepped forward. Augustus recognized the famous dryman Tychus in the game, but he didn't want to have anything to do with him. If possible, he'd better get as far away as possible. The only true friend of a selfish villain like Tychus Finley is Jim Raynor. People like him would never sacrifice for others in their lives. I believe this is just a trivial misunderstanding. Sir. Tychus' voice is always deep and powerful. Just now, I just wanted to help him tie a bow tie. Maybe my attitude is not so good, but it's not that I have to go to the military police for coffee just because I hurt him. Right? Amy. Put on the bayonet, Augustus said, while Tychus was still arguing with Augustus. Renault turned his eyes back to the computer screen in front of him. In the past, Renault was too lazy to look at the identity information of those who came to collect supplies. But today he had to take a look. Today, the feud was settled. Renault had no intention of taking revenge on Tychus. But he had to be careful that the other party would bear a grudge. The next moment, Renault's eyes widened. Augustus. Which company is the Garrison Company? There is only one company left in this fortress now. Which company do you think will be the Garrison Company? Augustus put his hands on his waist and looked at Renault. Originally, the 3rd Battalion of the 2nd Marine Corps and the 4th Brigade of the 33rd Ground Assault Division were stationed in the Hao Fortress, including the 5th Battalion. But the Comorian army in this area suddenly attacked several cities around the fortress last week. All the troops in the fortress were withdrawn to support, leaving only the Warfield Company, which had to be reorganized due to severe casualties. Holy shit. This villain is the criminal who is coming to our class. Renault cursed. Damn it. Are you serious? Honik screamed and poked Tychus with a shotgun, immediately causing the latter to glare. Why do we have to accept a labor camp prisoner? I remember I told that Warfield guy that the boss wants an intellectual beauty with a perky butt. Augustus never said that. Amy put down her rifle and shook her head helplessly. Forget it. Anyway, except for being a man, everything else is not bad. Honik shrugged. It looks like you are the class I want to join. But Tychus quickly put aside Honik's little provocation. He was unlucky and lucky enough, because at least it meant that he didn't have to go to the military police. As I said before, it was just a small misunderstanding. I just had a little conflict with that black-haired boy in the Marine Corps. This is nothing. Nothing that can't be solved by a cigar and number 8 whiskey. Jim, I don't know the name of this villain yet. Augustus' mouth twitched twice. Then he took off his hat, pushed Harnack away, and stood in front of Tychus. Tychus was half an inch taller than Augustus, but he soon found that this did not add any momentum to him. Augustus stood straight in front of the giant, and the distance between the two was perhaps no more than an inch. The pair of cold gray eyes were staring at him. Cold, majestic, ready to strike, which reminded Tychus of the gliding giant eagle hovering over the town in his hometown. His name is Tychus Finley, Renault said. Mr. Finley, this matter ends here. As the squad leader of this class, I hope you can reconcile with Jim. Augustus stared into Tychus' eyes and said, but don't think I'm a magnanimous person. I know you are a complete villain and a selfish scum. You have no honor and collective in your heart. You only want to make money in the army. Maybe the only thing you care about in your life is the number in your bank account. He said, I will not allow you to spoil the whole pot of porridge with a bad apple. Whether I can see you or not, you have to behave yourself. Otherwise, I will ask you to get out. Do you understand? I understand. Tychus could roughly see the character of this sergeant. He was definitely not a weak person. He was young and capable, and he could not tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. He was definitely not comparable to the old sergeants on Reading 3 who suffered from Alzheimer's disease due to staying in the rear for many years and doing nothing. It was very difficult to fool Augustus. In Tychus's impression, these young non-commissioned officers are often very ambitious and care more about their own promotion than money and women. Although Tychus doesn't understand why Augustus knows him so well the first time he sees him, it doesn't really matter. None of these are what annoys Tychus the most. Augustus's definition of making money doesn't seem to be so friendly to him. And if he is an honest person who abides by the rules and regulations of the Marine Corps, it's too damn bad. This kind of NCO is a model of loyalty and excellence for both the Marines and his subordinates. But Tychus is not very happy to be under such a person. Contrary to what Augustus said, Tychus is a selfless and kind man, a loyal Federation soldier, and his ideals and ambitions are noble and sacred to the point of being unspeakable. Tychus is engaged in an extremely great cause. That is, robbing the rich to help the poor, robbing the wealth of the federal government and the Marines to help the poor of him, the poorest man in the galaxy. Nothing else made Tychus's heavy heart beat faster than money and more money, and the sound of money bags clinking. To this end, he had stolen Federation supplies more than once, colluding with logistics officers to sell truckloads of weapons and armor in the Seas Material Warehouse to pirates, interstellar forces, and even the Comorians, and then destroying the records of the seizure. If no one knew that a certain unit had seized a batch of supplies, it certainly did not exist. If all these were exposed, Tychus would be shot 100 times. Apart from that, Tychus had never done anything out of line. He had never hurt civilians because they really didn't have much money. He loved beautiful women. But he had never hooked up with decent women. He only spent money in legal bars and practitioners. Now, Tychus's great cause is facing severe challenges. Tychus is just a private, a sole soldier. If his new squad leader is the same as him, it will be easy to deal with. Although there will be more people to share the money, he will have a protective umbrella. As long as the war continues, Tychus will always find a way to make a fortune. Years of operation have given Tychus a huge network of intelligence and customer relationships. As long as there are goods, he can sell them at a good price. No matter where they come from, there will always be people who dare to buy them. I will never treat you unfairly under my command. After the shock and knock, Augustus' tone softened a lot. But he still didn't give Tychus a good look. You are a big guy. And you are just right here. Follow me to move the goods. Then, go find your own equipment. There are no spoiled young men and young ladies here. We are a whole. And no one is special. Hanak, pick up your cigarette butts and mop this floor. There are enough assholes in this class. So don't cause me any trouble. Oh, what does it matter? I'll go right away. Little Amy. Huh? Why are you pulling me? Everyone who sees it has a share. Chapter 49 Sea Dragon Legion. On July 18th, heavy snow fell from early morning to dusk. The road leading to the parking platform in the Hal Fortress was piled with 8 inches of snow. Augustus, wearing thick winter clothes, drove a snowplow to clear the road. In the light of the headlights, the fluttering snowflakes were dim. At this time, the snow was getting smaller and smaller, and there were only a few snowplows driven by the soldiers in Augustus's squad on the road. The street lights on both sides of the road were already on, and the pure white world was flashing with dazzling snow-colored light. Augustus's snowplow was driving slowly on the road. In the cockpit, a high-precision wooden retro phonograph that had just been sent from Car for stealing last week was playing blue music. There was a cup of steaming coffee next to the dashboard. Today was another ordinary day. I worked hard in the fortress and slacked off a little. But there was no war filled with smoke. No need to kill people. And no comrades would die around me. Augustus thought. Praise peace. Thinking of this, Augustus picked up the coffee and took a sip. His whole body immediately warmed up. The caffeine made him energetic. Suddenly, something caught Augustus's eyes. In front of him on the left were 2 snowplows driving fast. In the front one, 2 red-haired and blonde boys were sitting on the front and rear seats, respectively. Even though it was still snowing, their car windows were still open, and loud rock music was blowing Augustus' eardrums. Hanak and Josephine are 2 bad boys. They are noisy, but girls like them. They sang loudly while laughing, just as Augustus was about to turn on the radio to scold them. Hanak drove past him in a snowplow, and a snow thrower opened to the left threw all the broken snow blocks onto Augustus's car window. Augustus's good mood dropped a little. Speed up. Woohoo! It was Renault's voice. I am the man chasing the wind. In a few seconds, another larger snowplow drove past him, throwing more snow onto Augustus's car window, forcing him to turn on the wipers. The coffee in his hand spilled on the white windbreaker, and Augustus's anger was soaring. Hey! Little wolf cub of the Minx family. Is it convenient to hitchhike? Augustus opened the car window and looked in the direction of the voice. 100 yards in front of his car, a man wearing a silver-gray windbreaker and a long-brimmed hood was waving at him. Augustus drove the car slowly over, stopped it, and opened the right door. Captain, I heard you are going to be promoted. The captain of the first company, Warfield, climbed up the ladder step by step to the driver's cab and sat down, leaning comfortably on the co-pilot's seat. Almost there. Almost there. Do you have coffee, kid? There's instant coffee, but you have to make it yourself. Augustus turned the steering wheel and prepared to turn. Where are you going? I just want to drive back. The command center of Fort Howe. You know, I just took a plane to Oak Forest to give a report. And before I could even get my feet on the ground, that chameleon Vanderspa was anxious for me to meet him. Warfield was rummaging through a storage box behind the seat for a cup and a kettle. We are not under his control. Augustus' car turned a corner and drove in the direction they came from. Lieutenant Colonel Javier Vanderspa was the acting lieutenant colonel of Fort Howe. Originally, all the soldiers and personnel of the fort, including the 4th Battalion of the 2nd Marines, were under his command. But as Augustus said, Warfield's company should not be under his command. I agree with you 120%. Warfield laughed and focused on how to make coffee in a moving snowplow. But as I told you last time, Vanderspool always wants to step on our heads and pee and poop. I don't like that hypocritical guy. He has been staying in the impregnable fortress for many years. He has never fought a few tough battles. But he always puts on airs and uses his military rank to bully others. Yesterday, he went to the headquarters of the 4th Brigade set up at the Hobo Pass and said that the internal defense of the Hal Fortress was empty. So while the 1st Company was stationed in the fortress, this company must be temporarily assigned to him for command. Warfield said, he asked me to come over. He must have shown off this to me. I don't need to guess what the result is. Augustus chuckled. In short, we are in big trouble. Warfield snorted, just wait and see. When I stand in front of Vanderspool, that monkey will jump on our faces and jump around. You just said he was a chameleon. Augustus said. That is a monkey that can change color. Warfield took a sip of scalding coffee. I never give people nicknames. But Vanderspool is an exception. We all know that even among the Federal Marines, there are many soldiers who have been corrupted by money and power. There are countless scums who have enriched themselves and played tricks. He continued, these people are hiding in the rear, and it is much more difficult to get promoted than in the front line. So they quickly shift their focus to other aspects, such as how to use the power at hand to make their lives better and more comfortable. Vanderspool has always been well hidden, but I guarantee that his assets are far more than the salary he deserves. The acting lieutenant colonel of Fort Hal is a lucrative job. We should just treat him as a clown in the circus, Augustus said with a smile. I feel much better when I think about it this way. Warfield nodded. Then he looked at his watch. Haha. We have to hurry up. Clown Fan asked me to reach the command center within 10 minutes. Augustus' snowplow gradually accelerated, and soon caught up with Honik, Reno and others in front, and threw snow on their faces at a faster speed. Honik and Josephine, who had their windows open, were directly drenched, and their happy singing stopped abruptly. The snowplow sped along and finally stopped steadily at the door of the only command center in Fort Howe. Warfield and Augustus got out of the car together. 2 resocialized soldiers stood at the door. When they saw them, they immediately stood still and saluted. All of Vanderspool's men are resocialized soldiers. I think he doesn't like soldiers with ideas. He only wants robots that obey orders. When Warfield walked into the command center, he said to Augustus, don't stand there. Come in with me. The command center during the Kylian War was a multi-story large building. Augustus and Warfield had to take an elevator to the observation platform on the upper floor of the command center with huge glass on all 4 sides, and walk through the corridor with oil paintings to the office of Lieutenant Colonel Vanderspool. The door of the office was tightly closed, which meant that even if Warfield was very reluctant, he had to knock on the door and get the permission of the office owner before entering. It was the first time that Augustus met Vanderspool. After listening to Warfield's description, he originally thought that this was a middle-aged man who had been depressed in the office for many years. But the first impression given by Vanderspool was that he was a handsome man, wearing a clean and tidy uniform and a brand new long-brimmed military cap. The years on his face made him more charming and mature. Excuse me, as the commander of the area, I have to travel back and forth between Hobo Pass and Fort Howe almost every day, commanding the frontline troops to drive the Comorians back and forth like driving rabbits. As he was speaking, Vanderspool's face suddenly changed. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Lieutenant Colonel, we just remembered something funny, Augustus said expressionlessly. Vanderspool glanced at Augustus. Captain Warfield, I need you to send a troop to Wedderburg to investigate the enemy. The scouts of the Zulu outpost and the fortress reconnaissance aircraft have found a small detachment of the Siegelin Corps in that area. Now? How many people are there? I can only send 1 more platoon at most. Warfield immediately became serious. If the enemy attacks the fortress at this time, you can't let a group of engineers and mechanics carry guns to fight. Right now, 1 platoon is enough. The Sea Dragon Legion is just a mob of beggars and bandits. But please send your best troops, because the area is not under our control at present. There are all kinds of people in Wedderburg, and your men must be careful. Vanderspool's face was full of confident smiles. No one knows the Comorian bastards better than me. They are just a group of cowardly rats. Even if there are only women and children left in the Hal fortress, the Comorian will run away as soon as they see the machine guns on the fortress wall. Chapter 50. Yumoyang Mercenary Graven Hill. Wetterberg is a city in the Terran Federation about 50 miles away from the Hal Fortress. There is a highway that has not been maintained for many years and leads directly to the city center that has been razed to the ground. The armored personnel carrier in the third row where Augustus was riding had been driving for nearly an hour in the cold night of Tullises II since it set off from the Hal Fortress. Because many sections of the road had been blown up, they did not have a smooth journey. The city is located in an area close to the frigid zone. At this time of year in the northern hemisphere, the lowest temperature has dropped to below -10 degrees Celsius. The cold wind blew from the south, the only ocean on Tullises, which was gradually freezing, and the thick waterproof curtain behind the truck bed whistled. I want to know why we have to go to such a far place at this point to scout the Comorians, who are nowhere to be found in the transport vehicle assigned to Augustus's class. Honeck complained. Besides, there are plenty of transport planes on the helipad in the fortress. Why do we have to take a car? Perhaps they are afraid that we will be shot down by the local small pistols, with an effective range of only a few dozen yards? Reno said. Vanderspool has always been considerate. He is a gentleman and a good man. I say, it is important to finish work early and go back to bed. Tychus's power armor is larger than the average model. How about we go to the local bar to have some fun? Great, Honeck shouted. Okay. Augustus glared at Honeck. Do you know where that is? And if there are really Comorians, I will not sacrifice a few lives to save you when you are drunk. The shining eyes of Honeck, Josephine and Tychus dimmed at an alarming speed. As they were talking, the convoy drove into the bumpy road full of craters in Wetterberg after a bumpy ride, drove all the way to the city, and finally stopped at an intersection with a traffic light. Augustus closed his helmet visor, was the first to open the curtain of the armored personnel carrier, and jumped out of the vehicle with a Gauss rifle decorated with a gray wolf head emblem on the handle. And the other Marines jumped out one after another. The snowflakes that fell on Augustus's mask melted and condensed into ice immediately. He looked towards the few places where there were still lights. What he saw was a rolling black shadow, as if it was a hill that was close together. However, Augustus soon discovered that this was far from the truth. It was actually the ruins of a city. The tall buildings collapsed, and there were rubble and car wrecks everywhere. The snow swallowed everything, making the bright lights and the vibrant bustle quiet, leaving only a white wasteland. Wetterberg was once a city with a population of 200,000. During the years of the Kylian War, it was lucky enough to escape the flames of war many times. But a few months ago, Wetterberg suffered the same fate as Pox Pride. The Comorian Sea Dragon Legion invaded, plundered and destroyed the city. So, where are we going to catch the Comorians, little IBA? Tychus said in a muffled voice. There is no plan. And the intelligence is pitiful. Don't you think something is wrong? What kind of enemy must we come here to investigate at night? The Comorians are not blind. Don't they know to run when they hear the sound of the car? That lieutenant colonel is really a naive guy. I really doubt how he got this position. Captain Warfield means that we should at least come here. Augustus said, after all, there are still thousands of people living in this ruin. All refugees who are unwilling to leave their homes. We should at least ensure their safety. Huh? This doesn't sound like the style of our Marines. Tychus laughed. Do you know how the Marines on Reading 3 protected his people? Kill them all, and then say it was the Comorians who did it. In this way, the war correspondents of the UNN Universe News Network can write a picture-based article to criticize the viciousness of the Comorians and arouse the hatred of the residents of the core world towards the enemy. Then, the federal government can issue public debt in the name of war. He said. As for who will pay the public debt in the end, it is of course the defeated Comorians. Tychus, I hope you can understand this. Although we are not angels, we should not be demons either. Augustus led his squad toward the few light sources in Fort Wetter. Reagan, the platoon leader of the 3rd Platoon, ordered his squad to investigate one of them. Augustus walked along an apparently cleared path past a church with only 3 walls left. The broken stained glass windows reflected colorful light under the light of the armored searchlight. A huge cross fell from the top of the church and was inserted diagonally into the snow, as if it was standing on a huge tomb. According to the orders of the governor's office of Tullises II and the 1st Main Continent Command of the Northern Hemisphere, all cities and towns in this area should strictly implement blackouts and curfews. But the residents of Wetterberg obviously don't care about this regulation. Wetterberg has become a ruin. But most of the residential buildings can still use solar panels for power supply. Electricity is not the most scarce resource in this era. However, this ruin is actually a chaotic land of death. since it is already considered an area that neither the Terran Federation nor the Comorian Federation wants to govern. All kinds of people are hidden here. Homeless locals, wanted desperados, space pirates and mercenaries, who come here to repair and trade with locals for supplies and fuel. Moreover, in the dead of winter, hungry local beasts will attack humans in the dark. You must be careful of beasts, or even your neighbors climbing over your walls for a little food. Only a few buildings have lights on all night. Usually the lairs of the largest local gangs, or bars open to space pirates and mercenaries. Augustus's destination was a small bar with a small area. There were several sentries outside the bar, but no one dared to shoot at the Federation Marines in power armor. And they didn't even say a decent question. For the locals who had suffered a lot, the Federation and the Comorian armies were no different. After observing for a while, Augustus walked into the bar with a few soldiers, leaving the others to set up sentries. The bar was unexpectedly clean and tidy, with a pleasant smell of incense mixed with the dry and cold air outside the door. The ground was a repaired wooden floor, with more than a dozen tables and matching chairs. There were only 4 or 5 people sitting inside. I think the others had already run away when they heard that the Federation Marines were coming. Augustus walked straight to the bar owner behind the counter, and his power boots made the wooden boards creak. I want to buy a report on the Comorians. Augustus threw a thick stack of bills on the counter. Sergeant Mengsk is so rich? Tychus asked in surprise on the communication channel, and at the same time accurately estimated a considerable amount of money by the thickness of the bills. Of course, Renault said proudly. Augustus may be the richest man on this planet. What does it have to do with you? Why are you showing off? Tychus said this, but he was thinking about finding out the details of Augustus. If Augustus is really a big shot, then Tychus doesn't mind currying favor with him. Ah, sir, I don't know anything. The bar owner was a middle-aged man who lost one hand. He was indeed frightened by the thickness of the stack of banknotes at first, but after thinking about it, he thought his life was more important. You are afraid of revenge, right? Augustus asked. Come on. Come on. This guy definitely doesn't know as much as I do. At this time, a man in strange clothes came up to Augustus, leaned over the table, and took away all the money on it, and then excitedly counted the money with a companion next to him. Augustus turned his head to look at him. The man was dressed like the locals, wearing a thick woolen military coat, dark brown thick velvet military boots, and a furry 3-year earmuff hat. The hem of this dark brown coat is very long, extending all the way to above the ankles. If all this is normal, then it is strange that he is wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. Judging from the man's face and his youthful voice, he should be in his 20s. It really makes me cry to see you. You may not know that Remy and I are starting a business. After counting, the man looked at Augustus and shook hands with him enthusiastically regardless of the height difference between him and the Marine. Oh, my name is Graven Hill. I am a mercenary from Umoyan, and this is my business card with my email address on it. Is that so? Then why do you think your information is worth this price? Augustus took the business card and put it away, behind a mask that Hill couldn't see. He smiled. Graven Hill was the mercenary leader on the Hyperion in the game, the guy who specifically sold mercenary contracts to Raynor. It is definitely worth this price. Sir, a Comorian Sea Dragon assault team is preparing to raid the Hal Fortress tonight, Hill said. How do you know this? Augustus's face changed. I am a mercenary. I used to take jobs from the Comorians. Some of the mercenaries who did dirty work for the Comorians through my hands are still mixed in with them. There is no shortage of intelligence. Hill said, of course. I have signed mercenary contracts with both the Federation and Comorians, and there are quite a few. The Comorians are under great military pressure now. Alas. In fact, it is difficult for us to deal with it. The demand exceeds the supply. The commission must be increased, but they can't afford it and owe it. Perhaps because of his youth. Hill was much more talkative at this time. Mercenaries also need to eat. They have parents and children to support, and many of them can't even afford to eat at home. So, you really can't blame me. I don't really want to betray them. Jim, hurry up. Let's go find Reagan. He's the only one who has the equipment to contact Warfield directly. Augustus turned and left. Well, do you trust me so much? Hill was also stunned. No matter what, we have to confirm it. Augustus said a few words and walked out of the bar with the confused Renault and others. We will contact each other later. If this news is true, I will pay you double the money just now. I will contact you. This is a potential client with money. Hill's companion Remy said, we should keep in touch with him. Chapter 51. Are you cool down there? Just as Augustus was about to contact Lieutenant Reagan, the platoon leader of the 3rd platoon, an order suddenly came from the command channel of the platoon. All squads, assemble immediately at the place where we got off the bus. Have you found the Comorians? Asked a sergeant squad leader. We found them. Right next to Fort Howe. Reagan said, brothers, the Comorians have taken our asses. Less than a minute ago, the command center of Fort Howe sent a distress signal to all troops within a radius of 1,500 miles. An unknown number of Comorians are attacking the fortress. Which unit of Comorian is the enemy? Augustus wanted to confirm Graven Hill's intelligence. Although his intelligence was outdated and did not bring much help to Augustus, the early warning and precious pre-response time it brought were no longer available. But it also proved that the mercenaries' intelligence was trustworthy. Augustus did not take the stack of credits just now seriously. Before leaving Coral, his mother gave him 3 Tarsones Covington bank accounts in addition to 60,000 credits. Every month, Augustus' personal bank account would add between 500,000 and 1 million credits. In the long run, it would not hurt to get to know a future mercenary tycoon. Over the past few months, Augustus' letters to his mother had increasingly included details about Coral Fort politics and his father's career. Eventually, Augustus convinced his mother that her son was concerned about his father's revolutionary career and the future of Coral. Augustus is almost certain that although his father Angus does not read every letter from his son, he always asks about the content of the letter. Last week, in a triple encrypted email to Augustus that hides the sending address and sender information, his mother relayed Angus' words. Angus' attitude towards Augustus's concerns is very clear. He stubbornly believes that forgetting history means betrayal. The revolution will never stop, and Car must achieve independence in the hands of his generation. Angus also vaguely mentioned the time of the independence referendum to Augustus. Now it is no secret that the time is next year. That is, April 2489. The federal assassins should have sneaked into Coral after that. And the turning point of the sudden change was also in this year. Augustus believed that since Coral's independence was a foregone conclusion, he must prepare for the upcoming assassination of his family, and even the war between Coral and the federal government. The enemy is the Seago Dragon Legion, a very famous mountain force that is also good at siege warfare. Reagan replied, they can be seen on almost every planet that is at war. The Sea Dragons are recognized as the toughest to deal with. The Sea Dragon Legion is one of the newest legions that was born out of the Comorian Ripper Legion system. Their base camp is on the mining world of Phelonis in the Comorian Federation. Compared with other planets suitable for life, Phelonis is too close to its sun, so that 90% of its water resources were evaporated in the early days of the planet's formation, and the remaining water is buried deep underground. The red deserts, rocky plains, and high mountains that stretch across the surface of Phelonis form the vast main continental plate of this planet. Originally, Phelonis was just the most inconspicuous barren planet among the numerous planets in the Milky Way. But everything changed after the discovery of precious rare minerals. Comorian merchants, laborers and mercenaries flocked to it, and new and prosperous cities were built on the virgin land newly discovered by Comorian adventurers. Phelonis immediately became the most important mining world of the Moria Guild. The Seago Dragon Legion of Phelonis was formed by the local Rippers and militia after the invasion of the planet by the Terran Federation army, in the absence of support from other Calmorian Federation planets. This hastily assembled army gradually defeated a Federation army of about 50,000 people in 2 years, using its familiarity with the terrain, and surrounded and annihilated the last battalion of the enemy on a plain called Seago Dragon. The Seago Dragon Legion will be officially established in this battle, and they vow to make the Terrans feel everything that the ravaged homeland has experienced. Should we go back to support Fort Howe? At this time, the platoon leader and 4 squad leaders of the 3rd platoon had gathered together, and one of the squad leaders asked, but after all, we only have one platoon with less than 100 people. The squad leader of the 4th squad said, what can we do if we go back? There are only 3 platoons in the fortress, and it may have fallen now. The fleet is on the track, and we can only hope that they will send airborne troops. Reagan actually had no idea when he couldn't contact Warfield. He was a man who was used to doing things according to the rules, and the same was true when leading troops in battle. Reagan was always used to obeying the command of Captain Warfield. But once, there was an unexpected change beyond the plan. he would be at a loss. The number of Hagelong troops attacking Fort Howe could never be too large. At most no more than a battalion. Augustus waved behind him and said, "Jim, bring the map." Augustus began to assume that Fort Howe was being attacked when he heard Hill's intelligence. Based on this assumption, he made a preliminary list of plans in his mind. Under the gaze of others, Augustus half knelt on the ground and spread out a map covering the whole fortress and all nearby cities, transportation routes and major highlands. The Comorian fleet and space station in the synchronous orbit of Tullius too have been destroyed, which means that their forces on the surface of the planet will not receive any reinforcements from Moria, and only the Sea Dragon Legion is still active in this area. In nearly 3 years of war, the Sea Dragon Legion on Tullius has less than 2 of our armies. Under the light of the power armor searchlight, Augustus stretched out a hand and drew a straight line from the location of the Howe Fortress on the map to the right with his index finger. To the east of the Howe Fortress is the Uranus Mountains, the largest in the hemisphere. The mountains are rich in endless crystal mineral veins, and the volcanoes are constantly spewing high-energy gas springs. The Sea Dragon Legion hollowed out several mountains there and built a magnificent underground fortress, where most of the Legion soldiers are hiding. Augustus pointed to the Zulu outpost on the map. The underground fortress of Hagelong is about 1,000 miles away from the Howe Fortress. At the exit of the only canyon in the Uranus Mountains that is accessible to vehicles is the Zulu outpost. It is a nail that the first Marines have driven into their doorstep, and a springboard for our army to advance on the Eastern Front. Chapter 52 Painted Blue. The main force of the Siegling Corps cannot leave the Uranus Mountains to raid the Howe Fortress under the nose of the Zulu outpost battle, and their transport aircraft fleet cannot hide from our satellite radar, Augustus said with great confidence. Although he was just an ordinary non-commissioned officer, his duties were nothing more than obeying the orders of his superiors and restraining his subordinates. But in his spare time, Augustus spent the rest of his time studying maps and using sand tables to deduce tactics, and he firmly believed that this would come in handy. The Sea Dragons roaming around the Howe Fortress are actually assault teams of 100 to 300 people, scattered across a vast area of about 2 million square miles. And all these troops added together are actually equivalent to a few thousand people in our brigade. So, I think the enemy we are about to face may be only a few hundred people, or even less. They dare to attack the fortress with only a few hundred people? The squad leader of the first squad has been convinced by Augustus, but he still finds it incredible. The fortress-like outer wall of the Howe Fortress is made of cubic stones, with a thick layer of pre-steel plate embedded on the outside. The large-caliber machine guns and rotating automatic electromagnetic machine gun turrets are enough to resist an infantry brigade. Those Comorians are indeed very brave. But there is definitely more than just this to support them to take risks. Augustus looked at everyone. There is a traitor. Renaud was listening nearby. He was very smart and good at thinking about problems, and his tacit understanding with Augustus has been getting higher and higher over time. Pete, the hippie who drove the Gladiator transport plane. I knew it was him. Is it Jerome? He's always sneaking around and told me he was trying to steal donuts. Does that make sense? Lieutenant Justin. He must have said he loved donuts when he was eating empty rations. Everyone accepted it without hesitation and started thinking about who the traitor was. But almost everyone had their own subjective biases, and after talking for a long time, there were not many who were the same. Augustus, after all that, you should have had a plan. Reagan looked at Augustus. I have a plan. Augustus said, of course. You are the one who gave the final order. Sly guy. You said all the good things. Do you think I have any other options? Reagan shook his head. The nearest city to us is Oak Forest, less than 10 miles away. We will first meet with the 2nd Battalion there, and then support Fort Howe. In comparison, although there are more troops stationed in Tavis East in the east, it will be dawn when we arrive. Augustus said, I know the 2nd Battalion was transferred to Oak Grove 2 weeks ago, but I don't know if they are still there. If we don't get support from the 2nd Battalion, we will be here. He drew a circle on the map. In addition to marking the major cities, the map also noted the landmark buildings and the most famous companies and factories in these cities. Green Motor Factory? Reagan was puzzled. Repaint it. Augustus knocked on his power armor, painted in the dark blue of the Sea Dragon. This is not difficult to understand, because the Comorians also repainted the power armor of the Terran Federation in their own car factory after seizing it. You want us to disguise ourselves as Siegelans? Reagan was surprised by Augustus's risky plan. No. It's too dangerous. I knew you wouldn't agree. Augustus said, imagine the worst possibility. When we get there, the Howe fortress has already fallen. We can blend in before the enemy completely controls the fortress. Another possibility is that Warfield's men are still holding their positions, and we can attack from the rear, attacking from both sides, using conventional tactics. Our chances of winning are pitiful. Only by breaking the routine can we achieve unexpected results. Opportunities always come with risks, and we must take this risk. He said, I have calculated that even if we spend nearly an hour repainting at the car factory, we should still be the first reinforcements to arrive. At 8:44 p.m., the armored personnel carrier that Augustus was riding in arrived at Oak Grove. Oak Grove was originally a town built by loggers. Later, with the establishment of the railway network, the town became more prosperous because it was located at the hub of the transportation network. The commercial area, industrial area and residential area were gradually divided, and a vibrant and enterprising city emerged. When the 3rd platoon arrived, most of the buildings in the city were dark, and only the police station, the maglev train station, and the city government were still lit. Reagan and Augustus split into 2 groups. One group went to find the 2nd Battalion's base, and the other group went to the Green Automobile Factory. The automobile factory was next to the Oak Forest train station. Before the war, this station was a transfer station for the Fort Howe, Odyssey, and Western Crossroads. 12 two-way lanes once intersected here. Now, it has become a terminal. The top of the station is a reinforced steel frame arch, and the artificial light source on the steel frame structure makes the station as bright as day. At first, no one responded from inside the high walls of the automobile factory. But under Augustus's order, Ward, a grenadier in his squad, immediately blew open the gate, and 2 Marine squads stepped on the broken iron fence and entered the factory. When a factory manager and several security guards slipped into the workshop like hamsters running along the corner, Augustus's men had already begun to adjust the painting equipment with ease. In the boot camp, repainting or repainting your power armor is a compulsory course. And what really gave Augustus a headache was the winged emblem of the Sea Dragon. However, this problem was quickly solved by Lee Pachinian, an automotive engineer in the class who had worked at Wolf Industries. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Reagan to bring back good news or bad news. When the factory manager carefully asked Augustus what he was doing, Augustus directly asked him to report a bank account where he could transfer money. After that, no one had any questions about it. I'm afraid we have to act alone. The 2nd Battalion is not here. There is only one garrison company in Oak Grove, and they refuse to give up the city to help us. 10 minutes later, Reagan said in the communication channel, I'll be there soon. At 11 o'clock, a dark blue painted Marine Corps came out of the factory. Their trucks were also modified and flew the Comorian flag. Half an hour later, the convoy drove onto the highway and headed for Fort Howe. The heavy snow had stopped at this time, but the road conditions were very bad. Augustus estimated that they would return to the fortress in 2 hours. By then, they would disguise themselves as a small team of Seaglans coming to support. Chapter 53, Full Throttle. In the early morning of July 19th, the highway from Oak Forest to Fort Howe, a layer of white frost condensed on the thorny shrubs of tulipes on both sides of the road, emitting a crystal clear light under the pale white light of the headlights, like a work of art created by a master. In the deep darkness, hungry polar beasts roared in the distance, and the cold wind brought the smell of blood and gunpowder. The first shift of heavy armored personnel carriers drove in the front, with a fluttering KM flag of Comorian welded next to the right rearview mirror. Augustus was driving, and the 3rd row platoon leader, Lieutenant Reagan, was sitting in the passenger seat. Behind them, the container-type truck was full of a group of fully armed Marines. As the distance to Fort Howe got closer and closer, the craters on the road ahead gradually became more and more dense. Augustus' armored personnel carrier sometimes had to carefully bypass several craters before it could continue to move forward. We are only 1 mile away from the first outpost of Fort Howe. Marines, be alert. In the communication channel of the whole platoon, Reagan looked at the navigation on the console and said, load the bullet. In the communication channel of his own class, Augustus said a few words in a very calm voice. Augustus responded with silent silence and neat clicks. In the calm waiting, everyone could feel their hearts beating. A mile of road is not long for the armored personnel carrier traveling at high speed. When Augustus and Reagan saw the first destroyed roadblock, the shadow of an outpost consisting of a fine steel tower, a semicircular bunker, and a cold gray circular wall slowly emerged beside the road. We are passing through the 020 outpost. When the APC speeded up significantly, Reagan's voice sounded again, and Augustus and others could clearly feel his breathing was a little rapid. Augustus' APC accelerated past the outpost, and the walls of the outpost building shone under the headlights because of the heat-insulating coating on its surface. But as he had expected earlier, the outpost was already empty. Some of the main buildings were still burning inside, but the flames were not easy to see. Keep going. The outpost is unguarded. The roadblock has been destroyed, and the road ahead is clear, Reagan said to the entire platoon. We have 20 minutes to reach Fort Howe. At this time, Augustus could clearly hear the roar of the Comorians' iconic large-caliber mortars, and there were often bright, momentary flashes of light. The road ahead was unexpectedly smooth, so Augustus accelerated all the way forward, and he was about to pretend that a reinforcement was coming to support him quickly. Gradually, the outline of the towering hexagonal tower of the Howe fortress became vaguely visible, and a high-pressure airlock door inlaid with spikes in front of Augustus was constantly enlarging in his eyes. There are 2 Comorian soldiers at the door, Reagan said. Do you want to stop and accept their interrogation? In Augustus' eyes, the airlock door of the fortress suddenly opened, and 2 soldiers of the Sea Dragon Legion, wearing dark blue power armor and black wing emblems on their chests, were gesturing to Augustus' car to stop. The more you talk to them, the easier it will be to expose yourself. Augustus rubbed the steering wheel. Second Lieutenant, my advice is, press the accelerator to the bottom. The 2 Hagelong soldiers were also very confused about the sudden appearance of the convoy, because they knew very well that there would be no other attacking troops tonight, since the Hagelong assault teams nearby have all arrived. Where did these troops with KM flags come from? But no matter what, they didn't dare to shoot at Augustus. What if he was really one of their own? They didn't dare to take responsibility. However, when Augustus's armored personnel carrier rushed towards them without slowing down, it was too late for the 2 Hagelong Legion soldiers to escape. In the eyes of Augustus and Reagan, the 2 Hagelong soldiers seemed to have crashed into the car by themselves. They were hanging on the front window of the armored personnel carrier, and their helmets were tightly attached to it. A few seconds later, their feet were caught under the wheels, and their bodies disappeared in the blink of an eye. The armored personnel carrier weighing dozens of tons jumped and ran over their bodies. Another heavy armored personnel carrier followed closely behind, and knocked the 2 unconscious soldiers out again. This time, they never got up again. Boss, your driving skills are really bad. Did you hit a trash can? Honeck asked in the channel of the first team. Wrong. It was 2 evil dragons. Augustus turned the steering wheel, and the armored personnel carrier immediately turned into another lane. At the end of this lane, the gunfire became more and more frequent. But except for the destroyed armored personnel carrier and the bodies of some Federal Marines, they had not encountered any enemy or their own troops yet. Where are you going? Reagan next to him turned his head to look at the road signs on the side of the road. Many street lights had been broken, and the car was going fast, so he couldn't see it clearly. Officers' Wives Club? Wrestling and fighting training ground? Dear Reagan, you perfectly avoided all the correct answers. Augustus' armored personnel carrier turned at an intersection, and then Reagan finally saw a new road sign, parking platform. I thought we were going to the command center or the armory, Reagan said. These 2 places are definitely the Comorians' primary targets. Augustus said, it has been more than 6 hours since the attack on Fort Howe. The possibility that it has not been lost is very low, and our company's barracks are at the other end of the fortress, which is actually closer to the equally strategically important landing platform. Think about it. If Fort Howe is destined to be lost, what will Lieutenant Colonel Vanderspa do? If it is Captain Warfield, he will definitely choose to defend his position, Reagan said, but if it's Vanderspool, I think he's likely to run away. Yes, and if he wants to escape, he actually only has one choice left. That is to take a spaceship. Augustus' car drove over an upward ramp, and at this time, the vast landing platform was already in sight. About a dozen dark blue-painted Hagelong Legion soldiers were on the road a few hundred yards away from Augustus, running towards the landing platform with their backs to him. In the distance, it was easy to see that 2 different troops were shooting at each other on the platform. An APOD-33 transport plane capable of carrying 7 or 8 Marines rose from a barrage of spiked bullets, its thrusters emitting 2 beams of dazzling blue light. The ship was quickly locked, and an anti-aircraft missile tower controlled by a soldier of the Siegelin Legion beside the landing platform fired a series of missiles before it rose into the sky. Almost instantly, with a thunderous roar, the transport ship exploded, and the fragments of the ship fell from the sky with flames, like blooming summer fireworks. Chapter 54, Rescue Warfield. Slow down the other APCs and stop them, Augustus said to Reagan while stepping on the brakes, making the heavy APC stop with a sharp and piercing brake sound. No one is allowed to shoot unless I give the order. No one is allowed to shoot unless Sergeant Augustus gives the order, Reagan said in the communication channel. You don't have to follow my instructions word for word. Augustus pulled the handbrake and looked at Reagan sitting next to him. You are the commander. Everyone in this platoon knows who the mastermind is now. If I were to take command, I would just charge forward. Reagan spread his hands. Well, that's what you said. Augustus got out of the car, closed the door, and said in the platoon channel, I am Sergeant Augustus. This is the order. Get out of the car and line up in a single column. My first squad is in front. The second squad is following the first squad, and the third and fourth squads are on the left and right rear respectively. At this moment, the armored personnel carriers behind stopped steadily behind Augustus with the harsh sound of brakes. The dozen or so soldiers of the Siegelin Legion that they had seen before had obviously noticed Augustus and were approaching quickly, shouting something loudly, but they remained restrained and had not yet fired. After I give the order to fire, Squads 1 and 2 will follow me and attack forward. Squad 3 will attack from the left wing. Your targets are the enemy's mortars. Squad 4 is on the right wing. Your targets are the 2 anti-aircraft missile towers on the right side of the landing platform. Clear the obstacles for our possible airborne troops, and clean up the landing area, Augustus said. Do you understand? I want only one answer. Yes, sir. Augustus was satisfied with the uniform answer. After the squads of the third row lined up behind Augustus, the Hagelong squad ran in front of him. They came very close, stopping only 10 or 20 yards away, and Augustus swore they would regret it. Stop. Which assault squad are you from? And why are there no numbers on your armor? The leader asked Augustus. Among the dozen or so Hagelong soldiers, some pointed their guns at Augustus, while others were not so vigilant. This is a loophole. It could be fatal, but it is not necessary to panic about it, Augustus thought. Under their gaze, Augustus did not answer, but raised his right hand high for Hagelong. Immediately, a neat for Hagelong came from behind. Before leaving, Augustus and Reagan had practiced with the people in the platoon in advance, and shouting slogans was not difficult for them. After all, they had to shout them every day in the boot camp. Unlike other Comorian troops, the Sea Dragon Legion is more like a large brotherhood. The bond that connects them is not the class system in the guild, but the brotherhood of life and death and the honor of the Legion. They regard the Legion as a big family. Before joining the battle, they always shout the word Sea Dragon. The leaders of all levels in the Legion have extremely high prestige among the grassroots soldiers. Although this is very strange, the shouting for the Sea Dragon obviously paralyzed these soldiers, making them all immersed in their awakened sense of honor. Augustus took 4 or 5 steps forward, closing the distance between them, and Reagan and the first and second squads followed closely behind. When the Siegelin soldiers realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. In just 2 or 3 steps, Augustus had already rushed to the leader who had spoken before, aimed at his helmet and pulled the trigger, and the bullets poured onto the matte mask. This was a signal, and the Marines behind Augustus immediately rushed towards the Siegelin Legion soldiers, with the 2 fire bats in the platoon in front. The fire bat armor of the Kylian War was not as strong as the CMC 660 armor of more than a decade later, but the armor plate of the CMC 230XF was still much thicker than the power armor type 200 worn by Augustus, so their armor could more easily withstand the enemy's small caliber bullets and even grenades. The scorching plasma stream poured out of Honeck's flamethrower and immediately set a Siegelin soldier on fire, turning the dark blue armor into a red frying pan. Watching the enemy jumping around in the flames, he let out a loud evil laugh. Honeck knew that the enemy would definitely regard him as a fire demon, a demon crawling out of hell. But that was exactly what he wanted. The Federal Marines and the Sea Dragon Legion soldiers exchanged fire at a very close distance, holding electromagnetic rifles and shooting at each other only a few yards apart. But the Federal heavy machine gunners and fire bats had the advantage in this close-range confrontation. Pachin Yang from Augustus's class replaced Benjamin as the heavy machine gunner. Although he was not as tall as Benjamin, His strength was not inferior. When Pachinian raised the Honey Whisperer heavy machine gun and fired at close range, even the CMC power armor could not withstand it. He swept down 2 enemy soldiers in just a dozen seconds. With a roar, the leader of the Siegelin team rushed towards him like a bull, knocking him to the ground with the bullets fired from Augustus's rifle. Augustus was just a new soldier after all. His attainments in close combat were not bad, but he was still not as good as a veteran Siegelin soldier who was proficient in this field. The Sea Dragons are a mountain army that is good at fighting in the mountains. Fighting on the high mountains in the polar environment is also their strength. The strong individual quality and indomitable will are the basis for this army to be famous in the world of the Terran Federation. However, Augustus still has companions. Reno, Xander, and Kulowski behind him immediately ran to their squad leader. But the first one to arrive was Tychus. He kicked the leader away with one foot, and then jumped at the other party, pressing heavily on the other party with his heavy body like a brown bear. Augustus got up from the ground, swung the Gauss rifle, and smashed the helmet of the leader of the Siegelin with the butt. This blow was far from fatal, and the opponent's helmet was intact. Tychus, hold him down. With a low curse, Augustus knelt on one knee, found the button on the leader's helmet, and opened his mask. Finally, in the other party's horrified and desperate eyes, Augustus swung the rifle heavily again. This time, blood splattered. I said, "Sergeant, hasn't anyone told you that you're so ruthless?" Tychus stood up and stared at Augustus with wide eyes, as if he was meeting him for the first time. "I won't be able to sleep or eat until I smash all the enemy's heads." Augustus turned to the other side. "Reagan, have you contacted Warfield on the command channel?" At this time, the enemies had been eliminated, and their bodies were lying in the middle of the road. And this location was 1,000 yards away from the landing platform where the exchange of fire was taking place. I heard his voice. Reagan said, "The captain used the hangar of the landing platform to build a defensive position. He had less than 30 men left, but he confirmed that there were no more than 100 Comorian soldiers facing them. He asked me how many troops I had come to support. Tell Warfield that I brought a battalion." Augustus replied, "Let him hold on. I will bring people to rescue him." Chapter 55. Who is the leader? It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and thick cumulonimbus clouds blocked the light of the 3 satellites of Tulesis II. The power supply to most areas of the Hal Fortress had been cut off, and the lights on the parking platform had been extinguished, except for the dense and continuous flames of the Gauss rifles, the flash points of the explosion, and the ice-blue flames of the electromagnetic grenades. Augustus could hardly see the specific battle situation on the platform. "Follow my original order. Squad 1 and Squad 2. Follow me," Augustus ordered. "We need to disguise ourselves as a Hagelong team rushing to support. Get as close to the enemy as possible without firing a shot, and then blend in. When they find that friendly forces are shooting at them, they will definitely fall into confusion. Turn off the color recognition function on your mask HUD and enable the radio reply recognition in the armor's built-in computer," he said. "Reagan, tell Warfield our plan and let them prepare for a pincer attack." After receiving a positive answer, Augustus led 2 squads of 25 people to run along the road. Augustus and Reagan ran in the front, followed by the first squad. They did not hide themselves, but turned on the searchlight on the chest armor of the power armor and walked straight onto the asphalt runway of the landing platform. During this period, Augustus met 2 soldiers of the Sea Dragon Legion who were carrying the wounded and passed by them. Neither side spoke. At this time, no one asked them which unit they were from. More than one retreating Hagelong Legion soldier encountered them, but these exhausted soldiers took them for granted as reinforcements. The landing platform was full of electromagnetic rifle fire. The platform was very large, with several liftable platforms leading to the underground hangar. The wreckage of the destroyed spacecraft was scattered at Augustus' feet. There was only one hangar on the ground, which was originally used to temporarily accommodate small and medium-sized near-ground spacecraft. It was located in the northeast corner of the landing platform, and was also the place where the most intense fighting took place. Augustus led his Marines to the hangar on the surface. On the way, they stepped over at least hundreds of bodies of Federation and Comorian soldiers. Most of the bodies were intact. Even the helmets were intact, and the cause of death could not be seen. It is not easy to penetrate the power armor, but as long as even a spike or shrapnel penetrates this iron armor, it will be fatal. Among these bodies, most of them were bloody and unrecognizable, and they were non-combatants in the fortress. When the fortress was attacked, They hastily picked up rifles and fought with the Marines to stop the enemy. There were few survivors. Augustus's troops advanced at the fastest running speed they could reach, and soon passed through the southern and central parts of the landing platform. They could clearly see the flat rectangular outline of the surface hangar, and the three circular defense positions formed by Warfield's troops using heavy armored vehicles and transport ships. When Augustus rushed outside the hangar, a Hagelong assault team with less than 50 people left had already captured the two outermost positions, and was jumping out of the bunker to launch a fierce attack on the last position. Warfield's Federal soldiers used heavy machine guns and flamethrowers to shoot at the enemy. They obviously had very little ammunition left, so they had a long interval between shots. The soldiers of the Siegelund Legion had already occupied the arsenal of the Howe Fortress, so ammunition supply was not a problem for them at all. It was obvious that it was only a matter of time before Warfield was defeated. Follow me. Augustus took the lead and climbed onto an overturned armored vehicle and jumped between the first and second lines of defense. Several injured soldiers of the Siegelund Legion were leaning weakly on the trucks or spaceships that served as shelters in the second line of defense, waiting for others to take them out of the battlefield. You are finally here. A wounded soldier with a broken leg said weakly, "Don't worry about us. Kill those Federal bastards. For the Sea Dragon." In response to them, Augustus clenched his fist and shouted the slogan of the Legion. Then the wounded felt that they had already won and cheered. "Captain Oleg, our reinforcements are here," one of the wounded said excitedly in their communication channel. There were two assault teams of the Sea Dragon Legion attacking the Howe Fortress, with a total of more than 500 people. After several hours of brutal fighting, they had lost more than half of their troops. The other assault team captured the last fortress tower that had not been lost at the other end of the Howe Fortress. The wounded obviously mistook Augustus's troops for them. It was dark at this time, and it was difficult for them to find the difference between the paint on Augustus's armor and their own. Each Hagelong Legion assault team had white paint on their shoulder armor representing their numbers. This was a major mistake of Augustus. But the light was dim at this time, and it was difficult for the wounded to notice the difference. Even if someone saw it, at most they would just be confused, and would not even think that someone was impersonating them. There have been examples of Federation troops disguising themselves as Comorian Rippers before. After all, their power armor is not much different, and they can be mistaken for the real thing by just changing the paint. The Comorians themselves have done this kind of thing many times. But generally speaking, as long as the two sides talk, it is easy to be exposed. The early days of the establishment of the Terran Federation were a relatively free and loose confederation regime, while the original Moria people advocated adventure and gold panning, and maintained social stability with family blood. The cultural differences between the Terran Federation and the Comorian Federation will indirectly affect their way of thinking and speaking habits, as long as the other party has doubts. A few questions can expose the imposter. "Yes, your savior is here," Raynor said jokingly in the first shift's channel. "I'm really happy for them," Tychus said. Augustus no longer paid attention to the wounded. He turned over through the landing gear and climbed onto a turbine transport ship that formed the second line of defense. At this time, he could see that dozens of Siegelund Legion soldiers had occupied the third line of defense and used it as cover to shoot at the hangar surrounded by the line of defense, while the Federal soldiers in the hangar had stopped firing back. Augustus jumped off the transport ship and ran to the Siegelund Legion soldiers in front of the third line of defense with a Gauss rifle in hand. He was not in a hurry. His steps were steady and powerful, as if he knew that his support would be the final victory for his side. "You came just in time." A Siegelund Legion soldier, who was shooting between the bunkers, turned around to look at them. Due to the perspective and light, he did not notice the power armor of this reinforcement force, which was much neater and brighter due to the repainting. Augustus ran quickly between them, and the Marines behind him walked to each bunker, walked to the side of the Siegelund Legion soldiers, and put their guns between the bunkers. "Who is the leader?" Then, Augustus shouted loudly, although he was confused. "The leader of the assault team, Captain Oleg," turned around and answered, "I am Oleg Benson. I request." The next second, the helmet of the assault team leader was hit by the Bosun sniper rifle of Rick, the sniper in Augustus's squad, and a .50 caliber armor-piercing bullet pierced his helmet. Chapter 56 Alpha Squadron. For nearly a second, the soldiers of the Siegelund Legion, who were turning their heads to look at Augustus, were stunned. The other soldiers, who were still firing at the hangar, did not notice the difference in the gunshots until they heard gunshots around them, and their brothers began to roar. And then they looked behind them. For a moment, the soldiers of the Siegelin Legion, who were at a loss, did not know where the enemy came from. It was late at night, and the light and shadows intertwined. They were all Marines painted dark blue. It looked like someone among them had gone crazy and wanted to kill everyone without distinguishing between friend and foe. They watched blankly as a soldier of the Siegelin Legion, carrying a heavy machine gun, shot at his brother's mask at close range until his helmet was smashed. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? They betrayed the Siegelin. Who should we shoot at?" The enemy was right beside them. The Siegelin's channel was in chaos. In just a dozen seconds, blood was flowing in front of the bunker of the third line of defense. There are no numbers on their shoulders. When more than 20 soldiers of the Sea Dragon Legion were lying on the ground, someone discovered the difference between Augustus and his men. But it was not daytime. And if they wanted to confirm, they had to use the searchlight on the Gauss rifle or other light sources. Often, they would be knocked down by grenades from behind before they could see clearly whether they were enemies or friends. The battle happened in a flash. And the first solution that the Sea Dragons thought of was to fire flares instead of changing the recognition mode of the power armor. This meant that by the time the first flare was launched, too many of their brothers had already fallen. In the chaos, the HUD display on Augustus's mask could clearly indicate friend and foe. The built-in computer inside his power armor could send an inquiry signal to other armors in the platoon through the communication system. After receiving the reply signal, it would immediately identify the power armor as a friendly force and mark the Marines wearing these power armors in red. Augustus held the Gauss rifle in his hand and fired at a soldier of the Siegelin Legion who was rushing towards him, while Renault fought side by side with him back to back. The soldier in front of him was tall, and his modified power armor was comparable to the larger Firebat armor. But one of his hands had been blown off by an electromagnetic grenade, and the remaining hand only had an old-fashioned revolver. In silence, Augustus aimed at the opponent's helmet and shot. The laser rangefinder on the electromagnetic rifle showed that the enemy was approaching him as fast as a mad bull. Suddenly, a spike bounced upward after hitting his breastplate, drilled into the seam between his helmet and breastplate, and pierced the soldier's head from the bottom to the top at the chin. When Augustus turned to the other side, he saw Ward's missile hit a Siegelin soldier, smashing him into pieces. At this time, Warfield's Federal soldiers finally arrived, and the silver-gray painted Marines jumped down from the bunker next to Augustus. Due to the lack of bullets, they fought the Siegelin soldiers in close combat, knocked them to the ground, and used fists, rifle butts, and any weapons they could find to smash the enemy's helmet, because they also changed the identification mode. They did not accidentally hit friendly forces. "Augustus, I didn't expect you to be the first one to come." Warfield jumped off an armored vehicle. "We rushed here as soon as we received the news." "Captain," Augustus threw a rifle magazine full of bullets to Warfield. "I heard you brought a battalion." "Kid, where are they now?" Warfield changed the magazine neatly, and with a crisp click, he asked Augustus, "Each of these bad guys I brought can fight 10 of us." Augustus said, "I didn't expect it." Warfield shouted and ran to the other side, followed closely by 4 or 5 Marines. "Thank God. We are saved." At this time, another Marine jumped down and walked in front of Augustus. Augustus remembered this voice. It was the acting Lieutenant Colonel Vanderspur he saw in the command center. Vanderspur's power armor was brand new and shiny, and it was obviously well maintained. There was a special person to maintain it every day, oiling and polishing it. Augustus even suspected that if Vanderspur was not participating in a real battle, but attending a military parade, he would definitely hang medals and flowers on his majestic and shining armor. "Lieutenant Colonel, the battle is not over yet." The armory, engineering station, command center, we still have many places to recapture, Augustus reminded him. "Now we have a battalion, and there will be more soon." Vanderspur looked at Augustus dissatisfied, since the lieutenant colonel did not take the sergeant who only said 2 words to heart. He could not recognize Augustus just by his voice. "The battle is over. Those damned Siegelins will pay with blood," Vanderspur said forcefully. His words did not conceal his hatred for the Siegelin Legion. Augustus said, while changing his magazines, "I think I need to remind you that the battalion is still on the way." If Augustus said he brought a platoon, Warfield would just let him get out immediately. If he brought a battalion of reinforcements, the result would be completely different. The remaining Federal soldiers would definitely hold their positions to the death for the coming dawn. And Augustus's troops would not rush into a lost position and be in danger. How far are they from arriving? Vanderspoe's expression of anger and hatred suddenly disappeared under his mask, and he looked in the direction he came from, as if he wanted to go back to the hangar. Any time. Augustus turned and left after saying this. He had to return to his troops immediately, and had no time to talk to Vanderspoe. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Augustus and Warfield's troops wiped out a Hagelong Legion assault team and recaptured the landing platform. But compared to the entire Howe fortress, this was really a drop in the bucket. At 4:40 in the morning, good news finally came. Alpha Squadron, which was stationed in the synchronous orbit of Tullius, dispatched several assault ships, and the transport ships that landed on the landing platform brought 2 companies of airborne troops. Alpha Squadron is a force wearing white power armor. They are called Blood Eagles by the Comorians and their Terran compatriots. In the entire federal military system, Alpha Squadron is famous for their brutal charge and cold cruelty. The leader of this force is Major Edmund Duke of Alpha Squadron, who Augustus and Warfield met on the landing platform. Chapter 57 Edmund Duke. On the landing area temporarily cleared by the parking platform of the Howe Fortress, an APOD-33 Gladiator transport ship landed on the asphalt runway with blood stains under the guidance of the signal light. The engine thrusters switched to vertical state, raising a wave of hot air with the smell of ozone. The frost condensed on the rear stabilizer of the transporter melted immediately, and the white steam was quickly blown away by the cold wind at dawn on Tullius II. A team of airborne troops in white power armor lined up from the lowered gangway, with their commander, Major Edmund Duke, walking at the end. Then, a pure white Goliath armed robot walked out of the belly compartment of a transport plane. 33rd Assault Division. Oh, old acquaintance. This is not the first time we meet, Horace Warfield. The last time I saw you in Onuru Sigma, you were still a private 3rd class under Minsk. Major Duke did not issue an attack order, but walked towards Warfield calmly. At this time, Augustus was standing behind Warfield, just like his adjutant. Major Duke is a big man, with broad shoulders and a strong back. The heavy and solid power armor wrapped around him makes him look even taller and more sturdy. The major's steps are vigorous, but when he swings his 2 strong arms vigorously, his walking posture looks more like an angry silverback gorilla than a heroic federal officer. It's not easy to be a fire captain without Alpha Squadron to change your diapers. You will lie in the crib and cry. Duke's helmet mask slowly moved up, revealing a wrinkled and thin face. He has deep eye sockets and a narrow chin with thin lips under the prominent diamond-shaped cheekbones. What's up with that Marine behind you? Is that a Seagalin? Duke quickly noticed something was wrong with the Augustus armor paint. No, they are all genuine federal soldiers, and I don't need to explain the whole story to you. Warfield didn't look at Duke well, and didn't even lower his mask. Long time no see. The famous Major Edmund Duke, only 40 years old, is already a rising star in the Duke family of Tarsones. It is said that Duke of Alpha Squadron is invincible, and has more medals and awards than any active general. But when you were on Planet Sigma, your troops were losing all the battles, Warfield said. 3 years ago, you and Arcturus were only lieutenants, and now he is a colonel. Nonsense. The promotion system of the fleet and the Marine Corps can be the same. That's it. I won't argue with you. There is nothing to talk about between us. Major Duke's nose was crooked with anger. He no longer cared about the paint on Augustus's armor. My troops will be put into battle soon. Where are your people? We must retake this fortress without delay. That year, I subdued 2 terrorists single-handedly in Nolander. Then, thugs 10 times my size surrounded me, each holding a shotgun. Then, Duke, who was embarrassed, began to brag about his early military achievements when he served in the Marine Corps. I remember the 5 you mentioned last time. Warfield frowned. That time was on a satellite of the A1977 Marsh gas planet. You were talking about Nolander. You remembered it wrong. Duke had a blank expression on his face. He had come to bury Warfield, but it didn't seem to go well. Warfield didn't want to listen to Duke's boasting anymore. Now let's talk business. My people have recaptured the landing platform of the Howe Fortress, but the rest of the area has fallen into the hands of the Sea Dragon Legion. My people captured several prisoners and learned that there are about 200 Sea Dragon Legion soldiers in this fortress. Apart from the wounded, they can continue to fight even fewer people. This is my attack plan. Warfield continued. Fort Howe is divided into 5 different areas. We should retake the command center first. Enough. I don't have time to listen to your long speech here. Duke crossed his arms in front of his chest and squinted his eyes. Who do you think you are? Those nonsense clowns in the staff? In my opinion, there is only one way to win. And that is to move forward. When Augustus looked at him, the arrogance on the face of the Alpha Squadron Major was obvious. The Federal Army is an army from hell. And I have proved countless times that the Comorians are just cowardly rats. A group of country bumpkins who dig shiny stones in the mud with their butts sticking out. Any useless strategic deployment is just a waste of time. We have 2 airborne companies and 4 Goliath-armed robots. We don't even need to plan the route before crushing a group of ants. Go forward. Crush everyone in the way. And kill every Comorian. Alpha Squadron does not accept surrender and does not need prisoners. Duke said impatiently. Warfield, if you are afraid, you can stay where you are with your Marines. My men got out of bed at 3 in the morning. And without even a sip of hot coffee, they had to run to this snowy hellhole to clean up your mess. If we are lucky, we can win the battle quickly and go back to sleep. Alpha Squadron, assemble, he ordered immediately. Sailors, what's our slogan? First to fight, first to retreat. We are the Blood Eagles. With the sound of the servo motor turning, Duke's mask closed. He led Alpha Squadron eastward along the road that Augustus had come from. The army of several hundred people was so powerful that it disappeared from the sight of Augustus and Warfield in a short while. Is he always so confident? Augustus asked Warfield, standing there and watching Alpha Squadron go away. Edmund has always been like this. His irrational battle plan has caused him a lot of suffering. But he still goes his own way. Your brother, and I knew him when we were still on Sigma Star, Warfield said. What do you think of him? Arrogant, rude, cruel, Augustus replied. You're a pretty good judge of character. Warfield turned to look at him. What does Arcturus think of him? Augustus asked. A gorilla that's always on the rampage in his little jungle. Always in a state of rage because of his small brain capacity. Warfield said. That's right. Augustus nodded in agreement. The metaphors of the Minx family are always magical. Warfield seemed to see the shadow of Arcturus in Augustus. They have many similarities, but they are completely different in nature. Okay, little Minsk. It's almost time for us to catch up with them. We can wait a little longer. Augustus said. Duke is eager to win and insists on taking risks. Let Alpha Squadron charge forward. Chapter 58. Who is the traitor? Next, Augustus and Warfield took out the internal map of the Howe Fortress to discuss the next plan, while the remaining members of the first company gathered around and listened to their conversation. Unconsciously, Warfield had already regarded Augustus as his deputy, except for the third row. His platoon leader and squad leader now only had 3 people left. Although the Alpha Squadron is not good at fighting, its fighting style has always been known for its toughness and roughness. In any case, they are indeed a very elite force. We should be able to recapture most of the important facilities and buildings in this fortress soon, Augustus said. But Duke's troops lack a target and are just rushing around in the fortress. A difficult tower will delay them for a long time. Yes, and we must take back the armory first. And we can't let the Comorians empty it, Warfield said. Gather, brothers of the first company. We still have a tough battle to fight. Find some armored personnel carriers that can still be driven. Although the soldiers of this company had been fighting for a whole night and were very tired, they still followed Warfield's order and lined up in front of him again, checking their weapons while waiting for orders. Reagan, the platoon leader of the 3rd platoon, led his men to find the car the company commander wanted. I've been to the armory, where there are sets of brand new CMC 300 power armor hanging on the walls, and boxes of 20-round shotguns and piercer rifle bullets on the ground. There are about 2 trucks of Palm Spider sensor mines imported from Yumoing. They are high-end products. It is said that they can automatically identify the identity of the enemy and effectively avoid accidental injuries. Augustus said, if we can keep or recover this batch of supplies, I dare say the people in the Military Affairs Department will definitely rush to award us medals. Yumoyan? Why do I remember that the Yumoyan people are on the side of the Comorian Federation? In the communication channel of Class 1, Raider said, have they not been condemning the Terran Federation's shameless invasion of Comorian in their own local media? To make money. Tychus said, who would complain about little money? Let's go! By the time we reach the armory, Edmund's men may have driven the Sea Dragon Legion out of Fort Howe, Warfield said. By the way, where is Vanderspur? Augustus looked at the Marines and didn't see Lieutenant Colonel Vanderspur's power armor, which was still shiny and bright even after a night of hard fighting. Has anyone seen him? The Marines looked at each other. That coward Vanderspur only hides behind us during the battle and lets his men take the bullets. He is a coward. And now, he must be hiding in a corner and shivering. A surviving Marine in the first row said loudly. And the other Marines, who were deeply touched, immediately laughed loudly. Who can guarantee me that Vanderspur must be hiding in his comfortable turtle shell and shivering now? Augustus's stern questioning immediately calmed the laughter. No one. This is wrong. Augustus's expression was serious. Lundstein. You? No. Take everyone in the 3rd Fire Team. And bring an extra heavy machine gun. Go to the hangar on the ground to find Vanderspur. If you can't find him, search the entire landing platform and then report to me by radio. Understood. Without any questions. Lundstein immediately did it. Get in the car. Warfield immediately gave the order. And dozens of Marines immediately boarded several armored personnel carriers driven by Reagan and drove towards the armory. Why? Do you think Vanderspur is up to something? Warfield's armored personnel carrier was in the front. And he was the one driving this time. While Augustus sat in the co-pilot. The Sea Dragon Legion attacked the outpost silently. And then easily passed through the fortress gate as if it was undefended. When I learned that the enemy was about to reach the company camp, I ran into Vanderspur, who was about to escape on the landing platform. He abandoned the command center and handed over the most heavily defended place in the fortress. I always knew he was a hypocritical coward. But he ran too fast. Vanderspur had just sent his only battalion to a deserted city ruins 2 weeks ago. This is the real reason why the defense of Howe Fortress is empty. And yesterday, he dispatched a platoon to explore the Comorian troops in Meridian before the Sea Dragon Legion launched an attack. This is definitely not a coincidence. I suspect that Vanderspur has already defected to the Comorian people. Augustus said. The situation is becoming clearer and clearer now. Everyone knows that the Comorian will be defeated sooner or later. What is Vanderspur trying to do? Said Warfield. I don't know. Money or something else that is worth a human selling his soul for. Augustus shook his head and said. He won't be at large for long. Warfield laughed. He has revealed too many clues. The Security Bureau will find him soon. Warfield didn't drive for long. There were direct roads from the landing platform to important facilities such as the armory and the command center. At 5 o'clock in the morning, they drove to a 2-lane road outside the armory that led to the command center and headed west. There's a car in front. Augustus' eyes were sharp. He saw a heavy truck driving out of the main gate of the armory. Only 300 or 400 yards away from them. The other side also saw the rumbling armored personnel carrier convoy and immediately turned north to a road leading to the fortress gate. I'll chase that car. And you go take down the armory. Warfield said on the public communication channel of the 1st Company. Reagan, the platoon leader of the 3rd Platoon, is in charge of this operation. After that, Warfield's armored personnel carrier made a beautiful large-angle turn and accelerated towards the truck. The first shift Marines in the troop carrier's bed could not help but complain. The heavy truck was obviously fully loaded with goods. And it never left the armored personnel carrier behind. With a gap of only 5 body lengths. See if you can blow up his tires, Warfield said. Augustus opened the door and shot at the truck. But he couldn't find a good angle to aim. And only shot a series of sparks on the alloy truck bed. This thrilling chase did not last long. Although Augustus failed to hit his target, the gunshots also put great pressure on the other party. The driver of the truck made a fatal mistake and drove into a dead end. The dead end was clear on the navigation system. But now it was blocked by a broken-down Comorian tank. The truck was forced to stop. And Augustus surrounded it with the Marines of the 1st Squad. Put your hands up, sir, or we will shoot, Warfield shouted. But when the driver got out of the car, everyone was shocked. You may have many reasons to excuse yourself, Lieutenant Colonel Javier Vanderspur, Augustus said. But stealing federal military supplies is illegal. Chapter 59 promoted to sergeant. July 25th. 1400 hours p.m. Augustus, wearing a white double-layer silk parka that reached his knees, was clearing snow at the entrance of the number 7 supply station. Next to him was Renault, who was wearing the same outfit. The fur on the edge of his coat hood was causing him to sneeze continuously. The Howe Fortress was as busy as usual that day. Every few minutes, a military bus full of workers or a huge space engineering construction vehicle drove past the supply station to repair the defense facilities and buildings destroyed by the Sea Dragon Legion, or to fill the roads full of craters and collect all the wreckage of tanks and the bodies of Marines. The Sea Dragon Corps knew they couldn't defend the fortress, so they destroyed it wantonly, which forced the workers to work for another week to repair the fortress. Most of these workers came from the two small towns around the Hal Fortress and the nearest city, while the Marines who made great contributions to defending the fortress got a few rare days off. Therefore, the idle soldiers either played cards all day in the barracks or indulged themselves in the bar district near the fortress. Only one person in Augustus's squad was injured in this battle. The unfortunate unlucky guy was Honeck, who was careless when using the Hellfire flamethrower, which caused his hands to be burned. The fortress was cold and windy that afternoon. At 1500 hours, Augustus and Renault put down their brooms and took a fortress bus to the command center. Warfield had just called Augustus' personal terminal and asked them to find him at the command center. Along the way, Augustus saw many workers laying lines and repairing roads. On the night of the 18th, the Hal Fortress suffered heavy losses, and the military had to recruit additional workers. At that time, there was still an engineering battalion in the fortress, but only a few people survived the catastrophe. Under Vanderspo's order, all civilian staff, engineers and mechanics were forced to take up arms, but they only delayed the attack speed of the Sea Dragon Legion. When the bus arrived at the door of the command center, Augustus found that the soldiers on guard had been replaced by 2 Marines from the 3rd row of the 1st Company. After seeing Augustus, they immediately saluted to show respect. "Does that guy Vanderspool want to catch up with us?" On the way to the top of the command center, Renault was in a good mood. After nearly a month, he finally got over the loss of Tom Omo. For a few days, Renault learned to drink to relieve his sorrow, and Augustus ordered the whole class to supervise Renault and not allow him to drink excessively. For this, the two had a small conflict, but Renault soon regretted it and decided not to let decadence easily devour him in the future. "Then we have to go to the prison to find him." Augustus also laughed. In the command center, Augustus didn't even see a few Marines or civilian staff, which also explains why Warfield had to do everything personally. Vanderspo's office is now renamed Warfield. "You got promoted?" As soon as he entered the door, Augustus noticed the rank badge worn by Warfield, Major Warfield. "Yes, it's only natural. And I should have gotten this golden flower." Most of the time, Warfield is a serious person, but usually, he doesn't mind joking with his subordinates in private. "So, this fortress is now under your control." Augustus and Raynor sat down on the first sofa in the office. "Where is the arrogant Major Duke?" "Edmund has returned to his fleet in synchronous orbit. The people of the Sea Dragon Legion have already fled, but he thinks he has won a great victory and is still complacent." Warfield said, "Well, Fort Howe is now under my control temporarily until they send another lieutenant colonel to replace me. That means they have found out something. I want to know what Vanderspur is thinking." Augustus asked. "He is asking for trouble." Warfield shook his head and said, "The Federation's secret police only use some tricks to make him confess everything. The arsenal of Fort Howe is filled with the most expensive arsenal in the entire Northern Hemisphere theater. The upgraded parts of weapons and power armor alone are worth 8 million credits. This money was enough for Vanderspoor to live comfortably for the rest of his life in some remote colony. But he was not sure he could steal a batch of documented military supplies without anyone noticing. So he found the Comorians?" Renault said. "If the supplies were stolen, no one would know their source." Vanderspoor's calculations were very good in his plan. The Sea Dragon Legion would send a 200-man assault team to attack the Hal Fortress with his support, and they would transfer a batch of military supplies in the shortest time possible. Finally, he led the Federal Army to drive them out. Good calculation. Augustus laughed, but he miscalculated that step. The Comorians would not keep his word. They said 2 elite assault teams and an ice ranger. Warfield, they wanted to empty the entire Hal Fortress and take Vanderspoor's head as a reward. When the situation was completely beyond Vanderspoor's control, he knew he was finished. He said, "But as long as Vanderspoor transports a truck full of CMC-300 reactor cores to the private airport built by smugglers and gangsters, he will make a fortune." "Does this mean that our contribution is actually much greater than we think?" Renault asked. "That's why I came to you." Warfield said, "You have made great contributions. Can I become an official too?" Renault seemed very happy. He didn't know what contributions he had made. Most of the time, He obeyed Augustus' orders. You are now a lance corporal in charge of the first squad, Warfield said. As for Augustus, he has been promoted to sergeant, and he will also receive a Silver Cross and a Marine Corps Anchor Badge of Honor. While speaking, Warfield opened the drawer of his desk and threw several badges accurately into the hands of Augustus and Renault. There is a shortage of manpower, so the commissioning ceremony will be omitted. The first company suffered heavy losses, except for the 3rd platoon. The establishment of the other 3 platoons is almost considered to have been cancelled. At this point, Warfield's face showed a little sadness. A new batch of recruits just arrived at the fortress yesterday. Now, I need Reagan to command the 1st row, and the 3rd row will be temporarily handed over to you, Augustus. After you are promoted to lieutenant, I will transfer you to other rows. The 3rd row is very good. Augustus put away the badge. Why is the recruitment so fast this time? Because most of them are resocialized soldiers, Warfield said. I heard that many planets within the Federation are building resocialized factories in full swing. Soon, there will be not enough criminals. Chapter 60 Comorian Number 34 Internment Camp. July 27th, 6:30 a.m. Augustus's 3rd platoon assembled on time at the military camp playground. After their new platoon leader carefully checked whether everyone's clothes were clean and tidy, and met the standards of hygiene and military appearance, the 44 Marines in winter uniforms boarded 2 buses to the Fortress Opera House. I didn't know there was a children's play to be performed at the Opera House today. Tychus was sitting opposite Augustus. Minsk, the only thing I want to do is kick the ridiculous ass of those actors, because they are wasting my precious time. Come to think of it, I fell asleep last time. Hanek said embarrassedly. It's not my fault. I thought it was a sexy consolation performance. I think the epic opera depicting the galactic hero Ender is wonderful. Lundstein's opinion was not shared by anyone. I got the news that this was supposed to be a speech, Augustus said. Fortunately, I brought pillows and blankets. Josephine's words caused a burst of laughter. Okay, I'll take you to the bars in the town of How tonight. Augustus looked at them and said. Great, Hanek shouted. I'm not sleepy when it comes to this. When the bus stopped at the not-so-spacious entrance in front of the Fortress Opera House, the 3rd row got off the bus and lined up at the door, because Augustus always required them to line up neatly. An assistant sergeant with short brown hair was waiting for them at the door. She had brown curly hair, big blue eyes and rosy lips. Her tight military uniform outlined her slim figure. Sergeant Minsk. The sergeant walked straight to Augustus with a stack of documents. You can let your soldiers in. Is Major Warfield here? Augustus waved his men to enter the Opera House. He said he would be here soon. The sergeant replied. Do you know who is giving the speech and what is the content? Augustus looked at her. I don't know. Sergeant, do you mind if I save your personal terminal email account? The assistant sergeant was much shorter than Augustus, so Augustus could not avoid looking into her charming eyes when he looked down at her. Of course, I don't mind. Augustus was wearing a tight-belted military uniform with a standing collar and a wide-brimmed military cap with the anchor badge he had just received. His military temperament added a lot to Augustus's handsome appearance, making it easier for him to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Well, the female sergeant suddenly became shy and bit her beautiful red lips. Minsk, the speech is about to begin. At this time, a strong hand was placed on Augustus' shoulder. Augustus looked back and saw that it was Warfield. After smiling apologetically, the two of them walked towards the Opera House together. Did I disturb you? Warfield whispered. No, Augustus replied. You are always so popular, Warfield said. It's true, Augustus said. The Opera House in Fort Hell was not very big, and could only accommodate 300 people at most. The 4 walls were made of soundproof materials with holes, and a stage with a golden curtain was below a semicircular auditorium that gradually rose. There were not always performances here, and most of the time it was idle. Augustus and Warfield sat in the first row of the auditorium. Who was the speaker? A politician who wanted to be famous? The editor-in-chief of UNN? Or a salesman for an arms manufacturer? Augustus asked Warfield. A transport ship captain who was once captured by the Comorians. She wants to introduce us to the Comorian prison where she was once imprisoned. Warfield never keeps things in suspense. Oh, what does this have to do with us? Is she telling us that we would rather die in battle than be captured by the enemy? Augustus asked. In fact, this is related to a rescue mission we are about to launch. Our company's next mission is to attack the Comorian prison where the captain was once imprisoned, and rescue the other federal prisoners there. Warfield said. I thought we could take a break. Augustus was not very enthusiastic about dangerous missions. When this war is over, we can take a break, Warfield said. But the war never ends, Augustus said. At this time, a person in a long trench coat walked onto the stage with the help of a nurse. Augustus could hardly tell from her figure that she was a woman. She was so thin that even wrapped in a trench coat, Augustus could see her ribs exposed. And she was so skinny that she looked like a skeleton in a cloak. I am Claire Hobos, and I was the captain of a Federation transport ship, she said in a hoarse voice, after my transport ship was destroyed by the Comorians. My crew and I were imprisoned in the 34th internment camp. I don't need to go into details about the torture I and others suffered there, because you can already see how they destroy a person with a healthy mind and body. I am only 27 years old, but I am lying in bed waiting to die like a terminally ill patient. There was silence in the audience, and the first shift behind Augustus was listening attentively. There are at least 400 federal soldiers and spaceship pilots imprisoned in the 34th internment camp, including many combat heroes and ace fighter pilots, whose planes were shot down and crashed in enemy-occupied areas. They are being tortured there, and what we have to do is to rescue them. This is a schematic diagram of the internment camp taken by an orbiting satellite. A three-dimensional model created by computer synthesis of tens of thousands of photos. A holographic projection with various terrains and rivers appeared in front of Augustus and others. The 34th shelter was located between three hills in a triangular shape. The top of the hill was heavily fortified with machine guns, automatic turrets, and land defense guns. 6 rectangular white military camps were hidden between the hills, and the rest were command centers with satellite communication base stations, water towers, and spherical bunkers deployed between the hills. This is the battle plan. Hobos passed her hands over the holographic head, and the three-dimensional image building immediately enlarged in her hands. Our Air Force will first destroy the bunkers on the 3 hills, and then you will launch an attack from the front. I cannot agree with this plan. Augustus sat in the front row, so if he spoke, Hobos in front of him could hear him clearly. If we attack from the front, we will need at least 8 tanks or a company of artillery to provide fire support. If the Air Force cannot confirm that their strikes will definitely destroy the target, then even if there is only 1 heavy machine gun on the hill that can still fire, my people will be in danger, Augustus said. I must come up with a new battle plan. Otherwise my troops will not participate in this rescue operation. Chapter 61 Falling from the Sky. Captain Hobos looked at Augustus, and an ugly smile appeared on his haggard face. Of course, you can, she said in a hoarse voice. Please forgive the recklessness and impoliteness of a young man like me. Augustus straightened the wrinkles on his uniform and walked up a flight of stairs to the main stage of the opera house. At this time, there were about 60 people in the audience, most of whom were soldiers in the 3rd row, and only officers were present in the other rows. These platoons are basically resocialized soldiers, and they obviously don't need to listen to a pre-war mobilization speech. In the semicircular audience seats that are getting higher and higher, strange or familiar faces, pairs of different eyes are all looking at Augustus. I know you, Sergeant Augustus Minsk. Even if you count the time in the boot camp, it only took you 4 months to be promoted from a private to a sergeant. When Augustus walked to Hobos, she said, you have won at least 3 medals, and your resume is much richer and more exciting than some Marine veterans who have served for more than 5 years. The battle at Fort Howe not long ago almost made you famous overnight. UNN radio and television station has reported your heroic deeds. A scrolling subtitle below the news? Sorry, Miss Hobos. They didn't even interview me. Augustus raised his hands and touched the holographic projection image above the stage. The holographic projection woven by countless light blue lines rotated, zoomed in, enlarged or shrank due to the sliding of his hands. I believe the UNN reporters are preparing to do so, Hobos said. The holographic projection suspended above the main stage was projected by 4 holographic projectors embedded in the walls of the opera house, which could cover the entire stage. But in Augustus' hands, they were all Rubik's Cube toys that could be manipulated at will. Augustus was already familiar with this. Here, in Augustus' hands, a hill with a pointed top was enlarged in his hands and revealed to everyone. Hill A. The hill simulated by the holographic projection was so detailed that the Marines in the audience could even see a narrow gully a few inches wide and the grass stalk swaying in the wind. At the top of the hill, a round bunker occupied 2/3 of its area. The bunker had at least 6 firing ports in different directions, which meant that the firepower of the Comorians could not only cover the hill, but also fire at the camp inside it. Next to the bunker was a rotating anti-aircraft missile tower with 2 anti-aircraft missiles on the launcher. A land defense automatic machine gun mounted between several pre-steel baffles was aimed at the green plain below the hill. Before the attack, we must destroy the firing points on these hills. Augustus drew a red cross on the bunker. What I mean is that we can't just think about destroying these firing points as much as possible, but we should occupy them. It would be best if these bunkers and heavy weapons could be used by us. He paused here. Since we have transport ships, we can send soldiers directly to these hills. Then, our crossfire points on the hills can block the Comorian camp between the hills. Next, the troops deployed on the front battlefield can enter the shelter under the cover of the airborne troops. This is the first step. Under Augustus's operation, the hills shrank rapidly, and the entire 34th shelter camp was expanding. The rectangular military camps and other facilities between the 3 hills were surrounded by a circle of low walls made of pre-steel plates and electrified steel wire mesh. The bunkers and the elevating automatic turrets buried deep in the ground guarded the 3 entrances between the hills. We can see that, except for the top of the hill and the entrance, the camps used to hold prisoners are not well guarded. Augustus said, then, we can also break through from the center. The second step is that when the Comorians are busy retaking the hill or breaking out, my platoon will directly airdrop to the vicinity of the camp. And at the same time, the transport plane will also deliver 500 electromagnetic rifles and ammunition. When we release all the prisoners and arm them, there will be an angry army battalion in the center of the camp. How many soldiers are there in this camp? And how many of them have power armor? Augustus asked Hobus. Based on the number of barracks and the size of the water tower, this camp can only support the living needs of 600 people, and the number of prisoners is 400 to 450. So, I estimate that there are about 200 Kelmerian soldiers guarding the camp. Hobus replied. Most of the Kelmerian soldiers in Camp 34 lack power armor, and the others are wearing Kelmerian's poor imitation of CMC armor, which is flat-plate kinetic armor. How many fighters and transport ships do we have available? Ma'am? Augustus asked again. 16 Avenger fighters and 10 2,440 long-range bombers. There are 32 transport planes in Fort Howe, which come from 17 different units and can carry a total of 2,000 people. Hobus said, the 34th shelter has only a small apron, and only a few fighters can take off and land. In terms of air power, we have an absolute advantage. Fort Howe is the closest Marine Corps base to this shelter. It only takes half an hour to arrive by transport plane. This is why I asked you for help. This hell on earth has been hidden under the noses of the Federal Army. It was not until I escaped from there that the location of the 34th internment camp was made public. Where are our other reinforcements? Augustus said. Don't tell me you want me to take a platoon to rescue more than 400 people. A battalion of resocialized soldiers has set out from Hobo Pass. Hobus said. But we need soldiers who can think independently. And resocialized soldiers cannot flexibly complete a rescue mission. Well, my plan is complete, Augustus said. I'm going to tell him to land. This is a good battle plan. But the premise is that we must destroy all anti-aircraft firepower and clear all anti-aircraft missile towers and anti-aircraft guns. Warfield nodded in agreement. This is a strange move, but it is very risky. Once the transport ship is hit, it will be the doom of the plane being destroyed and the people killed. This plan may be a great success, but it is also likely to become a nightmare for us. He said, Augustus, your plans are always bold, even crazy, but I like them very much. We are going to rescue people. This should be the task of agents and special forces. But the superiors gave it to a group of Marines. Augustus spread his hands. If we are going to attack an armed camp built on a dangerous terrain, I will let the artillery and bombers bombard it all day. But this will not work. Chapter 62 Armored Technician and Medic. Fort Howe Armory. July 30th. Augustus's platoon is replacing the new CMC 250/EX power armor. This power armor is not a transitional type from CMC 200 to 300, but a trial production armor that can be equipped with a jetpack on the back. After Augustus compiled the plan of the landing operation into a report and submitted it to the Northern Theater Command responsible for commanding this operation, the approved document was quickly sent to the Fort Howe Command Center. The document specifies that Augustus' platoon be temporarily reorganized into a special operations tactical unit capable of performing special operations missions. during which they will receive additional auxiliary personnel and manpower. The preparation time for this plan is 12 days, so Augustus has enough time to gain more benefits for his troops. The R&D team of CMC 250/EX Power Armor originally wanted to create a power armor that can fly. But obviously, all efforts in this regard have failed. Even though the jetpack was able to launch the armor and its wearer into the sky, the chances of failure were as high as the chances of success. After the last brave test driver fell to his death, the progress of the project gradually stalled, and later Procyon invested the research and development funds into the Firebat armor. The castrated version of the CMC 250/EX Power Armor uses a jetpack with less power and is easier to control, but it no longer launches Marines into the sky, but only increases their running speed, jumping ability, and momentary explosive power. The main developer of this project is Hiram Fick, the third-row armor technician standing in front of Augustus. Fick is only 4 feet tall. When standing in front of the Marines wearing power armor, the soldiers have to lower their heads to talk to him. I will organize your feedback on the armor and report it to the group. Fick put the notebook under his armpit. He has messy brown hair and a funny mustache. Despite this, he is a polite gentleman with a gentle attitude. If it can really fly, that would be great. Why don't you consider reducing the weight of the power armor? Or just letting the people wearing combat uniforms carry jetpacks? Renault, wearing the new armor, waved his fist. Ah, this is a good idea, Mr. Renault. I'm writing it down. Fick nodded and wrote it down seriously. Do you have any other good suggestions? Fick continued to ask. I'll write them down. I have a question. Honeck was also wearing the latest armor. Go ahead. Fick was about to write it down. Can I pee now? Honeck smiled shyly. I drank too much beer this morning, but I haven't worn this armor. Does it leak urine? This time, even Augustus laughed. Honeck always does something ridiculous. Fick's hand holding the pen paused for a moment. But he was obviously thinking about this problem seriously. You don't have to worry about this at all. The seams of the CMC 250/EX Power Armor plates are well sealed and will not leak. Okay. Enough joking. Augustus looked at the time on the helmet HUD display. Soldiers, let's continue training. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now, and our platoon can finish work at 5:30. Once you are fully familiar with this armor, we will also conduct airborne training. Under Augustus's gaze, several squads of the 3rd platoon began to march out of the armory. Boss, Honeck is not joking, Josephine said as she passed by Augustus. Shut up. Of course I know. Augustus glared at him. You keep an eye on him. Yes, sir. Josephine saluted crookedly, just as Augustus was about to leave the armory. His personal terminal was called by Warfield. Go to the fortress detention room and bring out a soldier named Lisa Cassidy. From now on, she will be the medical soldier of your platoon. Augustus shouted to Raynor, who was about to leave the armory. Jim, you will be responsible for their training first. Okay? Be careful of that troublemaker Tychus. Just wait and see. Renault seemed very motivated. Augustus nodded and walked out of the armory, found the Fox hunting command vehicle assigned to him, and said while driving, the military affairs department can't find anyone else. What did she do? I don't want to bring a criminal back. Stimulant addiction. Warfield said. Lisa Kashidi was a 3rd-class sergeant, but her dependence on stimulants ruined her. Lisa was violated 3 times for abusing adrenaline drugs. The Marine Corps' military doctor believed that she might also be addicted to crabs, a hateful drug. Besides that, Lisa is indeed an excellent medic. She has saved dozens of lives and sent more people away from the battlefields of gunfire and rain of bullets. What a big trouble, Augustus said. Warfield, you know my attitude towards drugs. They must be banned and eliminated from human beings forever. In the Terran Federation, drugs are also illegal, Warfield said, but there are many lawless places in the Copperless sector that are not under the jurisdiction of the government. In war-torn areas, people always find ways to get what they want. The gray industrial chain prospers because of the war. Is there really no one who can replace her? Augustus asked. If there are enough people, I don't need to look for her, Warfield replied. Okay then, Augustus said, but I have to help her get off drugs. Augustus' car stopped at the door of the fortress's detention room, and 2 military police in black uniforms were waiting for him. Sergeant Minsk, we have taken Sergeant Kashidi to the 2nd closed reception room. A military police said, come with us. Thank you for your hard work, Augustus said. Augustus walked through a narrow and dark corridor and climbed up to the second floor of the cell by a spiral staircase. Finally, he saw Lisa Cassidy, who was sitting on a chair and shackled to the back of the chair in a fully enclosed room monitored by surveillance cameras. She had been detained in the cell for 3 weeks. Lisa Cassidy's long hair scattered on the back of the chair was ginger with a satin-like luster. Her facial features were quite feminine and charming. Her light blue eyes looked at Augustus with a deer-like fragility in her eyes. Sir, are you here to kill me? Lisa stretched out her free hand and pulled down the loose collar of her prison uniform, revealing a shallow cleavage. Quite the opposite, Augustus replied. Sergeant, she has been in the cell for so long that she has paranoia. The military police next to Augustus said. Are there any other procedures to go through? Augustus looked at the military police. I want to take her away. Chapter 63 Augustus's Parade. Noon on August 8th. About a week ago, a cold wave from the permafrost ocean passed through the Thorn Plain, where the Howe Fortress was located, and headed southward. The temperature dropped sharply. The rivers froze, and there was wind and snow. The Howe Fortress had not seen the sun for several days in a row, and a layer of ice ridges always condensed on its Victorian-style pointed windows. But this day was different from the previous haze, and the weather was clear. The sun of the Tullius galaxy was like a yellowish ball of light in the sky, and the sunlight was warm. On the landing platform of the Howe Fortress, hundreds of crew members and ground staff were running in all directions at the same time. The Avengers took off one after another, and in the scream of air and engines, the fleet passed through the clouds and disappeared into them. The soldiers of the third row of the first company lined up on the right side of an APOD-34 atmospheric transport aircraft. Their silver-gray CMC-250/EX power armor had a mercury-like luster in the sun. Augustus stood in front of the queue, facing his subordinates, proud of the neat queue and the solemn silence of being ready for battle. His platoon was the most elite unit in the fortress. It's 12 o'clock now. In 10 minutes, we will board the plane and leave. Check your weapons again, Augustus said. Hey, Sergeant Minsk. Look here. A discordant voice interrupted Augustus. But even though he was very dissatisfied, he still looked in that direction. 2 cameras were pointed at Augustus, and at least 10 members of the UNN documentary crew carried the bracket to move the camera position and adjust the angle. A microphone fixed on a long pole was brought to him. I am Max Pierce, a frontline reporter and an announcer for the UNN radio station. I am reporting to you from the Howe Fortress in Tullius. A man in white power armor staggered in front of Augustus, clumsily put his arm around his shoulders, and aimed at the camera. This is Sergeant Augustus Minsk, an elite role model of the Marine Corps. His wisdom and character are worthy of the title of a hero. The face of this frontline reporter is clean and tidy, with a small mustache on his upper lip, and a bright smile. Sergeant Minsk, your expression now is very good, and soldiers should be so serious and cold. Great. You look like you're about to twist off 100 Comorians' heads. This is not a live broadcast. Peggy, remember to cut this part, and use Eternal Glory of the Federation as the background music. You are about to carry out a great and glorious mission to rescue the unfortunately captured Federation soldiers. What do you have to say about this, Sergeant Minsk? The reporter took out a piece of manuscript paper from somewhere. Just read it. Tychus. Augustus raised his eyebrows. What? The reporter was at a loss. Oh, you don't have to read it like that. Just open your mouth. We will resynthesize a voice. The frontline reporter hadn't finished speaking when a huge shadow enveloped him. Then, a huge hand stretched out from above the reporter's head and grabbed his helmet, and a huge force knocked him to the ground. Tychus Finley pulled his helmet away from Augustus. We are going to beat up the Kelmorians, and crush their asses, and drive them back to the mud pit of Moria. Tychus dragged the terrified frontline reporter and said, My boss is a little unhappy now. Now, I have to ask you to get out. If you were not wearing an iron armor, I would grab your collar by the back of your neck and kick your ass and throw you out like a chicken. A group of photographers and uniformed people followed the frontline reporter, who was being dragged along. But no one dared to pull him back from Tychus's hands. Amid the scraping sound of the power armor and the ground, the dazed reporter was dragged all the way to a place hundreds of yards away. Before we complete our mission, if you run up to Sergeant Minsk again and jump around like a monkey, I will chain you to the landing gear of the transport plane. Understand? Tychus' voice was steady and powerful. Seeing Max nod, Tychus turned and walked towards his platoon. At this time, Tychus suddenly began to think about a question. That is, why did he stand up immediately after Augustus just shouted, "This is not right"? In the past, Tychus always thought that his superiors were a bunch of idiots. But Augustus is different. He is almost a natural leader. Brave, wise, and opinionated. Augustus's subordinates admire him and follow his back as if they were chasing the light. Even Tychus had to admit that Augustus had many qualities that even a villain like him admired. This is a good thing. Maybe Augustus will become a hero or even a general. And his old subordinates will certainly be promoted. Most importantly, the Minx family is rich. Tychus tried to convince himself that he only obeyed Augustus's command because of his rank and his desire for the Minx family's wealth. Line up to board the plane, Augustus ordered after Tychus returned to the team. Augustus was having a headache because of the UNN reporter. Hobus was right. UNN was indeed preparing to interview him. Part of this was because Augustus had made many military achievements. But more of it was out of political considerations. Although Senator Angus Minsk, who is widely praised by the people of Coral, is a reactionary who is a headache for the federal government. His son is a combat hero of the Marine Corps. He is loyal to the Federation and will certainly fight any separatist forces to the end. Since arriving at Fort Howe last weekend, frontline reporter Max Pierce has been following Augustus like a tail, saying that he wants to shoot a documentary depicting the frontline and heroes. Max said that a large number of authors hired by the UNN are preparing to write books and biographies based on Augustus. And Augustus can only perfunctorily say that it is too early. When the transport ship's engine started, and Augustus looked at the troops that made him truly proud, this matter was quickly forgotten. Leading the way was Jim Raynor, the squad leader of the first squad. He and the Marines behind him were once just recruits in the boot camp, like a piece of unhammered raw material. Now, the war is gradually forging them into shape. Whether it is a sword or a heavy hammer, it all depends on their own experience and ability. Lisa Cassidy, the latest medic to join the third row, walked at the end, with a red cross on each shoulder armor of her silver gray power armor. By carefully reading the resume of this medic, Augustus learned that Lisa's service time was much longer than he thought. Long before the Battle of Kylian, Lisa, who graduated from Tarsones University, was already an experienced battlefield medic. Other records were much more shocking. In a canyon encounter, Lisa was injected with an overdose of adrenaline or drugs. She was in an extremely excited state and slapped the face of the Comorian Sky Wolf with just one slap. Augustus was still observing the condition of the medic. Lisa Kashidi's stimulant addiction symptoms were much more serious than he had imagined. The withdrawal reaction from drug detoxification often made her listless and depressed. In the original timeline, the Heavenly Devil Squad was destroyed because of Lisa's betrayal. Because a person with a deep drug addiction cannot control himself at all when he is addicted. And the enemy took advantage of this. Augustus still recognized Lisa's talent, which was why he was willing to save her. But if this person is finally confirmed to be hopeless, then she can only be asked to go away. At present, Augustus has cut off Lisa's supply of stimulants and banned her from leaving the fortress. He must do this. Otherwise, no one can guarantee whether she will tear open the mouths of her own people next time. Despite this, he still feels that such means are too gentle. Seeing Augustus looking at her, Lisa lowered her helmet, smiled at him gently, and blinked her big light blue eyes. Lisa is a very smart woman. Much smarter than she shows. This beautiful woman is trying to please Augustus in the hope that he will allow her to obtain drugs from other channels. Augustus knows this very well. Chapter 64 Not an Angel. After passing through strong high-altitude air currents, the spacecraft continued to climb to an altitude of 8,000 feet in an unsettling tremor. And the crazy turbulence stopped. Augustus and his soldiers were tightly tied to their seats with seat belts. Except for Honik and Josephine, who were chatting. Everyone was silently counting the time on the HUD display. The transport ship had no portholes, and the blue emergency light was the only light source in the transport cabin. About 20 minutes after takeoff, the transport ship began to shake again, swaying like a leaf in the wind. Communication code Beta 2472, we encountered a Comorian Hellhound fighter. It has been damaged. The voice of the spacecraft pilot came from Augustus's helmet. Modern girl is landing 7,000 feet, 6,000 feet. The hatch is opening. Hallelujah. Good luck to you. The reinforced active panels on both sides of the spacecraft gradually opened, and the strong wind rushed into the closed cabin. Augustus and his soldiers unbuckled their seat belts and stood up in the whistling wind. through the open hatch. A Comorian camp located between hills has appeared in front of Augustus. In the east and west directions, there are 4 vertically parallel rectangular tent-style military camps. The walls of the military camp prison are made of pieces of glass steel, covered with a layer of white tent cloth. To the east of the military camp is a metallic water tower, and the drainage system is a metal pipe connected together. Thick smoke can be seen rising from the hill on the other side. An AOPD-33 transport plane brushed past the bunker on the top of the hill and crashed in a place that Augustus could not see. They were about 50 feet from the ground at this time. Under the transport ship, people were running everywhere, and some Comorians were shooting into the sky. The 3rd and 4th squads jumped first. "Quick! Quick!" Augustus shouted in the communication channel. Standing at the hatch door where the wind was howling and sending one Marine after another down by hand. The most dangerous time in airborne operations is the period between jumping and landing. The lower the takeoff height, the shorter the time in the air. And the sooner you land, the safer it is. Augustus must watch every one of his soldiers land safely. At the same time, the transport ship hovering in the air could be hit by the anti-aircraft firepower of the Comorians at any time. Every minute spent on the ship would increase the risk. Augustus always led the way in training. But now he had to jump last in the platoon. "See you on the ground, sir." Lisa, the last medic to jump, said to Augustus. At this time, an anti-aircraft missile hit the auxiliary propeller of the transport ship, causing it to shake violently. Amid the pilot's curses, Augustus jumped down holding the AGR-14 electromagnetic rifle newly issued to him. The wind whistled around Augustus's helmet, and the servo components of the power armor creaked as his arms and legs swayed. With the ignition of the jet pack on his back, Augustus forcibly stopped his fall just before landing and jumped more than 10 meters. The power boot stepped heavily on the sandy soil, and gravel splashed. We landed on our feet. Thump, thump, thump. About a dozen spikes and copper bullets hit Augustus' power armor, scratching white marks on his mask. Several Comorian soldiers were hiding behind the barracks and shooting at Augustus. These soldiers were not wearing power armor, but only kinetic armor plates and greaves-like vests, and dark green goggles and helmets. "Machine gunner," Augustus said in the channel. He didn't need to look back. At least 2 heavy machine guns were roaring behind Augustus, and 2 rows of golden bullet belts swept across the ground, shooting the Comorian soldiers who tried to stop them into sieves. According to the predetermined plan, each squad went to different barracks to release prisoners, and the 4th squad protected the weapons box. Augustus waved his hand. "Follow me, Squad 1. At this time, in the 34th internment camp, fighter planes flew over the soldiers, and there were explosions and shootings everywhere. Looking up, there was blood, corpses, craters and flames. When Augustus rushed to the gate of the military camp prison numbered C11, a squad of Comorian soldiers collided with them at a corner. Because the distance between the 2 sides was too close, it quickly turned into a hand-to-hand fight. Among the Comorian soldiers, only 2 soldiers who looked like leaders had power armor. But their power armor was much simpler than that of the Federal Marines. Their power armor uses the fusion core produced by the Federation, and the armor plate is made of less durable glass steel. This armor plate has almost no curvature except at the joints, as if the Comorian mechanics directly used the steel plates cut on the production line to make armor. Augustus, who was walking in the front, used only the butt of his gun to split the head of an ordinary Comorian soldier who rushed towards him. And then Renault and Honeck behind him immediately opened fire. Renault held the electromagnetic rifle and fired at the Comorian soldiers at close range. His marksmanship improved greatly, and he immediately knocked down several enemy soldiers. A stream of heat that twisted the air gushed out of Honeck's flamethrower, setting 2 Comorian warriors on fire in the blink of an eye. Augustus rushed straight towards a Comorian leader in power armor. Both of them held their rifles across their chests and collided with each other like bulls in wrestling, trying to knock each other to the ground. However, Augustus's strength was not superior. The Comorian leaders were the strongest warriors in the Union. He directly knocked Augustus back a few steps and laughed triumphantly. But the laughter soon stopped. Rick Kidd, the sniper behind Augustus, had already aimed at his helmet. As the .50 bullet spun, the laughing Comorian leader's head exploded like a broken watermelon. As Augustus stabilized his steps, Tychus rushed out from his left side. He put the electromagnetic rifle behind his back, bent over and hit the lower body of another Comorian leader, grabbed his feet, and flipped him to the ground when he lost his balance. Tychus knelt on the leader's neck, holding the Gauss rifle, and smashed the opponent's helmet mask with the butt of the rifle again and again. Although the craftsmanship of the Comorian mask is not as good as the Federation style, it can also withstand rifle bullets. However, after Tychus swung the butt of the rifle again and again like chopping wood, cracks gradually appeared on the mask. After more than a dozen swings, with a sound like breaking eggshells, the screams stopped before they were uttered. Augustus watched all this and thought that regardless of his character, Tychus Finley was indeed a fierce general. Augustus led the first squad to the gate of the military camp prison. Stepping on the corpses, Ward blew open the gate with explosives, and the Marines followed Augustus in. The military camp prison was a series of closed compartments. Augustus's troops carried the bodies of the two Comorian leaders and used their retinas and blood to open the gene lock. When the first room was opened, there were 6 skinny prisoners huddled in the corner, looking up at Augustus and his soldiers with lifeless eyes. Soon, a kind of almost crazy joy appeared on the faces of each of them. "Am I dreaming?" Someone cried with joy. "I can't believe you really exist. Are you angels called from heaven by God?" "No. We are many kinds of people," Augustus replied. "Just not angels." Chapter 65. I don't agree. Augustus opened one prison after another that was separated by steel plates or even iron grills. In the dimly lit rooms, the skinny, emaciated, and tortured prisoners looked like skeletons. Only those who were detained for a short time had the strength to stand up tremblingly. The Comorian Union once claimed that in their internment camps, federal prisoners could receive the most humane treatment and 3 meals a day. But this was obviously not the case. Of course, the Comorian prisoners in the federal prison were not much better than this. "We are the Federal Marines," Augustus said to each prisoner. "If you can still fight, then stand up and take up arms." Blood for blood. These people were still wearing the clothes they were captured in, which had now become a layer of rags wrapped around their bodies, with a foul smell. In the wilderness where the 34th internment camp was located, water was scarce, and the prisoners often had to take a bath once a week or more. However, when these prisoners, who were no different from homeless people, surrounded Augustus and his Marines, the power of anger and hatred burst out from their seemingly haggard and thin bodies. At this moment, the camp was in chaos. Other troops of the 1st Company of Warfield had captured 2 hills. Another battalion of resocialized soldiers, assisted by 2 Arclight tanks, had begun to attack from 3 directions. The Comorian troops in the camp soon found that they had no way to retreat. As the crowd followed several Marines out of the barracks and returned to the landing site, the 4th squad under Augustus was guarding boxes of airdrop weapons and ammunition. Electromagnetic rifles and ammunition belts that could be slung over shoulders were immediately distributed to everyone. The prisoners were organized into a battalion with unified command and unified action. Their mission was to follow the 4th squad to capture and blow up the Comorian bunker and the electrified pre-steel wall between hills A and C. From the outside, the 34th internment camp was indeed impregnable. The Comorians cleverly used the terrain to transform the depression between the hills into a small fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. But an attack from the inside out could cause them to lose their composure. Augustus led the 1st and 2nd squads through the military camp where prisoners were held and headed for the command center of the 34th internment camp. Along the way, scattered Comorian soldiers either died under their guns or fled in panic. Augustus, Renaud, Tychus, and Harnack charged forward. He shot and killed 2 Comorian soldiers wearing kinetic vests and smashed the head of another soldier with the butt of his gun. The Comorian Command Center is a huge building with a pointed roof. Its architectural style is closer to the Gothic style. The traces of welding up building panels can be clearly seen on the pre-steel walls. A rotating communication satellite station stood next to it. Only one squad of Comorian Rippers was guarding the entrance to the command center, and it seemed that they had just rushed out from inside to support the defense line or escape. The moment these Rippers appeared at the door of the command center, Grenadier Ward had already thrown 2 electromagnetic grenades, 3 Honey Whisperer heavy machine guns, 2 individual missile launchers, and a dozen electromagnetic rifles, killing 3 Rippers, who were about to rush out in a few seconds. So, the Rippers left their dead companions behind and fled back, disappearing from Augustus' sight. "Harnack, Griffith," Augustus said on the communication channel. "Just watch, boss." 2 fire bats walked side by side into the entrance of the command center. A howitzer hit, and nearly shattered Harnack's breastplate as he stepped through the door and into the antechamber, but failed to cause any damage to the wearer. At Augustus' request, Armor Technician Fick thickened the armor plates of all power armor in his platoon, especially those of the fire bats. Before Augustus and the other Marines entered the command center, the Comorian soldier who fired the grenade had already fled without a trace. A group of prison guards, who had been guarding prisoners for years, were certainly not the elite of the Comorian troops. Some of them retired early due to old age or disability, while others were new recruits who had not fought in many tough battles. To Augustus's surprise, this Comorian command center looked more like a gorgeous private villa. It not only had a restaurant, an entertainment room, and rooms for team leaders and foremen to live in, but also a cafe, an opera house, and a cake shop. At least 50 Terran Federation captives were used as servants to keep the entertainment facilities running and clean. It seemed that the Comorian supervisor of this internment camp had completely turned this place into a kingdom for his entertainment and to satisfy his selfish desires. I couldn't imagine what the captives here had been through. They were much more decently dressed than their fellow prisoners in cages. At least they had a relatively clean set of clothes. But everyone seemed to have lost their souls. Their eyes were dull, and they didn't react much even when they saw the Marines in power armor. "Where is Hansbrook, the supervisor of the 34th internment camp?" Augustus found a captive sitting in a corner crying. The captive was wearing a maid's uniform with a black and white long skirt and holding a broom in his hand. "Keep going forward. At the end of the road. The devil. He is there." She almost burst into tears. "We have too many brothers and sisters who are suffering here, and their lives are worse than death. Kill him. Lundstein, take your people to find other Terrans in this command center." Augustus was silent for a moment, and then turned away. Nearly 20 Marines followed him closely. The luxury of Comorian Supervisor Brooks' private room was comparable to the living rooms of those nobles in Korhal. A fat middle-aged man, with a bald head, was sitting on a chair behind his mahogany desk. When Augustus saw him, he was holding a pistol in his hand and was about to shoot himself. But he hesitated to shoot. "I thought there were no cowards in Moria." Augustus held an electromagnetic rifle in his hand, and the aiming system on the helmet mask had locked onto Comorian Supervisor's bald head with only a small tuft of hair left. The Comorian Supervisor swallowed his saliva and slowly put down his pistol. Then, he suddenly began to defend himself. "Those captives, those prisoners deserved it. Why should I treat a group of demons who brutally killed my compatriots kindly? Their hands are stained with the blood of Comorians, so they should atone for their sins. My brother died in an air raid, and I wish I could eat the Tyranid who killed him alive." "You're heroic pilot. You said so much. Are you begging me to let you continue to live?" Augustus shook his shoulders, and saw that the other party immediately nodded excitedly. But the gunshots rang out immediately, and Augustus calmly watched the bald head explode into a pile of bone residue and mincemeat. "I don't agree." Chapter 66 The Devil in Heaven. Sergeant Augustus Mengsk's troops descended from the sky and successfully rescued 453 Federation prisoners of war from the 34th internment camp on Comorian. Those captured soldiers who escaped the internment camp with honor described the scene at that time like this. The sergeant and his soldiers fell from the clouds. When the cell door opened, light fell from their shoulders, as if wings were spread from their backs. They are the angels in my life, and they are the kingdom called by God to fall on earth. Moria's TV station also reported the news. And their ridiculous host called our heroes butchers, who killed people wantonly, and demons, who took countless lives. The enemy's malicious slander is actually a compliment to us. Sergeant Mengsk smiled and accepted the compliment calmly. Now, that heroic platoon has a new title. They are angels from heaven and demons in the eyes of the Comorians. So, we call them the devils of heaven. Citizens of the Terran Federation. Our victory is just around the corner. The economy of Comorian is about to collapse. All factories and production lines are used to produce weapons, warships and armored vehicles. But their bakeries lack flour, and can't even produce bread. Countless Morias have starved to death. Today is the 4th birthday of Miss Novembi Annabella Terra, the youngest daughter of Constantine Terra, the new leader of the Terra family of Tarsones. Senator Williams said at a press conference today that psychic power does not exist at all, and psychics are nonsense. Believe in God and believe in science. A group of terrorists attacked a Marine outpost on Antigua Prime. The official spokesman of the Marine Corps revealed that the attack should be related to the Umoyan agent. Ha ha ha. in the dormitory of the 1st Squad of the 3rd Platoon of the 1st Company of the Hal Fortress. Honik was laughing while playing cards. In this dormitory, there is a 10-inch wide wooden holographic projection that is playing news from the UNN Universe News Network. This projector was given to him by Augustus's brother last week. UNN? Fake news. I never said I accepted the Comorian statement. Augustus threw away all the cards in his hand and said to Harnack, who looked ashen, I made it very clear. I am not a demon. Augustus could have been given a double officer's dormitory. But he flatly refused and chose to live in the same dormitory with the 1st Squad. Why are they all praising you? At this time, Tychus, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, was still studying the holographic projection. So far, he still didn't know how to switch the TV channel. Why can't they praise me a little more? Well, why doesn't this damn thing obey my orders? Jim, come and help me take a look. Today, Augustus's platoon had neither combat nor training missions, but was forbidden to leave the barracks dormitory. So even the most restless guys could only stay in the dormitory to play cards or do other things to pass the time. Josephine, who had been partying all night in the bar last night, was still snoring, hugging his pillow and talking in his sleep. On the upper bunk, Runstein was reading a cooking manual, and Ward was sitting below watching the news, arguing with Tychus about which channel to watch. Xander counted his few credit notes again. Pachinian stacked blocks on the table, and Kolovsky held his personal terminal to play a game called Rise of the Fizz, with Rick Kidd and Amy Brandon online. Suddenly, the dormitory door slammed open, and Warfield came in a military uniform. Big guy over there. Put on your clothes. Warfield put his hands behind his back. You have a celebration party to attend. I've already emptied my stomach, and I'm ready. Honik's happiness is always so simple. I'm ready. Get out of bed. You devils of heaven. Augustus slapped the table and said, Wake up, Josephine. What? Dinner? 3 heads with headphones popped out from the same place at the same time. Don't you disagree with this title? Tychus said, as he put a t-shirt around his neck. I didn't say that. Augustus shrugged. At this moment, a propaganda poster painted only in red, black and white suddenly appeared on the holographic projection screen. A skeleton in a black robe stood in the center of the white nuclear explosion, with red flames flashing in his eyes under the long-brimmed hood, and a pair of angel-like wings behind him. I think, at least, it can give us a good meal. Tychus thought for a moment, and came to a conclusion. The demons of heaven gathered quickly. They were wearing thick parkas, thick hats and gloves, and lined up in the square outside the dormitory. Not only the 1st Squad, but also the other squads in the 3rd row walked out of his dormitory, because the honor of the heavenly devil belonged to everyone in Augustus's platoon. At this time, the sun was about to set, and the 2 rising moons were particularly beautiful under the blood-red sunset. When Augustus stood at the door of the fortress bus and watched his soldiers board the bus one by one, Lisa Kashidi, the only female soldier in the platoon, ran to join the team. Her dormitory was not far from here. Lisa's dress was not much different from that of other soldiers. The close-fitting white long windbreaker was tightened at her slender waist with a leather belt, and her high-heeled leather boots made a clattering sound when stepping on the ground. She was obviously wearing makeup, with very light lipstick, and her naturally curly ginger hair swaying in the wind. Sergeant, where are we going? Lisa was the last one to get on the bus. She asked Augustus while waiting for the first person to get on the bus. I heard it's the town near the fortress. Augustus replied. The town of how? Lisa's bright light blue eyes sparkled, and she didn't notice that her voice was full of joy. I know what you're thinking. Augustus's thick eyebrows twisted together. I want to tell you. Whether it's rats, crabs, morphine, the Garden of Eden, gospel angels, any kind of drugs, don't even think about it. No one understands women's hearts better than you. Lisa still smiled. I will watch you and not move. If you want to get drugs through some route in the town, I will pull you back by your hair. Augustus' cold gray eyes did not blink. Just follow me. Do you want me to hold your arm? Lisa was 8 years older than Augustus. In her eyes, the other party was just an overly serious little brother. Do you think I won't do that? Augustus began to wonder if he was too tolerant in his usual behavior, so that Lisa had the illusion that he was easy to talk to. Lisa was asking for trouble. He did what he said and was merciless. Ah, it's time to get in the car. Sir. Chapter 67 Photos and Tattoos. Like other residential towns built on military fortresses, almost all business premises in-house serve the military. Residents here use prefabricated panels cast from slag and would cut from the boreal coniferous forest to build houses. And the tops of the houses are dark gray shale tiles. Some traditional Tulises still use fireplaces in their homes, so you can see deep red chimneys on their snow-covered roofs. The residents of the town obviously did not plan the roads well when building their houses, so the streets between rows of houses are crooked and winding, extending into the darkness where street lights cannot reach. As the Comorian-controlled area of Tulises too is shrinking, their fleet can no longer take off at night to bomb the cities controlled by the Terran Federation. So the ban on blackout has been lifted. All the shops are lit up, and the windows are bright. Mid-range restaurants, travel hotels, weapon stores selling semi-automatic firearms, bars with sexy girls standing at the door. Augustus and Warfield walk side by side on the streets of How Town, followed by the noisy heavenly demons. Augustus wore a three-eared hat made of a coyote or bear-toothed beast, and his cold gray eyes calmly looked at the people and things in the town. The cold wind was blowing, and the thick fur tightly wrapped around his ears and the back of his neck. Only the bravest alien monster hunters dared to go deep into the frozen planet to hunt such ferocious beasts. But his brother Arcturus seemed to have a lot of such collections. The Federal Parliament of Tarsones just announced a new round of economic sanctions against Umoyan yesterday, expelling Umoyan diplomats stationed in Tarsones. The reason is that Umoyan exports cutting-edge technology to the Comorians, funds anti-government elements in the Federation, and provides weapons to terrorists and anti-government forces. Warfield and Augustus walked and talked. The diplomats of Umoyan were sent back again? Augustus slowed down. The anti-government forces supported by the elected parliament of Umoyan are actually the armed forces under his father Angus. The Terran Federation may not have been able to investigate the masterminds behind the demonstrations and uprisings on various planets, but the high-tech weapons they seized are obviously impossible to be made by marginal colonies. Comorians' own equipment is not enough, and it is impossible to support the anti-government forces in the Terran Federation in large quantities. Only the Umoyans are keen on infiltration and espionage, and want to use the contradictions within the Federation to weaken the power of this ambitious and increasingly brutal regime while avoiding direct war. But the federal government will invite the Umoyans back sooner or later. Maybe next month. Augustus said, the senators don't want to go to war with two independent regimes at the same time. And the Federation also needs the cutting-edge technology exported by the Umoyans. The Umajans also don't want to go to war with the Federation. They are not even ready for a full-scale war. If the Umajans want to settle everything through diplomacy or bribery to maintain the independence of their regime, they are making a big mistake. Warfield was keenly aware of the greed of the Terran Federal Council and the creation families behind it after the war with the Comorian Union. The next target of the Federal Council can only be Umojan. Yeah. Augustus nodded silently. He knew that the Umajans had finally succeeded. After the Kylian War, the Terran Federation was so busy dealing with the growing uprising within the country and even the independence of the entire planet that it had no time to worry about Umojan, which was far away at the other end of the Copperloo sector. At this moment, without warning, Augustus turned his head and looked back, and saw Lisa Kashidi behind him. The other party saw that Augustus was looking at him, and his light blue eyes blinked twice. What are you looking at? Warfield also looked back, but saw nothing except a bunch of noisy Marines. It's the medic you gave me, Augustus said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lisa is an excellent medic. Her ability is unquestionable, but she can't give up crabs and can't resist her craving for drugs. I have to keep an eye on her until I know how to solve this problem. Drugs will destroy a person's will, make him degenerate, succumb to pleasure, fear the pain of losing it, and eventually become a slave without dignity. The doctors in the fortress have tried to wean her off drugs more than once, but all failed. Warfield said, everyone feels sorry for Lisa Cassidy. You will think she is a strong-willed, calm and decisive woman based on her performance on the battlefield. But in fact, even she herself admits that she is weak-willed and cannot control herself. You should put her back in the cell, Augustus said. This is not up to you and me. Warfield spread his hands. Lisa's contributions deserve another chance from the Military Affairs Department. If she continues like this, she will be thrown into prison. And a devil from heaven should not be put in prison. But if Lisa takes drugs again, Augustus glanced at Warfield. Then do whatever you want, Warfield said. I will, Augustus said. Augustus and Warfield walked west along the street and finally stopped in front of a restaurant called Papa's Restaurant. The restaurant was not big, with only dozens of tables covered with clean linens and stainless steel chairs. But the decoration was quite elegant. The walls were hung with colonial paintings and brass wall lamps, and the waiters carrying the plates were young and beautiful with natural smiles. I thought it would be a high-end restaurant. Augustus looked at the rolling shutter door at the restaurant. The budget is limited. Warfield walked into the restaurant. The UNN people just want a few photos of the heavenly devil celebrating. Then how did they find you? Augustus asked. Because this is a political mission. Warfield said, I would rather roll in a hail of bullets than stay here to eat a big meal. When Augustus sat at the same table with Warfield, Reno and other first-shift soldiers, the waiters immediately brought a sumptuous meal, and large plates of roast chicken and beer were delivered to the hungry Marines. Take this. Before eating, Warfield reached into his large pocket, took out a folded flag, and slowly unfolded it. Hey, I like this flag, Harnack shouted loudly. The flag was the emblem of the Devil of Heaven. A white skull wearing a black cape, with wings on his back and red flames burning in his eyes. Devils of Heaven, come to me. Augustus decided to record this moment. Let Major Warfield take a picture of us. All the Marines left their seats, moved the tables and chairs, and lined up in 2 rows in an inner arc. The 3rd and 4th squads at the front were half kneeling, while the 1st and 2nd squads stood side by side. Augustus and Reno in the middle held the flag of the Heavenly Devil. At that moment, everyone was laughing. Augustus was very happy. He always laughed at the dinner table. We are Heavenly Devil, born this way. Augustus said, we are brothers. Family background, reputation, status and all prejudices are not important. The blood of Heavenly Devil flows in each of us. We all have the same identity. That is, the Devil of Heaven. Augustus, you are drunk. Reno next to him said, how can a bottle of beer make you drunk? Do you think I am going to stand on a chair and say that the goddess of luck is with him like Napoleon? Augustus said, yes, but you can't say such things in normal times, Reno said with a smile. The sky outside the restaurant window is getting darker and darker. Most of the residents in the town have turned off the lights and gone to bed. And the black night is also deep. 2 hours passed. And when the Marines had cleared all the food on the table, Augustus stood up. Augustus had a good alcohol tolerance and was restrained enough, so he remained sober, while Reno, who had been urging him to drink less, had fallen drunk on the ground, hugging one of his calves and sleeping soundly. Everyone who can still move, get up, Augustus said. Take away those who are lying on the ground, lying on the table, and sleeping in the toilet. It's time to go to the tattoo shop. Who is sleeping in the toilet? Lundstein didn't drink much and was still standing. When I went to the toilet just now, I saw Harnack put his head in and snore while holding the toilet. Amy Brandon sighed, feeling very embarrassed. I'll drag him out. Lundstein pulled out a tablecloth and turned away. Do you really want to make each of them get a tattoo of the devil in heaven? Warfield came over. Yes, they all agreed a few days ago. We had already agreed, Augustus replied. You want one too? I'm not the devil from heaven, Warfield replied, but I have to keep a close eye on you. Otherwise, who knows if you'll come up with something new. You can't get it on your face. I know what ridiculous things you did when you were a student. I knew Arcturus would tell you that. Augustus stared into Warfield's eyes. What else did he tell you? About wearing a skirt? Warfield laughed. The topic ended there. Augustus led the Marines out of the restaurant and turned into a tattoo shop that was still open. The tattoo artists were men with bare arms and upper bodies covered with tattoos. They asked Augustus to take off his clothes and sit on a bench, and tattooed him according to the pictures nailed to the wall. On the tables and chairs next to them were other demons of heaven, and everyone had already chosen the pattern and location they wanted. I like this pattern. The tattoo artist for Augustus was a woman with sea blue hair, who was using blades and knife-like tools to gesture at Augustus's muscular chest. It's cool, she said. This kind of mixed style is popular recently, Augustus said. When the stinging pain came, Augustus said nothing. His memory told him that this was a necessary process. The tattoo took a long time, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, the blue-haired tattoo artist was still dyeing the skull from Augustus' right chest to his right forearm. Lundstein stood beside Augustus, watching the tattoo artist dye and show the tattoo on his chest, like the banner of the heavenly devil. It was a skeleton with a black cloak. But this skeleton held a lance in one hand and a cross shield in the other. Why no horse? Augustus asked. I have never seen a horse. I wanted to ride a Korhal space shark. But it has no skeleton. Lunstein was frustrated. You are unexpectedly persistent in some aspects. Augustus smiled softly. At this time, Tychus walked past Augustus and inadvertently revealed his tattoos. Tychus was covered with tattoos, and the tattoo of the heavenly devil was on the last empty spot on his chest. It was a skull with a cigar in his mouth and a heavy machine gun in his hand. Not bad, Tychus. This heavenly devil really looks like you, Augustus said. Tychus left with satisfaction. Why? Your heavenly devil has to hold a big hammer. Runstein asked Augustus. I thought it should be a sword that symbolizes authority. Because my grandfather once said so. Augustus said, when you only have a hammer in your hand, everything you see will look like a nail. Your grandfather was a hero. He once hunted wolves alone in the wilderness of Stilling. Runstein said. Augustus said. I suddenly remembered. Did you see Lisa? I looked around, but I didn't see her. She came in with us, Lunstein said. But she's not here now. Does anyone know where Sergeant Lisa Cassidy is? Augustus shouted. Augustus realized that the time it takes for a tattoo to be done varies from person to person, depending on the complexity of the tattoo. And if Lisa chose a simple enough tattoo, she could slip out before anyone noticed. This woman. I went out once and saw Cassidy at the art gallery. Josephine, who was sitting on a bench playing with a personal terminal, said. What is she doing? Augustus asked. I don't know. Maybe she is appreciating art? Josephine tilted her head. Augustus put on his coat and walked out of the tattoo shop like a gust of wind. It is incredible that a small town dedicated to serving soldiers can have an art gallery. Just like Tychus, who is wearing a suit and glasses, sitting in his office and concentrating on processing documents. Oh, boss, Lisa Cassidy is a wild horse. If you want to tame her, you have to use reins and whips. Before Augustus walked past him, relationship consultant Kurt Josephine wanted to shake hands with Augustus. I will beat you to death now. Augustus angrily slapped Josephine's head. Chapter 68 Lisa Cassidy. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the town of Howe was silent. The streets paved with bluestone and broken bricks were littered with garbage bottles and cans, and sex industry advertisements and magazines with nudity fluttered in the wind. The 2 moons in the sky covered the shale roofs of the town with a layer of mercury-like silver. Augustus did not have time to put on a shirt and only wore a coat on his upper body. He walked through the silent streets, turned several corners in a row, and wandered deep in the town before he found the art gallery that Josephine mentioned in a corner that was not easy to be found. In Augustus' eyes, this art gallery is quite decent. On the walls of the maze-like corridors are hung landscape oil paintings and abstract art paintings in gold frames. Glass cabinets and high stools are placed at the corners of each corridor, with phonographs in the style of the last century and crafts carved from alien specialties. After looking at the paintings at the entrance of the art gallery, Augustus did not walk into the maze-like gallery, but looked up at several well-hidden surveillance cameras. Augustus knew that he didn't need to venture deeper into the place, as someone would come to find him soon. After Augustus raised his hand to check his watch for the second time, a woman with a short black ponytail came out wearing high-top high heels. It was obvious that this woman was not a local. She had wheat-colored skin and sexy, plump lips. She wore a brown waistcoat that exposed her waist, with a high chest and tight leather pants wrapped around her round thighs. The woman had a musky smell on her body, but it was not pleasant. This is Chelsea Gallery. Do you want to visit, or do you need some Eden's venomous snake? The woman spoke in a jargon that Augustus could not understand. I don't want anything, ma'am. Augustus took out an ID card of Fort Howe and a certificate with a gold-plated eagle logo on the leather cover from his pocket. I am Sergeant Minsk, and I confirm that my subordinates are inside. Find her out and bring her to me. The Marines have reason to suspect that you are engaged in illegal business. Don't give me an excuse to uproot this place. You can question my identity and choose to ignore it, but no one will risk their business. Augustus took out his personal terminal, which was only 3 feet wide and projected a holographic projection of Lisa Cassidy. It was an old photo of Lisa in her school days, wearing a light-colored dress and a lace sun hat. The woman in leather pants didn't say much, but left expressionlessly. While waiting, Augustus also adjusted his coat. He stood straight, his cold gray eyes staring at the end of the corridor. In less than half a minute, Lisa Cassidy came out through the corridor, still muttering something. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. At this time, Lisa was a little impatient, and her pace became faster. Although it was just a disguise, she always had a sweet smile on her face when she saw Augustus, and acted gentle and docile. Not like a medic, who would slap someone's face to pieces and cut off the enemy's hands with a scalpel. Lisa leaned her head back and tried to walk past Augustus quickly, but the latter pulled her back by her hood. Lisa Cassidy was not a tall woman. She was half a head shorter than Augustus. Good evening, sir. Lisa looked up at Augustus and smiled brightly. Did the tattoo go well? Did they hurt you? It couldn't have gone any smoother. You wished I would die there. Augustus reached under Lisa's hood, grabbed her clothes by the back of her neck, and carried her outside the gallery. I know that a small metal box containing drugs is hidden in your underwear. He looked at Lisa and said, You think I will definitely not take off your clothes to search. That's your confidence. But I will let the military doctor test the dosage of drugs in your body. The worst result is just to go to the detention cell again. You have a bad record. So you don't care. Don't think about getting away with it. I can't watch you degenerate into slavery to desire, and become a puddle of mud. Just because you are a medic in this platoon. A soldier under my command. You are responsible. Lisa bit her lip. You are kind and full of justice. Go on. Augustus looked at her. Is this your new trick? You think I will soften my heart if you praise me a few times. Last time you said your father was dying, and wanted me to allow you to transfer some money home. However, Anthony Cassidy is not only alive and well, but also receiving 2 pensions and military family subsidies at the same time. He also told me that he could kill a bull with 1 punch. And he even went to a ball game last week. Lisa curled her lips and said nothing. You go ahead. Augustus' expression was firm. It's no use pretending to be pitiful, begging, or acting like a spoiled child. So Lisa stopped talking, put her hands in her pockets, and walked obediently along the street towards the tattoo shop. Augustus drove Lisa back to the tattoo shop like a prisoner. But when he walked in, a group of naked muscular men with tattoos all over their shoulders and chests were carrying stools and sitting at the door. They didn't know that Lisa had a history of drug abuse and was addicted. And they only thought about gossip. Augustus, let's bet on what time you'll be back tonight. Renaud had woken up, with a Devil of Heaven tattooed on his right arm, and was waving a Devil of Heaven flag in his hand. You lost everything. Augustus took off his coat and put on his shirt without hesitation after entering the tattoo shop, while Lisa squatted in the corner, away from everyone, burying her head in her knees. Not going well. Among these people, only Lundstein wore a coat, and his clothes were always meticulously maintained. Tell me more. That's not true. A dark line appeared on Augustus' forehead, instilling, 1 out of every 4 girls is willing to die for you. But you only care about mechas and motorcycles. The Minx family may not agree to this marriage. Your mother is not a woman with traditional and backward ideas, but your father will definitely ask about your marriage. Of course, if you just want to have fun, then just ignore what I said. Josephine pushed his non-existent glasses, his eyes shining. I understand. What? Augustus patted his coat to smooth out the wrinkles. I saw Cassidy walk out. She was very panicked at that time. Josephine was still analyzing, but when the boss found out that she was missing, he was very nervous. Why is that? Why? Amy Brendan asked very cooperatively. Based on my many years of experience of failing to pick up girls, this shows that the boss's courtship has failed, Josephine said confidently. How did you come to this conclusion? I remember you took logic and got an F, Augustus said. Well, I really like that course. My dream is to be a detective, Josephine said. No wonder it didn't work out, Augustus said. Boys, we should go back to the fortress. Warfield came over and clapped his hands. We have another battle to fight next month. Put on your clothes. It's cold outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. I won't stay by your bed like your mother and beg you to take medicine. Augustus walked towards Lisa Cassidy, who was squatting in the corner, while talking. When Lisa looked up, Augustus was surprised to find that her cheeks were flushed. Her light blue eyes were wide open, and her pupils were out of focus. She smiled unnaturally, ecstatic about the fantasy and pleasure. Warfield's office. Fort Howell. Near noon. When Lisa Cassidy was in the cell, someone must have secretly supplied her with drugs, or facilitated the delivery of drugs to others. Augustus was sitting in Warfield's chair, copying documents on his desk, while the other party was filling coffee under an automatic integrated sonic coffee machine. Otherwise, in her current state, she can't live without adrenaline like drugs all day. When Vanderspur was still in control of this fortress, many of his subordinates used their power to sell and take drugs. Warfield said, "It's no secret. They all know what makes the most money. Most of the drugs come from the Port of the Dead. The emerging colony is becoming the backyard of the big drug lords. Their customers come from all over the Terran Federation. And sometimes they also do business with the interstellar pirates of the Comorian Federation. What are you going to do?" He took a sip of hot, bitter coffee, which was made from beans from the agricultural planet Agria and provided a large amount of caffeine. "Send her to another cell or soldier detention center. Or let her pack up and go to the labor camp." Augustus signed the report. "The labor camp has a death rate. And if you go in now, you will be a resocialized soldier when you come out." Warfield shook his head. Hearing this, Augustus looked at the document and picked up another piece of manuscript paper. "You changed your mind?" Warfield asked. "I just thought Lisa might be saved." Augustus said, "I haven't tried yet. How do I know she can't quit? If not, I'll try my best. Medication won't work for her." Warfield said, "The best thing for her should be natural withdrawal-assisted psychotherapy. But this may take several months or even longer. And she will be very painful during this process. So, I'm going to apply for a double officer's dormitory." Augustus picked up the pen and continued to write. "I want Lisa to stay under my nose at all times. Do you think I will approve this ridiculous application?" Warfield's hand holding the coffee cup trembled. "But I'm not the one who approves it," Augustus said. "Lisa is also a devil in heaven. I don't want to give up her. My troops really need an experienced medic. No one can stop me. I want to save a person's soul." A week later, August 15th, the officer's dormitory was far away from the soldiers' barracks. Augustus had to get up at 5 o'clock every day and rush to the dormitory of the third row before 5:30. Rain or shine. And never late. But today, Augustus asked for leave. Lisa Cassidy was tied to the bed by Augustus with a restraint belt. Her hands and feet were tightly bound, and she was crying. "Please, please," she cried. "What?" Augustus moved a stool and sat next to him, holding a hardcover paper book in his hand. "I'm listening." Augustus and Lisa have lived in the same apartment for some time. There are 2 separate bedrooms, a small living room, and a separate bathroom. At first, Renault and others were reluctant to let Augustus go, and were puzzled by his departure. Augustus told them the reason clearly, and told them that he would be back in 2 or 3 months at most. Josephine, Tychus and Hanuc prepared a lot of condoms and sex products for their boss, and Augustus was very moved and asked them to get out. As for Lisa, she was extremely shocked at first and angry at Augustus's overly straightforward sexual harassment. But Lisa soon gave in because Augustus really wanted to send her to a labor camp to mine. "Give me Turk. Morphine. I'm willing to do anything for you." Lisa's eyes were red and swollen, and her plump lips were still twitching. "I'm in so much pain." In Augustus' eyes, Lisa's body was constantly spasming, and her exposed skin had a layer of goosebumps. She struggled to break free from the restraints that bound her, and scratched her own face or the faces of others with her nails. Lisa wailed and cried bitterly, but Augustus remained silent until she calmed down. "Once you can't have them, the pain will come in multiples. Your addiction is getting worse, so you must have more. The pain will gradually destroy your will and make you pray to a stone." "I understand. I can't bear it. I regret my weakness. I feel much better now." "Let me go," Lisa said. "No. I don't know if you are lying." Augustus shook his head. "You always admit your mistakes, but never reflect on them. You must sleep." "But I must listen to stories to fall asleep." Lisa lay on her bed, staring at the white ceiling. "Are you still a child?" Augustus put the book in his hand aside and picked up another book, which was a Bible. In the era when the ancestors of the Copperlet people still lived on Earth, religion was forbidden on Earth. All beliefs were banned, and the world only had one language. Therefore, the ancestors of the Tyranids could only recall religious books through word of mouth, and much knowledge and culture were lost forever. I saw and heard the voices of many angels. There were thousands and thousands of them. The angels said loudly that the slaughtered lamb was worthy of authority, wisdom, power, honor, glory and praise. Oh! Enough. I've heard enough. Change to a fairy tale. Lisa begged. Softly. No stories about old monks and young monks. Why don't I just give you sleeping pills? Augustus put down the book and picked up another one. It was getting darker and darker. In the cold night, a barefoot little girl was walking on the street. In her old apron, there was a pile of matches. Chapter 69 Precautions. The bedroom was warm. The boiler powered by the fortress's fusion reactor transported hot water through a complex network of internal pipes to every supply station and barracks and other buildings. The heat was released through aluminum radiators, making the interior of the building warm as spring. As for the command center, barracks, engineering station and other temporary barracks that could be flown off the ground using thrusters, convection heaters were used for heating. When Augustus told the story of Cinderella, Lisa Cassidy had closed her eyes and fell asleep. Her long eyelashes trembled gently, and her chest rose and fell with her breathing. Because Lisa always vomited uncontrollably when she was addicted to drugs. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt that was easy to change. The shirt was very thin, and Augustus could always see the black lace underwear underneath. Lisa's shorts were only 12.5 inches long, revealing her round and white thighs, and her small feet were covered with flesh-colored stockings, with her fingers slightly curled inward. Augustus, who was sitting on the bed, looked for a while, and then looked away. Augustus admitted that Lisa's body was indeed quite tempting, and he was not ashamed to admit his desire. After all, before he traveled through time, he was also a person who would give me a porn picture and my friends want to see it in the chat group. Stuffing the book in his hand into the bookcase next to him, Augustus untied the restraints that bound Lisa and covered her with a quilt. After confirming that every corner of the quilt was square, Augustus turned off the lights and closed the door, and left happily. After returning to his bedroom, Augustus opened his pig handheld notebook and began to write the letter he would send back to Carr this week. As usual, Augustus mentioned some interesting things in his letters to his sister Dorothy, and unconsciously talked about his achievements to maintain his glorious image in Dorothy's heart. Dorothy always complained to Augustus about some rules and regulations in the school in her letters, and talked about her troubles and annoying suitors. Whenever he saw the suitors, Augustus always felt an inexplicable fear. So, in his reply, in addition to counseling and comforting Dorothy, Augustus also spent a lot of words to criticize the bad nature of men. In the letter to his mother, Augustus mentioned his brother Arcturus, and said a few good words for his brother. He said Arcturus Mengsk was actually a man with lofty ideals, and his ambition was to explore the stars and the sea. But he did not mention that he wanted to go mining. Augustus was afraid that his father Angus would get angry and have a cerebral hemorrhage after knowing it. In the letter, Augustus only talked about his achievements in a few words, because he knew that although his mother would be proud of him, she would definitely be more worried about the dangers behind these achievements. In the rest of the talk, Augustus talked about the security of the family, and tried hard to make his parents pay attention to this issue. From the Mengsk family's seaside villa, Summer Manor, Mountain Castle to the Mengsk Sky Tower in Stilling City, every family residence should strengthen security and guard against infiltration. Originally, Augustus still had a fluke in his heart, but after reading the letter sent by his mother last time, Augustus could only accept the fact that he would definitely be involved in the Korhal Independence incident, and he had no way of convincing his father. After careful consideration, Augustus decided to use the information he knew to make early plans and do his best to protect his family. No one knew when the three ghost agents would come to take Angus's head and kill his mother and sister. In order to make his father take it seriously instead of treating it as a child's inexplicable fear and wild fantasy, Augustus used sincere words and even played the family card, "Mom, it has been 5 months since I came to Tulsi's. I am used to seeing death. My comrades and brothers died in front of my eyes, but I was powerless and could only shed tears of sorrow. There are 10,000 crosses on the cemetery of Poker Pride, and 10,000 homeless souls are crying over the city. These days, I am always worried and unable to sleep when I see the bulldozers shoveling up corpses and the crows of Tulsi circling the dust. I begin to think about the meaning of death. Mom, the cause of revolution is always accompanied by conspiracy, persecution and assassination. Angus believed that as long as the people of Korhal stood on his side, as long as his supporters surrounded him, as long as he stood under the sun, the lackeys of the Federation would not dare to do anything to him. But I say that no matter how you estimate the meanness and viciousness of your enemies, it is never too much. The rulers of the Terran Federation have used various means to eliminate their political opponents. And slander in public opinion is just one of their usual tricks. The Parliament of Tarsones has sent special forces to assassinate the planetary supervisor of Comorian, the president of a giant mining company, and senior officials within the Union more than once. If Angus is determined to start a revolution, he must consider this possibility. Even if he doesn't think about himself, he should think about his wife and little daughter. Mom, I am worried about your safety and afraid of losing you. Mom, have pity on your children who are light years away. Please build a high wall in the Mengsk family's house so that I can sleep peacefully. Then, Augustus listed a very detailed security system list. For example, all the outdated infrared sensors should be replaced immediately with high-sensitivity air vibration sensors that can detect invisible units. Build a safe passage and secret room underground. The passage should lead directly to the landing pad. The door of the secret room should be strong enough to withstand nuclear explosion as a minimum requirement. Security forces must receive professional anti-infiltration and anti-submarine training, and be equipped with CMC power armor, and use the latest electromagnetic weapons. Personnel should be recruited from Umoyan with high salaries, and only Umoyan people are required. If the other parents of Augustus can at least understand it. After all, assassinations against members of the Mengsk family have happened before. But replacing all firefighting equipment is a bit inexplicable. Augustus requested that all the firefighting equipment be replaced with the latest models. With one exception, he requested that more powder fire extinguishers be stocked. And the powder inside should preferably be sticky, because he knew that ghost agents could use refractive clothing to hide. And this was the easiest way to deal with invisible people. When you can't see them, use something that can outline their outlines to make them visible. Fire extinguishers, flour, and buckets of paint can all work. These are just some of the methods Augustus thought of. As for more complicated ones, he must wait until he returns to Kar to do it himself. At the end of the letter, Augustus told his mother that he had been applying for a long vacation, but it was not approved. However, he will have a week's vacation before Christmas at the end of the year, and he will return to Kar in mid-December. Chapter 70, Wetterberg Refugee Camp. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he wrote this. Augustus was still not sleepy, and turned on the desk lamp to read. Suddenly, his personal terminal rang, and the caller ID was Harnack. Augustus. It's bad. Xander and Jim were caught by the gang when they went out tonight. Don't worry. Tell me what happened in detail. Augustus closed the computer, frowned, and thought about what Harnack meant. A few seconds later, Augustus stood up and walked to the bedroom door, holding the personal terminal in one hand and taking a flat cap and coat from the hanger next to the door with the other hand. He was only wearing a shirt at this time, and walked towards the main door of the living room while talking. Normally, when the reckless Harnack and the serious Ward stood together, Augustus would always think of being stupid and unhappy. But Harnack was not the kind of guy who would call him to harass him in the middle of the night to play a prank. Only Josephine could do such a thing. The refugee camp in Wetterberg. We'll go to the town of How to buy food for the refugees. The more Augustus told Harnack not to worry, the more excited he became, even to the point where he couldn't organize his words. Let me tell you. A person next to him picked up the phone, and it sounded like Tychus Finley. There was a lot of wind on the other side, indicating that the two of them were probably in a remote place. Mengsk. This is probably what happened. Tychus's speech was not slow but clear. The disadvantage was that he talked a lot of nonsense. Of course, it was far less than when he was fighting, and Augustus usually blocked it directly. Today when we went to the town of How to have fun, Jim and Xander heard someone talking about the refugee camp in Wetterberg, saying that people there were starving to death and freezing to death. You know Xander's character. He is as kind as the Snow Queen, and he can cry even when watching a movie that is just like playing house. Tyke said. I didn't take it seriously at all, but they insisted on meddling in my business. He said with a bit of gloating, I don't know where Xander got so much money. He actually bought 2 trucks of clothes and bread to send to the refugee camp. Jim and Harnack were worried about him, so they followed him. Of course, they must have paid a lot of money. Not long after they entered the refugee camp, they were kidnapped by the gangsters in the refugee camp. Harnack and I happened to go to the urinary camp together and escaped. Wetberg refugee camp. Augustus had already walked out of the living room and was struggling to put on his coat in the elevator downstairs. He didn't have time to worry about why Tychus followed him. I haven't heard of it. That refugee camp is far away from Fort Howe. in a basin 20 miles south of the ruins of Fort Wet. It was built by the city residents, who escaped after Fort Wet was razed to the ground by the Sea Dragon Legion. As usual, the federal government has never paid any attention to it, and just treated those refugees as dead. Tychus said. Don't they know who those refugees are? I'm sure someone must have secretly found the local gangs. We went there in regular clothes. And those bastards didn't know we were Marines. Send me the location coordinates. Augustus walked into the underground garage and jumped into his command vehicle. Stay where you are. I'll be there soon. We're not going anywhere. Boss. Honik's voice suddenly rang out. Damn it! Don't get in my face. Tychus hung up the phone in a roar. It seemed that their situation was not bad. At least they still had the energy to quarrel. Major Warfield. Augustus called Warfield's personal terminal as he drove towards the 3rd Platoon camp. Speak. Warfield uttered a single word. 2 of my soldiers were captured by the gangsters at the Wedderburg refugee camp. I'm going to take people to find them. Augustus said. I don't have time to write a report. Do you want me to send another platoon? Warfield said after a moment of silence. I'll notify the landing platform to prepare the transport plane immediately. A resocialization platoon. Augustus said. They will be under my command. It didn't take so many people to go to the refugee camp. But the refugee camp was a mixed bag. And Augustus was not sure whether the gangsters there had dangerous weapons. We should avoid harming civilians as much as possible, Warfield said at last. I know. Augustus's command vehicle stopped at the entrance of the barracks dormitory. And the 2 sentries guarding the gate saluted him immediately when they saw him. Notify all squads that we will have to work the night shift today. The 2 sentries belonged to Augustus's 3rd platoon and 2nd squad. And they were 2 privates. Yes, sir. The 2 APOD light transport ships had been flying in the air for about 20 minutes. In the darkness, the transport ship with flashing lights was like a firefly flying to the horizon. At a certain moment, the transport ship began to descend, with the thrusters perpendicular to the ground and hovering in the air. The movable hatches on both sides of the spacecraft slowly opened, and the Marines in power armor jumped from a height of dozens of feet, landing on the soft snow with the help of the jetpack. The power armor of these Marines was painted in the black and gray color exclusive to the Heavenly Demon, with a white skull on the mask. And one of the soldiers held a winged demon flag of the Heavenly Demon in his arms. A series of dilapidated houses appeared in the eyes of Augustus and others. The refugees used car frames, containers, prefabricated panels, and other materials obtained from the city to build houses. The shapes of these strange and colorful buildings depend entirely on the solidity of the materials used and the whims of the builders. No refugee house is the same. The only thing in common is that they are all very simple and look very easy to collapse. The builders of the refugee camp obviously did not consider the sewage problem. Between the sheds that were close to each other was frozen domestic sewage and excrement. Large tracts of open space were piled with industrial waste, and useless garbage was thrown away at will. The simple sheds were crooked and swaying in the wind, covered with oil, mud and other filth. Large patches of dark red, like scabs and mold, were attached to the walls and roofs, like an ugly layer of skin. Even so, these houses can be called mansions in the refugee camp. A considerable number of houses were sheds without 4 walls, built with beams and scrap metal plates, no different from cow sheds. In this cold night, there were people lying inside who died of starvation and cold. Lundstein, you take the 1st squad to find Tychus and Harnack, Augustus said in the communication channel. Cheer up. There are ordinary refugees here, as well as local hooligans, large gangs, smugglers, terrorists and separatists who hate the government and the Marines. Chapter 71 War Refugees. The plan of the refugee camp sent back by the Synchronous Orbit satellite station shows that this refugee camp, which consists of thousands of crooked buildings, stretches for a mile, with almost no feasible roads and no flickering lights. The best houses here are newly built wooden attics and huts, with faint firelight visible through the windows. The problem of war refugees has a long history, and the residents of each warring planet are the most direct victims of the battlefield. The Terran Federation is unwilling to invest resources to accommodate refugees on planets where wars are fierce and cities are constantly changing hands. As for the Comorians, they will build settlements and colonies on every planet rich in minerals, grab all resources and then abandon them. Their predatory and nomadic colonization method determines that the number of their colonized planets is much smaller than that of the Terran Federation. and the only ones with a large population are a few core worlds. Most of the wars were fought within the territory of the Federation, so that most of the Terrans on the marginal planets became refugees. The Comorian Federation is martial by nature, and all Comorian adults who have lost their homes will join the army. Turisis is a mineral-rich planet, and its high-energy gas resources are relatively scarce. Before the war, it relied on imports. During the war, the trade routes of the Terran Federation were greatly affected, which made the lives of local residents, especially refugees, more difficult. Comorian warships are far less large and armored than those of the Terran Federation, but their more maneuverable assault ships and interstellar speedboats can use wolf pack tactics to attack caravans and leave before the arrival of the furious Federation fleet. With the support of the Comorian Union, many Comorian fleets became professional pirates. The sharp decline in imported goods caused Tullises to fall into a fuel crisis and a local food crisis. Because all gas refineries and mines on the planet had to supply the front line, this also caused civilian trains, cars, and most transportation to be paralyzed. Planters, harvesters, and agricultural robots could not work properly. Many places in Tullises, which was originally only able to achieve self-sufficiency, began to suffer from famine. Take the Pride of Pak, the first city Augustus stationed after arriving in Tullises. For example, more than half of the more than 1 million residents of Pride of Pak died in the first year of the war. When the war came, the city's grain reserves were forcibly requisitioned in order to keep the city residents away from the war and ensure their safety. Soldiers with guns drove the law-abiding federal citizens who paid taxes on time out of their homes, and many people did not even have time to bring clothes and blankets. Officials at the city hall told them that there was a refugee camp built outside the city, but in fact there was only a deserted vacant lot. The Tarsonese government only issued an order to evacuate civilians and boasted about its achievements in the UNN and other media, but did not build shelter for those civilians. The deaf and dumb government officials and senators were unwilling to pay more money, and the lives of the people were not worth mentioning in their eyes. They just remembered that there was a group of people who needed to be evacuated, and after a while, they forgot about it because they were too busy. Neither the federal government nor the Tarsonese creation family behind them wanted to spend even a penny on the refugees, because this money must be invested in weapons manufacturing and other monopoly industries that have flourished due to the war to grab more profits. The war is still going on, and the planetary governor and the military headquarters of Tullises are indifferent to the refugees. The local refugee management bureau was set up just to shut up the media, with only a dozen civilian staff and cheap security guards hired locally. The federal government will only approve the appropriations for paying the salaries of these employees. This department actually has neither power nor funds to control. In the increasingly bloated and corrupt Terran Federation administrative system, this has become a means for corrupt officials to defraud funds. When the winter of that year came, most of the people who were driven out of Poke Pride either starved to death or froze to death. We need some guides. Augustus took a few steps on the snow-covered land, with only the sound of the servo system turning and the sound of the wind outside the helmet in his ears. The landing point was an open space outside the refugee camp. There was no shelter around, only some garbage and coal slag. Find them. The Marines behind him immediately split into two groups and walked into the refugee camp from the left and right, turning into the gaps between the houses. The searchlights were extremely dazzling in the dark night. Xander and Renault fell into the hands of a group of gangsters and could be killed at any time. Augustus didn't even have time to use a loudspeaker to broadcast and ask if anyone was willing to cooperate with the Federal Marines. There was a burst of screams and shouts from the house in front, but it soon subsided. A few minutes later, Augustus's heavenly demons returned to their commander with several men in long coats and thick coats. We are the Federal Marines, who are here to eliminate the gangs in the area. I am Sergeant Minsk. As long as any of you can provide information about the gangs, in the name of Jesus Christ, I promise that you will be able to return home safely after this. Augustus looked at the refugees in front of him. As a thank you, my soldiers will give you some emergency rations and clean water. I know. They immediately rushed to answer. You go first. Augustus looked at one of them. There is only one big gang here, and they call themselves the Free Revolutionary Army. A man in a tattered coat said. It's a loud name, but it doesn't matter. Augustus interrupted him. Tell me how many people there are and where their base is. There are about 200 of them, and some of them are wearing armor like you. The refugee with frostbitten face seemed to recall something, and he gasped and inhaled the cold air into his lungs. The base of the Free Revolutionary Army is not here, he said. They are mainly active in Finner Crossroads, and the town is about 7 miles away from here. Do you know where their base is specifically in Finner Crossroads? Although he asked this, Augustus did not hold much hope. However, the information Augustus obtained was still very useful information. That is, this gang is likely to be connected with the Comorians, or even the Federation's own army. During this period, the chances of power armor falling into the hands of civilian armed forces were very small. Although Finner's Crossroads was only a small town, its population had exceeded 50,000. This was a town built on rare mineral deposits, where the residents had been miners who had to dig underground for a living for 3 generations. Augustus realized that he had made the right choice to ask Warfield for an extra platoon, and his usual caution helped him. I don't know, sir, the refugee said. That's all I know. Who else knows more? Augustus continued to ask. No one knows where the headquarters of the Free Revolutionary Army is, and they have many enemies. Another refugee immediately spoke up, but as long as we catch one of their leaders, everything will be solved. All the gang members are residents of Finner Crossroads, and their boss is Silas Task. Task likes to go out with a gold necklace and a gold watch, and often drives an open-top Terra hover car for a ride. Augustus nodded. He waited for a while, and saw that no one spoke. I know. Heck. Then, at Augustus' instruction, Corporal Heck, the leader of the second squad, handed each of them an M2 backpack full of food and water. Augustus was not going to give them too much food. There were hungry refugees all around. Hunger and greed would turn them into evil spirits. When Runstein returned with the first squad, Tychus and Harnack were following him. Boss, I finally see you. Harnack, who had run all the way, panted. What did you find out? Tychus pointed at the refugees running away. We may have to go to Finner Crossroads, Augustus said. Jim and Xander may not be there, but as long as we root out this gang, it will be fine. Maybe. I know where they are. Tychus showed a proud expression and picked up his personal terminal. The map above shows a fuzzy satellite map, with a red line connecting 2 points crookedly. You installed a tracker on the truck. Augustus' eyes lit up. Tychus, you did a good job. But I don't understand why you did this, unless you knew there were robbers. It's always right to be more careful. I have been in the army for more than 10 years, and have learned something. Tychus laughed. I noticed that someone was following us secretly, and those bastards would never know that there was a satellite positioning tracker the size of a fingernail in the gap of the truck bed of one of the trucks. But I still want to remind you that you should always think of the worst possible scenario. Maybe these 2 guys have already died, and we are just collecting their bodies, Tychus said with a little sadness. Alas, I will miss Jim. This kid is still young, but I didn't expect him to die earlier than an old guy like me. That's not necessarily true. Augustus waved his hand, and his men immediately lined up to the landing transport ship. Jim and Xander must have been targeted when they were buying food in Howe Town. They spent too much money at one time. The truck was driving too long to the refugee camp, so it was hard not to be noticed. But it might have saved their lives. The gangs knew they were rich, so they had to spend time to torture them for their bank passwords, and finally contact their families to get money to redeem them. Augustus said, Let's go. Do you want me to give you a gun? Why? Do you expect me to bite off the enemy's ass with my teeth? Tychus showed a fierce expression. I thought you didn't want to go. Augustus chuckled and threw his rifle to Tychus, and took a shotgun from Lundstein. To hell with it. They have already spent all their money after buying food. I rented these 2 trucks. God knows how much I have to pay. Tychus' heart was bleeding. This was the real reason why he installed the tracker. Afraid of losing it. I won't see Krina, Susan, Mitty and Ansifit in Orly Town for at least half a month. Augustus was silent, with the electromagnetic rifle on his back. Tychus said, as he followed Augustus to the gangway of the transport ship, Do you have a cigar? No. You know I never smoke. Hold it. Wayne Ranch, 3 miles north of Finner's Crossroads. This ranch was originally used by locals to graze Tullis's reindeer. This creature feeds on the thorny bushes in the cold zone of this planet, but looks more like some kind of 4-legged reptile than reindeer. Today, this place has long been abandoned, but there are more than a dozen brightly lit prefabricated panels and reinforced concrete buildings in a vacant lot surrounded by a wooden fence. and dozens of gang members armed with electromagnetic rifles are patrolling back and forth between the houses. Behind one of the 4-story concrete buildings, there is a 10-foot deep circular pit, the bottom and inner wall of which are all poured with concrete. There are 2 people in the pit, the kidnapped Renault and Xander, and 4 or 5 gang members are standing on the edge watching them. It's minus 20 degrees. Kind gentlemen. Silas Tasker is standing on the edge of the pit, smiling at the guests he invited. Unlike his usual nouveau riche dress, Tasker is now only wearing a somewhat worn fur coat, and his greasy hair is listlessly hanging on his forehead. Tasker is a very smart man. Almost everyone thinks that the headquarters of the Free Revolutionary Army is within the Fenner Crossroads. But that is just a cover. In fact, he has 5 different bases. I just need to pour a bucket of water, and you will freeze an arm or a leg. He said, "You'd better tell me the remaining bank accounts and passwords. We have told you all our bank account numbers and passwords." Renault made a gesture of turning his trouser pockets. "We have no money." "You are lying," Tusk suddenly shouted. "How could anyone take out all his money to buy food and give it to a bunch of unrelated refugees? This is impossible." "Mr. Renault," he emphasized again, "my patience is very limited. I don't know what you can expect from a pauper," Renault said. "I am so poor that I can barely afford to sell my pants. If I were the boss, I would definitely not be able to pay my employees' salaries." "You are a good talker, Mr. Rayner, but I will soon shut you up forever." Task had to accept the fact that Rayner was really a pauper, and he began to become extremely angry. "I know you 2 are Marines, but don't think that we, the Free Revolutionary Army, are afraid of you, the running dogs of the Federation. So what if we are Marines? Marines are just a bunch of trash. The world belongs to the workers. The world belongs to Gamorrean." Chapter 72 Demon Chief. The deep blue sky seemed like an inverted sea, with a bright moon rising and another setting, and below was an endless sea of clouds. 2 APOD transport ships, each carrying a main platoon of Marines, crossed the night sky of Tullius II, leaving behind 2 silver lines like meteors. At a certain moment, the 2 transport ships suddenly accelerated, and the ice blue flames ejected by the thrusters became brighter. They dived into the clouds, like boobies, with their wings folded, and pierced the sea. Augustus's seat trembled with the bumpy transport ship. He held his breath, and silently counted the numbers on the HUD display. Next to him, Marines holding electromagnetic rifles and machine guns sat neatly in their seats, with identical skull patterns printed on their matte masks. The pilot of this transport ship must be a lunatic. The spaceship was falling like a hunting hawk, and the angle between the horizontal plane and the ground was infinitely close to 90 degrees. Augustus felt that he was falling directly towards the earth. The weightlessness and dizziness of the rapid fall made his heart beat like an out-of-control pendulum. Tychus Finley was sitting opposite Augustus, tied firmly to his seat by 2 safety belts. Even so, Tychus was still smoking a cigarette he had taken from Ward, and the ash was blown to the rear of the cabin and disappeared as soon as it fell. After the ash flickered several times, the thrusters on the side of the transport ship ignited again, and the bow of the transport ship gradually leveled off, and the belly of the ship almost touched the ground and sailed towards the distance in the white wilderness full of thorns on Tullius II. The ship began to slow down, and the side panels opened. Augustus could see that the ship was flying very close to the ground, and the scenery on the ground was quickly left behind. He unbuckled his seat belt, walked into the aisle holding the handrail, and held the iron bar at the side exit of the ship tightly. "Jump!" Augustus gave the order after the first house appeared. The Marines in dark gray power armor jumped down one after another. When Augustus jumped into the strong wind, the transport ship had already circled several times over the gangster base. Augustus landed steadily near a concrete building with flickering lights. 2 heavenly devils stood beside him, guarding their commander. In the sky, another ship full of resocialized soldiers hovered over them, and fully armed Marines jumped from the air. In front of Augustus, gang members wearing only civilian clothes were running in panic in front of him, holding automatic rifles or even pistols. Some of them only held sticks and dung forks. Augustus raised his rifle and fired a few shots, and the men began to flee in panic. His troops collapsed without encountering any decent resistance from the enemy. The Marines drove the unmotivated gang members like cattle, and many more surrendered than dared to shoot. Ignoring the screaming people, Augustus and 2 heavenly devils followed the wall of the concrete building and went around to the main entrance. The main entrance was a piece of cut synthetic wood board, thin and fragile, and the Marines in power armor easily broke the door open. With the clang of the door being knocked open, a gang member in pure black power armor rushed out from inside, bending over. The power armor of this gang member is very similar to that used by the Comorians, but without so many emblems symbolizing family and bloodline. Perhaps due to the defects of the servo system, his movements are quite stiff, and he looks more like a Comorian imitation of the Federation power armor. This Comorian Ripper rushed towards Augustus like a rattling main battle tank and knocked him down. Damn it! Augustus fell to the ground, and before he could stand up, the other man sat on his body, making him unable to move. Then the gangster picked up his electromagnetic pistol with one hand and aimed it at Augustus's mask, ready to shoot, but the latter punched open the other's arm, making both of his shots miss. In a flash, Henry, the squad leader of the 3rd Squad, ran up and knocked the crazy gang member away, and another heavenly devil aimed at his helmet and fired after the enemy was knocked away. With a sound like a light bulb breaking, the opponent's helmet, which had already been broken, was pierced by the shotgun bullet. Sir, you really need to practice. This is not the first time you have failed in close combat. A heavenly demon reached out to Augustus. I owe you my life. Henry, you are right. My performance in this area is simply a piece of shit. Augustus stood up and felt that this scene was familiar. He took a deep breath and said, fortunately, my swordsmanship teacher didn't see the scene. Otherwise, he would be ashamed to admit that I was once his best student. During the boot camp, Augustus scored high in combat subjects. But this did not contradict his repeated defeats. Everyone has his strengths and weaknesses. Henry tried to comfort Augustus, but a noise in the communication channel interrupted him. This is the 1st Squad. I am the deputy squad leader Runstein. I found Jim and Max. They are both alive. Where are you? Augustus was delighted with the news. It is a concrete building painted dark red, with a deep pit behind the building. Lunstein replied. I see. Augustus looked up and found the Crimson Building. At the same time, he ordered all the heavenly devils to clean up the battlefield with the resocialized soldiers. When Augustus arrived there, more than 20 disarmed gang members were standing in a row, raising their hands against the wall, and a heavenly devils in black and gray armor was guarding them. I knew you would come to save us. Augustus. Renault had been pulled out of the pit by Lunstein with a rope, and he seemed to be fine. There won't be a next time. Augustus was furious when he saw Renault. He slowly opened his mask, revealing an angry face. God knows where I will go to save you next time. Do you think you are a princess kidnapped by a dragon? Huh? From the moment he received the news, Augustus has been controlling his emotions to prevent them from affecting his judgment. But at this moment, Augustus doesn't need to control himself anymore, because he must let these 2 bastards know how angry he is. Why didn't you discuss it with me in advance? You should have told me anyway. Do you think I wouldn't be scared? I can't even imagine that you're already dead. I can only deceive myself. For a moment, no one dared to speak. There were only sporadic gunshots and breathing sounds around. The gang members with their hands raised looked at Augustus blankly as he reprimanded his subordinates. Speak up. Forget it. Augustus. They already know they're wrong. Runstein walked to Augustus and whispered. Renault was speechless. He knew Augustus must be very anxious. Augustus was such a person. He rarely showed negative emotions, but that didn't mean he didn't have them. At this time, Renault suddenly felt like he was scolded by his parents when he got into trouble as a child. Little Renault's mother would carry a basket of freshly baked bread, stand in front of him and explain his crimes in detail, sometimes shedding tears. When his mother had almost finished scolding him, his father, who had been sitting on the sofa in silence, would say a few good words for him. The experience of being scolded taught Renault that when he was in the wrong, refutation, quibbling, and making excuses would only add fuel to the fire. Generally speaking, being a coward is the wisest choice. We thought you wouldn't agree, Xander whispered. You still said it even though you knew I didn't agree. Augustus stared at Xander like a wolf, and his cold eyes made him take a few steps back. Are you an idiot? Why don't you think more and consider it carefully, instead of making a decision on a whim, and then using your butt to think about what to do specifically? Xander wanted to say that he knew he was wrong, but Augustus was so angry that he was about to explode. What do you mean? Augustus stared at Xander with his cold gray eyes, like a lion suppressing his anger. Let's talk about it when we get back. Augustus, we still have to deal with those gangsters. Runstein patted Augustus' shoulder and winked at Xander. Shoot them all. Augustus shook off Runstein's shoulder and turned his head away from Xander. He almost shouted out in anger, frightening the gang members' legs. Even if they all deserve to die, this job shouldn't be done by us. Lunstein said, we checked the warehouse here and found that there are a lot of vulture and armored vehicle parts in addition to food. I think this gang should have been engaged in arms smuggling before. And the buyers must be the Comorians. Augustus took a few deep breaths to temporarily restrain his anger, and turned to think about how to deal with the things in the hands of these gangsters. Take away all the food, and leave the weapons and equipment to the logistics officer in the fortress. Why should we give those who work in offices a bargain? At this time, Tychus, carrying an electromagnetic rifle, was walking over with several heavenly devils, holding a cigar that he got from somewhere. I think those bandits may have a lot of good stuff. Tychus flicked the ash off his cigarette. Equipment, spaceships, money. In their lair, you can even find a lot of money and boxes of drugs. Find their gang leader and force him to tell you everything. Augustus and Tychus looked at each other and saw cunning and greed in each other's eyes. It's not easy to do it. Augustus shook his head. I have a way. Tychus' eyes lit up, and he walked closer. I have confirmed that the armor recording has been turned off, Augustus said. I have been in the business of reselling military supplies for almost 10 years. I know who can be trusted, and where the customers are most willing to spend money. Tychus exhaled a puff of smoke. It's foolproof? It's impossible to be foolproof. But even if you check, you can only trace it back to me, Tychus replied. Yes, Augustus said. Okay. We'll split the money in half, Tychus said to Augustus. Augustus shook his head. You get 70%, and I get 30%. I'm taking a bigger risk than you. Tychus looked unhappy. A second later, he added, you get 80%, and I get 20%. Keep the equipment and stock up first, Augustus said. I'll need them later. Besides, I'm not short of money, so there's no need to take risks. Tychus' throat was a little dry. The most important problem was that he was short of money. For a man like Tychus, who would spend a lot of money on women, money always went away quickly. Sometimes, Tychus would meet 4 women in one night, and the salary of the Marine Corps was not enough for him to drink. So what you said is true. In a few years, you will have plenty of opportunities to use your network to make money. Augustus just wanted to confirm whether Tychus had the ability to cash in the seized materials. Go, Tychus. Go find the gang leader. If you find him, all the valuables on him will be yours. I won't give you a chance to regret it. Tychus didn't want to pay attention to Augustus, but his feet moved on their own. So Tychus could only curse himself for being spineless in his heart. After a while, a man with messy hair was dragged in front of Augustus by Tychus. He only has a watch on him. Mengsk, I really shouldn't have trusted you. You're just unlucky, Augustus said, looking at Reno, who was hiding from his sight. Jim, tell me what this guy did to you just now. He threw me in, and said he was going to pour water on me. Reno was relieved to see that Augustus was no longer angry. He had no interest in revenge. He just hoped that Augustus would calm down. Throw him down. Just make sure his head doesn't hit the ground, Augustus said to the demons of heaven around him. Wait. You can't do this. Silas Tasker looked at the Marines with skulls on their helmets approaching him and shouted in horror. I still have value. You can't do this. You didn't say that 10 minutes ago. Renault said, you are a revolutionary. You are the son of a worker, and you fight for the enemy. Then prove your value. Augustus looked at Tasker and said calmly, otherwise I will hang you up, and let the son of Tullises II dry you out for a month. I swear I will make you regret being born into this world. I have 12 sets of power armor, and several vultures hidden in warehouses and basements, as well as 2 retired Federation Goliath robots. I also have 2 million credits, all in cash, and 1.5 million in my bank account. Tas took out a hand-drawn map and handed it to Augustus. Very good. Augustus took the map and handed it to Lunstein beside him. Go check it, Tychus. Give him a quick death. Chapter 73 Buyer. The town of Oren is located 17 miles north of Fort Howe. Thousands of vertical Gothic houses are built on the new Hercules Mountain, which is 10,000 feet above sea level and covered with snow. This is the most famous ski and holiday resort in this hemisphere. The large and small hot springs formed by geological movements have created the world-renowned hot spring hotels and holiday villas in Oren. Before the outbreak of the war, Oren was a favorite holiday resort for celebrities, and dignitaries in Tullis too. The influx of wealthy people into this town, with a history of only more than 20 years, brought unprecedented prosperity. Commercial streets selling luxury goods and souvenirs were built around the ski resort, and the rich spent money to buy castle-like mansions here. Of course, this was 3 years ago, when Augustus and the first team of the Heavenly Demons came to this town. The prosperity was no longer the same as before, and the streets were desolate. The depressed residents watched their every move with vigilance, and there were more drunkards and sex workers than they had encountered in any other city or town before. Haven't you figured out what the buyer does? Amid the biting cold wind, Augustus leaned against the locked window of a ski equipment store, his hands in his pockets, looking at the red brick street, with 4 or 5 heavenly devils standing in different postures in front of him. Lisa Cassidy, who was wearing the same brown parka as Augustus, stood on his right, with her ginger long hair tied into a long ponytail with a blue tie, gathered on her right shoulder and resting on her chest. Most of these soldiers were tall and strong, and they had developed strong bodies through daily training and fighting. Connor Ward, who had a tan skin, and Tychus Finley, who always looked fierce, looked like 2 upright strong bears. The hooded skull tattoos on the necks of the tall and thin Harnack and Josephine were faintly visible under the standing collar of their long windbreakers, enough to scare off anyone with ulterior motives. The buyer is a friend of my friend. It is said that he is a nouveau riche who made a fortune from the war and urgently needs some luxury goods and decent weapons and equipment to expand his influence. But you also know that this cannot be fully believed. Smugglers, human traffickers, drug gangs, space pirates, and scavengers who make a living by picking up space garbage. They could be any kind of people. Tychus said, it is a good thing not to get too involved with these people. Digging deep will make them wary. We don't know who they are, and they don't know we are Marines. This is good for both sides. Even if you get close enough to them, be careful that these people will sell you out. Well, this reminds me. Should I trust you without reservation? Will you sell me out right away? Tychus. Augustus nodded, his cold gray eyes flickering with an inexplicable meaning. Oh my God. You won't find anyone more trustworthy than old Tychus. In my hometown, everyone says that the son of the Finley family is honest and trustworthy, and everyone loves him. Tychus put his arm around Augustus' shoulders. The version I heard was that you even sold your mother for drinking. Augustus said. Which son of a bitch said that? Tychus frowned, feeling genuinely angry. I love her sincerely. No one loves her more than me. But I had to leave that boring town, where people buzz like flies. In the summer, I could only stay in my dad's coffee shop in a daze, and the customers in the shop always surrounded me, laughing like idiots. I'm tired of that kind of life. That's why I appear here and choose to become a loyal soldier. How is your mother? Augustus asked. Tychus talked about this and that, but he was unwilling to swear loyalty to himself. But Augustus didn't really care. I often dream about her, Tychus replied. At this time, at a corner of the street, in a narrow alley between luxury stores and food stores, a man wearing a long-brimmed flat hat and a low-level miner's uniform walked out. He looked around, then lowered the brim of his hat and walked towards Augustus and others, followed by a man with a round belly and several strong bodyguards, one of whom was holding 2 password boxes. What a sunny day. Sir, I always miss my wife who died in childbirth at this time. The pregnant man ran to Augustus and wiped his bald scalp with his silk handkerchief after standing still. Do you have a wife? I haven't seen my bride yet, Augustus said. We brought the goods. Where are they? If what Mr. Smith said is true, then we can get 50 electromagnetic rifles, 200 KMC-12 automatic rifles, and a set of CMC power armor. The big-bellied man stopped sweating and his expression was unusually calm, with a shrewd brilliance in his eyes as thin as eyebrows. Are you Mr. St. Nicholas Caesar Augustus? Yes, Augustus replied without changing his expression. Follow us. Don't ask questions. Look forward. Seeing the other party nod, Augustus waved and left with the heavenly devil, and the buyer's hands followed closely. 11 minutes and 46 seconds. This is Rick. I didn't find anyone following you. The voice of Lance Corporal Rick Kidd, a sniper in the Heavenly Demon platoon, came from a mini earphone made by Umoyan hidden in Augustus's ear. I will report again in 5 minutes. Last night, Augustus sent away the commander of the resocialization platoon and took his heavenly demons to count the supplies in the hands of the gangsters. They found more than 300.50 caliber automatic rifles, dozens of boxes of copper bullets and electromagnetic grenades, and nearly 100 old-fashioned electromagnetic rifles. There were also 14 power armors, 2 Goliaths and 5 assault armored vehicles. The gold and silver jewelry piled in the warehouse made Renault and Runstein's hands numb from counting them. God knows why a gang leader is so rich. Augustus even doubted whether there really is a huge organization called the Free Revolutionary Army. Augustus handed over some of the inferior equipment to Warfield, and the food was sent to the Wetterberg refugee camp in the name of the Heavenly Demon. The rest continued to be sealed in their original locations. Originally, Augustus wanted to keep all these equipment, but after a night of thinking, he decided to sell a batch to test the waters. The independence of Korhal 4 is a foregone conclusion. As a member of the Minsk family, even if he wants to escape, the agents of the Terran Federation will chase him to the ends of the earth. Augustus will inevitably devote himself to his father's revolutionary cause and be tied to the war wheel of Korhal 4. Either usher in a new life with Korhal, or perish together, since his brother Arcturus is determined to realize his life ideals in the mines. Augustus has to shoulder the burden of saving the Minsk family and Korhal. Chapter 74 Deal. Augustus' unreliable father Angus may be an outstanding politician and agitator, but he knows nothing about military affairs. He firmly believes that with a population of tens of millions and less than 250,000 mobilized soldiers, KAR can compete with the powerful Terran Federation. And the weapons support of Umogen is not enough for the KAR army to equalize the disadvantage. The Terran Federation has a fleet and resocialized soldiers, while KAR 4 lacks the most basic power armor. 1 year later, KAR 4 will become a brutal battlefield. Naturally, the more he thought about it, the more Augustus understood that he and the Minsk family were as fragile as a candle in the wind. Now, Augustus has gradually put himself in the shoes of the leader of the rebels, and started to think about how he should deal with the severe situation and complex and changing political environment in the future. Reality forced Augustus to make plans for the future early. He must look far ahead and plan his plans for more than 10 years. If Augustus must be involved in a new war, he must win the final victory and overthrow the federal government, regardless of hatred, faith, or the ideal of liberating the people of Korhal and Terran. Augustus was just forced to do it. Augustus must deal with anyone or any force that may help him in advance. And he knows that the support of Umoyen is far from enough. At present, Augustus has only contacted Hill, the future leader of the mercenaries. Among this kind of people, this person is worth using. Tychus barely counts as half, and he controls a black market trading network of unknown value. In the near future, Augustus will inevitably have to resell the captured federal military supplies. The Comorian Union and Umoyen will be big customers, but Augustus can't rely on them completely. After going around the town for a few times, Augustus finally brought the buyers to an abandoned, unattended underground garage. Renault, Amy Brandon and others were guarding 2 trucks full of weapons with electromagnetic guns. The big-bellied man trotted over and lifted the canvas on the truck. When he saw the neat equipment, he immediately showed a surprised expression on his face. He turned to his subordinates and said, "Quick, come and count the weapons and check if they can be used." Then, he caressed a power armor lovingly, as if he was caressing his lover. Although the power armors were all old models of CMC 200 and the armor was worn out, they could still be sold at a high price. As for the 2 Goliath armed robots that were retired but still well maintained, they were priceless treasures. There were many people willing to buy these powerful walking mechas, but Augustus still wanted to keep them for his own use, because both the Terran Federation and the Comorian Federation gave priority to recovering the power armor after the war, even higher than treating the wounded and burying the bodies, to prevent technology from leaking out. Some of the Federation's unique high-tech weapons, such as the airdrop capsules in the R&D trial stage, are even equipped with automatic decomposition power supply, which will automatically disintegrate and decompose 1 minute after landing. This has resulted in very few standard equipment being lost, and the retired Marines that can be hired as a whole company will not appear until more than 10 years later, at a time when class contradictions in the Terran Federation are easily intensified. Demonstrations in cities have gradually evolved into riots of looting, smashing, and burning. The ubiquitous and never-to-be-eliminated Revolutionary Army is inciting workers to revolt in the marginal star regions and destroying the Army's transportation and supply lines. By this year, this sometimes even forced local governments to mobilize the Marine Corps and expand the police. And those wealthy tycoons, entrepreneurs, bankers, and major shareholders of listed companies urgently need a group of powerful private armed forces to stop the thugs who dared to rob their property and deal with the assassination of the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, reselling weapons is not only profitable, but often also profitable. Of course, the premise is that Augustus' channels and background. Really good, he said, Mr. Nicholas. You really didn't lie to us. The servo engine, fusion core, and armored frame are all intact. And the built-in computer has been reprogrammed using a third-party system. Augustus said, I am very satisfied. The big-bellied man turned around and glanced at the soldiers with guns and live ammunition around Augustus. Perhaps we can deepen our cooperation in the future. He stretched out a hand and shook it with Augustus. We are Cerberus Engineering. Now we are just a small biotechnology company that is unknown to the world. But one day, we will become famous all over the world and then go public. That shouldn't be difficult. Augustus remembered the name. Cerberus was a confidential project during the Terran Empire. Its main research projects were resocialization engineering, limb modification, and control of alien insects. But it is still unclear what the relationship between this company and the Empire Cerberus project is, because the real Cerberus project was rebuilt 2,500 years later. The possibility of having the same name is relatively high, and there may not be much connection in fact. As the three-headed dog of hell in Greek mythology, the word Cerberus is often associated with monsters. Both the Comorian Federation and the Terran Federation have weapons or special forces named after this name. What is your company mainly researching? Biological genetic modification? There is a huge market for this in Tucsonis and Car. The man seemed to be a little embarrassed to speak. We are currently studying how to control the Umojan cow so that it can produce milk according to our needs. But the technology we use is absolutely cutting edge. Our scientists have been able to implant special organic substances that can continue to grow in the third temporal lobe of the Umojan cow's brain, thereby controlling its pregnancy reaction. This should be quite marketable. Does this work on humans? Augustus asked casually. Of course. I don't want to make girls pregnant. No. 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 The man waved his hands quickly. We can't experiment on living people. It's unethical. I'm just asking. Augustus said, we should each leave a fixed contact number that won't be changed easily. My boss behind me will definitely be interested in your project. You can contact me anytime. Augustus was still quite interested in this company anyway. If possible, Augustus would not mind leading the future War Dog Cerberus project. I would be happy to do it. The man made an awkward etiquette gesture, which looked like the style of an old nobleman from a certain main star world. When several bodyguards checked their equipment and reported to the big-bellied man, Augustus had already left contact information with him. Next, Augustus's men began to check the banknotes. The price had been agreed long ago, and the equipment was sold for a total of about 12 million credits, most of which were power armor. This was enough to buy a 60-square-meter house in the Queen's Borough of Stealing. Coral 4. The Cerberus engineers drove away quickly in a truck, and from Rick's report, Augustus learned that at least 10 armed men were going to meet them. We have to leave quickly. Tychus looked at the 2 Raptor armored vehicles in the parking lot and said, in this business, it's common for thieves to rob thieves. What are you afraid of? Augustus told him not to be so nervous. We are here for vacation. We have to have at least one meal before we go back. Augustus then led the heavenly demons out of the parking lot, and Tychus followed him. He was also very courageous. They turned into a not-so-depressed commercial street and walked into a Gothic-style spa hotel. From the outside, this towering Gothic building was extremely gorgeous, with rows of slender stone columns arranged in a radial pattern on the arched windows reflecting the deep yellow light, and the shell-colored railings outside the window were carved with Byzantine lions. Everyone carried a gun, so no one dared to covet the things in the box. Chapter 75 Revelation. The continuous Uranus mountains look like a narrow, snowy scar when viewed from low-altitude orbit. The magnificent mountains separate the first and fourth main continental plates on Tullises II. Long rivers originating from glaciers roll and rush on the yellow surface of the planet, nourishing cities, towns, fields, and herdsmen's livestock. In September, battles all over Tullises ended with the victory of the Terran Federation Army. With the support of the fleet, a large number of aircraft groups were able to run rampant over the cities and positions of the Comorians, forcing them to retreat underground and into the wilderness. And cities gradually returned to the control of the Federation Army. The fleet's main battleships monitor the synchronous orbit, and any Comorian spacecraft that attempts to escape the planet will be shot down the moment it escapes gravity. The ground forces of the Terran Federation have gradually gained an overwhelming advantage. The Comorians are retreating, and even the towns have returned to the hands of the Marines. Except for the Uranus Mountains. The living forces of the Sea Dragon Corps are still hiding among the mountains. They have hollowed out several mountains, and the base is even deep underground. A large number of Sea Dragon Mountain teams hide in the valleys, canyons, and snow between the mountains, attacking any Terran Federation troops who dare to enter this place. Nearly 300 Marines and their guides have died here so far, buried by the continuous snowstorm. Zulu Outpost is located between two peaks on the edge of the Uranus Mountains. On a 7-mile saddle ridge, there are 14 connected hills of varying heights on the ridge, with the lowest elevation less than 300 feet. Each hill is fortified with pre-iron walls, bunkers, and barbed wire, and each bunker is connected to a 15 to 20 foot deep wooden reinforced trench and air raid trench. This is the garrison of the 1st and 5th Battalions of the 4th Brigade of the 33rd Ground Assault Division, plus engineers, radar soldiers, and artillery soldiers, with a total of more than 1,000 people. 5 miles away from the Zulu Outpost, there are 2 brigades of the Army stationed, with a starport that can take off and land near ground and interstellar fighters. On a high ground on the ridge is a silver-gray command center, with 8 anti-aircraft missile towers standing in 4 different directions around this high-rise building. Augustus is standing in front of the huge bronze glass window of the command center office, looking at the mountains in the distance. His brown uniform was neat and tidy, as if it had just been ironed. The golden vertical bar on his right shoulder showed that he was now a 2nd lieutenant. An electronic clock on the wall showed that it was now 9 a.m. on September 11th. It had been nearly a month since Augustus last participated in the battle. During this month, his heavenly demons, as an independent force, cleared out Comorian sympathizers, anti-federal armed forces, and a small number of Sea Dragon squads that had separated from the main force in about 10 small towns near the Hal Fortress. The Heavenly Devils did not encounter fierce resistance, and the biggest loss caused by the enemy was that one of them was slightly injured. In early September, Augustus's direct superior, Warfield, became the commander of the 5th Battalion, and he was promoted again and became a real officer. On September 5th, another brother battalion took over Warfield's defense duties, and the 5th Battalion was transferred to the Zulu Outpost outside the Uranus Mountains. In Augustus's sight, there was a dense coniferous forest on the south slope of the ridge, and there were bare and sparse shrubs on the other slope. Standing on the ridge and looking in this direction, you can see a circular valley between the mountains of the Uranus Mountains. There was a dense forest in the valley. The 700 yards of forest between the ridge and the valley had been cut down by a space construction engineering vehicle equipped with a chainsaw, clearing a minefield for laying anti-infantry mines. A long, half-frozen river flowed from the main peak of Uranus, the god of the sky, which towered into the clouds and storms, with the sound of ice breaking. The mountain was very far away from Augustus, and he could only see a cloud-covered spire. Augustus looked at this picturesque world, but he never felt happy because of such a quiet scenery. He didn't like this place. It was far away from the solid ground, damp and cold, and those seemingly beautiful glaciers were actually extremely dangerous. Compared to here, Augustus missed the always warm and pleasant Carmore. He finally felt tired of the war, and was exhausted from fighting one battle after another. For nearly half a year, Augustus had been killing people. He gradually became numb to it, and got used to the war. But it was finally coming to an end. Below the command center, Federal soldiers in the bunkers and trenches were retreating, and engineering vehicles were dismantling the bunkers and sending steel plates to transport planes. The barracks and engineering stations rose into the air in the red plasma stream released by the base thrusters, and the command center under Augustus' feet also rose in a deafening roar. Put this on. Wearing a pair of black goggles, Warfield appeared behind Augustus and handed him another pair of goggles of the same style. Are you ready to look directly at a rising new sun? Augustus said, putting on his goggles. The explosion point is still far away from us, Warfield said. Augustus looked as far as he could, staring at the peak of the main peak of the Uranus Mountains. He could not see the nuclear bomb falling into the atmosphere from the synchronous orbit. If he was close enough to the explosion point, Augustus would be able to see a thin white line, which would split into dozens of thinner white lines in a few seconds. An apocalyptic nuclear bomb is enough to wipe out a mountain range from the map. Instantly, an extreme white light spot lit up in the distance. And then the whole world was lit up. Augustus seemed to be able to hear the scream of the nuclear bomb passing through the atmosphere and the desperate cries of the sea dragons. A huge avalanche began, and hundreds of snow-capped mountains seemed to jump and shook off the snow on their bodies. Then the extreme light and heat engulfed everything, and the rain clouds were torn apart and thrown far away, as if it were the wrath of Odin. A thunderous roar followed the light. The command center was as bright as day, and the walls were rendered white. Uranus is the source of many rivers in Tullius, Augustus said to Warfield. For the Federation? That doesn't matter. Warfield sighed and said, there are more than 10,000 elite sea dragon legions in the Uranus Mountains. It may take several years to recapture it and eliminate all the Comorians, and our warriors will pay many times the price. As for cleaning up the pollution and radiation, that's the job of the Tulliuses and their descendants. What a bullshit. That is not my concern. Augustus looked at the world gradually darkening. The mountain ridges, forests and rivers were no longer there. Even the sky had changed color, as if the dye that colored the world had disappeared. Augustus couldn't imagine the scene of 1,000 such nuclear bombs falling on Korhal. Look! The last piece of pure land has also belonged to the Federation. Can we take a break, Major? Not yet, kid, Warfield said. The order has come down, and we will leave for Mainhof next week. The Comorians have been ravaging our land and homes. Now, we must launch a counterattack and seize the Comorians' colonies. I won't go, Augustus said. Before leaving Tullius, you'd better go see your brother. Warfield sighed again. He's going to retire, just when we're about to win the war. Of course I'll go see Arcturus. Augustus nodded. Do you know what your brother is going to do? None of us old men can figure it out. He's going to be a general this year, Warfield said excitedly. I don't know. Augustus turned his face away. Chapter 76, the strongest SCV in history. Communication code Alpha 4476. Galaxy Hopper number 77. Please dock at Pier 11 of Port A. All personnel have been cleared. This is the Tullius II New Babylon space station. Salute the soldiers. A small spaceship landed at the top port of the space station, which was slowly rotating. When the spaceship's gangway opened, Augustus, dressed in a brown officer's uniform, walked down the spaceship, followed only by Jim Raynor, who was dressed in a soldier's uniform. The circulating air in the space station was abnormally dry, and the artificial gravity equivalent to 0.95 times the standard gravity held Augustus tightly. Several small and medium-sized interstellar spacecraft were parked on the empty docking platform of Port A. The streamlined and graceful curves of these spacecrafts and the obvious traces of private modification showed the identity of their owners. A port bus suspended above the ground picked up Augustus and Renault and drove them to another dock. Along the way, Augustus saw many staff members and patrolling soldiers. Everyone here was very busy and didn't even have time to stop and say hello. When Augustus looked out, he could see the dark black starry sky and a satellite in the distance. He was curious about how to prevent air and maintain stable air pressure in such a situation. When Augustus saw his brother Arcturus Minsk, who had announced his retirement, the latter was lying under the belly of a medium-sized Galaxy jumper, wearing thick coarse cloth insulating gloves to sort out the tangled and unnecessary wires of various colors. Arcturus was no longer wearing his straight officer uniform with large bronze epaulets. Instead, he was wearing a standard mine worker uniform, thick textile trousers, a multi-pocket orange jacket, and a pair of sturdy and reliable boots, with a huge power wrench tied around his waist. Several people dressed like Arcturus were busy driving a 16-foot-tall space construction vehicle into the cargo bay of the Galaxy jumper. Augustus, before I leave, it's nice to see you. Arcturus heard Augustus talking to Raynor, and when he was about to get up, he bumped his head against the metal floor of the spacecraft. Augustus and Raynor grabbed Arcturus' feet and dragged him out from under the spacecraft. He sat down next to his brother and said, "Why are you doing this kind of work? Can't professional mechanics do more than you? That's going to cost a lot of money." Actor sat up, wiped the oil off his clothes, and wanted to hug his brother, but was pushed away by Augustus. And his brother's face suddenly showed a sad expression. It takes a lot of money to buy equipment and spacecraft. Hire technical experts, workers, and even security forces to deal with the Comorian pirates. I have saved money for more than 10 years just to make a big move in the mining area, Actor said, Everything must be calculated carefully to ensure that every penny is spent in the right place. You will succeed. My brother Arcturus Mengsk will become a great man, Augustus said. Actors couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care much about the praise from most people in the world because he thought he deserved it. Only the praise from his parents and the admiration from his brothers and sisters could make Arcturus proud. The blood relationship between family members always made a lonely person like him feel warm. At this time, Arcturus was already 28 years old. Augustus could already see some white hair on his head. But it was far less than their father Angus's white hair. Arcturus is more and more like Angus. He has grown into a mature man. And that may be what Augustus will look like in 10 years. But Augustus doesn't think so. He is still very young. But he has never imagined what he will look like in the future. Compared with Arcturus, Augustus looks more like his mother, and is more handsome. He may not become a bearded uncle in the future. Do you really think I can succeed? Arcturus said with a smile. Except for those old subordinates, who have followed me since I was a non-commissioned officer. No one understands me. So I told them that I was tired of war, and no longer believed in the meaning of what we had fought for. I can invest in your team. In the future. If you find a huge Ardeen crystal deposit that you can't spend in your lifetime, just give me a little bit of it, Augustus said. Although I am very confident in my surveying skills and intuition, such deposits are hard to come by. And my luck will never be that good. Arcturus laughed even louder. I know you just want to find an excuse to share the pressure with me. But I watched you grow up. Don't I know that you have no habit of saving money at all? Every time you buy a ceramic piggy bank with more than 10 credits, you swear to save it for a year before opening it. But just after putting a few dollars in it, you smash the piggy bank again the next day. I don't know what you are trying to do. I have about 20 million credits in my hand now. Augustus said, I know your account number. Don't refuse. Because I won't listen. What's wrong with you? Where did you get so much money? Actor suddenly grabbed Augustus's shirt and shook him back and forth. Committing a crime? Don't hide it from me. I'll support you if the sky falls. Could it be that my mother gave it to me? That's possible. But my mother stopped giving me money after I became an adult. If it's not my mother, I have so much money. Augustus, who was shaken by his brother, had a look of despair on his face. You know, my heavenly demons can actually be considered an independent organization. Compared with other regular army units, we are more free and flexible. My unit has taken over many Comorian bases and made a lot of money. Not bad. If I were not already the division commander, I would also like to take the frontline troops to harvest the spoils. Many people are rich. Take what you can. There is no need to leave it to those in the military system and let them be greedy. Actor said, but it is risky. You must be careful. If something goes wrong, Warfield and others will help you solve it. And more than half of the officers of the entire 33rd Ground Assault Division will protect you. During the war, there were many loopholes in the military system. I have studied them carefully. One of the loopholes is that only the spoils that have been entered into the database are considered as the materials that the army must not steal. Then, we can report less. But they will wake up sooner or later, Augustus said. But I can't stay in the army for long. When I leave, let those misers jump up and down. Is Angus forcing you to go home? Don't pay attention to him. He is a selfish guy. Arcturus's thick eyebrows frowned. It seems that you don't know what will happen on Corel 4. Angus said that an independence referendum will be held in April next year, declaring that the entire planet will be independent of the federal government. Augustus said seriously, do you know what that means? Actors almost uttered a word with gritted teeth. War. At that time, I will definitely return to Corel. Because my mother and Dorothy need me. You? Augustus hesitated. No. I once vowed to break away from Angus's control. I despise this meaningless revolution that will inevitably fail. Actor said, thousands of people will die because of Angus's revolution. And the patriarch of the autocratic family will only say that it is a necessary sacrifice. No. I will not go back. Never. If one day I need your help. Augustus lowered his eyes and asked softly, my brother, will you come back to me? Chapter 77 Mainhof. Mainhof is a mining planet of the Comorian Federation. Whether viewed from synchronous orbit or on the holographic star map of the Swan family's dilapidated, oil-stained observatory in the new Apollo 1 community, this dark blue planet is featureless, with canyons and gullies rooted like scars in its dark brown land. And the land is so poor that it seems like a bare stone in the universe. It orbits a main sequence star that is equally featureless, and the young sun always rises slowly. In this barren land, its light can't even nourish the crops of the Comorians. Only the precious crops grow in the cultivation room. Young Rory Swan always has an inexplicable expectation for the fireball hanging high above Mrs. Mainhoff's head, thinking that it can bring some beautiful things, such as mountains, rivers, forests and grasslands that do not exist on this planet. But as the old saying of the Comorians goes, the uglier the appearance, the richer the content. Mainhoff is actually a good place. There are gas refineries, mines, processing plants, oil refineries, and communities of all sizes inhabited by families with the same surname between the mountains and plains. Swan rarely sees the sun, which is called Fire Snake by the residents of the New Apolloan community. Like other men in the community, he went to work in the mines at the age of 16 and is now a skilled and experienced miner. In Mainhoff, all jobs are closely related to mining. Food, daily necessities, and even water resources are largely dependent on imports, especially today when war sucks the blood of all Comorians. Swan and his fathers and cousins must work twice as hard as before to earn bread to feed their families. Before the sun rises, Swan has to put on work clothes and boots and take the elevator from a bottomless mine to the pit. In the tunnel full of dust and inferior crystals, he drives the Comorian mining robot and uses a power drill to mine the crystals in the mine and send them to the road car in the tunnel. Workers had to work for 12 hours straight every day until the next shift of workers came down the well. And by then, the sun had already set. Swan got up in the dim morning and went down the well, and returned home late at night. He had not seen the sun for several months, and his scarred skin became white. Rory Swan wiped the dust off the old machine with a rag that was not much cleaner than the family's only observatory, and then placed his insulated lunch box on the flat console, thinking about how his Uncle Edward would scold him. But it doesn't matter. Let him pull his beard in anxiety. Swan will apologize to him after he has eaten and drunk enough. Swan opened the lunch box and sighed for the food inside. 2 fried bread slices, a small spoonful of butter, and a palm-sized Moria avocado. It is noon now, and he has to rely on these things to survive until the evening. Although life is hard and entertainment life is pitiful, Swan does not complain about himself. On the contrary, he always enjoys it. This is not to say that Swan is used to endurance, but he prefers to live with his family and other family members. The Swan family is a united family, just like other families in Comorian. Helping each other is their tradition. A few slices of bread didn't feel much when Swan stood up again. His rumbling stomach and cramping calves were undoubtedly protesting to him, but he had to return to his post immediately. He packed everything in a dozen seconds and prepared to walk towards his mining robot parked not far away. The Comorian mining robot is tracked, only 12 feet high, with 2 mechanical arms controlled by joysticks that can be replaced with power drills, laser drills, engineering clamps, and plasma welding guns, and uses high-energy gas as fuel. Swan's mining robot looks bigger than others, with more obvious but unknown parts, and an extra mechanical arm, 2 thrusters, and a matching engine added to the back of the robot. With this robot, Swan can complete the work faster and better. The fuel cost is higher, but it is worth it compared with the improved efficiency. If necessary, this robot can even be equipped with a power hammer and a machine gun. Swan has never touched anything other than automatic rifles and electromagnetic guns, but he thinks those will not be difficult for him. Although Rory Swan does not think he is different from others, he is undoubtedly the most talented mechanic and inventor in the entire Swan family, and even in New Apolloan. Swan doesn't really like dealing with people. He is always used to doing his own things, and likes tools that others find boring. He likes to get his hands dirty. Nothing is more pleasant than the sound of gears turning and machinery running. Swan is keen on disassembling, repairing and reassembling equipment. The hard life forces him to constantly innovate and use various inventions to make life better for himself and his family. Rory, come and fix the MRI machine. A powerful voice echoed in the empty mine. I'll be there soon. I hope that thing can hold up before I come. It's hard to say. In the second half, Swan was almost talking to himself. Just as Swan was about to walk towards the direction where the sound came from, suddenly, the observation platform next to him, which had not moved for at least 20 years, seemed to jump up and emit a flickering red light. Swan's short but strong body immediately pounced on the control console. He didn't know what it meant, But it was definitely not good news. This observatory is as old as the Swan family. It is connected to one of the earliest artificial satellites in the synchronous orbit of Meinhof, and detects routes throughout the galaxy through a relatively primitive radar system. Usually, on certain days of the month, holographic projections of several Comorian galaxy cargo ships will suddenly appear on this observatory. These holographic projections, which are like scaled-down models, are green, representing friendly forces. During the colonial period, the first generation of Meinhof used this observatory to contact the supply fleet responsible for delivering necessary materials and mining facilities to the colonists. At the same time, this observatory was also responsible for monitoring enemy fleets in the galaxy. But it was never used. At this time, the Comorian pirates were basically their own people. Swan hoped that this Grandma Generation machine was just out of control. But the 3 slowly moving Behemoth-class battlecruisers and the other 2 warships that were jumping in on the holographic projection instantly shattered his hope. The holographic light and shadow that made up them were dangerous red. The Tyranids are coming. Chapter 78 Iron Justice. Meinhof's mines are connected by intricate underground tunnels. Rails are laid inside the tunnels, and maglev mine cars are used to transport ore and personnel. Mining lamps and air composition detection instruments are embedded on the walls of the mines, and ventilation ducts bring outside air into the mines. Here, the hum of the fan is like the sound of an electric drill, which never stops. Just as the red light of the observation platform flashed, the alarm inside the mine sounded. It was a sharp and harsh metal friction sound, enough to give people goosebumps. Take up your pick and hoe and gather with the foreman closest to you. All mine supervisors, stay at your posts. A mechanical voice echoed in the mine. The Tyranid fleet is approaching Meinhof. But we will repel them. Swan wanted to take the toolbox he brought down. But after a little thought, he chose the lunchbox, and then climbed onto his mining robot with solid steps. The density of miners in the mine is not high. Swan must drive the robot to the next mine to see other miners. But thinking that this observatory is the most valuable asset of the family, Swan decided to stay in front of the observatory. Of course, another reason was that he really wanted to know the battle situation in the synchronous orbit. The holographic projection on the observation platform jumped again, and the green warships representing his own warships appeared. 2 Hephaestus-class Comorian battleships that matched the Terran Federation's Behemoth-class battlecruisers. This 2,000-foot-long giant battleship was designed and manufactured based on the Federation's battleships. So the appearance, design, and bridge position are very similar. The biggest difference is that there are more electromagnetic gun turrets, more laser gun groups, and more missile and space torpedo launch bays. Some warships will also be equipped with electromagnetic interference weapons. But just like other weapons and warships of Comorian, traces of stitching can be seen on Comorian warships. And the armor materials and grades are also uneven. In Swan's eyes, he even felt that these warships were directly modified from the Titan-class transport ships of the Kalani's Transport Guild in the dock of the starport. But this did not prevent him from being proud of these warships. The real scene of the fleet battle cannot be seen on the old observation platform. But Swan can imagine such a scene. The warship opens the dock, and the Cerberus and Skywolf swarms out. Their opponents are the Tyranids Avengers and the latest Wraith fighters. The battleships fired at each other, and the orange-yellow laser beams and the light of missile explosions lit up the deep space. Like the rest of his family, Swan was impatient. Swan had no patience for anything other than machinery and technology. He was worried about his own fleet, and his inner irritability and worry were completely reflected in his hands, which had nowhere to put. The Comorian fleet was at a great disadvantage. While the Terran Federation had 7 Behemoth-class and 4 Leviathan battlecruisers, and the enemy had an absolute advantage. The observatory's old database could only parse out the names of its own warships and 2 Leviathan-class battlecruisers, which had participated in the military parade in the capital of the Terran Federation more than a decade ago. Meinhof's people had never expected that the war would affect this mining planet with a population of only a few million. And Meinhof was close enough to the mother planet Moria compared to other planets in Comorian. Before today, the Terran Federation's fleet would never appear in the heart of the Comorian Federation territory. Unless the Comorian was losing. Unless the fleet was no longer able to control the distant star systems. Due to the strong interference, the holographic projection on the observatory was flickering and extremely unstable. The broadcast sounded more than a dozen times in a row. But Swan was still sitting in the driver's seat of the mining robot and watching everything. The first ship to be kicked out of the battlefield was the Comorian battleship. After a burst of flickering garbled code, it broke into several pieces. Part of the wreckage was pulled to the ground by the gravity of the planet, and flew towards the edge of the observatory like an eggshell exploding in slow motion. How many people will die? Swan thought of this question in his sorrow. A capital ship usually carries 1,000 to 3,000 fleet soldiers. Although most of these people are Moria soldiers, he still feels sad for them. Another Comorian battlecruiser seems to have been damaged. Swan knows the name of this battleship, and is very familiar with it. This battleship was forged by Mainhof Starport. It is also the only battleship built on this planet during the war. Most of the soldiers were directly recruited from Mainhof, including the mechanics of the Swan family. This warship tried to ram the flagship of the Terran Federation fleet in despair, and the belief of defending its homeland to the death. This was indeed the last helpless move. But it was actually difficult to do. This is not the sea surface. Space is a three-dimensional battlefield. The Comorian warship is slower than the earliest Leviathan-class battlecruiser of the Terran Federation, whether it is Comorian or Umoian. Their warship engines are at least one generation behind the Terran Federation, which was the first to enter space. No miracle happened, and the remaining warship stopped moving before approaching the enemy ship. In the holographic projection, the Federation fighters and boarding ships were surrounding the motionless steel giant, like flies on a dead body. It was all over. Mainhof had no orbital defense platform and anti-aircraft gun clusters that could shoot down enemy ships in low Earth orbit. These two warships, and their affiliated fleets, were the only defense force of the planet in outer space. Under Swan's sad eyes, 3 Behemoth-class battlecruisers broke away from their mother fleet and accelerated towards Mainhof. Although Swan didn't know much about military and strategy, he could almost imagine what these warships would do next. The few military fortresses on this planet will be destroyed by nuclear bombs dropped from high orbit before the Terran landing force lands on the ground. And then the Terran Marines will land in various cities. It is more beneficial for the Terran Federation to occupy Mainhof than to completely destroy it. So they will not destroy everything. The Terran's target is the mining companies on this planet, and the Adian crystal mines piled up in the mines and ports. While Swan is feeling terrified, he is also worried about his relatives and friends in the New Apolloan community. In the propaganda of the Union representatives, the Terrans are undoubtedly unforgivable and the most greedy people in the entire Copperless sector. The workers of the Terran Federation are always exploited and squeezed, while the interests of the Comorian working class are protected by the Union. This is indeed true. In the past 10 years, the mines built on the marginal worlds far away from Moria have been occupied by the Terran Federation. In recent years, the increasingly aggressive Terrans are even ready to encroach on the mining industry within the territory of the Comorian Federation. If the Comorian Federation chooses to swallow its anger, then in a few years, under the encroachment of the Terran Federation, their sphere of influence will slowly retreat to their home planet Moria. In the eyes of all Comorian people, the Federation was forced to declare war. They fought entirely to protect the unions and mining companies oppressed by the Terran Federation. Almost everyone is a member of the Union. And of course they are fighting for themselves. The 3 battlecruisers, the dark blue Mainhof, came closer, and some tiny points of light fell from the battleships, like shining powder, and fell into the planet. They were the Terran airborne troop ships and landing crafts full of Marines. Swan saw the name of one of the Federation battlecruisers after updating the observatory database. Iron Justice. Chapter 79. We stepped into the death zone. Iron Justice is a Behemoth-class battlecruiser of the Terran Federation. This 1,500-foot-long steel giant has more than 20 sets of cannons and laser pulse cannons accelerated by magnetic coils, laser dot matrix defense turrets, and a huge Colossus reactor to power the life support and weapon systems of the entire battleship. These warships armed with heavy steel armor and heavy cannons are like mobile fortresses cast in steel. In wartime, they are the commander's general command center of the Terran Federation fleet. And in peacetime, they are the extension of the federal government to demonstrate its military power. Augustus, wearing a black and gray power armor, walked on the corridor of the Iron Justice from the crew cabin to the launch bay, followed by the first class of the Heavenly Demons. The clacking sound of the power boots echoed on the corridor walls with cold lines and simple and practical shapes. Once we take down Mainhof, Comorian will soon surrender. It's October now, and there are still 2 months. We can go home by Christmas. Jim Raynor said something completely unrelated to the landing mission in the communication channel of the first class, I really want to see my parents. I hope our heifer is not pregnant yet. The old bull in Billy's family always has bad intentions. Jim, don't you know that reality often doesn't go your way? Tychus cursed. We all know that the goddess of luck is a bitch. She will only open her crotch to the enemy. I have carefully read the mission briefing. Mainhof is not defenseless, Lundstein said in the communication channel, and our commander is obviously only deploying troops based on outdated intelligence provided by spies. The situation of the war is changing rapidly. Who knows if we will fall into the middle of tens of thousands of fully armed Comorian rippers. Generals are used to launching wars strictly according to their plans. I just hope that their battle plans are carefully considered and revised repeatedly. If it were me. You are just a soldier. Alanda. Wait until you become a general. Josephine said, even I can see that the higher-ups are not very interested in this broken stone in the universe. What they want is resources. We are robbers. We will run away after robbing things. Has anyone seen my peanut butter? Little Amy? Honak asked quietly in the channel. You always leave things everywhere. The last time I saw it was in your stinky socks. Amy Brandon complained, I'm not your mother. Sometimes, I really doubt whether you can live without me. I really can't live without peanut butter. Hanak's voice sounded like he was dying. Amid the complaints and gossips of his subordinates, Augustus turned into another more open corridor and entered the launch chamber full of ozone and oil. Ground crews in orange uniforms ran around transport planes and landing craft parked on the docking platform. And technicians surrounded the damaged Avenger fighter, with the light of welding torches flashing continuously. A battalion of Marines was lining up to board 4 landing craft with round bellies. And ground crews, wearing bright orange nylon hats, were busy removing the cables that fixed the ships. The Heavenly Demon had its own exclusive transport ship, a newly completed APOD-46 transport ship built by Bennett Shipyard in Tarsones. Augustus and his men spent more than a week repainting the transport ship, painting the hooded skull of the Heavenly Devils and the Crimson Cross on its black-gray hull. More than 40 Heavenly Devils wanted to give the ship a unique name, but they argued for a weekend and could not reach a consensus. So Augustus decided to call it the Little Devil. Harnack's Red Devil plan was ruthlessly rejected, and he doubted whether Augustus would call it the Big Devil if the Heavenly Devils had a larger warship. Augustus's troops did not wait long to board their transport ship, which was driven by a pilot named Jack, who used to fly supply barges between the space station and the ground for a private airline. The Heavenly Demon's armored technician Fike did not follow them, but stayed on the battleship's mid-spine deck with other workers to repair the damaged cables. The Little Devil was soon sent into deep space by the electromagnetic launcher of the launch bay. This spaceship built at the end of the Kylian War had more functions than the old one. Each seat has a data cable that can be plugged into the power armor, and the HUD display screen on the Marines' masks can be directly connected to the spacecraft's detector. Augustus' HUD display screen has 6 different screen intervals, and he can get both the driver's perspective and the orange-red tail flame at the tail of the spacecraft. Hundreds of transport ships and landing craft, under the cover of Avengers and Wraith fighters, fell into Mainhof's atmosphere, which is much thinner than other colony planets. As the imp passed through the atmosphere, a layer of flames adhered to its outer shell, and the plasma flames of the thrusters became more brilliant. From Augustus' perspective, the spacecraft seemed to have turned into a phoenix bathed in flames, falling to the earth. More and more phoenixes were falling from the deep blue dome of Mainhof behind Augustus. When the imp landed at an altitude of 8,000 feet, Augustus could see the Comorian Hellhound fleet rushing towards them like angry wasps. At first, there were only a few dozen, but the number increased exponentially over time. The fighters of both sides opened fire at the same time. In the corner of Augustus's eye, a laser beam brushed the tail of the imp and hit an APOD-33 transport ship behind it, which immediately turned into a ball of fire. A large transport ship carrying a company of soldiers collided head-on with another Hellhound, and all the people on it had no chance of survival. During the long time when the spacecraft was getting closer and closer to the ground, Augustus saw more than 20 landing ships being destroyed by machine guns, missiles, and even suicide attacks by Comorian fighters. But the Little Devil was lucky enough that the enemy had not yet targeted it. When on the battlefield, Augustus had felt more than once that his life and death were not in his own control, and it was entirely dependent on whether the enemy's bullets and shells would suddenly fall on his head. At this time, Augustus could do nothing. He missed the feeling of his feet still standing firmly on the ground. Just when Augustus could see the dark brown mountains of Mainhof and the black-peaked town of Comorian in the distance, a Comorian Hellhound caught up with them. Its missiles had long been used up, and it was shooting at the little devil with 2 sets of air-to-air laser cannons on the nose. In order to get rid of the pursuit, the pilot Jack deviated from the scheduled route and flew towards the mountains instead of the Comorian city. On Augustus' HUD display, the constantly jumping number showed that they were getting farther and farther away from the scheduled landing point. The new Apollo 1 line. Chapter 80 Tychus's opinion. The Comorian twin-engine jet fighters followed the dark APOD-46 transport ship Imp, and the orange laser beams brushed the side. Jack's spaceship narrowly avoided the attack after several difficult evasive maneuvers. The black-gray spaceship flew close to the land of the same color as Mainhof, passing over the jagged rocky beaches and dry canyon riverbeds, while the Hellhound fighter, with golden-red stripes, followed closely behind, like a falcon hovering over its prey. This is the transport ship AP-404, calling the escort formation, requesting support. Augustus could hear the voice of the pilot in the communication channel. Jack's call for help was quickly responded to. A CF-17 Wraith fighter turned from high altitude and locked onto the Hellhound fighter chasing the little devil. 2 Gemini air-to-air missiles popped out from the missile bay under the wing, dragging long plasma flames and white condensation trails towards the enemy aircraft. Amid the cheers of the demons of heaven, the Hellhound that followed them like a life-giving death god exploded. The little devil turned again and flew towards the designated landing point, flying over the dark brown wasteland without any greenery and the hills of coal slag and slag, which looked like the termite nests on the African continent of the earth. Some cranes and smaller trucks that looked like toy models from this height were parked next to these hills. The workers on the ground had long since abandoned their tools and ran away. A signal tower used to guide vehicles in the direction of storms stood alone between the hills. Across this group of hills, a group of dark buildings loomed on Augustus' HUD display. The dense spires and arched windows looked like conches and glowing shells on the beach in the sun. Unlike the grid-like town buildings and domed cubic houses of the Terran Federation colony, the buildings of the Comorians are more distinctive. They use cut marble and simple but beautiful cubic stone columns to build their castle-like family residences. The buildings next to each other have extremely high domes and many small windows. Brick courtyards separate the large clans. Miles of high walls block the entire New Apollo community from the wind, sand and beasts of the outside world. 2 black satellite communication spires are like 2 tentacles on the horizon. Several Comorian spacecraft are taking off or landing, looking like black dots rising and falling in the distance. Old Jack, drive steadily. Don't rush. Renault complained in the internal channel of the transport ship. To be honest, I'm about to vomit. How about you do it? Jack said slowly. That shouldn't be difficult. I've driven a spaceship in the holographic simulation cabin of Iron Justice, and my score has always been the highest. Reno was eager to try. That's what you said. I'll drive the ship back next time. I bet I'm only 1 step away from a god-level operation to get a pilot's license. Oh, then I'm afraid you'll have to drive the ship back alone, Jim, because no one dares to ride, Tychus said teasingly. It's time to land. Get ready, boys. Jack laughed. It's time to land. The Comorians in the New Apollo community had obviously discovered the approaching transport ship through their radar. The anti-aircraft missiles had already been launched, and the little devil had to land in a depression 2 miles away from the Comorian community. Under the push of the hydraulic device, the gangway slowly unfolded. Augustus was the first to walk down from the spacecraft, holding the electromagnetic rifle in his hand to observe the surrounding terrain. The black and gray power-armored heavenly demons filed down from behind him. I think we should add a stealth module to the little devil, Augustus said as he directed others to cover the spacecraft with a camouflage environmental simulation curtain. In this way, at least today, we will never be targeted by that annoying hellhound. Do you think the 4th-class Marines are still qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment? They didn't let us fight in open-crotch pants, which is worthy of the taxpayers' money. Tychus poured cold water on Augustus. After a month of getting along, Tychus Finley gradually gained Augustus' trust and integrated into this special tactical force bit by bit. The skull tattoo on the hood of the Devil of Heaven closely linked everyone together. Of course, that's what other people think. To the veteran Tychus, these people are just another group of passers-by in his fleeting military career. A group of not-so-stupid comrades. In the past, Tychus was not so keen on integrating into the group. He was always used to being a lone ranger. Tychus has few friends because he always distrusts others. Even when doing business, Tychus will try his best to make money through the least number of people and the most convenient channels. The more people cooperate, the more money you get. The reason why Tychus Finley was happy to hang out with the Heavenly Devils and chat with them occasionally was that their boss, Augustus Minsk, was a moneymaker. Most importantly, Augustus was quite generous to his own people. Tychus had never seen a gangster boss or smuggler give so much money to his subordinates and only take a small portion for himself. As if he didn't care about money at all. For Tychus, this kind of person is like an elegant noble in the slums or a saint in a brothel. They cannot exist in this world. This kind of person is worthy of Tychus's following. No real man with blood and backbone like him would have trouble with money. Generally speaking, Tychus always likes to work alone and only does jobs that make money quickly. If he is asked to carry a bag to work, it would be better for him to be a maid serving plates or cut cakes elegantly in a backless evening dress. Tychus rarely stays loyal to everyone. But the boss who is loyal and willing to put money in his pocket is an exception. Augustus seems to understand what Tychus wants. Recalling the scene of meeting Augustus for the first time, Tychus always feels a little weird. Augustus seems to see through what kind of person Tychus is at a glance and caters to his preferences. Tychus is sure that he has never met Augustus. But the kind of person who can see through others with just one glance does not exist in reality. It should only appear in electronic novels or novel biographies of great people with exaggerated words. Tychus knew that those successful generals or financial giants would ask writers to write their autobiographies in their later years. And he firmly believed that Augustus would not be a person who would remain unknown for his entire life. In the distant future, how would the person who wrote the book about Augustus describe the first meeting between the great bandit Tychus Finley and his legend? I will find someone to modify it sooner or later. Our power armorer Mr. Fick is not good at modifying things other than armor and weapons. Augustus nailed the environmental simulation curtain into the hard soil of Mainhof with thick nails several dozen inches long. The Heavenly Devil, who had followed Augustus for quite some time, knew that he would never give up until he completed this task. Harnack lacked patience and persistence in most things, while Augustus was the exact opposite.